Psalms. Introduction to Psalms. The Book of Psalms has evidently a peculiar character. It is not the history of God's people, or of God's ways with them, nor is it the inculcation of positive doctrines or duties, nor the formal prophetic announcement of coming events. Many important events, doubtless, are alluded to in them, and they are immediately connected with various prophetic revelations, as, indeed, with precepts and all the other parts of the divine word to which I have just referred. But none of these form the true character of the book itself. The subjects too, of which the various parts of Scripture I refer to treat, necessarily find their place in the thoughts expressed in the Psalms. But the Psalms do not directly treat of them. The Psalms are almost all the expression of the sentiments produced in the hearts of God's people by the events, or I should speak more correctly if I said, prepared for them in the events, through which they pass, and indeed express the feelings. Not only of the people of God, but often, as is known, those of the Lord Himself. They are the expression of the part the Spirit of God takes, as working in their hearts, in the sorrows and exercises of the saints. The Spirit works in connection with all the trials through which they pass, and the human infirmity which appears in those trials, in the midst of which it gives thoughts of faith and truth which are a provision for them in all that happens. We find in them consequently the hopes, fears, distress, confidence in God, which respectively fill the minds of the saints, sometimes the part which the Lord Himself takes personally in them, and that, occasionally, exclusive of all but Himself. The place which He has held that He might so sympathize with them. Hence a maturer spiritual judgment is required to judge rightly of the true bearing and application of the Psalms than for other parts of Scripture. Because we must be able to understand what dispensationally gives rise to them, and judge of the true place before God of those whose souls' wants are expressed in them. And this is so much the more difficult as the circumstances, state, and relationship with God, of the people whose feelings they express are not those in which we find ourselves. The piety they breathe is edifying for every time. The confidence they often express in God in the midst of trial has cheered the heart of many a tried servant of God in his own. This feeling is carefully to be preserved and cherished. Yet it is for that very reason so much the more important that our spiritual judgment should recognize the position to which the sentiments contained in the Psalms refer, and which gives form to the piety which is found in them. Without doing this, the full power of redemption and the force of the gospel of the grace of God is lost for our own souls. And many expressions which have shocked the Christian mind, unobservant of their true bearing and application, remain obscure and even unintelligible. The heart that places itself in the position described in the Psalms returns back to experiences which belong to a legal state, and to one under discipline for failure and trial in that state, and to the hopes of an earthly people. A legal and, for a Christian, unbelieving state is sanctioned in the mind. We rest content in a spiritual state short of the knowledge of redemption. And while we think to retain the Psalms for ourselves, we keep ourselves in a state of soul in which we are deprived of the intelligence of their true use and our own privileges, and become incapable of the real understanding of, and true delight in, the Psalms themselves. And, what is more, we miss the blessed and deeply instructive apprehension of the tender and gracious sympathies of Christ in their true and divinely given application. The appropriating spirit of selfishness does not learn Christ as He is revealed, and the loss is really great. There are comforts and ministrations of grace for a soul under the law in the Psalms, because they apply to those under the law, and souls in that state have been relieved by them. But to use them in order to remain in this state, and to apply them prominently to ourselves, is, I repeat, to misapply the Psalms themselves, lose the power of what is given to us in them, and deprive ourselves of the true spiritual position in which the gospel sets us. The difference is simple and evident. Relationship with the Father cannot be introduced in them, and we live out of that if we live in them, though obedience and confiding dependence be ever our right path. I purpose in this study of the Psalms to examine the book as a whole, and each of the Psalms, so as to give a general idea of it. The most profitable manner of doing this, though the character of the book of Psalms renders it more difficult here, will be, as I have attempted in the books we have already considered, to give the meaning and object of the Spirit of God. leaving the expression of the precious piety which it contains to the heart that alone is capable of estimating it, namely, one that feeds on Jesus through the grace of the Spirit of God. The Psalms, and the workings of the Spirit of God expressed in them, belong properly in their application and true force to the circumstances of Judah and Israel, and are altogether founded on Israel's hopes and fears, and, I add, to the circumstances of Judah and Israel in the last days, though as to the moral state of things those last days began with the rejection of Christ. The piety and confidence in God with which they are filled find an echo, no doubt, in every believing heart, but this exercise, as expressed here, is in the midst of Israel. This judgment, of which the truth is evidently demonstrated by the reading of the Psalms themselves, is sanctioned by the Apostle Paul. He says, after citing the Psalms, "Now we know that whatsoever things the law saith, it saith to them who are under the law." The Psalms then concern Judah and Israel, and the position in which those who belong to Judah and Israel are found. Their primary character is the expression of the working of the Spirit of Christ as to, or in, the remnant of the Jews, see note number 1, or of Israel, in the last days. He enters into all their sorrows, giving expression to their confessions, their confidence of faith, their hopes, fears, thankfulness for deliverances obtained in a word. To every exercise of their hearts in the circumstances in which they find themselves in the last days, so as to afford them the leading, the sanction, and the sympathy of the Spirit of Christ, and utterance to the working of that Spirit in them and even in Christ himself. In addition to this, the Psalms present to us the place which Christ himself when on earth took among them, in order to their having part in his sympathies, and to make their deliverance possible, and their confidence in God righteous, though they had sinned against him. They do not as the epistles, reason on the efficacy of his work, but in the Psalms which apply to him, present his feeling in accomplishing it. They intimate to us also the place he took in heaven on his rejection, and ultimately on the throne of the kingdom, but, save his present exaltation, which is only mentioned as a fact necessary to introduce, and to give the full character to Israel's ultimate deliverance, all that is revealed of the Lord in this his connection with Israel is expressed, not in narration but in the utterance of his own feelings in regard to the place he is in, as is the case with the remnant themselves. This feature it is which gives its peculiar character and interest to the Psalms. The Psalms teach us thus that Christ entered into the full depths of suffering which made him the vessel of sympathizing grace with those who had to pass through them, and that as seeing and pleading with God in respect of them. In the path of his own humiliation, he got the tongue of the learned to know how to speak a word in season to him that was weary. They were sinners, could claim no exemption, count on no favor which could deliver and restore. They must, if he had not suffered for them, have taken the actual sufferings they had to undergo in connection with the guilt which left them in them without favor. But this was not God's thought. He was minded to deliver them, and Christ steps in grace. He takes the guilt of those that should be delivered. That was vicarious suffering as a substitute. And he places himself in the path of perfect obedience and love in the sorrow through which they had to pass. As obedient, he entered into that sorrow so as to draw down, through the atonement, the efficacy of God's delivering favor on those who should be in it, and be the pledge, in virtue of all this, of their deliverance out of it, as standing thus for them, the sustainer of their hope in it, so that they should not fail. Still, they must pass through sorrow, according to the righteous ways of God, in respect of their folly and wickedness, and to purify them inwardly from it. Into all this sorrow Christ entered, as he also bore their sins, to be a spring of life and sustainer of faith to them in it, when the hand of oppression should be heavy without, and the sense of guilt terrible within, and hence no sense of favor. But that one who had assured to them and could convey this favor had taken up their cause with God, and passed through it for them. The full efficacy indeed of his work in their deliverance, in that one man's dying for the nation, will not be known by them till they look on him whom they have pierced. They are purposely left, and especially the remnant, because of their integrity. For the rest will join the idolatrous Gentiles for peace' sake, in the depth of trial, which, as ways of God in government, brings them through grace to the sense of their guilt in a broken law and a rejected and crucified Messiah. That they may truly know what each of them is, and bow before an offended Jehovah in integrity of heart, and say, Blessed be he that cometh in the name of Jehovah. But, though the deliverance and a better salvation be not to come till then, still, in virtue of the work wrought to effect it, Christ can sustain and lead on their souls to it, and that is just what is done in these Psalms. These are his language to, or rather in, their souls when they are in the trouble, sometimes the record of how he has learned it. Hence too, souls yet under the law find such personal comfort under them. Let not any soul, let me remark in passing, suppose that deep heart interest in these sorrows of Christ is lost by passing from under the law to be under grace. There is immense gain. The difference is this: instead of using them merely selfishly, though surely rightly, for my own wants and sorrows, I, when under grace, enter in adoring contemplation and joyful love into all Christ's sorrows. In the deeper competency given by his Spirit dwelling in me, I go back now in peace, as he is on high, and I trace with divinely given interest and understanding, whatever my measure, all the sorrows through which he passed when here, tracing this path of life, in love to us across a world of sin and woe. Glorifying God in it, through death itself, to the righteous glory in which he now is. Christ comforted his disciples in John 14, though not indeed as under law, but he says at the close, If ye loved me, ye would rejoice because I said, I go to the Father. Under law the Psalms may comfort us in profitable distress. Under grace we enjoy them as loving Christ and with divine intelligence. But to return. The great foundation which had to be laid to make sympathy possible was, that Christ did not escape where the remnant of Israel will, see note number 2, because he must suffer the full penalty of the guilt and evil. Or he could not righteously and for God's glory deliver them. Thus Christ must pass personally fully through the sorrow as he did in spirit, and besides that, make atonement for the guilt. He passed through it, save in atonement work, near to God. And makes all the grace and favor of God towards him, all that he found God to be for him in sorrow, available, through the atonement, to those who should come to be in it. That they might thus have all the mind of God towards them in grace in that case to use when they found themselves in it, even though in darkness. If it be said, how can they when they have not yet learned that God is for them in the atonement? These Psalms, entering into every detail, are precisely the means of their doing so according to Isaiah 50, as already referred to. In truth, many Christians are in this state. They cling to promise, feel their sins, are comforted by hope, see the goodness of God, use the Psalms as suiting them, and do not know redemption nor peace. The Psalms, then, belong properly to Israel, see note number 3, and in Israel to the godly remnant. This is the first general principle, which the word itself establishes for us, as we have seen stated by Paul. What they say to those under the law. In examining the Psalms themselves, we shall find other elements of this judgment, which are very clear and positive. The Psalms distinguish, Psalm 73, and commence by distinguishing, Psalm 1, the man who is faithful and godly, according to the law, from the rest of the nation. The ungodly are not so, nor shall they, stand in the congregation of the righteous. Indeed, Isaiah teaches the same truth doctrinally just as strongly. See note number 4, their characteristic subject is the true believing remnant, the righteous in Israel, PSA 16:3 and many others. It is, therefore, the portion and hope of Israel which are in view in them. In Psalm 1 this is definitely and distinctly presented. But it is the hope of a remnant, whose portion is from the commencement distinguished in the most marked way from that of the wicked. Again, it is evident, and it is the second general principle I would notice, that it is the Spirit of Christ, the Spirit of prophecy, which speaks. That is to say, it is the Spirit of Christ interesting himself in the condition of the faithful remnant of Israel. This Spirit speaks of things to come as if they were present, as is always the case with the prophets. But this does not make it the less true that it is a spirit of prophecy which speaks of the future, and which in this respect often resumes its natural character. But if the Spirit of Christ is interested in the remnant of Israel, Christ's own sufferings must be announced, which were the complete proof of that interest, and without which it would have been unavailing. And we find, in fact, the most touching expressions of the sufferings of Christ, not historically, but just as he felt then, expressed as by his own lips at the moment he endured them. See note number 5, it is always the Spirit, see note number 6, of Christ that speaks, as taking part himself in the affliction and grief of his people, whether it is by his Spirit in them or himself for them. As the soul means in presence of the just judgment of God, of delivering a beloved though guilty people. Hence we see the beautiful fitness of the language of the Psalms in a point I shall touch upon farther on. In the Psalms which speak properly of atonement Christ is alone, and thus his work is secured. In those which speak of sufferings not atoning in their nature, even though they go on up to death, parts may be found personally applicable to Christ, because he did personally and individually go through them. But in other parts of the same Psalms the saints also are brought in because they will have a share in them, and thus his personal sufferings are presented to us, but his sympathy too is secured. Another principle connects itself with this, which gives the third great characteristic of the Psalms. The sins of the people would morally hinder the remnants having confidence in God in their distress. Yet God alone can deliver them, and to him they must look in integrity of heart. We find both these points brought out, the distresses are laid before God, seeking for deliverance. And integrity is pleaded and the sins confessed at the very same time. Christ, having come into their sorrows, as we have seen, and made atonement, can lead them in spite of their sins and about their sins, to God. They do not indeed know at first perhaps the full forgiveness, but they go in the sense of grace as led by Christ's Spirit, and how many souls are practically in this state. See note number 7, in expressions provided in these very Psalms, to the God of deliverances, confessing their sins also. They take with them words and return to the Lord. Forgiveness also is presented to them. The Spirit of Christ being livingly in them, that is, as a principle of life, and fixing the purpose of their heart, they can, through confessing their sin, plead unfeignedly their integrity and fidelity to God. But the thought of mercy everywhere precedes that of righteousness as their ground of hope. In substance, all this is true of every renewed soul who has not yet found liberty, the liberty obtained by known redemption. The Psalms, unless certain praises at the close of the book and the end of some others, are never the expression of this liberty, and even when the expression of it is found, it is that of earthly deliverance or forgiveness. In sum, then, the Psalms are the expression of the Spirit of Christ, either in the Jewish remnant, or in that of all Israel, or in his own person as suffering for them, in view of the counsels of God with respect to his elect earthly people. And since these counsels are to be accomplished more particularly in the latter days, it is the expression of the Spirit of Christ in this remnant in the midst of the events which will take place in those days. When God begins to deal again with his earthly people, the moral sufferings connected with those events have been more or less verified in the history of Christ on the earth, and whether in his life, or, yet more, in his death, he is linked with the interests and with the fate of this remnant. In Christ's history, at the time of his baptism by John, he already identified himself with those that formed this remnant. Not with the impenitent multitude of Israel, but with the first movement of the Spirit of God in these excellent of the earth, which led them to recognize the truth of God in the mouth of John, and to submit to it. Now it is in this remnant that the promises made to Israel will be accomplished, so that, while only a remnant, their affections and hopes are those of the nation. On the cross, Jesus remained the only true faithful one before God in Israel, the personal foundation of the whole remnant that was to be delivered, as well as the accomplisher of that work on which their deliverance could be founded. There are some further general observations on a point to which I have already alluded, which, while in a great measure they are drawn from the Psalms themselves, yet, through the light the Gospels also cast on it, may aid us in seeing the spirit of the whole book, and entering into the purport of many Psalms in detail. I mean the sufferings of Christ. We have seen in general already that the book brings before us the remnant, its sorrows, hopes, and deliverance, and Christ's association with them in all these. He has entered into their sorrows, will be their deliverer, and has wrought the atonement which lays the foundation of their deliverance, as it does of the deliverance of any living soul, but he died for that nation. Of course his own perfection shines out in this. But here we are to look for its connection with Israel and the earth, though his personal exaltation to heaven be mentioned, from which their final deliverance flows. We are not, however, to look for the mystery of the assembly, which at this time was hid in God, nor for Christ viewed in his associations with the assembly. The Psalms furnish most exquisitely all the earthly experiences of Christ and his people which the Spirit of Christ would bring before us. We must look to the New Testament, as in Philippians, for example, and elsewhere, to find the heavenly ones of those he has redeemed. Now Christ passed through every kind of moral suffering the human heart can go through, was tempted in all points like as we are, sin apart. Nor can anything be more fruitful in its place, for it must not be too long dwelt on in itself, and entirely separated from the divine side of his character, or it becomes profitless or hurtful, because really fleshly sentiment. Then to have the heart engaged in contemplating the sorrows of the blessed Redeemer. Never were any like his. But the Psalms will bring them before us, and I refrain from entering on them here. In these introductory remarks, I can only shortly refer to the principles on which, and the positions in which, he suffered. There are, I think, 3. He suffered from man for righteousness and love, for the testimony he bore in that which was good, in which he bore testimony to and revealed God. He suffered from God for sin. These two distinct characters of suffering are very simple and plain to every believer's mind. The third kind of suffering supposes somewhat more attention to Scripture. It is said of Jehovah's ways with Israel, in all their affliction he was afflicted, and the angel of his presence saved them. This was, as to the last part, yet will be, most especially fulfilled in Christ, Jehovah come as man in the midst of Israel. But the sufferings of Israel, at least of the remnant of the Jewish portion of the people, take a peculiar character at the close. They are under the oppression of Gentile power, in the midst of utter iniquity in Israel, yet are characterized by integrity of heart. Indeed, this is what makes them the remnant, but conscious of, for that very reason, and suffering under the present general consequences of sin under the government of God and the power of Satan and death. The deliverance which frees them from it not being yet come, the weight of these things is on their spirits. Into this sorrow Christ has also fully entered. During his whole life, up even to death itself, he suffered from man for righteousness' sake, see, in connection with this Psalm 11 and others. Besides this, on the cross he suffered for sin, drank the cup of wrath for sin, the cup his Father had given him to drink. But besides these two kinds of suffering he bore in his soul, at the close of his life, we may say from after the Paschal Supper, all the distress and affliction under which the Jews will come through the government of God, not condemnation, but still the consequence of sin. No doubt he had anticipated, and, so far felt it, as in John 12 the coming cross, but now he entered into it. It was, as to the point we are now on, as he said, apostate Israel's hour then in the power of darkness. But he was still looking to his Father in the sense of faithfulness. Nor was he yet forsaken of God. He could still look to man's watching with him. What could watching do when divine wrath was upon him? But the distinctive character of these kinds of suffering is clearly seen if we, as taught of God, weigh the Psalms which speak of them respectively. Thus we shall see that, when he suffers from man, he looks, as speaking by his Spirit in and for Israel, for vengeance on man. Others too are then often seen to suffer with him. When he suffers from God, he is wholly alone, and the consequences are unmingled blessing and grace. As to suffering from man, we can have the privilege of so suffering, having the fellowship of his sufferings. In suffering from God as under wrath, he did so that we might never have the least drop whatever of that cup, it would have been our everlasting ruin. In the sufferings he underwent under Satan's power, and darkness, and death, when not yet actually drinking the cup of wrath, besides what was due to the majesty of God in view of this see Heb 2:10. He suffered to sympathize with the Jews in their afflictions, which they come into through their integrity and yet in their sins. Every awakened soul under the law will find comfort in this. All these sufferings are entered into in the Psalms as to Christ and as to Israel. But the Jews passed into utter ruin, and loss of all the promises, save sovereign grace, and the remnant into their place of trial and sorrow as such, by the rejection of Messiah. It is to be remembered that, though all three principles of suffering are essentially different, and all very clear and important in their character, at the close of Christ's life all coalesced and united in the sorrows of his last hours, save that I doubt not, in coming out of Gethsemane, the pressure of Satan's power on his spirit had been gone through and was over. But on the cross he suffered from man for righteousness, and from God for sin only. I am persuaded that this last, when fully on his soul, was too deep to leave it possible for the other or anything else to be much felt. Having made these general observations, which appeared to me necessary to understand the book, we will now examine, with the Lord's help, its contents, and may he indeed guide both myself and my reader in doing it. If it does depict Christ's sufferings and his interest in his people on earth, it behoves us to search into it reverently, yet with childlike confidence, and to wait as indeed we ever should upon his teaching, that we may be led and taught in our search. That which speaks of what he felt should be touched with confiding love, but with holy reverence. It is generally known that the Psalms are divided into 5 books, the first of which ends with Psalm 41, the second, with Psalm 72. The third, with Psalm 89, the fourth, with Psalm 106, and the fifth, with Psalm 150. Each of these books is distinguished, I doubt not, by an especial subject. Our examination of the Psalms contained in each will give the fullest insight into the character of the several books, but it may be well to give here a general notion of their contents. The subject of the first book is the state of the Jewish remnant before they have been driven out of Jerusalem, and hence of Christ himself in connection with this remnant. We have more indeed of the personal history of Christ in the first than in all the rest. This will be readily understood, as he was thus going in and out with the remnant, while yet associated with Jerusalem. I use Jewish here in contradistinction with Israel or the whole nation. In the second book, the remnant are viewed as cast out of Jerusalem, Christ, of course, taking this place with them and giving its true place of hope to the remnant in this condition. The introduction of Christ, however, restores them, in the view of prophecy, to their position in relationship with Jehovah as a people before God, Psalms 45, 46. Previously, when cast out, they speak of God, Elohim, rather than Jehovah, for they have lost covenant blessings, but by this they learn to know him much better. I doubt not, the history of Christ's life afforded occasion to his entering into the practical personal sense of thus condition of the people, though, of course, less historically his place in general. In Psalm 51 the remnant own the nations, more precisely the Jews, guilt in rejecting him. See note number 8. In the third book we have the deliverance and restoration of Israel as a nation, and God's ways towards them as such, Jerusalem, at the close, being the center of his blessing and government. The dreadful effect of their being under the law, and the centering of all mercies in Christ are brought out in Psalms 88 and 89, closing with the cry for the accomplishing of the latter. Electing grace in royalty for deliverance, when all was lost, is presented in Psalm 87. In the fourth, we have Jehovah at all times the dwelling place of Israel. Israel is delivered by the coming of Jehovah. It may, in its main contents, be characterized as the bringing in the only begotten into the world. Jehovah having been always Israel's dwelling place, they look for his deliverance. For this the Abrahamic and millennial names of God, Almighty and Most High, are introduced. And where is he to be found? Messiah says, I seek them in Jehovah, the God of Israel. There he is indeed found. Thus there will be judgment on the wicked, and the righteous delivered. The full divine nature of Messiah, once cut off, is brought in to lay the ground for his having a part in the latter-day blessings, though once cut off. He is the unchangeable living Jehovah, the Creator. Then comes blessing on Israel, creation, judgment of the heathen, that Israel might enjoy the promises. But it is the same mercy which has so often spared them. The last book is more general, a kind of moral on all, the close being triumphant praise. Having spoken of the details of their restoration, through difficulties and dangers, and God's title to the whole land, the wickedness of the anti-Christian tool of the enemy. The exaltation of Messiah to Jehovah's right hand till his enemies are made his footstool, and the earthly people made willing in the day of his power. We have then a rehearsal of God's ways. A commentary on the whole condition of Israel and what they have passed through, and the principles on which they stand before God, the law being written in their hearts. Then the closing praises. As this rapid sketch will have shown, and the details I shall now enter on will shew more clearly still, there is far more order in the Psalms than is generally supposed by those who take them up as each an isolated ode to serve as the expression of individual piety. They are not connected, it is true, in one continuous discourse or history, as other parts of Scripture may be, but they express in a regular and orderly way distinct parts of the same subject. That is, as we have seen, the state of the remnant of the Jews or Israel in the latter day, their feelings, and Messiah's association with them. These topics are treated in the most orderly way. The Spirit of God, who has superintended the structure, as he has inspired the contents of the whole Scripture, has stamped the unequivocal traces of his hand on this especial part of it. Who collected these divine songs, the work of diverse authors, and written at different epochs, I do not pretend to say. This the learning of divines may discuss. But the result cannot, I think, leave a doubt on the mind of anyone who enters into their purport as to whose power wrought in it. I have already noticed generally the subject of each of the 5 books. The distinction of subject I found in them had led me to divide the whole book of Psalms in the same way, before my attention had been drawn to the well-known fact of its being so divided in the Hebrew Bible. But this principle of order is carried out also in the details of each of the books. This order in the first book, and the contents of the Psalms which compose it, are now to occupy us. It is, perhaps, the most complete in the general and characteristic view it gives of the subjects treated of in the Psalms, and so far the most interesting. The others naturally pursue more the details which carry out the general idea thus given. It will be remarked that the following principle runs through it, and indeed, more or less, the others when it is applicable some great truth or historical fact is brought forward as to Christ or the remnant, or both. And then a series of psalms follows, expressing the feelings and sentiments of the remnant in connection with that truth or fact. Note number 1. This so distinctly characterizes the Psalms that there are very few indeed even of those which are prophetic of Christ, where the remnant is not found. In the second book they are not, because that element is distinctly presented as the primary subject in the first, the connection being moral through his entering into their sorrows in grace. This is easily understood. And it is necessary to remember this, to account for various passages in which they come in, though partly applicable to, or used by, Christ. Note number 2. It is in the point of death that the sufferings of Christ, whether for righteousness' sake, and that which he underwent to be able to sympathize with them when they suffer under the government of God, on the one hand, or atonement on the other, the latter prefigured in the burnt and sin offering, compare Hebrews 9, the former the expression and testing of perfectness in the meat offering meat. Christ suffered onward up to death. Then he also made atonement for sin. Some of the remnant may suffer unto death, as faithful under the trials of this government. But then, like Christ, they will obtain a better resurrection. Of course, the atoning part is exclusively his. Note number 3. I here use Israel as contrasted with the assembly and Gentiles. We shall see Judah distinguished from Israel when we enter into details. Note number 4. Compare ISA 48:22, ISA 57:21. Note number 5. Hence the intimacy of feeling and peculiar interest of the Psalms. They are the beating of the heart of him, the history of whose circumstances, the embodying of whose life, in relationship with God and man, whose external presentation, in a word, and all God's ways in respect of it, are found in the rest of Scripture. Note number 6. Compare PE 1:111. Note number 7. The state of the prodigal till he met his father, the state of every soul, where the God who is light and love has been revealed in Christ. But redemption work, and acceptance in him are not known. There is confidence, but not peace. Note number 8. I think it will be found that the first 2 books are somewhat distinguishable from the last 3. The first 2 are more Christ personally among the Jews, the last three, more national and historical. And so Psalm 72, the last part of the first two books, closes with the Solomon reign. Psalms chapter 1. Psalms 1 verse 1. PSA 1:1. Book 1, Psalms 1 to 41. The first book may be in general thus divided into distinct parts. The first 8 psalms form a whole, an introductory whole to the entire collection of psalms. This series may be subdivided into the first 2, which, in a more particular manner, lay the basis of all that is taught or expressed in Psalms 3 to 7. And, finally, Psalm 8. The character of these I shall enter on immediately. At present I proceed with the order of the book. Psalms 9, 10 form the basis of the Psalms which follow to the end of 15. They give, not the great principles which are at the foundation of all Israel's latter-day history, but the historical condition of the remnant in the latter day. Psalms 11 to 15 unfold the various thoughts and feelings which that condition, and the circumstances in which the pious remnant find themselves, give rise to. Psalms 16 to 24 present to us Messiah formally entering into the circumstances of the pious remnant, the testimonies of God, the sufferings of Messiah, and the final manifestation of his glory when he is owned as Jehovah on his return. The remnant are found in this series as in Psalms 17, 20, and 23, but the main subject spoken of in them, with the exception of Psalm 19, which gives the testimony of creation and the law, is Messiah. Psalms 25 to 39 present to us the various feelings of the remnant under these circumstances. The whole book closes and is complete with the true source of the Messiah's intervention in the counsels and plans of God, the place he took in humiliation, and the blessing which belonged to him who could with divine intelligence discern and enter into his humbled condition, and that of the righteous remnant who were associated with him, for so indeed they were. And this is what the Psalms especially bring out. It is extremely important that, on the one hand, some psalms should personally bring before us the Messiah. But it is also important that the moral traits which form the beauty and excellency of his character in God's sight, and the attractive object which God delights to bless, should be brought before us also, that, on the one hand, we may delight in them, and, on the other, the indissoluble moral connection between Christ and the remnant may be brought into view. This connection of moral character and its display in Christ is very distinctly brought before us in the beginning of the Sermon on the Mount. Their blessing is pronounced on those who exhibit certain moral traits and qualities. These characterize the remnant, yet, if they be carefully looked into, they will be found to be morally a description of Christ himself. Hence it is that we find him and the remnant so mixed up together in many psalms, while some, as I have said, present distinctively the great foundation of blessing in himself. We may apprehend also thus the difference of the associations of Christ with the remnant of Israel and those of the assembly with him. Those of the assembly begin when redemption is accomplished, and Christ is already exalted on high. By the Spirit sent down from heaven the saints are united to Christ there, and their experiences as Christians flow from their position as united to Christ consequent on accomplished redemption, and then in conflict with the world. Previous to the knowledge of redemption, and for that very reason, saints may now pass through experiences analogous to, and in principle the same as, those of the Psalms, and find, in consequence, great comfort from them. But their own place, as Christians, is in union with Christ. See note number 1. The Lord's associations with the remnant are different. They pass through their trials before the knowledge of redemption or its application in power to them. Their experiences are not the fruit of union, see note number 2, with Christ. Christ has trod the same path, in grace towards them, not that they were united to him, for he was alone, but he was afflicted in their affliction and oppression by the world. Death was before him, the fruits of the penal government of God on them, manifested in the state in which Israel then was, he has entered into in grace, as we have seen. Suffering under wicked Israel, and oppressing Gentiles, as the remnant will in that day, he thus, by his Spirit prophetically, associates himself with them in all their sorrows, and gives a voice by his Spirit to them on their way up to the discovery of redemption. This makes the tone and purport of the Psalms very plain. The Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do, was on the cross when atoning work, the fruit of grace, was going on. Judgment on Israel was then suspended, and the Holy Ghost blessedly took this cry up by the mouth of Peter in Act 3:17, where the return of Jesus to them, as the children of the prophets. And the people in whom the blessing of the nations was to be, was proposed on their repentance. This grace was then of no effect, but in the last days all the fruit of that cross and that cry on earth will be made good on earth, when they have repented and looked on him whom they have pierced. But this demand, as its final accomplishment will be also, was founded on atoning work, accomplished with God alone, which was based on grace and will bring grace. And not in connection with his sufferings from men, which bring judgment on men, his adversaries. The Psalms constantly present to us this consequence of the wickedness of men against Christ, and the wish of the remnant that it may arrive. Such a wish will never be found expressed by Christ in the Gospels. He pronounces prophetic woes on others for hindering those that were entering in, but this is love to these souls. No call for judgment is found. In the Psalms, on the other hand, no such passage as, "Father forgive them," is found, though the fruit of grace, after his own deliverance from the horns of the unicorns, is most strikingly unfolded. The Gospel was the good news of the visitation of the world and of Israel in love by the Son of God. The Incarnation was Christ entering alone into this path of love towards all. God was in Christ, reconciling the world unto himself. Not else was, not else could be, revealed and unfolded then. It was what he was personally in the world. But the remnant of God's people are to go through these sorrows. The only possible means of their deliverance was the destruction of their enemies. We shall go up from the midst of our sorrows to meet the Lord in the air. We have no need to wish our enemies destroyed in order to our deliverance. We have in the gospel to do with grace, with a heavenly Christ that is not passing through sorrows, and with glory. The remnant of Israel therefore call for this execution of judgment on their enemies. They have to do, not with that heavenly, sovereign, abounding grace which gives us a place with Christ clean out of the world, not of it, as he was not of it who was loved before the world was founded, but with the government of this world. Objects, no doubt, of grace themselves, and of mere grace, for they have rejected the promises in Christ presented to them in the truth of God, and have been concluded in unbelief that they might be the objects of mercy. Still, they are the nation in whom the government of this world centers and in respect of whom it is displayed. Hence they await judgment, and the display of the righteous exercise of that government, and the cutting off of the oppressor and the wicked. Hence Christ, who has entered into, and will in spirit enter into, their sorrows, but was himself cut off instead of seeing his enemies cut off, accomplishing a better and more glorious work, did not then ask for the world, but for those that were his, and that they might be with him where he was. John 17 marks the formal contrast of the two systems. He would not call down fire from heaven, would not execute righteous judgment. It is intimated indeed in the Sermon on the Mount that he was in the way with Israel, as in John, that the world had not known him. Still, the Christian path is to do well, suffer for it, and take it patiently, as he did. Hence, while passing through the sufferings, he could only prophetically be associated with the desires and aspirations after judgment which will have their righteous place when the time of public divine government of this world and judgment is come. Hence already in Psalm 2 this is the place we find him set Indiana. All the Psalms are constructed in view of that. Thus the remnant in suffering, calling for judgment, reach back to him who, though he never sought judgment for himself, did suffer and will seek judgment for them and execute it himself, the center of that center of earthly government divine. He is seen by the prophetic spirit in the same circumstances and the cry for judgment is heard. But it will be found that, wherever this is the case, as we have remarked, the remnant, other men, are found besides the Lord himself. In principle, any suffering Jew might so speak. Only, as Christ suffered above all, the terms used in the Psalms, where the demands for vengeance occur, sometimes rise up to circumstances which have been literally true in him in his sorrow on earth. But the point of departure of the feeling, and of the whole of what is said, is any godly Jew whatever in the last days. Into that Christ has entered. The proper or exclusive personal application to himself is only true when it is proved by the circumstances and the terms of the passage. The point of moral departure is always the remnant and their state. He is merely associated with them in the mind of the prophetic spirit, though, as to the facts, he entered into deeper sorrow than they all. Hence the immense importance of seeing the position and necessary thoughts of the remnant in the Psalms. Christ is merely associated with them and their position in grace. Though he must be the center, and preeminent, wherever he is found. There is no possibility of understanding the Psalms at all otherwise. All interpretation is false which does not take this principle or truth as its point of departure. When we get into a prophetic and governmental order, even in the New Testament, we at once find the same demands of vengeance. It is judgment, and not grace. The souls under the altar in the Revelation desire that their blood may be avenged. And the holy apostles and prophets are called to rejoice over the destruction of Babylon. This important principle then is to be laid down, that, in every psalm in which the godly remnant can have a part, that is, where the person of Christ is not the direct subject, we have seen there are some, as Psalms 2, 102, and others, which speak personally of Christ. The whole is not to be applied to Christ, nor the psalm itself, in general, primarily. It belongs to the condition of the remnant, and speaks of it, and the principle of God's dealings with them through Christ is often given as the great example of the sorrow of the suffering godly. And hence, in the circumstances it refers to, it may rise up to such as literally depict those through which Christ has passed, so as to show the way in which Christ has entered into their circumstances. This last may be evidently the most important part of the psalm. But this does not change the principle. There may be psalms where the remnant are introduced collaterally as objects of blessing in result, but where a particular part may be evidently applicable to Christ, who only procures that result. Psalm 22 has a distinct and peculiar character, because there Christ, while speaking of sufferings common in kind, though not in degree, to him and the remnant, yet, as in them already, passes into that in which he was entirely alone. Indeed, the bringing these out in contrast is the very subject of the psalm. The godly have been, the remnant will be, in suffering. But the godly were delivered when they cried, so will the remnant. But Christ, perfect in the fullest sorrow, was not. So that Christ is really alone here, though, in order to show the contrast of this suffering with others in which saints could be, and had been, this last character of suffering is mentioned. The fact already mentioned, that, in the Psalms expressive of the godly man's suffering from men, there is always the call for vengeance on the part of the speaker, and that in Christ's life as the Gospels give it to us, that is, according to truth as personally come into the world, and standing as a witness alone in the world he never does so, but the contrary when on the cross, and in his lifetime forbids it. Reproaching the disciples with not knowing what manner of spirit they were of, evidently has the most important influence on our judgment, how far and in what way we find the living historical Christ in the Psalms as a direct object. To turn now to details. The attentive reader will remark that, in the order of which I have spoken of the Psalms of the first book, a principle I have referred to is fully exemplified, that is, that standard Psalms with some great principle or fact come first. And then a series expressive of the thoughts and feelings of the remnant produced by these. Thus Psalms 1, 2 are followed by Psalms 3 to 7, which depict the state of things as felt by the psalmist connected with Psalms 1, 2, Christ being rejected, closing with the result in Psalm 8. See note number 3, then Psalms 9, 10, the state of facts in the latter days, Psalms 11 to 15, the various feelings of the remnant connected with them. Next, Psalms 16 to 24 Christ and the whole testimony of God, and Christ on the cross or atonement, having been set before us, the feelings consequent on this are depicted from Psalms 25 to 39. Sins are acknowledged for the first time in Psalm 25. Trials and deliverance had been spoken of before, but sins could not be confessed but in view of, and as building on, the foundation of atonement, when God really taught. So it will be indeed historically with Israel in the last days. Though that is not entered on here. I will now pursue in detail what the Lord may graciously afford me on the Psalms of the first book. I have already said that the first 2 Psalms lay the ground of the whole collection. They show the moral character and position of the remnant, and the counsels of God as to Christ King in Zion. The law and Christ, the 2 great grounds of God's dealing with Israel. Psalm 1 is the description of the godly remnant, and the blessing that accompanies their godliness according to the government of God. This blessing, save in the heart comfort and peacefulness of an upright mind, has never been accomplished, but it is given in the same manner as the portion of the meek when Christ presents the kingdom, Matthew 5. They shall inherit the earth. But the kingdom has not yet been, set up in power. See note number 4, this is the subject of Psalm 2. Hence the Lord in Matthew speaks of suffering for righteousness' sake. The kingdom of heaven is the portion of those who do. And if suffering for his name's sake, then heaven itself comes in, and their reward there is great. See note number 5. Note number 1. Hence it is too that in the Romans we find experiences, because the soul is brought through the process which brings it into liberty, while in the Ephesians we find no experiences, because man is seen first dead in sins, and then united to Christ, exalted to God's right hand. The epistle to the Philippians gives us, almost exclusively, proper Christian experience. Note number 2. Union belongs to the assembly's position alone, and is by the baptism of the Holy Ghost. By one Spirit we are all baptized into one body. He that is joined to the Lord is one Spirit. Union in Scripture is not attributed simply to life. Compare John 14 verse 20. Note number 3. Psalm 8, while it is the great result, is a mighty change in the position of Christ according to the counsels of God, which forms the basis of all that follows. It is referred to in John 1, in contrast with what Nathanael says, which refers to Psalm 2. It is found in Luke 9 and parallel passages, and quoted in Ephesians 1, 1 Corinthians 15, and unfolded in Hebrews 2. In the close also of John's Gospel, we have the 3 characters noticed on which these psalms are founded. God vindicates in testimony his rejected Son. He raises Lazarus, and the Son of God is glorified thereby. He rides into Jerusalem as King of Israel. Then the Greeks come up, and he says, the hour is come that the Son of Man should be glorified, but thus, to take this place in God's purpose, he must suffer and die. In chapter 13 consequently he begins his heavenly place. Psalms 1, 2 are in fact an introduction to the whole book. For his glory as Son of Man, though prophesied of here when entered into is another sphere of glory. Still he is owned as such, as he ever called himself such down here. Note number 4. But they are viewed as in the last days with the judgment at hand. Note number 5. 1 Peter makes the same distinction, chapter PE 1:3-14, PE 1:4-14. The following commentary covers Psalms 1 and 2. In Psalm 1, however, we have simply the godly remnant on the earth. I say remnant, for the subject of the psalm is spoken of as characterized by individual faithfulness. The ungodly, sinners, and scornful, are around him. The law is his delight. He is a godly Jew, keeping apart from the ungodly, and is blessed, and prospers. Such is the principle of the psalm. But to make it good the earthly judgment must come in. There the ungodly shall not stand, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous, then left free from the pressure of those who cared not for God. The psalm gives us the general character of the godly man, and the result under the judicial government of God. Another element is then brought in. Jehovah knows the way of the righteous, the way of the ungodly shall perish. It is a judgment on one side, and a moral approbation before that judgment come on the other, which is connected with the covenant relationship of Jehovah with Israel. We have seen that Christ was on earth this godly man, and took his place among the faithful remnant. These excellent of the earth was perfect in that place. So far this psalm takes him in, but that is not yet directly spoken of. Its subject is the character of the godly, and the result under the government of God, Jehovah, in the midst of his people. It is not yet suffering because of this. That is a circumstance which will come out in its time. It is the character of the godly man in presence of the wicked, and the result measured by the abiding principles of God's government. Jehovah knows the righteous others shall positively perish. Psalm 1 is the moral character of the remnant, their position in the midst of the ungodly, and the general government of God, and the connection of Jehovah and the righteous. Besides this, remark that the psalm places both in presence of a proximate judgment, by which the wicked are driven away like chaff, and the righteous form the congregation, that is, it refers definitely to the remnant in the last days. The principles of this psalm, the character of the persons spoken of in it, and their position, are clear enough, and important as laying one great part of the basis of the whole superstructure of the psalms God's government. And the trials of the remnant which seem to deny the government here spoken of, which is only to be made good in judgment when the mystery of God shall be finished. We are on the ground of Israel's place and of God's government according to the law, but the righteous distinguished from the wicked, and blessing, not the portion of all Israel as a whole, but of the righteous who will form the congregation when judgment is executed. Blessing is on the righteous, but these shall be the people when the ungodly shall be driven away as chaff. It is just the doctrine of the end of Isaiah, see Isa 48:22, Isa 57:20, Isaiah 65, Isaiah 66. Only in the last passage the judgment reaches the nations also. A godly remnant of the people, delighting in the law, and the judgment of God, resulting in the congregation of the righteous, according to the true character of Jehovah, the wicked being driven away. Such are the first truths presented to us. The moral government of God on the earth made good by judgment in Israel. See note number 1, hence the last days are clearly in view. The next great element of the condition of Israel and the government of God, is Messiah, the counsels of God concerning his anointed. Here the heathen are brought in, and form the principal subject of the psalm, and again we find ourselves in the last days, when Christ's rights will be made good against the kings of the earth and all opposers. But Israel is again here the center and sphere of the accomplishment of these counsels of God. The anointed is to be king in Zion. The adversaries are the great ones of the nations, the evil reaching alas. To the heads of Israel who, as we shall find, shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes, an ungodly nation, Psalm 43, and as Peter also himself has taught us in applying this psalm. I have said that the counsels of God as to Messiah are the element here introduced to us of the ways of God treated of in the Psalms. But the psalm opens with the rising up of the nations to cast off his authority, and Jehovah's who establishes it, the apostate Jews, as we have seen, being engaged in this great rising alas. Against God. The nations rage, the peoples imagine a vain thing, the kings of the earth, and the rulers would break the bands of Jehovah and his anointed together. But this rising only brings in wrath and displeasure, against which all resistance will be vain. He that sits in the heavens shall laugh, Adonai, see note number 2, has them in derision. Jehovah, in spite of all, has set his king upon his holy hill of Zion. Such is the sure counsel of God made good by his power. Man's presumption in resistance only brings his ruin. But more is then brought out. This king, who is he? Jehovah has said to him, Thou art my son, this day have I begotten thee. It is one who begotten on what can be called, today, that is, begotten in time his own son by Jehovah. It is not then here the blessed and most precious truth of eternal sonship with the Father, though it is not to be dissociated from it, as if it could be without it, but one who the anointed man. And that holy thing born into this world with the title, by his birth there also, of Son of God is owned such of Jehovah. Thus, Paul tells us, this raising up Jesus, not raising up again, is the accomplishing the promises made to the fathers, quoting the psalm in confirmation. He quotes another passage for his resurrection and incorruptibility. Thus we have Christ born into the earth, owned Son of God by Jehovah. But large counsels flow from this title. He has only to ask of Jehovah, and the heathen are given him for his inheritance and the uttermost parts of the earth for his possession. He will rule them with a rod of iron and break them in pieces like a potter's vessel break with resistless power, ruling in judgment all that impiously and impotently rise up against his throne. But this execution of judgment is not yet accomplished. The psalm itself invites the kings and judges to submission, humbly owning the Son, lest they perish if his wrath be kindled but a little. He is himself to be trusted. And who can claim this but Jehovah? This summons to the kings of the earth is founded, remark, on the establishing the title of Christ to royal judgment and power on the earth. But is Christ set king in Zion? He was cast out of it and hung upon the cross for better blessing and higher glory, even that he had with the Father before the world was, yet cast out of Zion, to which he presented himself as king. And as to the heathen and the earthly inheritance, he has not yet asked for it. When he does, in the Father's time, he will surely give it, and so his foes be his footstool. He declares, John 17, that he did not ask about it, but about those given him out of it. The kings of the earth reign on, many bearing his name to be found yet in rebellion when he shall take to him his great power, and the nations be angry, and his wrath come. No rod of iron has yet touched them, the potter's vessel, broken as nothing, is not now their image. The Lord is not yet awakened to despise it. They reign by God's authority. But there is no king yet in Zion. Christ has been rejected. Meanwhile we know he is Adonai in the heavens. We have now the great elements of latter-day history, a Jewish remnant awaiting judgment, the wicked being still there, the heathen raging against Jehovah and his anointed, he that sits in heaven laughing at their profitless rage. Jehovah setting Christ surely king in Zion, yea, upon his asking, giving him all the nations for his inheritance, the submission of all to be enforced by resistless judgment. No sorrows here, not even as to the remnant in Psalm 1, but the counsels and decrees of God, and power such as none can resist. In a certain sense the kings of the earth did stand up and the rulers take counsel together, and as to earthly power and scenes succeeded. Christ was rejected and did not resist. Where then is the remnant viewed in the Jewish scene of this world's history? What place have they? The great principles on which they stand are unfolded in the Psalms 3-7. It will be easily seen now how the first two Psalms form the basis of the whole book, though the great body of its contents are the consequences of their non-fulfillment in the time to which those contents apply. Indeed, in this the structure of the book resembles that of a great multitude of psalms, the thesis stated in the first or few first verses, and then the circumstances, often quite the opposite, through which the saint passes to arrive at what is expressed at the beginning of the psalm. The 5 following psalms then unfold to us, in general and in principle, the condition of the remnant and the thoughts and feelings produced by the Spirit of Christ in them, in the state of things consequent in Israel upon his personal rejection. The circumstances in which they find themselves are not historically alluded to till Psalms 9 and 10. Hence these psalms give the working of the Spirit of Christ in them in the suited moral fruits, so as to display the state of the godly remnant, the holy seed that is in Judah when all is ruined. The principles of their state, the elements of feeling unfolded in it, are brought before us. There is not the strong expression which flows from the pressure of circumstances. But each moral phase is exhibited, the different feelings to be produced by the Spirit of Christ in relationship to God. Note number 1. More specifically in the Jews. The remnant of the Jews are spared and pass through the tribulation when 2/3 are cut off in the land, Zechariah 13. The judgment of the 10 tribes is outside the land, and the rebels do not enter into it, Ezekiel 20. Israel is the general term of promise as applied to the nation. Note number 2. The Lord, but not the word Lord which represents generally Jehovah in the English version, but that which gives the Lord as an official relative title. Psalms chapter 3. The first, Psalm 3, gives the condition in general in contrast with Psalm 2, and the support and confidence of faith in it. The troublers of the godly man are multiplied, haughty, and triumphing over him as having no help in God. But Jehovah is his shield. He lies down in peace, and by faith sees his enemies smitten and their power destroyed. Salvation belongs to Jehovah, and his blessing is upon his people. Here again, remark, we find the latter days. And, though surrounded by his enemies, the godly man rests in peace and prophetically sees their destruction, and blessing on Israel. It expresses confidence in God in the midst of hostile numbers, and without resource. Christ has surely entered fully into this, but the place of the psalm is in the latter days, after proof of the non-accomplishment of Psalm 2, at his first presenting himself as Messiah to Israel. Psalms chapter 4. Psalm 4 differs in this respect from Psalm 3, of which we shall see other examples, that it is not simple confidence, but appeals to righteousness against the sons of men, who turn all the glory that belongs to the people of Jehovah, and especially to their king, into shame. But Jehovah has chosen the godly. The light of Jehovah's countenance is his resource. In PSA 3:4, and PSA 4:1, the experienced mercy of Jehovah is referred to. Psalms chapter 5. In Psalm 5 the cry of the godly is presented, and the character of God, as necessarily responding to that of the godly, is appealed to as necessitating his hearing him and judging the wicked. If the godly love godliness, surely Jehovah does, if the godly abhor wickedness, surely he does. It answers to the righteous Father of the Lord in John 17, only there the answer was heaven. Here, earth the necessary consequence of the difference of Christ's position on earth and that of the remnant. Psalms chapter 6. In Psalm 6 the remnant take another ground. They are oppressed, their soul vexed, the extremity of distress presses on their spirit, and their conscience not being cleared gives the fear that Jehovah might be against them in anger. And they look that Jehovah should not rebuke them in anger nor chasten in hot displeasure, which they had as a nation deserved but which the redeemed heart deprecates. But they look to be saved through mercy and saved from death, and call on the wicked to depart, for Jehovah has heard. Psalms chapter 7. Psalm 7 appeals to Jehovah, on the ground of the righteous and more than righteous dealing of the godly with their enemies, that Jehovah may arise and awake to the judgment he has commanded, and that thus, by the deliverance of the remnant by judgment, the congregation of the various nations of the earth would compass him about. He would then judge the peoples, thus distinctly bringing out the future judgment. Another point is brought out here. The Lord judges the righteous man. If a man turn not, but go on in his wickedness, his wrath will follow him. In all this we have the Spirit of Christ as it associates itself with the Jewish remnant, and in certain respects Christ himself called to mind. That is, as passing through the circumstances which enabled him to enter into theirs with truth, for we have seen that the effect on his soul personally was never what it is in the remnant. It is not his history, but his sympathy with them. There are two principles which connect Christ on earth and the remnant in the latter days. He takes them in grace into his place as on earth, see note number 1, and he enters into theirs. As to the nature and principles of their life, the righteous have the sentiments of the Spirit of Christ as it would work in their state. Their appeals are the expression of this. And God allows their claims, though they have not clear intelligence respecting this, furnishing in the Psalms expressions to them. It is a need and a desire too which the life that is in them legitimates to his heart who can take account of the ground Christ has laid for blessing, which makes him righteous in forbearance, though the righteousness, as to the Jews, be not yet manifested. Their knowledge of what Jehovah is as respects integrity and oppression what he has ever been makes them look for a deliverance which seems impossible. See note number 2. There is another expression to note here, how long. It expresses the expectation of faith. God cannot reject his people forever, how long will he deal with them as if he did, and take no notice of oppression? Hence in one place he says, there is none that knoweth how long. As a whole, then, these psalms are a general exhibition of the state of the remnant of the Jews before God in the latter day. And the principles on which their souls stand as godly not as yet the strong outpouring of their feelings under the trial of circumstances. Is Christ then absent from them all? Surely not, or the psalms were not here. Christ entered in sympathy into their condition, forms the faith of their hearts in it by his Spirit, is thus fully found in their low estate in the best way. His own personal feelings when on earth they do not express, see note number 3, though he has learnt by his own sorrows in like circumstances blessed truth to have a word in season for him that is weary. Note number 1. See Matt 17:24-27, already when here below. This may seem in a measure anticipation, still, he revealed the Father's name to them. Note number 2. Lev 9:22-24 strikingly shows this. The acceptance of the sacrifice by God was not manifested till Moses and Aaron had come out after going in, Lev 9:24, Christ as priest and king. Then the people worship, but Aaron blessed from the offering before. We know by the Holy Ghost come out that the offering has been accepted, while the priest is yet within the veil. And hence the full value of divine righteousness. Note number 3. I do not mean by this that none of the Psalms do. We know this is not so, as Psalm 22 notably shows, nor that no sentence is found in Psalms which are not wholly of him which does express feelings he had. I have referred to several in the course of these notes and stated the principle of their application already, but I here speak of the Psalms I am treating of, Psalms 3-7. Psalms chapter 8. We have now come to Psalm 8, which closes this unfolding of the condition of the remnant, and the counsels of God as to the rejected anointed of Jehovah. What is said is still by the mouth of the now delivered remnant. O Jehovah, our Lord! In vain have the heathen risen up against him. How excellent is thy name in all the earth! Who hast set thy glory above the heavens? It is not now a king in Zion, though surely that will be true. But a glory set above the heavens. It is not now merely the people of the great King blessed, but wherever the children of men dwell, Jehovah's name, Israel's Lord, is great. Is it now as setting the Christ on his holy hill of Zion? No, it is in setting the Son of Man, not merely over the children of men, but over everything his hand has created in all places of his dominion. He is set over all the works of his hand, none are excepted. He only is accepted who put all things under him. And who is this Son of Man? It is one made a little lower than the angels for the suffering of death, crowned now with glory and honor, and set, which the epistle to the Hebrews, Hebrews 2, shows us is not yet accomplished, over all the works of God's hands. See note number 1, he could not be rejected as Christ, even if that title was afterwards to be made good by him who laughs from heaven at the impotent rage of the kings of the earth, without his having a yet more glorious place destined to him in the counsels of God, the being gloriously crowned in heaven. And set over all things. Son of God and Son of David, King in Zion was his title on earth. See note number 2. But his first rejection in this character throws him out into this wider glory he had faithfully acquired too, what belonged by divine committal to the Son of Man. Hence we see in the Gospels the Lord charging his disciples to say no more that he was the Christ, for he was now virtually rejected by Israel, because the Son of Man must suffer and be rejected, delivered to the Gentiles, die, and rise again, Luke 9. This was grace to Israel therefore, but to man in Christ. Still Israel's Lord, Jehovah, was thus excellent in all the earth. This is that with which the psalm closes, as the proper result in the mouth of the remnant, though it was brought about by, and dependent on, a much higher glory. God, in the presence of the rage and ill will of his enemies, and to silence the oppressors and the pride of the enemy, and of the relentless pitiless persecutors of his saints and people, has chosen the weakest things of the earth to perfect praise. We have had an example of this, a little anticipative example of this in the reception of the rejected Christ riding into Jerusalem. It shall be fully accomplished in the last day. Then he had witness given to him, as Son of God in raising Lazarus, as Son of David in thus riding into Jerusalem, as Son of Man when the Greeks came up. But then he must die to have this last glory, John 11:12. In the last days all shall not thus fail on earth. It shall be accomplished in power. Meanwhile he is crowned with glory and honor in a better place. The psalm has an elevated and enlarged energy, as is suited to the great deliverance celebrated. Creation makes man so little in himself. What is he when we consider this vast and shining universe? But glance at Christ, and you see all its glories grow dim before the excellency of him under whose feet all is put. Yea, they are lighted up again by that glory. Man is indeed great and above all in him, the Son of Man set over all things. It is not the place here to enlarge on the use of this psalm in the New Testament. But it makes its use and import very clear. In 1 Corinthians 15 we see that it is accomplished in resurrection. In Hebrews 2 we see that the subjection of all things is in the world to come, that they are not yet put under Christ's feet, but that he is crowned already with glory and honor. Ephesians 1 shows that the church is united to him in this place of glory, but that does not at all enter into the scope of the psalm. It was part of the mystery hid from ages and generations. Before passing on, I would briefly review the ground we have gone over in these introductory psalms. First, the remnant in the latter day is set before us. Then the counsels of God as to Messiah, but the kings of the earth and the rulers setting themselves against Jehovah, and his anointed. Yet he will be set king in Zion. Then Psalm 3 to Psalm 7 present the great principles on which the remnant will have to walk under the circumstances in which they find themselves, Christ being rejected. They do not afford us the deep expressions of feeling which the extent of distress brings out, but only the sentiments produced by grace in their position. So far as they are needed to give a voice to the feeling of grace and faith in it, Psalm 3 to Psalm 5 confidence. Psalm 6, 7, bowing of heart under distress, Psalm 3, simple confidence, Psalm 4, appeal to the God of righteousness, and the path of the righteous marked out. Psalm 5, he cries to Jehovah, because he discerns between the evil and the good, and the wicked thus must be removed, and Jehovah bless the righteous that trust in him. Psalm 6, mercy is appealed to, as, distressed in spirit, he entreats Jehovah not to rebuke him in anger, and Jehovah has heard him in his distress to save him from death. Psalm 7, he appeals against his persecutors, contrasting their conduct and his own towards them, but Jehovah judges his people. These are the great elements of relationship between Jehovah and the remnant of his people in that day. How precious it will be for the remnant to have their faith sustained and given words to, above their fears, by these gracious witnesses of the Spirit of Christ, to guide them and justify their best hopes and calm their justest fears. It is not difficult, I think, to understand why Christ could not personally have the feelings and desires here expressed, and yet animate by his Spirit prophetically these same desires in the remnant. And enter into all their circumstances in sympathy. He came from heaven, and never lost the Spirit that breathed there, though he was in the circumstances which earth brought upon him, but that Spirit is love. He was above evil in the power of love, and the consciousness of divine feelings which the Son of Man who is in heaven would have, though he passed through every sorrow which the Son of Man on earth could be subject to. He went through all the distress that sin and man's relentless enmity and the insensibility even of his disciples, see note number 3, could bring upon him. But, while only the more sensible of it and feeling it the more deeply because he was perfect, he was above all the evil in love in the personal perfection of good. The remnant will not be so. They will be sustained of God, yet not only in the midst of evil, but under it, pressed by it, by the sense of guilt, by fear of wrath, not merely the deep sense of wrath, but a personally sifting dread of it. There is no deliverance for them without the destruction of their enemies, and they desire it. These are Jehovah's enemies too, and their desire is right, see PSA 6:5, PSA 6:7, PSA 6:10. This Christ, as we have said, did not. He was above all this enmity in heavenly love and through known communion with his Father, whose will he had peacefully to do in known approval, until, in the end, he entered into that dark valley, where, for our sakes and Israel's, he was indeed to meet wrath, but there his converse was with God. As to his human enemies, he only says, if ye seek me, let these go their way, and all were prostrate before him, and it is his to tell them in peace, this is your hour in the power of darkness. Hence himself, love divine, passing through every sorrow that Israel or we may have to pass through, he did so personally in love. All was felt, but he was above the evil in love to men, being in perfect communion with heaven and its loving favor. In this he is a pattern for Christians, not for Israel. But he really went through all that the remnant can ever go through, yet was free enough from any power over him to feel for others in it. This he does perfectly, and prophetically inspires the expressions of faith to those who, not knowing yet heavenly love and deliverance, are pressed under it. And gives utterance, by the prophetic spirit towards God, as the Spirit would in such, to the sense of their oppression of heart which circumstances give occasion to, when divine favor and deliverance are not known. No one can enter into another's sorrows under this oppression so well as one who knows the cause of it, and what that produces in respect of relationship with God, but is not in it. Christ has been in all their affliction, and felt it, but not felt, as to others, what those who are under it, and necessarily in rightly occupied with themselves, feel. He felt for his oppressors with heavenly love. His sympathy, being perfect, has, by the prophetic spirit, entered into all the remnant circumstances and feelings, and given divinely furnished expression to them. The heart may rise up and say, it is an easy thing to give it by the prophetic spirit if he is not really in it. I answer, he was in every part of the affliction to the full, and infinitely more than the remnant ever will be, having suffered, withal, that which they never will because he has. But does his having a better feeling in that into which he entered hinder his having perfect sympathy with them? It enables him to have it, as regards all the distress, which came from Satan, and from God when it was not merely a question of feeling for those from whom the distress came. When he was suffering himself he went through all in the same way, only much more deeply, than they. And, as to a part and the deepest part of it, took on himself what they never will have. When the remnant are in the same sorrows, not knowing divine favor, he will minister to them, and through these psalms, all the feelings which God can look upon with approbation and listen to. He will conduct their souls through them. How often in trial when we hardly dare to express what we feel, for fear of offending God, in the uncertainties of a cloudy faith, does a text which utters our sorrows in a way which, being in the Word, must be right, assuage the heart and give confidence in looking up to God. So will it be then. Note number 1. The littleness of man compared with the creation on high, gives occasion to the revelation of God's counsels in man. Note number 2. Compare John 1 verses 49 to 51. Note number 3. Not once did they understand what he said to them. Psalms chapter 9. The following commentary covers Psalms 9 and 10. In Psalms 9 and 10 we enter historically on the circumstances of the remnant in the last days in the land. The great principles having been laid down, the remnant Messiah trial in the midst of Israel through his rejection a path he had learnt in person glory in the Son of Man, we get in these a preface as regards the circumstances. A laying of them down, that the scene of the exercises, the state of things which gives rise to these, and the deliverance wrought by the judgment of God, may be plainly before us. We may remark here, in confirmation of previously expressed judgments, that the righteous man, Messiah, according to the counsels of God, but rejected, with the consequent sorrows of the remnant into which he thus enters. And in result glorified as Son of Man, and set over all the works of God's hands, having been brought before us in the first 8 Psalms, we find ourselves at once, when entering on the historical detail of circumstances, in the last days. The righteous remnant being under the oppression of the wicked and the heathen. Messiah, in spirit, in the oppressed remnant, owns the righteousness of Jehovah, in judgment, sitting on the throne judging right. Remark the great difference here, in passing, between the celebration of the righteousness of God, sitting in the throne, judging right, and vindicating the righteous man from the oppressor, and Christ on the cross. Who was not vindicated on the earth, but declares himself forsaken of God, his enemies, outwardly, having all their will against him, and then righteousness being established in a heavenly way. God's righteousness in setting him at his own right hand in the heavenly places. Of righteousness, because I go to my Father, and ye see me no more. As regards this righteousness, he was taken completely out of the world, so that the disciples as in flesh, as was the case with the Jews saw him no more. He had glorified God, and was glorified in God, as God has been in him. The righteousness which judged the oppressor, though executed by God who alone is really righteous and has power, had its sphere and measure in earthly government, and in discerning the righteous and the wicked among men. The oppressed and the oppressor. It was connected with the righteous government of God. The clear apprehension of this difference is a key to the whole frame of thought in the Psalms. Another point, it may be useful to remark, is this. In the English translation several words are translated people, am, see note number 1, in the singular, people, or ami, see note number 2, my people, Israel goim, see note number 3, heathens or nations, that is, those outside. Who are in contrast with Israel as the people of God. Israel is so designated to mark its guilt, PSA 43:1. Lumim, see note number 4, the peoples and nations in general on the earth, the various races of mankind. Ammon peoples in the plural, I think the nations viewed in connection with Israel restored and taken into relationship with Jehovah. To turn now to the Psalms before us, Psalm 9 presents to us Jehovah, the Most High, the names of God which connect themselves with the Jews, and the millennial accomplishment of the promises made to Abraham. Delivering the people by judgment from the oppression of the heathen, and destroying the wicked. The delivered Jew celebrates this goodness which has maintained the right and cause of the righteous. The Spirit of Christ speaks fully in this, as having taken up their interests. It is really his right. If the Jew has any, it is through him. If they say it, he has put the words in their mouth. Indeed, if Christ had not entered into their sorrow, and given them these words, they could not have said, my right. Let us consider this, as to circumstances, first leading Psalm with somewhat more detail. The humble and oppressed one praises God with his whole heart, under the double name of Jehovah and Most High. See note number 5, the turning back of his enemies is not merely a human victory. They fall and perish before the presence of Jehovah Elohim. But this was to maintain the right and cause of the godly one, really the right and cause of Christ, who had thus thrown himself into their portion in gracious sympathy. In verse 6, PSA 9:6, a very important principle is brought out for faith at all times, then to be verified in fact. The efforts of the enemy here are for time. He can destroy, if God allow, present prosperity. The Lord endures forever. We have only to do his will by the way. He has always his way at the end. That will which we do by the way, perhaps in sorrow and suffering then, will surely reign at the end of the way. Destructions were now to come to a perpetual end. The cities and their memory had been destroyed. Jehovah endures forever. We have heard of the patience of Job that was by the way, we have seen the end of the Lord that is the ground for faith. It walks with him who certainly has the end at his command. He shall endure forever, has prepared his throne for judgment. He will judge the world universal in righteousness, and minister judgment to the peoples in uprightness. This was the public character of Jehovah. But there was a private part of his character, so to speak, the making of which however also public, is the great subject of the psalm. And indeed with that first public one, the great subject of all the psalms. Both are known only to faith, but are celebrated beforehand. This second part is this: Jehovah is a refuge for the oppressed, a refuge in times of trouble. The result is confidence in Jehovah at all times on the part of those who know his name. The intervention of Jehovah in that day in favor of those that seek him will make good this name everywhere. Another point is brought out also. Jehovah dwells in Zion, as thus revealing himself. His doings, what he does for the display of his name through judgment in favor of the remnant, are to be declared among the peoples. See note number 6, another word than that often used, and signifying, I apprehend. The peoples that he owns, that they may be able thus to trust in him. He is returned thus to Zion at the close. Verses 13 to 14, PSA 9:13-14, are the cry of the remnant, and on the ground of mercy, that their hearts may praise Jehovah in Zion, as well as because of his judgments. Verse 15, PSA 9:15, celebrates the judgment, and the moral, so to speak, is told in verse 16, PSA 9:16. Jehovah is known by the judgment which he executes. The way in which this psalm serves as a preface for understanding the scope of the book, and its application to the last days, is evident. Once seized, it largely helps in the intelligence of the whole book. In verse 17, PSA 9:17, the wicked, see note number 7, be they who they may, Jew as well as Gentile, and indeed particularly the Jew, and all the nations who forget God, see note number 8, are shown to be rejected and judged, and to have their place in Hades by judgment. And in this God remembers the needy, for the destruction of the wicked is their deliverance. Hence for Jehovah to arise, is the cry of the remnant. This feature explains certain expressions in the Psalms to which I have before alluded, the demand for judgment. Compare the characters of the judged ones in Romans 1-2. Only there the wrath is from heaven, not governmental on earth from Zion. And a greater moral development will be found, as was to be expected, and not the external judgment of nations. See note number 9. The body of Psalm 10 depicts the state of things in the last days, until Jehovah arises to judgment, and more especially the character of the wicked, for he is known by his character, and is especially to be found in the Jew. Compare Isaiah 40-48 and 49-58, in the one passage, the question being particularly idolatry and Babylon, in the second, the rejection of Messiah, the two capital sins which bring the Jews to judgment, Jehovah, and his anointed. The wicked in his pride acts upon that which is seen, as the righteous by faith on the character of Jehovah, faith in him. The wicked boasts himself in his heart's desire, and blesses him, counts him happy, that is, whom Jehovah abhors. He pursues his plans without conscience, seeking to destroy the humble by craft, and reckons that God has forgotten him. How well Christ could help them here. The humble cry under the oppression. Why does Jehovah stand afar off, and hide himself in the time of trouble? They were far indeed from being where Christ was, yet the shadow, so to speak, of that sorrow was passing over them, but they could hope in God. So in verse 12, PSA 10:12. They call upon God to lift up his hand, not forget the humble. Why should the wicked contemn God? Jehovah has seen it and will requite, the poor committed himself to him. Verse 16 to the end, PSA 10:16-18, celebrates Jehovah's coming in reply, and its results. Jehovah is king forever, the heathen are perished out of his land. There is the public judgment, now the secret of the Lord. Jehovah has heard the desire of the humble. He prepared their heart, and then hearkened. And that hearing will be in judging, in being judge for the fatherless and the oppressed, so that the man of the earth, he who had his strength and hope there, should no more oppress. 1 or 2 remarks are required on both psalms. There are 2 parties, and in a certain sense 3, besides the poor humbled remnant who wait upon God, the heathen, Goyim, strangers to Israel, who oppress them, enemies of God, and the wicked, then more especially among the Jews, as we have seen. I have said 3, because the wicked are spoken of in a double way. In general, indeed exclusively so in Psalm 10 and each time it is used in Psalm 9, except verse 17, PSA 9:17, it is in the singular. In verse 17, PSA 9:17, it is plural, to show that all of them will be cast down into Sheol. In the singular it is, I judge, characteristic, yet I doubt not, there will be one special wicked one, the lawless one, th 22:8. The Antichrist, but known here certainly by his character, not by a distinct prophecy of his person. The lawlessness is manifested, but not the lawless one, and it is not confined to one. The analogy of this, with the circumstances in which Christ was in his rejection on earth, is very plain, as is the case with all the forms of wickedness. The very Trinity is imitated in mischief in the Apocalypse. There is the city of corruption, as the bride of Christ, and so on. Up to this, save as the Messiah of God's counsels was brought out in Psalm 2, the righteous man was given characteristically, and here it was necessary to characterize the whole party opposed to Jehovah and his Christ. Though one may be the concentrated expression of this character. The remnant were to judge by this character morally. Next, remark, these wicked ones are judged with the heathen, they all come together under the same judgment. The wicked shall be turned into Sheol, and all the heathen who forget God. So verse 5, PSA 9:5, Thou hast rebuked the heathen, thou hast destroyed the wicked. Psalm 9 is, as we have seen, the general view of Jehovah's intervention in judgment. In Psalm 10 we have particularly the position of the sorrow and trial of the remnant within. Hence we find the wicked, man, not the heathen until on the execution of judgment they are found to have perished out of Jehovah's land, so as to identify the judgment with the general statements of Psalm 9. How completely this all answers to the history we have of the latter days, I need not say. Note number 1. PSA 3:6. Note number 2. PSA 3:8, Here, thy people, the same practically. Note number 3. PSA 2:8. The Hebrew references are to the verses in Hebrew. Note number 4. PSA 7:7-8. Note number 5. These names are not without importance. One is the abiding name of God in Israel, his memorial forever, the other, the millennial name of God introduced by the judgment spoken of in the psalm. Compare Psalm 91 and Gen 14:19-20. Note number 6. Amim, PSA 9:11. Lumim, PSA 9:9. Note number 7. Here in the plural. The difference is sometimes important, because, as Paul says, there is that wicked one. Note number 8. Had not liked to retain God in their knowledge. Note number 9. In Revelation 4 are found the characters of the seraphim as well as of the cherubim, as prefacing, I believe, the judgments there, as characterized as being according to the holy nature of God as well as governmental. It is true the application of Isaiah 6, where alone the seraphim are found, is to a governmental judgment, because grace preserved a remnant. But the incompatibility of Jehovah and uncleanness with man and himself is what the prophet sees. Psalms chapter 11. What the righteous remnant are to do when the power of evil is thus dominant in Emmanuel's land, Psalm 11 treats of. Psalms 11-15, as I have already remarked, give the thoughts and feelings of the remnant at that time, that is, consequent on the state of things spoken of in Psalms 9-10. I will now trace the outline of these 5 psalms. Psalm 11 presents to us the righteous repelling the idea of quailing, as void of resource, before the godless wickedness of those who fear not God. He trusts in Jehovah. Still the wicked, with all will, seek the destruction of those who are true of heart. And if all human resource fails all that was a ground on which hope could be built for the earth, what was the righteous to do? Jehovah is as stable as ever. He is in his holy temple has his place on earth, which faith owns, let it be ever so desolate, and his throne is in heaven, no evil can enter there, and it rules over all. But there is more than this. If he abide in sure repose, because almighty and far above all evil, in heaven, he looks on the earth he governs it, for this, not the assembly's heavenly portion, is our subject here and indeed in all the Old Testament. His eyes behold, his eyelids try, the children of men. This is a most solemn and consoling truth for those in trial. But the ways of God in government are still further revealed. The Lord tries the righteous, so the history of Job, a picture of what happens to Israel, teaches us. The present state of things is not in any way a revelation of the government of God. Faith knows God has the upper hand, and that all things work together for good to those that love him. But immediate government, so that the present state of things should show the result of God's estimate of good and evil here below, is not in exercise. If it were so, no evil could be allowed. The righteous would flourish, and all he does prosper. But it is not so. The assembly, meanwhile, has her portion out of the world, has her place of abode where Christ has gone to prepare her one. She suffers with him and will reign with him. But as to all his saints, he tries them. As to the wicked, whom he abhors, upon them he will rain judgment, snares, and fire and brimstone, for the righteous Jehovah loves righteousness, his countenance beholds the upright. Here is the clear ground for faith then, when the remnant are in trial. God beholds he tries the righteous, and will in due time execute judgment. It involves this: the righteous Jehovah loves righteousness. Psalms chapter 12. Such is the general basis of the godly man's confidence and walk, but they are not insensible to the evil, but can present it to the Lord. This is the subject of Psalm 12, Help, Jehovah, for the godly man saith. Jehovah will cut off the proud and deceitful lips. It is the character of the wicked. He knows no check, no bridle to his will says, Who is Lord over us? But it is just for his oppression of the poor that Jehovah arises. God's word, on which these had relied, and which promised help as the necessary witness of Jehovah's character to which they looked, is a sure and well-tried word. It will bear infallibly its promised fruit. There is nothing deceitful in it. Jehovah will keep his poor from the generation of the wicked. But the wicked have full scope when the worthless are exalted on high. Psalms chapter 13. In Psalm 13 the righteous is reduced to the lowest point of distress as far as evil from men goes. It is as if God had entirely and definitely forgotten him. His enemy was exalted over him, and he taking counsel in his heart. But then he looks to Jehovah to hear lest he should perish on the one hand, and his enemy on the other have to say he had prevailed. But he is heard, and sings to Jehovah, in whose mercy he had trusted, and who deals bountifully with him at last. Psalms chapter 14. In Psalm 14 the evil has reached its climax in God's sight. What is ever true of flesh is now brought up under God's eye at the time when he is going to judge. Man rises up in pride before him, he judges because flesh does so. He looks down to see if any understand or seek him amongst men, but there are none. A remnant indeed wrought in by grace, whom he already owns as his people, PSA 14:4, are there, and these the wicked eat up as they would bread. They do not call on Jehovah. It is man's full-blown pride and wickedness. But all is soon changed. God is in the congregation of the righteous. Fear falls upon the proud, who but a while ago were scorning the poor for trusting Jehovah. The 7th verse, PSA 14:7, shows us that all this is anticipative and prophetic, and where and how it will be accomplished. It is the desire of the godly one according to the intelligence of faith. He looks for it, note, out of Zion, not content till Jehovah establishes praise there. The people, too, remark, are seen as in captivity. Then comes the inquiry, who is the person that will have a share in the blessings of that holy hill, when the Lord shall have established the seat of his righteous power in Zion? Psalms chapter 15. Psalm 15 gives the answer: he in whom is uprightness of heart in the path of the law. Remark here, that while the godly, when all is utterly dark, and wickedness has entirely the upper hand, and the foundations of human earthly hope, even in the things that belong to God on the earth, are destroyed, and wickedness is in the place of righteousness, look above and see God's throne immutable in heaven, and thus all in heaven and earth brought into connection. Yet, as to the point they look to, it is Jehovah in his holy temple and deliverance coming out of Zion, and so it will, see Isa 66:6. The immutable throne in heaven will establish in sure power the long desolate throne upon the earth. Jehovah will be in his temple, but will reign in the person of Christ in Zion. This is Jewish deliverance and according to just Jewish hopes. There is one important general remark to make here: the sense of full relationship with Jehovah is enjoyed. Whatever the trial, whatever the condition of the remnant, the wickedness of the people, the oppression of the Gentiles in the land, the faith of the remnant contemplates its relationship with Jehovah. And hence Jehovah is viewed as in his holy temple, though there is as yet no manifestation of his power. We have not, therefore, the remnant as yet entirely cast out, nor is the power of Antichrist here contemplated as manifested. When he sets up his power, there will be open apostasy, and the faithful will be driven out. But the wicked and the Gentile, as such, in the land, are contemplated. We learn clearly from this Psalm 11 that the wicked is characteristic. It is plural, except verse 5, PSA 15:5, where it is in contrast with the righteous. These Psalms, passing over the driving out from Jerusalem, go on in hope to another scene, the deliverance wrought by Jehovah when he is indeed returned to Jerusalem. Not the destruction of Antichrist by the Lord coming from heaven, but the driving out of the Gentile oppressors by Jehovah established in Zion. Hence all Israel is brought in, PSA 14:7. And their salvation comes out of Zion. Hence these Psalms, as far as they refer to Christ, look at the time in which he walked on earth before his final rejection. They do not, save Psalms 2 and 8, directly refer to him, but to the remnant. But in his public path on earth, he did, from his baptism by John Baptist, associate himself graciously with them, as at the close he tasted in grace their final sorrows in the close of their history. These Psalms present to us the state of the remnant while still having their place among the nations who have not yet openly broken, in apostasy, with Jehovah, but whose wickedness is in fact showing itself, and ripening to its highest pitch. And they pass over, in faith, to the time when Jehovah, seated in Zion, delivers his people, casting all the Gentiles out of his land, all Israel being restored from their captivity. The whole latter-day scene, except the last half-week of Antichrist's power, is before us. Jehovah is still in his place, as publicly owned. It was just thus in the Lord's days. In PSA 14:5, Elohim is spoken of, because it is not relationship which is there in question, but God himself in his nature and character. Not man, or anything human, or even Satan's power, was there, but God was in the generation of the righteous. Psalms chapter 16. With Psalm 16 we begin a very important series of psalms, those in which the connection of Christ himself with the remnant is brought before us by the divine Spirit. In Psalm 16, Christ takes formally his place among the remnant. It is quoted by the Apostle Peter to prove his resurrection, and the principle of it is referred to in the Epistle to the Hebrews to show his participation in human nature. See note number 1, after examining many critical authorities, I adhere to the English translation of the second verse. The third leaves the sense obscure, from not changing the preposition. But to the saints answers to, said unto the Lord, not to, extendeth not to thee. He says to the Lord, my goodness, to the saints, in them is all my delight. Thus this psalm has a most important and deeply interesting place. It is Christ taking his place in grace amongst the poor remnant of Israel, off the servant to tread the path of life which none as in flesh had found in this world, and that leading through death to beyond it, where there was fullness of joy. He takes the place of dependence, of trust, not of divine equality. And he who says he does not, must have had title to do so, or need not have said it. He was taking another place. He takes the place of servant, and calls Jehovah his Lord. Nor was this all. He takes a place, however alone he might be in perfection and perfect in doing it, with the saints on earth. And this he does, not merely as a fact, but with the fullest affection. His delight is in them. He joys to call them the excellent of the earth. Note further, it is not with the heavenly saints he associates himself, nor are those of whom he speaks here united to him in heaven, but he associated with them. Some may go to heaven by that path of life of which he has himself left the track, but his association with them, and theirs with him, is under the title of the excellent of the earth. We may further remark, that the whole psalm breathes this spirit, and takes this place, of dependence, so precious for the poor remnant. It is not, destroy this temple and I will raise it up in 3 days, that was taking a divine place. His body was a temple, he raised it up himself. Here he leans as man on Jehovah in both perfect. Thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, nor wilt thou suffer thy Holy One to see corruption. Let us now consider the contents of this psalm in more detailed order. We have already noticed the first verses, but the principles are of the last importance, as presenting Christ taking this place, so that I return to them. Messiah looks as man to God to preserve him. He takes the place of man. It is not merely a Jew already there calling on Jehovah, but a man with God. He puts his trust in him. The principle of trust Paul alleges in Hebrews 2 as a witness that Messiah was the true man. Next, he takes the place of a servant. He says to Jehovah, for now he takes his place before him, Thou art my Adoni, my Lord. This is a definite and distinct place. He moreover takes his place, not in divine goodness towards others, but before God in a man's place. My goodness, he says, extendeth not to thee. Thus he said to the young man who came to him, Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God. But though in truth alone, looked at in his relationship to man, for all were sinners, he takes his place with the remnant, the excellent of the earth. This he did historically, when he went to the baptism of John Baptist, with those whom the Spirit led to God in the holy path of repentance. They went first there. He associates himself with them in grace. Still, we look on to the full result in the last days even here. He will not hear of any God but Jehovah. The sorrows of those who did should be multiplied. Jehovah himself was his portion, and he maintained him in the sure enjoyment of that which he was to enjoy in the purpose of God, and pleasant was the place where the lines had fallen to him. It was Jehovah's inheritance on the earth that was his portion, and this especially in Israel. Such was his portion, but then there was his path first. Here he blesses Jehovah too. His counsel was always his guide. He walked by it. The secret of Jehovah was with him to guide him, and away from men, when all was brought into the silence of his heart and its inmost feelings, his own inmost thoughts were light and guidance. It is ever so when we are in communion with God. For, though in the heart, such thoughts are always his light in it, the fruit, and the moral fruit, of the working of his Spirit, there was the positive direction and guidance of Jehovah, and those inward apprehensions of his soul. The result of divine work in it. In Christ of course this was perfect. It is well, while judging of all by the word, not to neglect this working of the soul, as moved and taught of God. The mind of the Spirit in moral discernment, is found in it. Besides this guidance, there was positive purpose of heart. He had set Jehovah always before him. This only direction did he follow, and because of his being near, and at his right hand, he would not be moved. It was not self-dependence, but trust in Jehovah. This was indeed the path of life, though as yet unmanifested in visible power, compare Rom 1:4. Hence he would rejoice through all, and pass through death with unclouded hope. His flesh should rest in it, as a man he did not fear it. Jehovah, whom he trusted, would not leave his soul in Hades, nor suffer his Holy One to see corruption. Soul and body, though going respectively to the place of departed spirits and the place of corruption, would not be left in the one or see the other. Jehovah would show him the path of life through, but beyond, death. How blessedly he did so! It led up to brighter joys than Israel's blessing, among whom he had come to sojourn. There indeed the excellent of the earth could not follow him, John 13 verse 33, John 13 verse 36, John 21 verse 19. He must first dry up the waters of Jordan for them, and make it the path for them also where he was gone. For that path, since it led through death, must lead, if it was indeed the path of life, to what was beyond it, the presence of him, in whose presence there is fullness of joy and at whose right hand are pleasures for evermore. Such is the blessed issue and result of the Lord's path across this world, where he took his place among the saints, and trod, in confidence on Jehovah, into whose hands he committed his Spirit, the path which, if he took us up, must lead through death, and then found the path again in resurrection, and so as man up to him with whom is fullness of joy. The Spirit of holiness marked the life of the Son of God all through. He was declared to be such, with power, by resurrection, but, being man, passed up into the presence of God. The holy confiding life found its perfect joy there. He is, blessed be God, and the name of that blessed one who has trod this path, our forerunner. See note number 2. Let us dwell for a moment on the connection of this with other scriptures, partially referred to. It is of importance, as showing Christ's position in the midst of Israel, and the difference of their associations with him, from those of the saints of the assembly. And besides that, we get the divinely perfect feelings of Christ himself in this position. He is in association with the saints in Israel, only he voluntarily takes it, that is, that into which they are called out in witness of their return to God. We see, Heb 2:13, that this association is with those that are sanctified. He makes one company with that pious remnant manifested thus for God. He is not ashamed to call them brethren, having taken up their cause and consequently become man, become flesh and blood, because the children whom God had given him partook of it. We see that he really became man, but to identify himself with the interests, and to secure the blessing of the saints, see note number 3, of the remnant, of the children whom God was bringing to glory, and who are distinguished from the mass of Israel. To whom they were to be a sign, see Isa 8:18. In this passage the condition of this remnant and the expectation of better days are considered. Leaving aside the assembly which is not the subject of prophecy, the passage passes, as we often see, from Christ's personal connection with the saints in Israel to this portion of these saints in the last days. This is with sufficient distinctness given us in this passage of Isaiah to help us much in understanding the way in which the Spirit of God does pass from the previous history of the saints in Israel over to the last days. Leaving out the assembly altogether. Christ, in spirit, contemplates these only his connection, that is, with the remnant of Israel, and so far with the nation, and thus passes over the whole history of the assembly. To himself again in the same connection with the nation in the last days. Bind up the testimony, he says, Isa 8:16-17, seal the law among my disciples, and I will wait, see note number 4, upon Jehovah, who hideth his face from the house of Israel, and will look for him. This was when he had become the rejected sanctuary and the stumbling stone. It continues to the final glory, when Israel shall possess him as the son born to them, Isa 9:6-7. If we do not abstract the assembly, it is impossible to understand the prophecies of the Old Testament. The assembly has her heavenly portion, but Christ can consider his relationship with his earthly people separately. To return to Psalm 16, the reader will remark the reference to idolatry, one of God's great controversies with Israel, in the 4th verse, PSA 16:4. From Matt 12:43-45, and Isaiah 65 we learn that the Jews will fall into idolatry in the latter days. Jehovah alone is acknowledged by the prophetic Spirit of Christ. It is after this is all done away that he will rejoice, in the days that are to come, in the portion which Jehovah has given him with the excellent of the earth. The certainty of this hope is connected with the resurrection, which is a necessary condition to its fulfillment. And which the favor of Jehovah secures to his anointed, in all the virtue of that power which will not suffer his Holy One to see corruption. Hence the apostle refers to the sure mercies of David, that is, to the accomplishment of all God's promises to Israel, as a proof that Christ was to rise from the dead now no more to return to corruption. Nothing can be more beautiful, if it be not his death, than the expression of the Lord's feelings given us in this psalm, the expression by himself of the place he has taken, and that with the saints. Jehovah is his own portion. How truly was it so? What other had he? Yet his delight was in the saints. Do we not see it in his disciples? With the first step of spiritual life in the remnant, shown in their going to John's baptism of repentance, he identifies himself who surely had no need of repentance. So, as a faithful man, an Israelite, he sets Jehovah always before him. So, even in death, he rests, in confidence, on him for resurrection, that path of life through, and in spite of, death, and which he has opened for us, and their Jehovah, God, his Father's presence, is, he knows, the fullness of joy. At his right hand pleasures for evermore. This is the highest proper joy of the mind and spirit of Christ, not glory, but the presence of God. Note number 1. The quotation in Hebrews 2 is literally from the LXX of Isaiah 8. Note number 2. Compare as to a special aspect of this, John 12 verses 23-24, and the Lord's consequent place, in chapters 11, 12, 13, as we have seen, had given testimony to his place according to Psalm 2. See note on Psalm 8. Note number 3. Thus, becoming man, and through glorifying God in his work as man, he has also title under God's gift over all flesh. Note number 4. This is the passage quoted in Hebrews 2, I will put my trust in him. Psalms chapter 17. The key to Psalm 16 was in the words, in thee do I put my trust, to Psalm 17, hear the right. In Psalm 16 we have seen the blessed path and working of that spirit of confidence. It is, though the same spirit works in the remnant, essentially applicable to Christ himself in person. Psalm 17 doubtless applies to him also, but not so entirely so. It is on somewhat lower ground, though one on which the Spirit of God speaks. We see distinctly that it contemplates others, though not without Christ, in verse 11, PSA 17:11. They have now compassed us in our steps. Still, Christ is found here, without him none really could say to purpose, hear the right. It is an appeal to the judgment of Jehovah, God, coming forth to vindicate the righteousness of him that cries to him. The godly remnant will be, in the main, delivered from their deadly enemies. Jehovah will arise and disappoint them. Still, some will fall, even of the wise, Dan 11:35, Christ himself, the perfect one, though for more glorious reasons, still in sympathy with his people, did. Hence the righteousness goes higher up than the present deliverance by God's government of the godly remnant on earth, to a result true of Christ, and a comfort for the faith of all those who may fall under the oppression of the enemy. I will behold thy face in righteousness, I shall be satisfied when I awake up after thy likeness. This is fully true of Christ, who is before his Father in righteousness, and is the very image of the invisible God in whom he is displayed in glory. But he traces the path he trod as the righteous one on earth, in the midst of evil, and where he underwent the temptations of the enemy. First, there was perfect integrity of heart, and that in the most secret thoughts of it. There was purpose not to transgress. In obedience the words of God's lips guided him, and thus the paths of the destroyer were never an instant entered on, the words of God's lips never lead there. This the Lord showed in his temptation in the wilderness. In the paths of Jehovah he looked to him to hold up his goings. This is a part of righteousness in man dependence. He called on God, sure that he would hear him. This is the confidence we have. Such was his path. He applies it then as the ground of looking for the intervention of God's power to protect him as he does those that trust in him from the wicked that oppressed him. Prosperous and lifted up as they were, Jehovah was his refuge when he did not yet interfere. But he looked to his openly doing so. Remark that the perfectness of moral character gives nearness of confidence and sense of preciousness to Jehovah. Even in us God would have this. We are of more value than many sparrows, the very hairs of our head counted. Here it is perfect, and he looks to be kept as the apple of the eye, that which is most preciously guarded by him whose it is. After all, these prosperous oppressors were but the hand of Jehovah, men of this world, who got all heart could desire from the outward providence of God. But what a lesson among Jews, whose legal portion was blessing in basket and store and children. Compare the parables of Dives and Lazarus, and of the unjust steward. Here then the breach with this world, and a place in glory in the next, are fully contemplated. Jehovah's face in righteousness, and likeness to him when thus woke up into another world, were well worth the portion of the men of this world. But here, mark, death and another world are contemplated, though deliverance is also, the remnant being more distinctly brought in. It is the same as we have seen in Matthew 5, where also both are contemplated. We have thus, in this first book, the Jews at the end of days, but in circumstances analogous to what Christ's life was, that is, moving as godly ones in the midst of the wicked people. Psalms chapter 18. The following commentary covers Psalms 18 and 19. Psalm 18 presents to us the connection of Christ, and particularly of his, not atoning suffering that is found in Psalm 22, but his, entering into the sorrows of death, with the whole history of Israel. It is the connection of the deliverance of Israel and the final judgment executed in their behalf on the earth with the title Christ had to that intervention. No doubt the atonement was absolutely necessary to this, but it is not on that side that his sufferings are looked at here. God delights in him and answers him according to his uprightness, and delivers the afflicted remnant, into whose sorrows he has entered, with him. Christ is the center, in a word, of the deliverances of Israel, the cause of their deliverance from Egypt, and of their complete and final redemption by power in the latter day, and then their personal deliverer too. He is dependent on Jehovah, is heard, and his sorrows are before us. But at the close he works in the power of Jehovah the deliverance of his people, and then is the full witness of God's mercy, chesed, to his anointed David and his seed forevermore. Mercy here is not simply such as we would speak of to sinners, but favor and grace shown and enjoyed, so as even to be used for piety in man. It is particularly celebrated in Psalm 89, where, from these mercies centering all in him, the term is applied to Christ in person. He is the chesed, PSA 18:19. Hence the blessings conferred on Israel at the close, and indeed on all who enjoy them, are called by the same word, the sure mercies of David, confirmed by an everlasting covenant, and indeed, as the Apostle shows us, secured by the resurrection of Christ, making their connection with his sorrows of death in this psalm very plain. This psalm presents us also with a direct scriptural proof and illustration of a most essentially important principle as to the nature of all the psalms, giving a key to their general character and form. We know from the book of Samuel that the occasion of this psalm was the celebration of David's deliverances from the hand of Saul and of all his enemies. But it is evident that the language of the psalm in no way stops short at any events in the life of David, or that in its main purport the Spirit of God contemplates even what happened to that already anointed sufferer. Who was the occasion of the psalm? The Spirit of God takes up the circumstance which has present personal interest for him whom he uses as prophet merely, as the occasion to bring out the larger and wider scene of which Christ alone can be the center, giving a meaning to the whole. In respect of which the more immediate circumstance only forms a partial, though perhaps a most interesting, link in the chain which leads up to the full display of God and his ways in the great result. So it was with all the prophets, only here more personally predictive. Sennacherib's invasion, for example, is the occasion of bringing on the scene the Assyrian of the latter days. Thus prophecies had an application of the deepest interest at the time and became the instrument of the present government of God. But were also the revelation of those ultimate events on the earth in the same peoples and nations in which the government of God would be fully and finally displayed. They are of no private interpretation. CPE 2:120. They formed part of the great scheme of divine government. In the Psalms the writer and immediate occasion sometimes almost wholly disappear, are never the main object, but are not to be lost sight of in the expressions used as the utterance of personal feeling, and which are not the revelation of objective facts. In the latter case the circumstances of the writer have little application. The Psalms necessarily bring in the speaker more, though believers find that the Holy Ghost used the speaker's feeling to provide for the hearts of others, yet commanded and wrought in them, and led the writer by his power far beyond anything that the occasion would have suggested to his own mind. The feeling, in its nature suited to the event which might give rise to the psalm, was only the occasion of the Holy Ghost taking the writer up to provide a divine record to guide feelings in future days, or to reveal those of Christ as taking up the cause of his people. They may be those of the speaker too, as in simple piety was often the case. But in all cases it was the Spirit's provision for future days, or a prophecy relating to Christ himself and the part he takes in those dealings of God with Israel, and going on, looking at the book as a whole, to the full and undisguised celebration of the results. The psalm, as we have said, takes in the whole history of Israel, and speaks as in the time when deliverance from the pressure of hostile power is already accomplished. But it celebrates especially Jehovah himself the deliverer, and still declares the speaker's dependence on him. This is the thesis of the psalm. It then, as is the usual form of the psalms, goes through all the circumstances which lead the soul up to what is celebrated in the first verse or verses. Christ is seen, the sorrows of death compassing him and floods of ungodly men besetting him, the sorrows of Hades upon him and the cords of death about his soul. I have no doubt the letter of this was the expression of what David had felt, as indeed verse 50 shows, PSA 1850. Still, as I have said, this was merely the occasion. The substance of it applies to Christ. He passes in his mind, as in Gethsemane, through the sorrows of death. This is the groundwork laid for all the rest. The next point is dependence and entreaty. In his distress he calls upon Jehovah and cries to his God. He hears him as in the midst of Israel, his cry comes before him. Now comes the results. Christ but represented Israel here, for we have nothing to do with the assembly here. From verse 7 to 16, PSA 18:7-16, we have the deliverance of Israel from Egypt by the mighty acts of Jehovah. But these were not all Israel's difficulties. The power of his enemies was to be annulled, who were stronger than he as regards flesh. This also was accomplished, and he was brought into a wealthy place. But this introduces another principle, the righteousness in which God delighted. And which, while found absolutely and perfectly only in Christ as a living man, yet characterizes the remnant of Israel in whose hearts the delight in God's law is written. This principle is brought out from the latter part of verses 19 to 26. Christ is the foundation of this, but it is as entering into the condition and sorrows of his people. He is the Israel in spirit. And hence, while all the value of his perfectness is before God for them, the perfectness of that one whose whole life, as identified with the remnant, was well-pleasing to him, yet we must take the place and state of the remnant. As of David himself. For, though Christ entered into this place of the remnant in his own perfectness, to give the value of that perfectness to them before God, as agreeable in his sight. Yet the state of those to whom it was to be applied is that which is substantially before us in the psalm. Hence we find, I kept myself from mine iniquity. This is most important in judging of the literal use of the psalms. Christ could have said, from iniquity, but personally, from mine iniquity, he could not. But the Spirit of godliness, of Christ, in the remnant thus working guards them from following the flesh. They own, that if Israel goes astray, and so they did all but universally in principle, this wickedness was theirs, in themselves. But they were kept from it. Now this is truth in the inward parts, just what God wants. It is the government of God which we have here distinctly brought out in its unchangeable principle, PSA 18:25-26. Now Christ, having taken up their cause, as associated with them, with these, excellent of the earth, all the value of what awakened God's delight in him, and which, by grace, animated them, was their place of acceptance before God. Though the atonement was the final ground of it. But in their case this integrity and divine inward nature were shown in keeping themselves from their natural course. But there was another part of this government, tender care of the afflicted ones, saving them and bringing down all man's pride, PSA 18:27. In darkness there would be light. To the righteous there arises light in the darkness. Now another scene dawns on us, the coming in of power in their behalf. And, as Christ had taken the sorrow at the beginning, and then we had the remnant in their own condition, yet Christ not separated from them in the way of interest and association, for it is not union here, that is the assembly's portion. So here he must take the power in person too. Just as in Mark he was engaged in the sowing and engaged in the harvest, all the intermediate time going on without his personal intervention or seeming care, though the crop was always his. God's word had stood good all through, and Jehovah himself was a buckler to those that trusted in him. But now he gives strength and victory to his anointed for Israel from verse 29 to the end, PSA 18:29-50. Doubtless the language is that of David, but it is substantially the introduction of the kingdom of Christ. A very few remarks will suffice to give the details, this general character of the latter part of the psalm being seized. The general strain is restless victory. But in verse 43, PSA 18:43, there are particulars to be noted. Three classes of persons are here introduced: the people he is delivered from their strivings, the heathen he is made their head. Then a people, not before known with which he had not been in relation as in Israel, shall serve him. That is, Messiah delivered from the strivings and revoltings of ungodly Jews, made the head of the heathen. And then a people hitherto strangers should serve him become now a people to him. Submission will be immediate, so evident is his glory and power now. And even where there is no sincerity, or at least no proof of it, they will at once serve, bowing down to him. This is the introduction of what is millennial. Here Jehovah is again recognized. We return, so to speak, to the original thesis of the psalm, having arrived with Israel, or the Jews at least, across all the difficulties of the way. I do not see the Antichrist here. The only word which might seem to speak of him is in verse 48, PSA 1848, the man of violence, but I apprehend it is an enemy from without. Hence he praises among the heathen. The destruction of Antichrist would make him praise among the Jews. Here, it is to be remarked, though clothed with strength by God, Christ is seen as the dependent man, and on earth, whether suffering or victorious. We find him, as we may have seen from the study of the details in verses 4 to 6, PSA 18:4-6, at the beginning of the psalm, in his sorrow and trial, and though David be partly in the scene, yet substantially Messiah again from verse 32, PSA 18:32. Between the two, it is Israel, first delivered as a nation, then in sorrow and calamity. Then the principles of God's government are stated, and the deliverance comes in. It is very interesting to see, after the person of Messiah has been introduced, and his association with the godly remnant shown, the whole public history of Israel dependent from first to last on his interest in them. His having entered into their sorrows, afflicted in all their afflictions. We now come, it is just the same order of thought in John 17, to the testimonies given in the world or to Israel. Psalm 19 gives us too, the creation, particularly that in the heavens, which is above man and has not been corrupted by him, this a testimony to God as such. Then the law, PSA 19:7. This is the law of Jehovah. Here, in lowliness, the godly Jew takes two views of sin. First, he cannot tell his, so much lies hidden from him. Here he desires to be cleansed. Secondly, presumptuous sins, from these he desires to be kept. Thus he would be kept from any falling away from Jehovah. Psalms chapter 20. In Psalm 20 we have, in the midst of sorrows and evil come in as regards the two preceding testimonies, the faithful witness, the living witness himself. He is seen in the day of his distress, for he is come down into the midst of an ungodly people. The remnant is prophetically designated by the fact that they in heart enter into his distress, assured that Jehovah will hear his anointed. Conscience then characterizes the remnant, truth in the inward parts in presence of the law, and taking that law spiritually, interest of heart in Messiah, when he is the despised and rejected of men. Still we are in Israel, and the help is sought from the God of Israel, and still is dwelling amongst them, having his sanctuary there. In Psalm 16 the Lord identified himself with the remnant. Here they associate themselves in heart with him thus suffering, and in his conflict here, though they may see as but the outside of it, yet be assured of his acceptance with Jehovah. They look for his offerings to be accepted, the desire of his heart and his counsels to be fulfilled, all his petitions accomplished. Their joy is in the full deliverance of this blessed but dependent one. In verse 6, PSA 20:6, we have the assurance of faith as to it, that from heaven itself Jehovah has heard, the mighty are fallen, the poor of the flock are raised up and maintained before him. In verse 9, PSA 20:9, Messiah takes another place. While Jehovah had delivered him as the dependent one in the day of his distress, the remnant now look to his hearing them when they call. Jehovah is still looked to as the Savior, but Messiah the King is invoked. They now know that the Anointed is exalted. No part of Scripture opens out the person of Christ as the Psalms do, unless the first two chapters of Hebrews, which quote and serve as a key to them, hear Messiah connected with the remnant in the dependent one. But exalted too as the King to be invoked of Israel. A little farther on we shall find that he is Jehovah himself. I see no reason to alter the text according to the Septuagint, followed by others, such as the Latin, the Targum, and Syriac, and all Jewish interpretations, read as it is read in English. The other reading is, Jehovah save the king, hear us, etc. Already in Psalm 21 Jehovah and the king are associated in judgment, as indeed we have seen they were already in Psalm 2. It is the very main point of instruction in the Psalms, the mystery of the manifestation of Christ in flesh. Psalms chapter 21. In Psalm 21 we get the full answer to Psalm 20 and its desires, in the exaltation of Christ, throwing its light back on the true character of that psalm. The king rejoices in Jehovah's strength and exults in deliverance through it. What this is then unfolded. The faithful longing of the remnant was that Jehovah would grant the suffering Messiah according to his own heart, that he would fulfill his petitions. Now in the exaltation of Christ they can say the Spirit says for them, Thou, Jehovah, hast given him his heart's desire, and not withholden the request of his lips. Nay, he was met by Jehovah's free and willing love towards him, with the blessing of goodness, and was gloriously crowned by him. But what had really passed and been done is more minutely revealed. He had asked life of Jehovah, compare Hebrews 5. He gave it him, but it was length of days for ever and ever, the abiding eternal life of the risen glorified man. That was the answer to the cry of the suffering Messiah when death was before him. And this is clearly seen in what follows. His glory is great in this deliverance by Jehovah's delight. He was raised from the dead by the glory of the Father. Jehovah has laid honor and majesty upon him. He has made him most blessed forever and glad with Jehovah's countenance. Such was the suffering Messiah's deliverance, the divine answer to his cry, his being glorified as the suffering man. It is not the wrath of God which he is here viewed as undergoing. On the contrary, help is looked for from Jehovah when he is brought low. We have already seen the result of this judgment on his enemies. Man's enmity and devices are seen. Man's judgment follows. The king's right hand finds out all his enemies. Jehovah shall swallow them up. It is not his atoning sufferings which are seen here, but the mischievous devices of men. Hence his sufferings do not bring peace, but judgment. We have here, then, Christ suffering and crying to Jehovah. Christ exalted as man, crowned with glory and honor, Christ executing judgment on his enemies. In the three Psalms we have the witness of creation, the witness of law, and the Messiah's, the faithful and true witness, sufferings and exaltation, the final witness of the righteous ways of God. This must be a revelation of all importance to the remnant in the latter day for suffering or for assured deliverance. Christ has suffered as man from men and for faithfulness, and judgment on man will be the consequence. Meanwhile he is exalted on high. But he has suffered for sin from God. The facts connected with this last suffering are unfolded to us in Psalm 22 with its results also. Psalms chapter 22. Here the sufferings of Christ have another and deeper character. We have before us that great work which is the foundation of all the blessing developed in the other Psalms, and of every blessing and eternal glory, making the interest he takes in the saints possible, because it makes it righteous. And the very way of glorifying God. This psalm, as it has been already observed to be a common principle of their structure, gives us the theme in verse 1, PSA 22:1. Christ had suffered from men alike heartless and violent, dogs had compassed him, fat bulls of Bashan closed him in. But if the measure of this was extreme, and felt more and otherwise than ordinary sufferings from men because it was wholly unrighteous and for Jehovah's sake, for whose name he suffered reproach. Yet others had in some measure borne the suffering of violence and reproach from heartless men too, and for Jehovah's sake. If he in grace was the leader and finisher of faith, others through grace had trodden it was their granted privilege, but his willing grace some steps of that divinely marked out path. But they trusted in Jehovah and they were delivered. Jehovah never left or forsook them. He had promised he would not. They knew in their consciences that he had never failed in one good or gracious thing he had promised. But here was a suffering out of the reach of promise, which was to lay the ground of its righteous accomplishment. It was a new scene, which none had been ever like, nor ever will be, in the history of eternity. Which stands alone, the righteous one forsaken of God. It cannot be repeated a second time, it would have lost its character, and the repetition destroy or deny the witness of the first God perfectly glorified, morally glorified, about evil. He has not been, if it has to be repeated. It is once for all, complete and perfect. The nature of God has been made good in testimony, morally, in the universe. How should that be repeated? I say again, if it had to be, neither had done it. But it is done. The divine glory is perfectly, eternally, made good. But for this in respect of good and evil, that righteousness and grace, or love, where feebleness and evil are, should be made good, all that God is against evil must be verified and made good. Against whom? Who should endure it? Against the sinner it were everlasting misery, nor was love then displayed, what God is, not manifested. But the Lord gives himself for this. He who was able to bear it, and, in the lowest humiliation of those he took up, to accomplish it in their nature, he bears in his soul all that God is against evil. Tremendous moment. It is this alone which makes us in any way apprehend what righteousness and judgment are. This is what is shown to us here. It is shown in the utterance of Christ, showing the fact and his sense of it. What it was in its depths no human heart can fathom. It is the fact which is given here, but is felt by him. Yet we see the consciously righteous one, but the perfectly submissive one. The sense of his own nothingness as to his position, of the certain and immutable perfectness of Jehovah. He is righteous, he can say, why, submissive, yet thou holy, no working of will, calling God's ways into question. The clear and perfect state thus, which sees God's perfectness, come what will. For it was the one righteous one who had glorified God in all his ways, an exception from all God's ways in righteous grace with such. He is forsaken, cries, and is not heard. He is a worm and no man. But this could not last forever, no more than he could be holden of death, having perfectly glorified God in going to the close of trial and awaiting his time. He who was the very delight of Jehovah all through could not be heard till all was accomplished, though more gloriously, and deservedly more gloriously, Jehovah's delight than any living righteousness, though ever so perfect, could claim to be. In that living righteousness he had glorified God about good, perfect in his obedience as man, and perfect in manifesting his Father's name of grace, declaring what God was, cost what it might. The reproaches of those that reproached God fell on him. But now he glorified God in the place of evil as made sin. This, as we have seen, stands alone. Therefore doth my Father love me, because I lay down my life that I may take it again. John 10 verse 17, there in the place of sin before God, that is, as made sin, yet in that wherein obedience was absolute and perfect in entire self-devotedness to God, the contrary of sin, where God's righteousness found a motive for love. Yet where it was made good in forsaking him, there the foundation was laid of everlasting righteousness and everlasting blessing, there God perfectly glorified, the foundation laid for the accomplishment of all his counsels in glory. See note number 1. Then, when the work is complete, the moral work of glorifying God, he is heard from the horns of the unicorn. Man and all around was hidden, by a darkened heaven, from view, when all of God, and of the power, and powerlessness, of evil as against the sovereign goodness and righteousness of God, was brought to this divine issue, and God glorified about it. And all is between the soul of him who is an offering for sin and the righteous Jehovah. And it was closed. He was perfect, had secured the glory of God, had glorified him when he could not be heard, and was heard, and it was finished. He goes down indeed into the grave, that trusty and irrefutable witness that all was closed of this great question of which death was the appointed witness. But only to rise without one element wanting, that the work of propitiation and of glorifying God in respect of sin was completed, and the victory over every and the last enemy fully won. He was heard. Who could call it in question who knew that he was risen? And now what remained? Not sin. It was as regards the work to be accomplished for that purpose wholly and forever put away as in God's sight, though not in full result yet, but perfectly for those who had a part with him. See note number 2, wrath for such. The cup had been drunk. Judgment against the sin, or of the sinner for it, where faith is. He had undergone it. The power of death upon the soul. It was overcome. Of Satan who wielded it. It was destroyed. But there was the full light of the Father's countenance and love, the delight of God in divine righteousness, and for us. Into this relationship Jesus now entered as established there in righteousness on the ground of what he had accomplished to glorify his Father, not merely in the everlasting delight which God had in his person. Hence it was immutable for those who had a part with him in this place, and for eternal blessedness in the new heavens and the new earth. The place was won for sinners in the putting away of their sin, and founded on the righteousness of God himself. Into the full blessedness of this name, that is, true relationship with God revealed according to it, he now entered as man. See note number 3. But he had his brethren, those at least, with whom he associated himself and whom he had at heart first of all after his Father's glory. He was entered into this cloudless place of delight. What remained for his heart was to declare the name which expressed it, and to know which was the being brought into it, to his brethren. I will declare thy name unto my brethren. Heb 2:12, and this most precious witness of his love was exactly what he did after his resurrection. Go, tell my brethren, I ascend to my Father and your Father, my God and your God. John 20 verse 17, remark, he was heard from the horns of the unicorn. It was on the completing the work, or his subjection of soul to death as divine judgment, that he was heard. When the obedience unto death was complete, hearing became righteous and necessary. The resurrection was the proof to man. But he could say, Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit, Luke 23 verse 46, and deliver it up to him, and assure the thief he should be that day with him in paradise. I have already remarked an infinitely important characteristic of this psalm, so opposed to those which speak of Christ's suffering from man, I mean that all is grace, no word of judgment. Who was to be judged, when God had been the one to inflict the suffering, the hiding of whose face rather was the suffering in the men who had a part in it, believing, had their sins put away by it. It was as to them the judgment, and the judgment executed and passed. Hence what follows is the wide outspreading of wave beyond wave of blessing and not else. We may remark, however, that the blessing here is all on earth, so much does the Lord confine himself to Israel and the Jews in the Psalms. And though we have seen his own resurrection, and we shall see his ascension brought in, and the path of life thus opened up to faith into the presence of God himself, yet the heavenly place for the saints is not unfolded. We know well that the truths on which the blessing is based carry us farther, but the psalm does not speak of them. In the midst of the congregation will I sing to thee. The remnant then gathered is the first circle gathered into the place of praise, then millennial blessing all Israel. Those that fear Jehovah are to praise him. Men fear Jehovah, and only fear, but this work makes those that fear praise. Those that feared Jehovah in that day and suffered might take courage, for Christ was their warrant for deliverance and confidence, and could be, having made atonement, but for positive deliverance also. For Jehovah had not turned a deaf ear to the affliction of the afflicted, nor hid his face from him. When he cried, Jehovah heard. He had been for a time there, that had only wrought atonement. And now, heard when that was accomplished, he could assure others of deliverance also. The meek of the earth should now eat and be satisfied, and be at peace. But the blessing would not limit itself to Israel. All the ends of the world would remember themselves, and turn to Jehovah, and worship before him, for the kingdom will then be Jehovah's. All should bow before him. Nor was it confined to that generation, to the people that should be born those should declare that Jehovah had done this. I cannot, in explaining the Psalms, meditate on the wonderful work on which this psalm is founded. I say founded, because the psalm speaks directly of the feelings of Christ under it, rather than of the work itself. I can only desire that this constant and exhaustless theme of the saint may have all the power on my reader's soul, as upon my own, that poor, but renewed, human beings, even by the power of the Holy Ghost, can be capable of. Our comfort as to peace is that God, as indeed his love gave it, estimates it fully, and, while he has glorified Jesus, has himself accepted that work for our peace. My part here is to unfold, as well as I can, the structure of the psalm itself. As to the outward sufferings, the reader will remark how deep they were. But Christ alone, of all the righteous, must undergo forsaking of God. And, having often declared his confidence in, and intimacy with Jehovah, and taught his disciples to trust in him, as ever hearing prayer, has publicly now to proclaim that he is not heard, but forsaken. What a tale it tells of what that hour was! But what is important is, as has been already remarked, that his sufferings from man bring judgment on his enemies, his forsaking of God, being expiatory, is a bearing of the judgment, and all that flows from it is unmingled grace. This work being expiatory, once he is heard from the horns of the unicorns, all is grace. A stream of grace flows out for the remnant, then for Israel, for the world, for the generation to come, all from the sure and divinely perfect work of atonement in the death of Christ. In the work, in the suffering, he was alone. Once that was finished, he takes his place in the congregation with which he surrounds himself. Remark how perfect must Christ's knowledge of, and consequent joy be in, the name of God and Father, into the enjoyment of which he entered as man, consequent upon having put away sin. And the delight of God in him and his work, all that God was against him then, for him, according to the virtue of this work, now. How well he must know what the deliverance out of his sufferings on the cross into this light is. Now this is the source of his praise. Such must be the character of ours, founded on the blessed certainty of being come out of the place of sin, death, and judgment, into the perfectness of divine favor. All that is not thus in the spirit of it is out of tune with him who leads our praises. Note number 1. The more we study the cross, the more we shall see that every question of good and evil was brought to an issue, and the immutable basis laid for perfect blessing according to what God is in righteousness and grace and majesty too. For the new heavens and new earth, wherein dwelleth righteousness. We come by the blessed testimony that it meets all our wants, but in contemplating it at peace, we see man in absolute sin, hating and rejecting God in grace and goodness. Satan's full power the disciples fled in fear, and all the world else in his power against Christ, man in absolute goodness loving the Father and obedient, glorifying God in the very place of sin where it was needed, and at all cost. We see God in perfect righteousness against sin as nowhere else, and perfect love to the sinner. Innocence was conditional blessing. This is completed in perfectness, and its value can never change. It is everlasting righteousness. Hence the blessing of the new heavens and new earth is immutable. We have had an innocent Eden, a sinful world, and shall have, besides the reign of righteousness, new heavens and a new earth wherein dwelleth righteousness. Note number 2. And this is known by the Holy Ghost sent down when he had ascended on high. The new heavens and new earth wherein dwelleth righteousness will be the full result, while it is the manifestation of the just ground of unbelieving man's final condemnation. Note number 3. Christ in his lifetime uses naturally the term Father. On the cross, at the close of the hours of darkness, my God, in dying, Father, and so before in Gethsemane, after his resurrection, Father and God, one, in his personal relationship and the Father's delight, the other. In divine righteousness, bringing us into it. Psalms chapter 23. The following commentary covers Psalms 23 and 24. Psalms 23, 24 go in a certain sense by themselves, giving the perfect confidence in the shepherd, Jehovah, founded on the experience of what he is in all circumstances, and, secondly, the character of those who would have a part with Jacob. The two principles we have seen brought out as to Christ in Psalm 16, 17, and shown in many others. Confidence in the faithfulness of Jehovah, and the practical righteousness which characterizes those who will stand in Jehovah's holy place in the time of his millennial glory. But Jehovah himself takes his place there as King of glory. This gives us the divine side in all its perfectness, of the principle of the path and the result in glory on earth both as to the remnant, Christ. And Jehovah with the blessed witness that on one side he took a place and part with the remnant in their divinely given path, and on the other with Jehovah, for he was really a man, but really Jehovah. The day's man that laid his hand upon both. But we must examine them a little more closely. The comfort of Psalm 23 is not in what Jehovah gives, but in himself. He does it is the natural fruit of his grace at all times and will be the result make us to lie down in green pastures, and lead us beside the waters of peace, pleasant food where there can be no drought, security in enjoying it. And guidance in divine refreshings in peace. Such is the portion given by his shepherd care, but still it is himself as that which gives confidence and takes away care. Evil is come in, we have to feel it we in ourselves, Christ in all that was around him. So that he could be full of sorrow and troubled we alas. More than that. The Good Shepherd, and Christ is such for us, restores the soul, and leads us in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. The blessing depends on what he is, not on what we have got. I have blessing indeed, and learn it in green pastures, but, if troubled or gone astray, he restores. And not only sorrow and evil had come in with sin, but death too. Then he comes and leads me through it and comforts me. But there are enemies to meet. I have a table spread, on which I feast in their very presence. And how comforting this is to the Christian also. Hence, as it is Jehovah himself, and not our circumstances, the soul has to depend on, it can say, Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. When I have contemplated all the pains and difficulties of the way, I have Jehovah himself more distinctly as the blessing. Hence I can count on it forever, for he changes not. Experienced in the past, in all the effects of the power of the enemy, and knowing what he himself has been for me in them, I can reckon on it in the future and at all times. The end of the Lord's dealings will be our dwelling with him forever. The blessing thus, though less apparent, is much deeper and more personal, at the close, and, as we have said, the soul rests on Jehovah known in all circumstances, not in the blessing it was natural to him to give. An exercised soul thus has in result a far deeper blessing than an outwardly blessed one. So the result for Israel still I more for us entis more than the green pastures, in which originally Jehovah set him. It is the deep knowledge in a tried heart of the faithfulness of Jehovah, and thus, according to the blessing of his own nature, the rest will be his rest. The green pastures were suited to sheep. But the anointed head, and the cup running over, and the house of Jehovah forever, were what suited him who dwelt there. Such is the result, for the remnant, of trusting Jehovah, when the green pastures are for the time, at any rate, lost. Such will follow the Lamb. For us Christ is the shepherd. We suffer with him, and we have yet better blessing. The shepherd's care is there meanwhile under another form. Psalm 24 gives, as we have seen, the other part of the condition of the remnant as to the good that is working in them what grace produced in them. Jehovah was the shepherd by the way. At the end the earth and the fullness of it are his, the world and those who dwell therein. Heaven does not here directly enter into the scene on the road, nor at the end of it. But Jehovah has a special place, a hill more especially his own, in the earth. Who shall ascend into it? We then get their character clean hands, a pure heart. No idle following heart, no false oath with his neighbor. Such shall be blessed. That is the generation, the real character of those who seek Jacob, for in Jacob is God's seat. They seek Jacob as the blessed people of Jehovah. But, if such ascend into the holy hill, and enter into the holy place, the crowning blessing is that Jehovah himself enters in at the unfolded gates to dwell there. The victorious Lord Jehovah of hosts enters in. It is Christ himself who took the place of his sheep to go before them, and has the place of Jehovah, as that which is his by right, and in which he is owned when the fullness of blessing comes in and is revealed. This closes the development of Christ's place in connection with the remnant, first formally entered upon in Psalm 16. We have now to go through the position of the remnant on a new ground and a different footing. Psalms chapter 25. Christ has been introduced, not indeed yet in glory, but associating himself with the remnant, and suffering even unto death for them. Hence their whole case can be prophetically gone into. And here for the first time we meet the confession of sins. It is not merely position that we had from Psalms 3 to 7, nor the sense of circumstances which Psalms 11 to 15 gave, founded on Psalms 9, 10. But the whole case of the remnant, as they will feel, entered into. The first word characterizes them, unto thee, O Jehovah, will I lift up my soul. The godly man expresses his trust in his God, and prays that he may not be ashamed, but that those may that are willfully wicked. The remnant are distinguished thus in verse 3, PSA 25:3. There is the desire to be shown Jehovah's ways, to be taught in his truth, for he was the God of their salvation, they always waited on him. Next, verse 6, PSA 25:6, he casts himself on what God is in mercy, as he had shown himself, and pleads that he may not remember Israel's past sins, but himself according to his mercy. He knows Jehovah, that he is good and upright, and will therefore teach sinners in the way. His dealing with them is according to his own nature and character, where he works in grace, goodness, and uprightness. This is an all-important point. Next, we get the present character of the remnant. They are the meek of the earth, these Jehovah would guide in judgment. All Jehovah's ways were mercy towards such, and faithfulness to promises and righteousness infallibly marked them. In it we have the fullest confession by the godly man of his own sin, not merely the former sins of Israel. He looks only for mercy, his iniquity is so great, and founds his hope on Jehovah's name. This is exceedingly beautiful. Jehovah's name, as revealed in Israel, had in the previous verses of this psalm been fully entered into, his ways of mercy and truth in Israel. The answer to this cry, in the effectual work of Christ, though testified of in the prophets, and forming in God's sight the groundwork of all, is not, I apprehend, at this time known by the godly remnant. Nor till they look on him whom they have pierced. But they have the ways of God, his promises, and the abundant declarations and invitations, yea, pleadings, of Jehovah in the prophets, that if their sins had been as scarlet, they should be as white as snow. All this revelation was Jehovah's name to them, and to this they look, something in the state, though not exactly, of the poor woman in the city that was a sinner before she received the Lord's answer of peace. In verses 12 to 14, PSA 25:12-14, we get the prophetic answer of the Spirit in hope. In verses 15 to 21, PSA 25:15-21, the meek one. He lays his whole case before Jehovah. The great result and true application is seen in the last verse. This psalm lays the whole case of the remnant before Jehovah in the expression to him of a heart attracted and taught by grace. It is a very full and distinct expression of their place and pleadings before him, and according to what he is. Some very definite points are brought out, the confession of Israel's past sins, the confession of his own by him who speaks. Mercy is looked to as the only resource. Yet from so gracious a God they can count on his teaching sinners. But these sinners are the meek of the earth who are to inherit it. Integrity of heart characterizes them, and they trust in and wait for Jehovah. Compare with this the incomparable picture of the remnant in the beginning of Luke. The psalm is both beautiful and very fully characteristic. Psalms chapter 26. Psalm 26 is especially the pleading of integrity and trust in Jehovah. Having trusted him, the godly would surely not slide. He invites Jehovah to search his inmost heart, as Peter did even though fallen. Here, still the goodness of Jehovah was his first motive. Then the separation of the godly from the ungodly body of the nation is fully brought out and taken as a plea that they might not have their souls gathered with the ungodly. Still, though integrity was pleaded, redemption is sought, and mercy. The end would be blessing. Their foot stood in an even place. They would, in the full assembly, bless Jehovah. This is substantially the entire separation of the godly from the nation, and the former becoming the congregation of God. Thus in these two psalms we have the confession of sins and the pleading of integrity, both marking the real renewal of mind. Though the possibility of government in forgiveness and mercy is founded on the atonement which has been presented in Psalm 22, and is owned fully in Isaiah 53 by Israel subsequent to the period of these psalms. Yet the aspect in which all is viewed by the remnant in these two psalms is the known character and government of Jehovah in Israel, and the feelings of a renewed heart are expressed in reference to that government to Jehovah's ways. His name is the key to their thoughts, and awakens their best and truest affections. It is the faith of a godly Israelite in the last days. The moral state of the remnant is especially brought out in all this part, and more especially their own with Jehovah, circumstances comparatively little. Though the enemies without and the transgressors around form necessarily the occasion of those feelings in respect of deliverance and redemption. The heart of the godly one has the key to all Israel's history in Jehovah's dealings with them, because grace is looked to, and sin confessed. This it is that ever gives understanding. And so it is here. Jehovah's ways have been are perfect. He is called upon to remember his own mercies, and not the early sins of his people. The enemies of his people are presented to him. The hope of forgiveness is founded on Jehovah's name, it is, as we have seen, connected with his government. They have not yet looked on Christ, and understood atonement, the faithful looks to be guided in the way, and Jehovah's faithfulness to him is reckoned on. His sins, sorrows, and enemies are all presented to him with an open heart. Covenant mercies can be seen, looked to, because Jehovah is, in truth by an upright confessing sinner. Psalms chapter 27. In Psalm 27 we have two distinct parts, and, I apprehend, then in the last two verses, PSA 27:21-22, the result for the mind of the saint as taught of God. The first part, verses 1-6, PSA 27:1-6, is the confidence of the believer, and that absolutely, whatever enemies there were. In the second part, 7-12, PSA 27:7-12, we find the cry of distress. In the former, singleness of eye lays the ground of confidence, in the second, the call of Jehovah to seek his face. Enemies without or oppressors within, for the remnant of the Jews will find both against them, a host and war arising, awake no fear. Jehovah is the light and salvation of the soul. Its only desire, dwelling in the house of Jehovah to see his beauty and inquire in his temple. He had known him casting confusion on the enemies of the faithful. He sought him as the desire of his heart. In the time of trouble he would hide him, and the assault of foes would only be the occasion of lifting up his head above them, and then he would offer sacrifices of joy. From the 7th verse, PSA 27:7, things are otherwise. It is not his state, as thinking of the Lord in faith, distress is there, and he cries. Here he appeals, not to his integrity, but that Jehovah had said, "Seek my face." Was he going after that to turn it away? He looks to be guided in a straight path. There is integrity, but he looks to the call of God. Finally, he looks for, and trusts for temporal deliverance in the land of the living, meanwhile he must wait on Jehovah. He would interfere at the right time, he would strengthen the heart meanwhile. It is an additional and instructive picture of the state of the faithful remnant. Their abstract confidence and their ground of hope in distress when Jehovah must be waited for. Psalms chapter 28. Psalm 28. The godly Jew pleads, in the time of trouble come on the nation, that he may not be confounded with the wicked. If Jehovah did not appear in his behalf, so much was he in the same distress with them, death would drag him into its jaws. He looks for judgment on the wicked. They slight Jehovah. Jehovah should reward their doings. The psalm furnishes to the remnant not only the cry, but the prophetic witness that Jehovah has heard it. The heart trusts in Jehovah, had found help, and thus joy and praise. Then Messiah is fully joined with the righteous. Jehovah is their strength, he is Messiah's. This once settled, the prophetic desire of the godly, according to the Spirit of Christ, expresses itself that Jehovah should have his people and bless his inheritance, for the faith of covenant blessing and relationship runs through all this part of the Psalms, that he should also feed them and lift them up forever. Deliverance, blessing, feeding, and unaltered exaltation, such are the fruits looked for of Jehovah's coming in power. In Psalms 25:26 we have seen the great moral principles of trust in Jehovah, even when confessing sins, and integrity. In these last we have more the personal sense of condition, and way, or ground of relationship with God. Beautifully shown in the first part of Psalm 27 in the one desire of the heart. And in the second part, in the touching plea, you taught me to seek thy face, my heart, in those times of divine instructions, said, I will seek it, Lord, will you turn it away now that I am in trouble, when you taught me to seek and trust it? The truth is the same, but in the first part it is the one moral desire of the heart, in the last, the exhortation of God to do it becomes a resource to the soul. Jehovah himself is their refuge, and has taught them to look for it. In Psalm 28 the pressure of evil is more felt, and coming judgment and the separation of the remnant looked for. This separation characterizes the whole testimony of God connected with the coming of Messiah, a circumstance which will aid us in seeing the unity of the remnant in the mind of God. Not only was it prophetically announced, as in Isaiah 65, but John the Baptist characterizes the coming of Messiah by it, their being children of Abraham being of no avail, Matt 3:9. As indeed it spiritually took place, only that he being rejected and not yet coming in power, they were then added as, the saved, Act 2:47, to the assembly. For that, however, Peter takes it up, Act 2:40. The Lord himself receives them as his sheep, John 10. Paul rests his argument in Romans 11 upon it too. Psalms chapter 29. Psalm 29 summons the mighty to hear the mightier voice of Jehovah, to own him and worship before him according to the holy order of his house, celebrating the power of his voice in universal creation. But there is a place of intelligent worship ere his glory is understood, his temple where men are to come. But this Jehovah is above the haughty raging of the surges of created strength, he sits king forever above and in spite of all. And he, this mighty Jehovah, will give strength to his people and bless them with peace. It is a positive encouragement for the faithful, not their complaint or appeal, but a testimony for them to encourage their hearts in presence of the mighty. He that cares for them is mightier than they. Psalms chapter 30. In Psalm 30 we have the contrast between trust and prosperity even in that given of God and in God himself. He has come in and lifted up the poor, and not left him to his foes. His favor is life. If angry, it is but for a little moment, and for the good of his saints, the favor is forever. In the morning it is light, if heaviness endure for a night. He may let them down as to the grave's mouth, but only to show his power in infallible deliverance. He, the godly man, Israel themselves, as a people, had trusted in given prosperity. Now, in the depth of adversity, he has found Jehovah in deliverance. The power of evil overcome is better than good we may lose. It is security, and in the blessing and arms of Jehovah for us, for he is the deliverer. We see plainly here that it is a living people to be blessed on earth, PSA 30:3, PSA 30:9. And though there may be analogous mercies in all times, for there is a government of God as regards Christians, to apply it to the saints now would be a dangerous mistake. It speaks of temporal deliverance for peace in this world, compare ISA 64:7-8. No mountain, even if we own it to be made strong by Jehovah, is like Jehovah himself, even if I am at the pit's mouth. It is my mountain for my heart when I think of it. Psalms chapter 31. Psalm 31 is a proof how Jesus could use devout and holy expressions of a psalm, and indeed pass through all in spirit, without its having a literal application to him. Here is found the expression he used, into thy hand I commit my spirit, which was in the fullest sense true. But the psalm continues, for thou hast redeemed me, O Jehovah God of truth. He added Father. Yet I doubt not that his spirit had got into the comfort of divine delight again. Still the words, thou hast redeemed me, cannot apply. See note number 1, so the whole complaint of the psalm is, besides David, the complaint and confidence of the remnant connecting the two principles, trust and righteousness, and looking for guidance for Jehovah's name's sake. And deliverance when surrounded by enemies. The godly man had called on Jehovah. His name was in question. On his goodness, laid up for them that trusted in him, he counted, and this in the midst of a life spent in sighing. Distress pressed upon him, and drank up his strength. Yet, tried for faithfulness, friends and acquaintances fled from him. Such will be the condition of the remnant. How truly Christ entered into it, I need not say. But the time of deliverance, and of all that in any time the saint should be under and pass through, were in God's hand, not the enemy's, though he might rage. And in the adversities Jehovah knew his soul, for he walks in the knowledge of covenant relationship. The presence of Jehovah was a tabernacle and a hiding place. In the pressure of his spirit, the godly thought himself cast off. But when he cried, Jehovah heard. In all the rage around, PSA 31:13-14, he cried to Jehovah as his God. The result he now celebrates, and encourages the saints in the last two verses, and all that hope in Jehovah. Whatever sorrows they are in, Jehovah helps the faithful and judges the proud. This, in a certain sense, closes and sums up the experimental expression by the Spirit of the state of the remnant, and fully unfolds it. In the psalm that follows, forgiveness in grace is spoken of. Then there is a clearer apprehension and more objective confidence and judgment of all around, till we come to Psalms 38, 39, which have a peculiar character of their own. Of course, deliverance is not yet come, but the sentiment expressed is become more that of favor in light than confidence out of the depths. How fully this Psalm 31 is the expression of the Spirit of Christ must be obvious to every divinely taught reader. Yet his own relationship was different. He was son, and commends his spirit to his Father in death, not to Jehovah to save him from it, and, as we have seen in the preface, prays for his enemies who crucified him, instead of demanding vengeance upon them. This demand of his spirit in the remnant is according to his mind in that day. In him personally it must have been otherwise, for he came in grace, and was giving his life a ransom for Israel and for many. Hence he passed through all in perfection with his Father in Gethsemane, and gives himself up then, as being his will, to death. Yet, as to the sorrow and trial, he went through all. And the prophetic spirit in the Psalms expresses in the denunciatory words what will certainly be accomplished as the consequence of the wicked enmity of the Jews and heathens too at the close. And will become living demands in the mouth of the remnant, whose only and necessary deliverance these judgments will be. Christ did ask life, and it was given in resurrection in glory, as Psalm 21 shows. But not, as we know, in his being spared here. The path of life led for him through death in the accomplishment of redemption, though he could not be holden of it. Thus in spirit he entered into all their affliction. The literal application in the writer's mind was to his own feelings, the prophetical is to the godly remnant in the latter day. The word translated, iniquity, in verse 10, PSA 31:10, should, I doubt not, be distress. But the fullness of the various motives and feelings brought together in this psalm require a further brief notice. I have already remarked how the two grounds, so frequently found, of the appeal of the saints' trust in God, and righteousness as the motive and ground of it, are both brought together here. The name's sake of Jehovah is also added here. In verses 3-6, PSA 31:3-6, we have his utter rejection of the followers of idolatrous vanities. In verse 7, PSA 31:7, Jehovah's goodness is recognized as mercy. He has known the soul of the believer in adversities a sweet thought, how dark soever all may have been. And deliverance was granted, PSA 31:9-10, he pleads his extreme present distress. The first 8 verses, PSA 31:1-8, are a kind of preface of general principles, now it is the pressure of his present state. He was a reproach to enemies, specially to neighbors of fear to his acquaintance. So mean, despised, and yet hated and rejected, was he. It is the portion of a divine character, of God himself, to be both. Man neglects a despised person, but he never does God, or what is of him. See note number 2, they will bring him low if he puts himself low, or those that are his, but will fear and hate him too. He is forgotten, yet slandered, and the active enemy plotting against his life. Thus verses 9 to 13, PSA 31:9-13, give the condition the Spirit of Christ, or Christ himself, holds in the world. It is a most striking picture in verse 14, PSA 31:14. He trusts in Jehovah. All that is to befall him is, after all, in his hand. Another motive now is pleaded. He has called on Jehovah. It is the lying lips which should be put to silence, PSA 31:18. Confidence in goodness laid up for them is there, and the hiding in God's presence for the time of evil, PSA 31:20. Verse 21, PSA 31:21, celebrates the faithfulness of Jehovah. Verses 23, 24, PSA 31:23-24, encourage the saints by it. Thus, with the extremest distress, all the pleas of the faithful are beautifully brought together here. All these past psalms have been the feelings of Israel under the pressure of distress, and sought deliverance from it. And this Israel will do. Note number 1. The only possible sense it could have as to him was the deliverance of his soul at that moment as a fact, from the curse he bore for us, in which he had perfectly glorified God as to our sins, and as made sin for us. But the Lord does not use it. But though he had as a fact yet to die, its bitterness and sting were past. Note number 2. What thief would, if hung, revile another thief hung by his side? But the condemned thief did so to Christ. Psalms chapter 32. Now, Psalm 32, we have what he wants still more: the forgiveness of sins. The pressure of affliction turns him to God's law, but to the consciousness of having broken it. Righteousness in that sense he could not plead, forgiveness was his need, and that Jehovah should not impute the iniquity he had, and was brought to acknowledge. Long he had striven against this, but Jehovah gave him no rest. But he confesses sin, and guile is gone from his heart, impossible till then. We are hiding iniquity in it. Forgiveness and grace draws the godly man to God. In the water floods they do not come nigh him. Jehovah is the hiding place of the soul, preserves, blesses, guides. Only they are warned to be intelligent through obedience, and not to be without understanding, so that God must guide by providential power. Remark here that while forgiveness is celebrated, and the remnant will deeply need it, yet the great distinctive truth which separates them from the mass of the people is kept up distinctly: trust, righteousness, and integrity of heart. To the wicked there are sorrows. In principle, such a psalm, blessed be God, has the widest application. For the remnant it is prophetic, to induce truth in the inward parts, and encourage them by goodness to that confession of sin in which alone God can bless, as is ever the case. For forgiveness and no guile go together. They will only know full acceptance when they look upon him whom they have pierced, who comes as Jehovah to deliver. But let us lay to heart the great principle of this psalm. Full absolute forgiveness, the not imputing sin at all, is what takes guile from the heart. Else we flee from God, excuse, palliate, if we dare not justify. Where full pardon is before us, we have courage to be true in heart. Who will not declare all his debts when their discharge by another is the only thing in question? Who not tell his malady for a certain cure? Grace brings truth into the heart brought to confess its transgressions. He finds all the burden of his sins gone. The humble and godly are encouraged to draw near to a God thus known. There is forgiveness with thee, that thou mightest be feared. The psalm will encourage the remnant thus to true confession. When possessed, they will enter into full blessing. We thus see how it is a prophetic preparation and school for them, drawing out before them what will not all be accomplished when they are thus brought to look to Jehovah, but which they thus know will be. Hence these psalms speak of Jehovah's character, as it has been proved with the inspired composers, in principle, often in letter, with Christ, in order to draw out the confidence of the Jews in the day of distress, and to comfort every uneasy soul. Thus the celebration of complete deliverance is mixed with the cry for it, because it is prophetic and has had fulfillments. Psalms chapter 33. Psalm 33 has its just place after the forgiveness of the people. Before we pass on to these psalms, remark how the guilelessness of heart produced by complete forgiveness leads to that intimacy with God which gives us to be guided by His eye. We have His mind with Himself, and that in the perfectness of His own nature in which He reveals it. Forgiveness leads to full blessing. In Psalm 33 the full result of deliverance is celebrated. The upright are called on to rejoice. Jehovah's character, His word and works, are made manifest, and the earth is now full of His goodness. He is the glorious Creator, the earth is to fear Him, all man's devices and counsels come to nothing before Him, His counsel stands. Blessed the nation whose God is Jehovah, the people He has chosen for His inheritance. It is Jehovah who has looked down on men and disposed of all. But His eye is on them that fear Him and hope in His mercy. Thus the great result of the intervention of Jehovah is brought before the faith of the remnant, chanted as if all were come. The last three verses, PSA 33:20-22, show the confidence this produces in them. Psalms chapter 34. Psalm 34. The sure government of God enables faith to bless at all times. He has proved His faithfulness to them that were in distress. The psalmist, Christ in spirit, calls on the remnant to praise, for Jehovah has manifested His deliverance in His case. The eyes of Jehovah are over the righteous, and His ear open to their prayers. His face set against them that do evil, and to cut them off from the earth. PSA 34:17-19. The broken heart, the afflicted and the contrite, to such Jehovah is nigh. The righteous must look for suffering while man has his day, but Jehovah delivers him. While evil slays the wicked, Jehovah redeems the soul of His servant, and none that trust Him shall be desolate. It is the full assurance of the government of Jehovah in favor of the humble in heart. This enables to bless, not only when they are blessed, that is not faith, but at all times, for they are heard, preserved, redeemed, when they are in trouble. Christ is the great example of this. I doubt that He speaks personally, though He does in spirit in the beginning. The faith of the remnant takes His case up as an encouragement in verse 6, PSA 34:6. Verse 20, PSA 34:20, was accomplished also literally in Him. It is the secret of faith alone, the test of it, to bless at all times. Peter applies this psalm to the constant principles of the government of God. This is the first psalm in which we have found the interlocutory character, which sometimes occurs, as in Psalms 91, 145, though doubtless the psalmist's experience, who again speaks in verse 11, PSA 34:11. Yet, I apprehend, it is Christ in spirit who opens out God's ways in this psalm. O magnify with me. I sought Jehovah. It is the fullest encouragement to the humble righteous. Psalms chapter 35. Psalm 35 is an urgent appeal for the judgment of Jehovah against relentless and insidious persecutors who seek after the soul of the righteous. Insult, craft, violence, all were used against Him. They pretended to have found Him out. Deliverance is sought that Jehovah may be praised in the great congregation, that is, the full assembly of restored Israel. In verses 13-14, PSA 35:13-14, we see the grace in which the godly, Christ Himself, dealt with these enemies. Though generally true of the godly, Christ specially comes in here in spirit. Psalms chapter 36. Psalm 36. We have a needed warning as to the wicked, particularly the enemies of righteousness, the instruments of Satan's power. There is no conscience to be expected, nothing that will stop them in their evil plans. The power and goodness of Jehovah are the sure refuge of those that trust in Him. In result the wicked are cast down. Psalms chapter 37. Psalm 37. In this interesting psalm the great point pressed on the remnant, a lesson for every soul, is waiting on Jehovah, and not having the spirit disturbed by evil, they will soon be cut down like grass. They are not to fret themselves, but trust in Jehovah and do good, to delight in Him, they will have their desires, to commit their way to Him He will justify them. To rest in him and wait patiently for him Jehovah will soon interfere, the wicked doers be cut off, and the meek inherit the land. The other character of the remnant is also largely unfolded the righteous man from verse 12 onward, PSA 37:12-40. Jehovah does not forsake his saints, they are preserved. The righteous shall inherit the land. The final word is, wait on Jehovah and keep his way. The righteous suffer, but are not forsaken. The ungodly are in great prosperity, and soon their place knows them no more. How this, as to the righteous, points to the deep character of the suffering one who was forsaken, though the perfection of righteousness. This psalm also helps to show the connection between the disciples and this remnant, see Matt 5:5, yet, to show the difference, the Son was there. They could suffer for his name, this brought in heaven, Matt 5:12. He could reveal the Father, which he does, in that discourse. The light goes out to the world, as well as being the salt of the earth. Details of grace also are brought in, of which the latter-day remnant know nothing, because of this revelation of the Father, who acts in grace. Still, de facto, it is the same remnant. Psalms chapter 38. The following commentary covers Psalms 38 and 39. Psalms 38 and 39 have, as I have said, a distinct and peculiar character. The deliverance has been sought and looked for by the upright, and forgiveness of sins granted for blessing. But in these psalms the governmental rebuking for sins lies on the remnant, there is the sense of why they suffer from the divine hand. In Psalm 6 the chastening in anger was deprecated as a part of the sorrow that might belong to their position, but here they are under full chastening for sin, the rod has reached the flock outwardly, their soul inwardly. When I say they, it is individual, but still the remnant. Friends shrank from such a case, enemies, without compassion, plot against his life. Still he is before Jehovah, and all his desire and groaning. He is true in heart with God, and owns him is silent with man. The sorrows are, for his soul, Jehovah's, and to Jehovah he turns. This is all right, see PSA 38:13-16. He will bow under it. His enemies are busy and strong. But though Jehovah smites, he trusts him, because the smiting is owned by the humble soul to be righteous. But he can look to deliverance from his enemies. They were glad he slipped and rejoiced over him. But he declares and owns his sin, no excuse, no hiding in his soul from God. His cry is to him for speedy help. It is a beautiful psalm as to the state of soul. For the Spirit provides for every case the failure of the upright, which may call down severe chastening, and cause joy to the wicked. But he accepts the punishment of his iniquity, and places himself openly before God, owning his sin, but looking to him against the wicked. However sad such a case may be, nothing more shows truth before God and confidence in him. How confess one's sin, and look for help from God, when one has been unfaithful, he dishonored, and the enemy triumphing in it? No excuse, no attempt to hide none, he owns all, and casts himself on God. The picture of the remnant would not have been complete without this, nor the gracious instruction for every soul at every time. The question then arises, how far does the Spirit of Christ enter into it? Fully, I believe. Though of course he never could have been personally there. No doubt it arose from some deep chastening of the writ chastening which was openly manifested. Such cases may in the full extent arise among the remnant. The principle is of universal application. Christ of course could have nothing to be chastened for. But, having the full bearing of sin before him, and meeting in his path all the sorrow which will beset the people, he can enter, though the green tree, into the judgment which will come upon the dry. See note number 1, he could not say what is said here, but he can perfectly sympathize with those who have to say it. He has provided the words which will express it by his Spirit in their hearts. Had he not suffered the full anger for these very iniquities which press on their consciences, and from which in its full extent as wrath they escape, it would not have been merely needed chastening in which they plead with Jehovah. Hence he can more than feel it when it has that character. And in all the sorrow of the circumstances he has borne the largest part. In Psalm 39, the godly man is still under the stroke of God. But there is more the sense of the emptiness of all flesh under the hand of God than disgrace and shame and fear. He bows before God rather than let his spirit rise and speak foolishly with his tongue. He might have retorted, been fretted to do evil. But, restraint, when under the hand of God, was his fitting place. It is ever so. He refrains even from good, and sorrow is stirred up in him. In beautiful language he shows this. At last his heart bursts forth. But it is to present to God the nothingness of which the sense was thus matured. He desires to know his days. How little he is. He sees all is vanity. But he sees his own transgression and sin in the presence of one whose rebuke consumes the beauty of man as a moth. To Jehovah he looks for deliverance. His stroke is what he cares for. He trusts him not to make him the reproach of the foolish. There is great beauty in vanity finding its level in self-annihilation, and then God trusted in to deliver from the pride of men. He has to say to our transgressions. Here the moral history of the remnant closes, as in connection on covenant ground with Jehovah, that is, as employing his name, as connected with him. Hence we have much of Christ personally in the Psalms of this first book. His taking the place in which he should be associated with them, according to the counsels of God, is stated in the next psalm. The understanding of this place is then shown to be the really blessed one. Note number 1. Although the dry tree be in the full sense lifeless Israel, yet, as the remnant, so long rejectors of Jesus being the Messiah, are mixed up with the nation, they go through the sorrows in heart and spirit which come upon the nation. Though not its final judgment from God. For them Christ had done that, he died for the nation. But all short of that they go through, and feel in bitter sorrow and anguish, in some sort, more than before the judgment comes, because they feel the sin that is bringing it. Hence it was that Christ, who did know the cause and looked forward to the judgment which he did go through, undergoing the oppression without apparent deliverance, for his hour was come to be reckoned with the transgressors, could enter fully into their case. Though he entered into it in love, yet the righteousness which threatened Israel was before him. Psalms chapter 40. The following commentary covers Psalms 40 and 41. In Psalm 40 then Christ is seen, not only in his passage through the sorrows which beset his way, if he took up the cause of the disobedient and guilty people of his love sorrows which gave him the tongue of the learned, and enabled him to enter into those of the tried and spared ones in the latter days, and give a voice to their cry suited to their condition before God. But primarily the deliverance in which, having waited on Jehovah in these sorrows, Jehovah's faithfulness was proved, so that he came out from them for the encouragement of many. And then the blessed key to his whole history in his having undertaken to do the will of Jehovah, the whole Jewish system under the law being thus closed and set aside. He has been perfectly faithful to Jehovah in the face of the whole congregation of Israel, yet is in the deepest sorrow and trial. So the psalm closes, and it is important it should, because the thesis of it is complete deliverance. Hence the application of this very deliverance to the sorrows of Christ, which were analogous to that of the remnant, is most precious for the remnant when they are in them. But this principle is brought out in a very distinct way in the psalm, and makes it one of the most remarkable in this wonderful book. It brings out the connection of Christ with Israel and the remnant in the most striking way possible, lays it down as a foundation for the whole teaching of the Psalms, though the circumstances are altered after Psalm 41. That Christ is personally spoken of in it, I need hardly say, as the Apostle quotes it as his words, undertaking that blessed work by which figures and symbols were set aside, and which has perfected, as he tells us, the believer forever. Lo, I come, is the word of the Son's free offering of himself to accomplish the whole will of God in his work here below according to the everlasting counsels of the Godhead. It is the blessed Lord's undertaking the work. His work was to obey. But he in perfect free voluntariness offers himself for it in the delight of willingly undertaken obedience. In the great congregation of Israel, in pursuing his service to Jehovah, he had not shrunk, whatever reception he met with, from preaching righteousness had not refrained his lips. He had been faithful to his service at all cost. And it was Jehovah he thus proclaimed. His righteousness, his faithfulness, his salvation, his loving kindness, and his truth, he had not refrained from declaring before the whole body of Israel. Such had been his service. Then, all changes with this faithful one, for innumerable evils have compassed him about. He looks for Jehovah's loving kindness and truth, to whom he had been faithful. Nor is it all that evils had compassed him, that men sought after his soul to destroy it. Mine iniquities have taken hold on me, he says, so that I am not able to look up. Of course, with Christ they were those of others of all the redeemed, and also particularly of Israel viewed as a nation. In this state he desires that those that seek Jehovah may be able to praise, to say continually, "Let Jehovah be magnified." And that the others may be ashamed and confounded. He separates the godly remnant who seek Jehovah from those who, when he is faithfully and lovingly presented, are enemies to him who manifests his name. Thus Christ closes his experience in this world, poor and needy, yet assured that Jehovah thinks upon him. He is not forsaken in what is presented here, but comes into that place, through a life of faithfulness, in which he was to undergo that dreadful moment. It is the cry when, so to speak, he confesses the sins before the victim is consumed or slain. He is in the deep sorrow of the position crying to Jehovah, not in the wrath shown in the time of his not being heard. The psalm depicts not that wrath, but the faithfulness of Christ in waiting for Jehovah when in the sorrow, rather than seek ease, or have 12 legions of angels, or drink the stupefying myrrh. Or shrink back from suffering the will of God any more than he did from facing man when he preached it. He waited patiently for Jehovah, and he inclined unto him and heard his cry. This was his perfection, no outlet from obedience sought, no shrinking, no turning back or aside. He waited for Jehovah's time in the path of perfect obedience, and it came. The time, as said of Joseph, came that his cause was known, it is not said here how or when. The object of the Spirit here was to show to the tried ones that one had gone before them in the path of sorrow and had been heard. We can say that it was fully in resurrection. But even on the cross the dark hour was past, and with a loud voice he could commend his own spirit to his Father, and his mother to his beloved disciple. But these are details history has given us, not prophecy. They would not have been available for the remnant. They want to know that they will be heard when waiting patiently for Jehovah. If killed, the answer will be for them in resurrection. If not, to have Israel's place in blessing, I doubt not with the Lamb on Mount Zion, as having gone through, however feebly or infirmly, like trials and sorrows in faithfulness to Jehovah in the great congregation. Do their iniquities alarm them? They are not left out. They do not yet know atonement, but they know that one, who could say, "Mine iniquities have taken hold of me," waited patiently, was heard and delivered. They wait, trusting the mercy of Jehovah, though peace be not yet known. Their iniquities have taken hold of them, so that they feel, how can they hope Jehovah will deliver them? There is forgiveness with him, that he may be feared. And the psalm assures them that one in like depths has been set free. When they look upon him, they will judge their sins in the light of his having borne them, and they will find peace, but the foundation of peace is laid in hope for them here. A heart failing under iniquities, laying hold of it, can look for deliverance. It has been found, and however obscure their light, and it will be, the ground of hope is laid. Compare Isa 50:10-11, which describes this very state, consequent, as to the remnant, on Christ's being justified and helped. But this is not all. Messiah puts himself in this association with them. He hath put a new song in my mouth, praise unto our God, many shall see it and fear, and shall trust in Jehovah. Blessed is the man that makes Jehovah his trust and does not trust outward prosperity nor apostatize to lying vanities. So in verse 5, PSA 40:5, to usward. That is, in verse 1, PSA 40:1, we have Christ, who has waited on Jehovah, and been heard, and brought up out of a horrible pit and miry clay. I doubt not that David's heart sung it, still it is surely Christ in prophetic purpose. But then Christ identifies himself, though, as we have seen, distinguishing the remnant, with Israel. Praise, he says, unto our God. The effect of this is that many see it, fear, and trust in Jehovah. It acts on the remnant in the latter day, and leads them to trust in Jehovah. They can trust for deliverance too, many will. His preaching righteousness to the great congregation gathered a little flock. His deliverance as the suffering one will be blessed to many. Who hath begotten me all these? Says Zion in that day. This may take in the 10 tribes too. Still, as a principle, a multitude will be there. It was not so at Christ's first coming. He was to be a despised and rejected one in his own history and trial. Verse 5, PSA 40:5. These are the thoughts of Jehovah in blessing. This leads to the great thought, the center and groundwork of it all, Christ coming to do Jehovah's will. Now, we can comment, or, still better, the Spirit of God has commented for us, on the value of his doing Jehovah's will. Here we have much more the faithfulness of Christ in doing it, his being overwhelmed with iniquities taking hold of him in his own spirit, as we see in Gethsemane, but deliverance. We must remember that the confession of sins over the head of the sacrifice was not the slaying, or casting into the fire, of the victim. So Christ's acknowledging thus, or confessing the iniquities with which he was charging himself as his, was not his enduring the wrath, nor his being cut off out of the land of the living. Dreadful indeed it must have been to him, as we see in the Gospels, and he saw all that was coming upon him by reason of it, still it was essentially different confessing the sins and bearing the wrath due to them. His confession of sins his people must, I will not say imitate, but, take up in the knowledge that those he confessed were their own, and may, till grace is fully known, do it with dreadful anguish and apprehension of the wrath to come. It is this which particularly, besides outward trials, constitutes the analogy between the Jewish remnant and the Lord. The wrath endured in atonement, we know, he endured that we never might. In this psalm then we see Christ, according to the eternal counsels of God, come to do God's will in human nature, taking his place in the midst of the great congregation of Israel, suffering most deeply in consequence. Getting into the horrible pit, but his trust is firm in Jehovah. He waited patiently for him, and he is brought up, and a new song put into his mouth. The first 3 verses, PSA 40:1-3, state the great fact, Jehovah heard and delivered out of the horrible pit. It is a lesson for all the remnant. How blessed is the man who trusts Jehovah, and does not look at the appearance of persons to turn aside after vanity. Then we get the course of events. Wonderful have been Jehovah's counsels. Christ comes to do his will as a man, delights to do it, declares Jehovah's righteousness before all. This brings him into the greatest distress. Evils come upon him unnumbered, and, besides that, his iniquities, those of his people, come upon him. But patience has its perfect work, and he is perfect and complete in all the will of God, and, as the psalm shows at the beginning, he is delivered, as we well know. But, as already said, the psalm recites his faithfulness especially. Hence we see him up to the close of the trial still under it. What he asks for is that the ungodly, being found his enemies, may be set aside, but that the poor of the flock may be able to praise, rejoice, and be glad in Jehovah. It is beautiful to see his perfect patience in the trial, that the whole will of God may be accomplished, and seeking the joy and full blessing of the poor remnant. Yet himself taking the place of complete dependence on Jehovah, and praying for his coming in as God. Obedience and dependence are the 2 characteristics of the acting of the divine life in man towards God. It may be remarked here that the testimony in the congregation is closed when the innumerable evils come upon him. The preface of the psalm speaks of the horrible pit when he is out of it, and we know whereunto he was obedient. But his death is not spoken of here. In the body of the psalm we have, as come to do God's will, his faithfulness in life as witness, and the evils that came upon him at the close when he had to meet the burden of the iniquity of his people. The 4th verse, PSA 40:4, applies to the remnant the result of Christ's faithfulness for instruction and encouragement. A few words on the expression, opened my ears. The word is not the same as in Exodus 21. There it is attaching the ear with an awl to the door post, the man thus became a servant forever. Nor is it the same as in Isaiah 50, where it has the signification of being so completely a servant to his master's will that he received his commands morning by morning. Here it is, digged ears, that is, took the place of a servant. But this he did, as may be seen in Philippians 2, by becoming a man. Hence the Spirit accepts the interpretation of the LXX, a body hast thou prepared me. Compare John 13, which answers in point of time to Exodus 21, Luke 12 verse 37, and Co 1:15-28. Psalm 41 shows the blessedness of the man who understands this position of the poor of the flock and enters into it. Compare Matt 5:3, Luke 6 verse 20. It is spoken in the person of one of the suffering remnant, doubtless with the psalmist's own experience. It is one of the psalms in which Christ takes up an expression to show how, in the close of his life, when he entered into their sorrows, he tasted fully their bitterness. Still the poor man is upheld in his integrity, and set before Jehovah's face. The apparent triumph of the wicked is short. This closes the book. It is the experience, as a whole, of the remnant before they are driven out, or at the least of those who are not so. And the covenant name of Jehovah is used. Hence, the place of Christ is entered into, so far as he came and set himself amongst the poor of the flock upon earth, and led the life of sorrow and integrity in the midst of evil. Of this last psalm he is not the subject, as verse 4, PSA 41:4, shows. We have seen an introduction in the first 8 psalms, in which the whole scene is brought before us in its principles and result in the purpose of God. Then in Psalms 9, 10, the actual historical circumstances of the Jews in the latter day. Thus, as to historical facts, their state forms the groundwork and subject of the whole book. While the way in which Christ could enter into their sorrows, and they be encouraged by his example, is fully introduced. His whole life amidst the nation is passed in review. But particularly the close, when, after declaring God's righteousness in the great congregation, he passed into the deep sufferings of the last hours of his passage on earth, going on to his being forsaken of God. Yet it was for him, surely for us, blessed be God the path of life. Psalm 40 has this peculiar interest, that it gives us, not merely the history of Christ, his faithfulness, but his freely offering himself to accomplish all that the Father's counsels required of him. And then shows him waiting in obedience till Jehovah was pleased to come in. And then he has the new song to sing. Of this intervention of God the resurrection was the grand witness, through which, as we have seen in Psalm 22, he has awakened, or rather created, it in so many other hearts. As is common, the first 3 verses, PSA 40:1-3, give the thesis, the rest all that led up to this, only here it is traced from his first offering himself to do it. The reader will remark in Psalm 41 what we have noticed as characterizing the remnant: the acknowledgement of sin, PSA 41-4, and the declaration of integrity, PSA 41-12. We have Christ using it as to himself, showing, though the psalm be not of him, how he took the place to which the spirit of the whole applies. The proud and wicked could despise and trample upon the meek and lowly, and perhaps chastened, remnant. Here it is more the false and treacherous spirit of those whom he ought to have been able to trust. Blessedness is with those who understand, the meek and lowly ones who are chastened, for they understand the Lord's ways. The meek one himself looks to the Lord when his hand is upon him. The point of the psalm is the blessedness of those who understand and enter into the position of those with whom Jehovah is dealing. This place, Christ fully took, though not chastened with sickness. Psalms chapter 42. Book 2, Psalms 42-72. In the second book, the remnant is viewed as outside Jerusalem, and the city as given up to wickedness. This is seen throughout it. The covenant connection of the Jews with Jehovah is lost, but God is trusted. When Messiah comes in, all is changed. We have further, more distinctly, the exaltation of Christ on high as the means of their deliverance, and his rejection and sorrow when down here. It closes with the millennial reign of Messiah in peace under the figure of Solomon. The spirit of the godly man is tested by these circumstances. And, as all hope of finding good in the people is given up, the soul of the believing remnant is more entirely looking to God Himself and attached to Him. It is with this that the book opens. The godly man had been going with the multitude to the house of God, but that is all over. He is driven away, and his cry is from Jordan, the land of the Hermonites, and the hill Mizar. All God's waves are gone over him. It was terrible to see an enemy in possession of the sanctuary, and the true one of Jehovah cast out and his name blasphemed. The heathen, as stated in Joel, had come in power, and taunted those who had trusted in Jehovah's faithfulness with the cry, "Where is thy God?" Job 2:17. It was, of course, a dreadful trial, so with Christ upon the cross. And with him yet more, for he declared he was forsaken, so that what God was to them by faith was put to the test. This faith is what this psalm now expresses. The heart of the godly pants after God. It was not merely for his blessings. They were gone. The preciousness of what he himself was only so much the more vividly brought out. The main distress was the cry, "Where is thy God?" But if the saint is not in Jerusalem, God is the confidence of the saint. Faith says, "I shall yet praise him for the help of his countenance." The heart too can appeal to him, PSA 42:9, and, under the pressure of the repeated taunt, hope in God himself, and he will be the health of the countenance of him that trusts in him. The reader will remark that in verse 5, PSA 42:5, it is the help of God's countenance. In verse 11, PSA 42:11, he becomes the health of the countenance of him that trusts in him. This making God himself to become everything by the deprivation of all blessings, and the exercise of faith in it casting the soul entirely on God himself, is very precious. Psalms chapter 43. The enemy in Psalm 42 is the outward enemy and oppressor, the Gentile. Though in circumstances, of course, and not in the depths of atonement, it is interesting to see the analogy in verse 3, PSA 43:3, with what the Lord said upon the cross. Psalm 43 is a supplementary psalm to the former, only that here the ungodly nation, the Jews, are before us, and the deceitful and unjust man, the wicked one, though the Gentile oppressor be yet there, PSA 43:2. We know they will both be there in that day. From the Jewish nation being now in the scene, the return to the holy hill and tabernacle and altar of God are more before the mind of the remnant. Verses 3-4, PSA 43:3-4, form the groundwork of the book. Proverbs. Proverbs Introduction. Proverbs. Pro 0:0. Introduction to Proverbs. The book of Proverbs gives us the application of that wisdom which created the heavens and the earth to the details of life in this world of confusion and evil. This thought brings out the immensity of grace unfolded here. God deigns to apply his wisdom to the circumstances of our practical life, and to shew us, with his own intelligence, the consequences of all the ways in which man may walk. For it is often in the way of knowledge, not of precept, that the statements made in the book of Proverbs are presented. It is a great blessing to be provided for in the labyrinth of this world, in which a false step may lead to such bitter consequences, with a book that sets forth the path of prudence and of life. And that in connection with a wisdom which comes from God. It is well to remember that the book of Proverbs treats of this world, and of God's government, according to which man reaps that which he has sown. This is always true, whatever may be the sovereign grace that bestows on us things beyond and infinitely above this world. Solomon was filled with wisdom from above, but which had its exercise in this world, and its application to it. That is to say, which applied to it God's way of viewing all things, discerning the truth of all that, day by day, is developed in it. We have here the ways of God, the divine path of human conduct, the discernment of that which the heart of man produces, and of its consequences. And also for one who is subject to the word the means of avoiding the path of his own will and of his own foolish heart, which is unable to understand the bearing of a multitude of actions that it suggests to him, and this. not by bringing him back to moral perfection, for that is not the object of the Proverbs. But to that wisdom and prudence which enable him to avoid many errors, and to maintain a serious walk before God, and an habitual submission to his mind. The precepts of this book establish practical happiness in this world by maintaining earthly relationships in their integrity according to God. Now it is not human prudence and sagacity that are enjoined. The fear of the Lord, see note number 1, which is the beginning of wisdom, is the subject here. Note number 1. I have left Lord here as an expression of general application, but Jehovah is always his name in Israel, and that of government, save in a few cases where Adonai, Lord, in the proper appellative use of it, is employed. But it is to be noted that Jehovah is used in Proverbs, because it is authoritatively instructive in known relationship, never in Ecclesiastes, where it is God in contrast with man, having his own experience as such on earth. God, abstractedly, is only once used in Proverbs, Pro 25:2. We have her God in Pro 2:17. Proverbs chapter 1. Proverbs 1 verse 1. Pro 1:1. The following commentary covers chapters 1 through 9. There are two very distinct parts in this book. The first 9 chapters, which give the great general principles, and the Proverbs, properly so called, or moral aphorisms or sentences, which indicate the path in which the wise man should walk. At the end of the book is a collection of such made by Hezekiah. Let us examine the first part. The grand principle is laid down at the outset: the fear of the Lord on the one side, and on the other the madness of self-will, which despises the wisdom and instruction that restrain it. For, besides the knowledge of good and evil in respect of which the fear of the Lord will operate, there is that exercise of authority in God's created order which is a check on will, the origin of all disorder. As that confided to parents and the like. And these are carefully insisted on, in contrast with independence, as the basis of happiness and moral order in the world. It is not simply God's authority giving precepts, nor even his statements of the consequence of actions, but the order he has set up in the relationships he has established amongst men, especially of parents. Subjection to them is really owning God in his order. It is the first commandment with promise. There are 2 forms in which sin, or the activity of man's will, manifests itself: violence and corruption. This was seen at the time of the deluge. The earth was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. Satan is a liar and murderer. In man, corrupt lusts are even a more abundant source of evil. In chapter 1, violence is pointed out as the infringement of those obligations which the will of God has laid upon us. But wisdom cries aloud that her voice may be heard, proclaiming the judgment of those who despise her ways. Chapter 2 gives us the result of subjection of heart to the words of wisdom, and an earnest search after it: the knowledge of the fear of Jehovah, and the knowledge of God himself. He who applies himself to this shall be kept; he shall not only have no part with the wicked man, but he shall be delivered from the deceitful woman, from corruption. The judgment of the earth and the prosperity of the righteous are declared. The latter principle being established, chapter 3 shews that it is not human sagacity or the prudence of man which imparts the wisdom here spoken of. Neither is it the ardent desire after prosperity and happiness, manifesting itself in crooked ways, but the fear of Jehovah and subjection to his word supply the one clue to guide us safely through a world of wickedness which he governs. Chapter 4 insists on the necessity of pursuing wisdom at whatever cost. It is a path of sure reward. It warns against all association that would lead the contrary way and into ruin, adding that the heart, the lips, and the feet are to be watched. Chapter 5 returns in detail to the corruption of heart that leads a man to forsake the wife of his youth for another. This path demoralizes the whole man. But the eyes of Jehovah are upon the ways of man. In chapter 6 wisdom will not be surety for another. It is neither slothful, nor violent, nor deceitful. The strange woman should be avoided as fire; there is no reparation for adultery. In chapter 7 the house of the strange woman is the path to the grave. To curb oneself, to be firm in resisting allurements, looking to Jehovah and hearkening to the words of the wise. Such are the principles of life given in these chapters. Chapter 8. The wisdom of God is active. It cries aloud, it invites men. 3 principles distinguish it: discretion, or the right consideration of circumstances, instead of following self-will; hatred of evil, which evidences the fear of Jehovah; and detestation of arrogance and hypocrisy in man. It is by wisdom that kings and princes rule; strength, counsel, and sound wisdom, and durable riches, are found in it. Moreover, Jehovah himself has acted according to his own perfect discernment of the right relations of all things to each other, that is to say, he created them according to the perfection of his own thoughts. But this leads us farther. For Christ is the wisdom of God. He is the center of all relations, according to the perfections of God, and is in himself the object of God's eternal delight. The everlasting wisdom of God is revealed and unfolded in him. But this is not the only link. If Christ was the object of God the Father's delight, as the center and fullness of all wisdom, men have been the delight of Christ, and the habitable parts of Jehovah's earth. It is in connection with men that Christ is seen, when considered as uniting and developing in himself every feature of the wisdom and the counsels of God. The life that was in him was the light of men. Christ is then the object of God the Father's delight. Christ ever found his joy in God the Father, and his delight with the sons of men, see note number 1, and in the earth inhabited by men. Here then must this wisdom be displayed. Here must the perfection of God's ways be manifested. Here must divine wisdom be a guide to the conduct of a being subject to its direction. Now it is in Christ, the wisdom of God, that this is found. Whoso hearkens to him finds life. Observe here that, all important as this revelation is of the display of God's wisdom in connection with men, we do not find man's new place in Christ, nor the assembly here. She is called away from this present evil age to belong to Jesus in heaven. Christ cannot actually yet rejoice in the sons of men, if we take their state into account. When he takes possession of the earth, this will be fully accomplished. This will be the millennium. Meantime he calls on men to hear his voice. The principle of a path to be followed by hearkening to the words of wisdom is one of the greatest importance for this world, and of the most extensive bearing. There is the path of God, in which he is known. There is but one. If we do not walk in it, we shall suffer the consequences, even if really loving the Lord. But in fact, chapter 9, wisdom has done more than this. It has formed a system, established a house of its own, upheld by the perfection of well-regulated and coordinate solidity. It is furnished with meat and wine, the table is spread. And, in the most public manner, wisdom invites the simple to come and partake, while pointing out to them the right way in which life is found. There is another woman. But before speaking of her, the Spirit teaches that instruction is wasted on the scorner, he will but hate his reprover. Wisdom is wise even in relation to its enemies. There is progress for the wise and the upright, but the beginning of it is the fear of Jehovah. This is its fundamental principle. But scoffing is not the only character of evil. There is the foolish woman. This is not the activity of love which seeks the good of those who are ignorant of good. She is clamorous, sitting in the high places, at the door of her house, seeking to turn aside those who go right on their ways, and alluring those that have no understanding into the paths of deceit and sin. And they know not that her guests are the victims of death. Such are the general instructions which God's warning wisdom gives us. Note number 1. So he became a man, and the unjealous testimony of the angels on his birth is, Glory to God in the highest, on earth peace, good pleasure in men. Man would not have him, and the special relationship of his risen place as man with God, my Father and your Father, my God and your God, and that of the assembly was formed, but his delight was in that race. For the time it was not peace on earth but division, but even after the millennium the tabernacle of God will be with men, where we have both the special relationship and the general blessing. Proverbs chapter 10. The following commentary covers chapters 10 through 31. In chapter 10 begin the details which teach those who give ear how to avoid the snares into which the simple might fall, the path to be followed in many cases, and the consequences of men's actions, in short. That which characterizes wisdom in detail, what may be prudence for man, divine discretion for the children of God. And also, the result of God's government, whatever appearances may be for a while. It is well to observe, that there is no question of redemption or propitiation in this book. It proposes a walk according to the wisdom of God's government. In the final chapter we have the character of a king according to wisdom, and that of the woman in her own house, the king who does not allow himself that which, by darkening his moral discernment through the indulgence of his lusts, would make him unfit to govern. In the woman we see the persevering and devoted industry which fills the house with riches, brings honor to its inhabitants, and removes all the cares and anxieties produced by sloth. The typical application of these two specific characters is too evident to need explanation. The example of the woman is very useful, as to the spirit of the thing, to one who labors in the assembly. Although in this book the wisdom produced by the fear of Jehovah is only applied to this world, it is on that very account of great use to the Christian, who, in view of his heavenly privileges, might, more or less, forget the continual government of God. It is very important for the Christian to remember the fear of the Lord, and the effect of God's presence on the details of his conduct. And I repeat that which I said at the beginning, that it is great grace which deigns to apply divine wisdom to all the details of the life of man in the midst of the confusion brought in by sin. Occupied with heavenly things, the Christian is less in the way of discovering, by his own experience, the clue to the labyrinth of evil through which he is passing. God has considered this, and he has laid down this first principle, wise unto that which is good, and simple concerning evil. Thus the Christian may be ignorant of evil. If a worldling were so, he would fall into it, and yet avoid it through his knowledge of good. The wisdom of God gives him the latter, the government of God provides for all the rest. Now, in the Proverbs, we have these things in principle and in detail. I have not dwelt on the figurative character of the forms of evil. They are rather principles than figures. But the violent man of the last days is continually found in the Psalms, and Babylon is the full accomplishment of the woman who takes the simple in her snares and leads them down to death. Just as Christ is the perfect wisdom of God which leads to life. But these two things which manifest evil proceed from the heart of man at all times since the fall, only we have seen that there is an active development of the wiles of the evil woman, who has her own house and her own arrangements. It is not simply the principle of corruption, but an organized system, as is that of sovereign wisdom. Ecclesiastes. Introduction to Ecclesiastes. The book of Ecclesiastes is, up to a certain point, the converse of the book of Proverbs. See not to Proverbs, below, it is the experience of a man who retaining wisdom, that he may judge of all makes trial of everything under the sun that could be supposed capable of rendering men happy. Through the enjoyment of everything that human capacity can entertain as a means of joy. The effect of this trial was the discovery that all is vanity and vexation of spirit, that every effort to be happy in possessing the earth, in whatever way it may be, ends in nothing. There is a cankerworm at the root. The greater the capacity of enjoyment, the deeper and wider is the experience of disappointment and vexation of spirit. Pleasure does not satisfy, and even the idea of securing happiness in this world by an unusual degree of righteousness, cannot be realized. Evil is there, and the government of God in such a world as this, is not an exercise to secure happiness to man here below, a happiness drawn from the things below and resting on their stability. Though as a general rule it protects those who walk with God, who is he that shall harm you, if ye be followers of that which is good? See note number 1, there is no allusion to the truth that we are dead in sins and offenses. It is the result in the mind of the writer of the experience which he has gone through, and which he sets before us. As to the things around us, there is nothing better than to enjoy the things which God has given us. And finally, the fear of Jehovah is the whole of man, as the rule of his walk on earth. His own capacities do not make him happy or the gratifying of his own will, even when he has everything at command. For what can the man do that cometh after the king? Man fails to secure joy, and permanent joy is not to be found for man. Consequently, if there be any joy, it is with the sense that it cannot be retained. The moral of this book goes even farther than that of the Proverbs on one side at least, for we must remember that it is this world that is in question, under the sun. Wisdom avails no more than folly. The difference between them is as great as that between light and darkness. But one event happens to all men, and much reflection only makes us hate life. The heart becomes weary of research, and after all one dies like another. The world is ruined as a system, and death cuts the thread of thoughts and projects, and annihilates all connection between the most skillful workman and the fruit of his labors. What profit has been to him? There is a time for all things, and man must do each in its season, and enjoy that which God gives on his way. But God is the same in all his works, that men should fear before him. He knows that God will judge the righteous and the wicked. But, as far as man's knowledge extends, he dies as the beast dies, and who can tell what becomes of him afterwards? There is no question here of the revelation of the world to come, but only of the conclusions drawn from experience of what takes place in this world. The knowledge of God teaches that there is a judgment. To man all is darkness beyond the present life. Chapter 4 expresses the deep sorrow caused by the crying injustice of a sinful world, the unredressed wrongs which compose the history of our race, and which, in fact, make the history of man insupportable to one who has a sense of natural justice. And creates the desire to put an end to it. Labor and sloth alike bring their quota of distress. Nevertheless, in the midst of this quicksand in which there is no standing, we see the thought of God arise, giving a firm foundation to heart and mind. This is in the beginning of chapter 5. He demands respect from man. The folly of the heart is indeed folly in his presence. From thence onward we find that that which takes away the vain hope of earthly happiness gives a more true joy to the heart that becomes wise, and therefore joyful, in separating itself from the world. There is therefore the grace also of patience. The self-sufficient effort to be righteous only ends in shame, to be active in evil ends in death. Finally, to strive after wisdom by the knowledge of things below is labor in vain. He has found two things: first, with respect to woman, judged by the experience of the world, he has found none good, amongst men, 1 in 1,000, and, in a word, that God made man upright, but he has sought out many inventions apart from God. God must be honored, and the king also, to whom God has given authority. We see too in chapters 9 and 10, how little everything here meets the apparent capacity of man, and, even when this capacity is real, how little it is esteemed. Nevertheless the wisdom of the upright, and the folly of the fool, have each its own consequences, and, after all, God judges. To sum up the whole, God must be remembered, and that before weakness and old age overtake us. For the manifest conclusion of all that has been said is, fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole of man. The chief subject, then, of this book is the folly of all man's efforts in seeking happiness here below, and that the wisdom which judges all this only renders man still more unhappy. And then all this experience, on the part of one who possessed the highest capacity, is put in contrast with the simple principle of all true wisdom: submission and obedience to God, who knows all things, and who governs all things. Because, God shall bring every work into judgment. If we remember that this book gives us the experience of man, and the reasonings of man, on all that happens under the sun, there is no difficulty in those passages that have the semblance of infidelity. The experience of man is necessarily infidel. He confesses his ignorance, for beyond that which is seen, experience can know nothing. But the solution of all moral problems is above and beyond that which is seen. The book of Ecclesiastes makes this manifest. The only rule of life then is to fear the God who disposes of our life, who judges every action all the days of the life of our vanity. There is no question, in this book, of grace or of redemption, but only of the experience of this present life, and of that which God has said with respect to it, namely, his law, his commandments. and the consequent judgment that which is decreed to man. A Jew under the law might say these things, after having had the experience of all that God could give man to favor him in this position, and in view of the judgment of God that is connected with it. In Proverbs we have practical moral guidance through the world. In Ecclesiastes the result of all efforts of man's will to find happiness, with all means at his disposal. But in the whole inquiry in Ecclesiastes there is no covenant relationship, no revelation. It is man with his natural faculties, and such as he is, conscious indeed he has to say to God, but seeking by his own thoughts where happiness is to be found. Only that conscience has its part in the matter, and the fear of God is owned at the end. It is God owned indeed, but man in the world with full experience of all in it. I have left Lord here as an expression of general application, but Jehovah is always his name in Israel, and that of government, save in a few cases where Adonai, Lord, in the proper appellative use of it, is employed. But it is to be noted that Jehovah is used in Proverbs, because it is authoritatively instructive in known relationship, never in Ecclesiastes, where it is God in contrast with man, having his own experience as such on earth. God, abstractedly is only once used in Proverbs. We have her God in Pro 2:17. Note number 1. Peter's epistles, after laying the foundation of redemption and being born again, are occupied with the degree in which what was immediate, in promise, among the Jews is applicable now. The first epistle, its application to saints. The second, to the world and the wicked here below, hence he goes on to the new heavens and the new earth. Ecclesiastes chapter 1. Ecclesiastes 1 verse 1. ECC 1:1. The following commentary covers chapters 1 through 12. The book of Ecclesiastes is, up to a certain point, the converse of the book of Proverbs. See note to Proverbs below. It is the experience of a man who attaining wisdom, that he may judge of all makes trial of everything under the sun that could be supposed capable of rendering men happy. Through the enjoyment of everything that human capacity can entertain as a means of joy. The effect of this trial was the discovery that all is vanity and vexation of spirit, that every effort to be happy in possessing the earth, in whatever way it may be, ends in nothing. There is a cankerworm at the root. The greater the capacity of enjoyment, the deeper and wider is the experience of disappointment and vexation of spirit. Pleasure does not satisfy, and even the idea of securing happiness in this world by an unusual degree of righteousness, cannot be realized. Evil is there, and the government of God in such a world as this, is not an exercise to secure happiness to man here below, a happiness drawn from the things below and resting on their stability. Though as a general rule it protects those who walk with God. Who is he that shall harm you, if ye be followers of that which is good? See note number 1, there is no allusion to the truth that we are dead in sins and offenses. It is the result in the mind of the writer of the experience which he has gone through, and which he sets before us. As to the things around us, there is nothing better than to enjoy the things which God has given us. And finally, the fear of Jehovah is the whole of man, as the rule of his walk on earth. His own capacities do not make him happy or the gratifying of his own will, even when he has everything at command. For what can the man do that cometh after the king? Man fails to secure joy, and permanent joy is not to be found for man. Consequently, if there be any joy, it is with the sense that it cannot be retained. The moral of this book goes even farther than that of the Proverbs on one side at least, for we must remember that it is this world that is in question, under the sun. Wisdom avails no more than folly. The difference between them is as great as that between light and darkness. But one event happens to all men, and much reflection only makes us hate life. The heart becomes weary of research, and after all one dies like another. The world is ruined as a system, and death cuts the thread of thoughts and projects, and annihilates all connection between the most skillful workman and the fruit of his labors. What profit has been to him? There is a time for all things, and man must do each in its season, and enjoy that which God gives on his way. But God is the same in all his works, that men should fear before him. He knows that God will judge the righteous and the wicked. But, as far as man's knowledge extends, he dies as the beast dies, and who can tell what becomes of him afterwards? There is no question here of the revelation of the world to come, but only of the conclusions drawn from experience of what takes place in this world. The knowledge of God teaches that there is a judgment. To man all is darkness beyond the present life. Chapter 4 expresses the deep sorrow caused by the crying injustice of a sinful world, the unredressed wrongs which compose the history of our race, and which, in fact, make the history of man insupportable to one who has a sense of natural justice, and creates the desire to put an end to it. Labor and sloth alike bring their quota of distress. Nevertheless, in the midst of this quicksand in which there is no standing, we see the thought of God arise, giving a firm foundation to heart and mind. This is in the beginning of chapter 5. He demands respect from man. The folly of the heart is indeed folly in his presence. From thence onward we find that which takes away the vain hope of earthly happiness gives a more true joy to the heart that becomes wise, and therefore joyful, in separating itself from the world. There is therefore the grace also of patience. The self-sufficient effort to be righteous only ends in shame, to be active in evil ends in death. Finally, to strive after wisdom by the knowledge of things below is labor in vain. He has found two things: first, with respect to woman, judged by the experience of the world, he has found none good, amongst men, 1 in 1,000, and, in a word, that God made man upright, but he has sought out many inventions apart from God. God must be honored, and the king also, to whom God has given authority. We see too in chapters 9 and 10, how little everything here meets the apparent capacity of man, and, even when this capacity is real, how little it is esteemed. Nevertheless the wisdom of the upright, and the folly of the fool, have each its own consequences, and, after all, God judges. To sum up the whole, God must be remembered, and that before weakness and old age overtake us. For the manifest conclusion of all that has been said is, fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole of man. The chief subject, then, of this book is the folly of all man's efforts in seeking happiness here below, and that the wisdom which judges all this only renders man still more unhappy. And then all this experience, on the part of one who possessed the highest capacity, is put in contrast with the simple principle of all true wisdom: submission and obedience to God, who knows all things, and who governs all things. Because, God shall bring every work into judgment. If we remember that this book gives us the experience of man, and the reasonings of man, on all that happens under the sun, there is no difficulty in those passages that have the semblance of infidelity. The experience of man is necessarily infidel. He confesses his ignorance, for beyond that which is seen, experience can know nothing. But the solution of all moral problems is above and beyond that which is seen. The book of Ecclesiastes makes this manifest. The only rule of life then is to fear the God who disposes of our life, who judges every action all the days of the life of our vanity. There is no question, in this book, of grace or of redemption, but only of the experience of this present life, and of that which God has said with respect to it, namely, his law, his commandments, and the consequent judgment that which is decreed to man. A Jew under the law might say these things, after having had the experience of all that God could give man to favor him in this position, and in view of the judgment of God that is connected with it. In Proverbs we have practical moral guidance through the world. In Ecclesiastes the result of all efforts of man's will to find happiness, with all means at his disposal. But in the whole inquiry in Ecclesiastes there is no covenant relationship, no revelation. It is man with his natural faculties, and such as he is, conscious indeed he has to say to God, but seeking by his own thoughts where happiness is to be found. Only that conscience has its part in the matter, and the fear of God is owned at the end. It is God owned indeed, but man in the world with full experience of all in it. Note to Proverbs. I have left Lord here as an expression of general application, but Jehovah is always his name in Israel, and that of government, save in a few cases where Adonai, Lord, in the proper appellative use of it, is employed. But it is to be noted that Jehovah is used in Proverbs, because it is authoritatively instructive in known relationship, never in Ecclesiastes, where it is God in contrast with man, having his own experience as such on earth. God, abstractedly, is only once used in Proverbs, Pro 25:2. We have her God in ECC 2:17. Note number 1. Peter's epistles, after laying the foundation of redemption and being born again, are occupied with the degree in which what was immediate, in promise, among the Jews is applicable now. The first epistle, its application to saints. The second, to the world and the wicked here below, hence he goes on to the new heavens and the new earth. Song of Solomon, Canticles. Introduction to Song of Songs. This book takes up the Jew, or at least the remnant, in quite another aspect. It tells of the affections that the king can create in their heart, and by which he draws them to himself. However strong these affections may be, they are not developed according to the position in which Christian affections, properly so called, are formed. They differ in this respect. They do not possess the profound repose and sweetness of an affection that flows from a relationship already formed, known, and fully appreciated, the bonds of which are formed and recognized. That counts upon the full and constant acknowledgement of the relationship, and that each party enjoys, as a certain thing, in the heart of the other. The desire of one who loves, and is seeking the affections of the beloved object, is not the sweet, entire, and established affection of the wife, with whom marriage has formed an indissoluble union. To the former the relationship is only in desire, the consequence of the state of heart, to the latter the state of heart is the consequence of the relationship. Now, although the marriage of the Lamb is not yet come, nevertheless, on account of the revelation which has been made to us, and of the accomplishment of our salvation, this latter character of affection is that which is proper to the assembly. Praise and glory be to God for it. We know whom we have believed. The strength and energy of desire is, however, still maintained, because glory and the marriage of the Lamb are yet future. What a position is that of the assembly! The entire confidence of the relationship on the one hand, the ardent expectation of the betrothed of the Lord on the other, whose love, however, is well known. An expectation that is linked with the glory in which he will come to receive her to himself, to be forever with him. This is not the position of the Jew. The point for him is to know that his beloved is his. That is the question. That there is a principle in common is true. Christ loves his assembly, he loves his earthly people, he loves the soul that he draws to himself. So that there is a moral application to ourselves which is very precious. Nevertheless, it is important that we distinguish and do not apply to the assembly that which relates to Israel. Otherwise we shall not have the right character of affection, and shall fail in that which is due to Christ. The Song of Songs gives then the re-establishment of the relations between Christ and the remnant, in order that by exercise of heart necessary on account of their position they may be confirmed in the assurance of his love. And in the knowledge that all is of grace, and a grace that can never fail. Then is he fully known as Solomon. His heart becomes like the chariot of his willing people, Aminadab, which carries him away. Sol 8:1 affords us a passage which may serve to express the state of mind treated in the book. Oh that thou wert as my brother! When I should find thee without I would kiss thee. Nevertheless, the Spirit of God desiring to assure the heart of the remnant of the Saviour's love, we see that the expression of the heart's desire to possess its beloved does not cease until it has gained its object. The heart assures itself according to the operation of the spirit of prophecy, for in fact Christ is for the remnant, and the remnant is for him. The whole is based on this. But the heart needs to be reassured, as in a similar case we observe in other passages. Having thus given the general idea, we shall point out some features that are developed in the course of this book, and that possess a moral import of great interest to ourselves. Song of Solomon, Canticles, Chapter 1. Song of Solomon, Canticles, 1:1. Sol 1:1. Chapter 1 presents in the most clear and simple manner the assurance of the full enjoyment of blessing. But still, though affection be there, all is more characterized by desire than by peace. And after this we find exercises of heart, that lead to a full understanding of the beloved one's affection. There is progress in this intelligence, and that in spite of the faults and slothfulness of heart, which gives a fresh value to the affection that is in exercise. This mode of instruction is found in the Psalms, in which the first verses frequently give the thesis and the result, which is reached through circumstances that are afterwards detailed. Besides the peacefulness of the affection which subsists in a known relation, there is another sign of an affection in exercise when the relation is not formally established. The heart is occupied with the qualities, with the features, of the beloved one. When, on the contrary, the object is possessed, it is with that object itself the heart is occupied. No doubt the qualities are a source of happiness. But while the position gives the enjoyment of these, it is the person who manifests them that is thought of. The grace, the kindness, or similar qualities, may attract the heart, and it is occupied with them. But, the relationship once formed, it is the person we think of, whose qualities are now, so to say, our own. The loved one speaks much here of the qualities of her beloved, she loves to speak of them, and to others. It may be said that the beloved does so yet more, although he knows the relation in which he stands to her. This is true, but, as she is not yet in it, he is fain to reassure her with respect to her value in his eyes. He therefore speaks constantly of it to herself. Moreover, this is suitable to the position of man and of woman, and so much the more as it is really Christ himself in question. Christ, in a certain sense, suffices to himself. He needs not to go and talk to others of that which is in his heart. His love is a love of grace. But it is infinitely precious to us when, in our utter unworthiness, we might doubt the possibility of his affection, even because it is so inestimable and very affecting, as well as precious, to see him manifesting his sense of her value. That her beauty is perfect in his eyes, that he has observed all her features, that one look has ravished his heart, that his dove, his undefiled, is the only one, that there is no spot in her. There is perfect grace in this reassuring testimony of the bridegroom's part. It is the chief subject of his discourse. It is that which her heart needed. There is much more variety in the exercises of her heart. There are even failures and sorrows arising from her faults. There is also an evident progress in her assurance. The song commences with the bride's declaration that her heart needs this testimony. She acknowledges that she is black, because of the scorching rays of the sun of affliction. She seeks shelter in the presence of her beloved, who makes his flock to rest at noon. She would belong to him only. She fears now to wander among the shepherds of Israel. But if the Spirit of the Lord reminds her of those former testimonies of the law and the prophets, her heart is not silent, and the heart of the beloved overflows in the testimony of her value in his eyes. The suitability of all this to the remnant in the last days is evident. The rest of the chapter contains testimonies of affection, which present the idea that is the thesis of the book. Song of Solomon, Canticles, chapter 2. The first 6 verses, omitting the second, of chapter 2, Sol 2:1, Sol 2:3-6, appear to me to be the voice of the bride. They have been differently understood, but, I think, wrongly. Observe here that Christ is the apple tree. This will help us afterwards. Moreover, the bride speaks of herself. In theory she apprehends her relationship, and speaks chiefly of herself, but there is real affection. The bridegroom will not allow her to be disturbed, see note number 1, when she rests with full confidence in his love. His own voice, the only one to which she now hearkens, shall waken her. He himself tells her to arise, that the winter is past the time of mourning and sorrow. He desires also to hear her voice. Thus her heart is reassured, her beloved is hers. How truly all this gives the awakening of divine affections and confidence in the remnant which had so long learned what it was to have Jehovah's face hidden. And how fully the inextinguishable love of him who wept over Jerusalem is in the blessedest way in exercise to awaken this confidence and assure the heart of the afflicted people. It is to me singularly beautiful, not instruction as to circumstances nor in connection with responsibility, but grace. Christ's, Jehovah's own relationship with Israel. Note number 1. Read, nor awaken love till it please. Song of Solomon, Canticles, chapter 3. In chapter 3 we have another attitude, another state of heart. She is alone and in darkness. She seeks her beloved, but finds him not. There is affection, but no joy. She questions the watchmen in Jerusalem who go about the city. As soon as she passes from them, she finds him. Again he will have her rest in his love. But all this is only prophetically and in testimony, for the comfort of those who have not yet found him, by shewing them what he is for them. The spirit of prophecy then exhibits the bridegroom coming up out of the wilderness with his bride, where, like Moses, he had been with her in spirit. The chapter confirms the application to Israel. In her solitary state she seeks the Messiah, and, after inquiring of those who watched, soon found him her soul loved, and brought him into the place of Israel, for to Israel the Son was born, see note number 1, though in a new relationship. There he maintains her rest, and there, the other side of the picture, the true Solomon comes up out of the wilderness, crowned now in the day of his espousals, and in the day of the gladness of his heart, by the Israel that had rejected him. Note number 1. So Naomi, and Revelation 12. Song of Solomon, Canticles, chapter 4. And now, chapter 4, he declares all that she is in his sight, although she has been in the lion's den. From thence he calls her, all fair and without spot in his eyes. His heart expressing his delight in her. It is, I judge, a fine moral perfectness of thought that the bride never speaks of the bridegroom's perfections to himself as if she was to approve him. She speaks of him fully as expressive of her own feelings and to others, but not to him. He speaks freely and fully of her to herself as assuring her of his delight in her. When we think of Christ and our relation with him, this is beautifully appropriate. Song of Solomon, Canticles, chapter 5. Chapter 5 gives us another experience. Intimacy was formed through the testimony of the bridegroom's affection. The reassured heart, certain of his love, exhibits its slothfulness. Alas, what hearts are ours! We turn again to ourselves as soon as we are comforted by the testimony of the Lord's love. The bridegroom's sensitive and righteous heart acts upon her word, and he retires from one who does not listen to his voice. She arises to learn her own folly, and the just delicacy, with respect to herself, of his ways whom she had slighted. How often, alas! Do we act in the same manner with regard to the voice of his Spirit and the manifestations of his love? What a dreadful loss, but, through grace, what a lesson! She is chastised by those who watch for the peace of Jerusalem. What had she to do in the streets at night, she whom the bridegroom had sought at home? And now her very affection exposes her to reproof, the expression of its energy placing her in a position that proved she had slighted her beloved. If we are not in the peaceful enjoyment of the love of Christ, where he meets with us in grace, the very strength of our affection and our self-condemnation causes us to exhibit this affection out of its place, in a certain sense, and bring us into connection with those who judge our position. It was right discipline for a watchman to use towards a woman who was wandering without, whatever might be the cause. Testimonies of her affection to her beloved at home, the love of her own heart, do not concern the watchman. Affection may exist, but he has to do with order and a becoming walk. Nevertheless her affection was real and led to an ardent expression of all that her beloved was to her, an expression addressed to others, who ought to understand her. Not to the watchman, but to her own companions. But if sloth had prevented her receiving him in the visitations of his love, her heart, now disciplined by the watchman and turned again to her beloved, overflowing with his praises, being taught of God, knows where to find him. Song of Solomon, Canticles, chapter 6. The following commentary covers chapters 6 and 7. And this experience makes her understand through grace another aspect of her relationship, proving a real progress in the intelligence of grace and condition of heart. It is no longer the desire that seeks possession of the object for herself, it is the consciousness that she belongs to him. I am my beloved's. This is a very important progress. The soul that seeks salvation, that seeks to satisfy newly awakened affections, exclaims, as soon as it is assured of it, "My beloved is mine." When there has been a deeper experience of self, it recognizes itself as being his. Thus, with respect to ourselves, it is not, "We have found him of whom the prophets did write," but, "We are not our own, for we are bought with a price." To belong in this manner to Christ, no longer thinking of self, is the happiness of the soul. It is not that we lose the sense of the blessedness of possessing the Savior, but the other thought, the thought of being his, occupies the first place. Again the beloved testifies to the preciousness of the bride in his eyes. But here also there is a difference. Before, when speaking of her, he added to the gentleness and beauty of her aspect all the graces which were seen in her, the honey that flowed from her lips, the pleasant fruits that were found in her. The sweet odors which he called on the breath of the Spirit to bring forth. He does not now repeat these things. He speaks of that which she is for him. Having described her personal beauty, his heart dwells on what she is for himself. "My dove, my undefiled, is but one." His affection can see no other, none can be compared with her. There are many others, but they are not the one whom he loves. The person of the Lord fills the heart that has been brought back to him. The look and the graces of the bride are the subject of the bridegroom's testimony. Moreover, for him there is no one but her, the only one of her mother. Thus will it be with the remnant of Israel in the last days, even as in spirit it is now with us. The reception of Christ and his union with this remnant at Jerusalem are represented in a very striking manner in that which follows. It is no longer the beloved coming up out of the wilderness where he had associated his people with himself in glory and in love. It is the bride, fair as the moon and radiant with glory, who appears on the scene, like an army with banners displayed. The beloved had come down to look upon the ripening fruits of the valley, and to see if his vine flourished. Before he is aware, his love makes him like the chariots of his willing people, compare PSA 110:3. He leads them in glory and triumph. He had sought the fruits of grace among them, but, having come down for this, he exalts them in glory. It is only when his people are fully established in grace that everything in them will be beauty and perfection, and that they will recognize that they belong entirely to Christ, and at the same time that they will entirely possess his affection. This last thought is the rest of their heart. This is thus expressed in the third formulary of the experience of this divine song, "If I may coldly so speak," and which gives the full happiness of the bride, "I am my beloved's. And his desire is toward me," the consciousness of belonging to Christ and that his affections rest on us, the consciousness that we are the objects of his own affections and delight. This is most deep and perfect joy. The reader will do well to weigh these three expressions of satisfaction of heart, the possessing Christ, our belonging to him. And this last, with the unspeakable knowledge that his heart's delight is in us, however much, and it is surely then it will be felt all is grace. But, to return to the text, they can now go forth with him to enjoy all the blessings of the earth in the certainty and the communion of his love. What fruits of gratitude, what peculiar feelings, will be those which the people of Israel have kept for the Lord alone, which they could never have for any other, and which, after all, none but themselves could have towards the Lord. Viewed as come on earth. Song of Solomon, Canticles, chapter 8. Summary to the Song of Solomon. Chapter 8 stands by itself, and appears to me to recapitulate the principles of the whole book. It returns to the foundation of that which gave rise to all these exercises. The full satisfaction of all the desires of the remnant is prophetically announced, and the path of their affections is marked out. But this picture is drawn for the encouragement of those who are not yet enjoying it, and expresses the desire for its accomplishment, giving thus the sanction of God to the ardent desire of the remnant to possess Christ, and to have full liberty of communion with him. The reply teaches, with a clearness that is very precious, the manner of its accomplishment. The ardent affection of the loved one is manifested, and the beloved desires that she may rest in his love, and enjoy it as long as she will without being disturbed. Afterward she comes up out of the wilderness, leaning upon him. And where did the Lord awaken her from her sleep? Under an apple tree, see Sol 2:3. From Christ alone she derives her life. Thus only can Israel give birth to this living remnant, which, at Jerusalem, shall become the earthly bride of the great King, which desires to be, and shall be, as a seal upon his heart. According to the power of a love that is strong as death, that spares nothing, and yields nothing. The little sister appears to me to be Ephraim, which has never had the same development that Judah received through the manifestation of Christ, and through all that took place after the captivity of the 10 tribes. For all the moral affections of Judah were formed on their relationship to Christ, on his rejection, and on the sentiments which this produced when the Spirit caused it to be felt. Isaiah 50-53. Ephraim has gone through none of this, but will enter into the enjoyment of its results. Judah, when perfected, will enjoy the full favor of the Messiah. Their affections having been formed for him by all the exercises of heart which they have had with respect to him. Christ, in his Solomon character, the glorious King, the Son of David, and after the order of Melchizedek, has a vineyard as Lord of the nations or multitudes. He has entrusted it to others, who are to make him a suitable return. The vineyard of the bride was at her own disposal, but all its proceeds shall be for Solomon, and there shall be a portion for those that kept its fruits, a touching expression of her relationship to the King. She will have all to be his. And then there are others who shall profit by it also. The last 2 verses, Sol 8:13-14, express the bride's desire that the bridegroom may come without delay. Isaiah. Introduction to Isaiah. Isaiah takes the first place, and in fact he is the most complete of all the prophets, and perhaps the most rich. The whole circle of God's thoughts with respect to Israel is more given here. Other prophets are occupied with certain portions only of the history of this people. We will give here the division of this book into subjects. There is in the beginning an appearance of confusion. Nevertheless it helps to explain the moral bearing of the book. And here what a scene presents itself to our view. Sorrowful in one aspect, yet at the same time lovely and glorious, like the first glimmerings of dawn after a long and cold night of darkness, telling of the bright day which soon will rise over a scene, the beauties of which are faintly perceived. Mingled with the darkness that still obscures them, a scene that shall be vivified by the sun that will soon enlighten it. One rejoices in this partial light. It tells of the goodness, the energy, and the intentions of that God who has created all things for the accomplishment of his purposes of grace and glory. But one longs for the manifestation of the fullness of this accomplishment, when all will repose in the effects of this goodness. Such is prophecy. It is sorrowful, because it unveils the sin, the ungrateful folly, of God's people. But it reveals the heart of one who is unwearied in love, who loves this people, who seeks their good, although he feels their sin according to his love. It is the heart of God that speaks. These 2 characters of prophecy throw light upon the twofold end it has in view, and help us to understand its bearing. First of all, it addresses itself to the actual state of the people, and shews them their sin. It always therefore supposes the people to be in a fallen condition. When they peacefully enjoy the blessings of God, there is no need of displaying their condition to them. But, in the second place, during the period in which the people are still acknowledged, it speaks of present restoration on their repentance, to encourage them to return to Jehovah, and it proclaims deliverance. And in this, the law and so the blessings connected with it, have their place as that to which they should return. Of this the last prophetic word from God, Malachi 4, is an expressive instance. But God well knew the hearts of his people, and that they would not yield to his call. To sustain the faith of the remnant, faithful amidst this unbelief, and for the instruction of his people at all times, he adds promises which will assuredly be fulfilled by the coming of Messiah. These promises are sometimes connected with the circumstances of a near and partial deliverance, sometimes with the consummation of the people's iniquity in the rejection of Christ come in humiliation. It is important to be able to distinguish between that part of a passage which refers to those circumstances which were near at hand, and that which speaks of full deliverance shown in perspective through those circumstances. This is the difficult part of the interpretation of prophecy. I would add that, although the subject of prophecy is not a figure, yet figures are not only largely used, but they are often intermingled with literal expressions. So that in explaining the prophetic books one cannot make an exact rule to distinguish between figure and letter. The aid of the Holy Ghost is necessary, as is always the case in the study of the sacred word, to find the true sense of the passage. What I have said is equally applicable to other parts of Scripture, and in the most solemn circumstances. Psalm 22, for instance, is a continual mixture of figures, which represent the moral character of certain facts, with other facts recited in the simplicity of the letter. There is no difficulty in understanding it. Dogs have compassed me. The assembly of the wicked have enclosed me, they pierced my hands and my feet. The word dogs gives the character of those present. This way of speaking is found in all languages. For instance, it would be said, he drew a fine picture of virtue. Drew a picture is a figure. I say this in order that a difficulty may not be made of that which belongs to the nature of human language. I come now to the contents of this important book of prophecy. It is thus divided, the first 4 chapters are apart, forming a kind of introduction. The 5th also in itself stands alone. It judges the people in view of the care that God has bestowed upon them. But we shall find this judgment resumed in detail in verse 8 of chapter 9, ISA 9:8. In chapter 6 we have the judgment of the people in view of the Messiah's coming glory, consequently there is a remnant acknowledged. See note number 1, chapter 7 formally introduces the Messiah, Emmanuel, the son of David, and the judgment upon the house of David after the flesh. So that there is an assured hope in sovereign grace, but at the same time judgment upon the last human support of the people. In chapter 8 we have the desolating Assyrian who overruns the land, but also Emmanuel, previously announced in chapter 7, who finally brings his schemes to naught. Meantime there is a remnant, separate from the people, and attached to this Emmanuel. See note number 2, and the circumstances of anguish through which the apostate people must pass are alluded to, which terminate in the full blessing flowing from Emmanuel's presence. This closes with verse 7 of chapter 9, ISA 9:7. So that we have here in fact the whole history of the Jews in relationship with Christ. In verse 8 of chapter 9, ISA 9:8, the Spirit resumes the general national history from chapter 5, interrupted by this essential episode of the introduction of Emmanuel. He resumes it from the time then present, pointing out the different judgments of Jehovah, until he introduces the last instrument of these judgments, the Assyrian, the rod of Jehovah. And here the immediate deliverance is presented as an encouragement to faith, and as prefiguring the final destruction of the power that will be the rod of Jehovah in the last days. Jehovah, having smitten the desolator, presents, chapter 11, the offspring of David, at first in his intrinsic moral character, and then in the results of his reign as to full blessing. And the presence of Jehovah established again in Zion in the midst of Israel. Thus the whole history of the people is given us in its grand features, until their establishment in blessing as the people of God, having Jehovah in their midst. Only that it is to be remarked that nothing is given of Antichrist, nor of the power of the beast, nor of the time of tribulation as such, because that is the period during which the Jews are not owned, though they be dealt with. While our prophecy speaks of the time when they are owned. It is stated in general terms that God would hide his face from the house of Jacob, and the righteous in spirit wait for him. From chapter 13 to the end of chapter 27 we find the judgment of the Gentiles. Whether Babylon or the other nations, especially of those which were at all times in relationship with Israel, the position of Israel, not only in the midst of them, but of all the nations in the last days, this is chapter 18. And, finally, the judgment of the whole world, chapter 24, and the full millennial blessing of Israel, chapters 25 to 27. From chapters 28 to 35 we have the detail of all that happens to the Jews in the last days. Each revelation closes with a testimony to the glory of God in Israel. In chapters 36 to 39 the Spirit relates the history of a part of Hezekiah's reign. It contains 3 principal subjects: the resurrection of the son of David as from death, the destruction of the Assyrian, without his having been able to attack Jerusalem, and the captivity in Babylon. These are the three grand foundations of the whole history and state of the Jews in the last days. From chapter 40 to the end is a very distinct part of the prophecy, in which God reveals the consolation of his people and their moral relations with himself, and the double ground of his controversy with them. Whether in view of the position in which he has placed the nation as his elect servant, the witness of Jehovah the one true God, in the presence of the Gentiles, and their idolatrous failure, or in respect to their rejection of Christ the only true elect servant, see note number 3, who has fulfilled his will. This gives occasion to the revelation of a remnant who hearken to this true servant, as well as to the history of the circumstances that this remnant passed through, and therefore at the same time to that of the people's condition in the last days. Ending with the manifestation of Jehovah in judgment. The position of Israel with respect to the idolatrous nations gives occasion also to the introduction of Babylon, of its destruction, and the deliverance of captive Judah by Cyrus. This idolatry is one of the subjects on which Jehovah pleads with his people. The other and yet graver subject is that of the rejection of Christ. For more detail we must wait till these chapters come under examination. Prophecy supposes that the people of God are in a bad condition, even when they are still acknowledged, and prophecy addressed to them. There is no need of addressing powerful testimony to a people who are walking happily in the ways of the Lord, nor of sustaining the faith of a tried remnant by hopes founded on the unchangeable faithfulness and the purposes of God. When all are enjoying in perfect peace the fruits of his present goodness attached, as a consequence, to the faithfulness of the people. The proof of this simple and easily understood principle is found in each of the prophets. It does not appear that the prophets, whose prophecies we possess in the inspired volume, wrought any miracles. See note number 4, for the law was then in force, its authority outwardly acknowledged, there was nothing to establish. And Jehovah's authority was the basis of the public system of religion in the land according to the institutions appointed by himself in connection with the temple. It was on practical duty that the prophets insisted. In the midst of the 10 apostate tribes, Elijah and Elisha wrought miracles to re-establish the authority of Jehovah. Such is the faithfulness of Jehovah, and his patience towards his people. A new object of faith requires miracles. That which is founded on the already acknowledged word, and which does not demand the reception of it as a new object, requires none, whatever the increase of light or claim on conscience may be. The word commends itself to the conscience in those who are taught of God. And if there are new revelations, they are to the comfort of those who have received the practical testimony, and have thus recognized the authority of one who speaks on the part of God. We will now examine the contents of the prophecy itself in a more detailed way. Note number 1. Note here, the two great dealings of God with the conscience to convict it of sin exemplified in these 2 chapters. First, the state of blessing in which God had first set the person judged, and his departure from it, so man in his innocence, and second, the meeting of the Lord in glory. Are we in a state to do so? Note number 2. This is largely brought out in the Gospel of Matthew. The passage itself is quoted in Hebrews 2. What is spoken of in Isa 8:13-18 is in fact the Gospel history breaking in upon the scene. Peter quotes Isa 8:14. Paul, Romans 9, the stumbling stone. Matthew quotes Isa 9:1-2 for Christ's apparition in Galilee. Note number 3. This term, servant, is a kind of key to this whole prophecy. First Israel, then in chapter 49 the Lord takes Israel's place, at the end the remnant. But of this more hereafter. Note number 4. The dial of Ahaz in this prophet may be thought an exception, but Ahaz was really departed from God. It is also noteworthy that the apostles never wrought miracles for their own comfort. Trophimus have I left at Miletus sick. Epaphroditus was sick nigh unto death, but God had mercy on him, and not on him only but on me also. Isaiah chapter 1. Isaiah 1 verse 1. Isa 1:1. Isaiah 1 begins with a testimony to the sad condition of the people. They were all wounds and corruption. It was useless to chastise them any more. Their ceremonies were an abomination to Jehovah. He desired righteousness. Nevertheless the people are called to repentance, and are assured that blessing should follow repentance. Such is the position which prophecy gives them. But God knew the people who, with their princes, were wicked and corrupt, and God declares what will take place. He will execute judgment and thus cleanse the people and re-establish blessing. The two great principles are thus laid down, blessing proposed consequent upon repentance, but in fact it will be blessing brought in by judgment. Isaiah chapter 2. The following commentary covers chapters 2, 3, and 4. Thus re-established, Zion, the mountain of Jehovah, will be the center of blessing and peace to all the nations, Isa 2:1-4. This puts the invitation to the people into the prophet's mouth to come and walk in the light of Jehovah. Why has he forsaken his people? Because they have learnt the ways of the heathen. Well, the day of Jehovah shall be upon all the glory of man, and upon all his idols. They may cease from man, for God's own people on the earth, the place of his rest, shall be judged and smitten by their God, chaps. 3, 4. But in that day shall the branch of Jehovah be glorious, and the earth shall be blessed. He who smites binds up the wounds by introducing the Messiah, and by him blessing the earth. The remnant will be holy when the cleansing of Jerusalem shall have been accomplished by the judgment and the fire of Jehovah. Jerusalem shall be protected and glorified by the manifestation of Jehovah's presence, like the tabernacle in the wilderness. Such is the form in which the introduction to this prophecy is presented with much force and clearness. Isaiah chapter 5. After this the Spirit of God begins to plead with the people, taking two distinct grounds, namely, that which God had done for his people, and the coming of Jehovah in the person of Christ in glory. Had the people made a suitable return to the care which Jehovah had lavished upon them? Were they in a condition to receive Jehovah in their midst? Chapter 5 takes up the first question, which addresses itself to the responsibility of the people, in view of the care and the government of God. What could he have done for his vine that he had not done? It has produced him but wild grapes. He makes known the consequences of this according to his righteous government. His hedge, the protection with which he had surrounded it, shall be taken away, and it shall be left a prey to the ravages of the heathen. God, in pleading with Israel, shews them their sins in detail. Then his hand is stretched forth against his people, and terrible judgments fall upon them. Nevertheless, his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. He will bring mighty strangers against them, whose progress nothing can arrest, who will carry the people into captivity. There shall be sorrow and mourning in the land, and the light of their heavens shall be darkened. In the first instance this will be Nebuchadnezzar, and even Sennacherib, but still more fully will it be the nations that come against Jerusalem in the last days, and capture it, after having overrun and invaded all the land. We shall have the details of this farther on. Isaiah chapter 6. But it was in the counsels of God that his presence should be established in glory in the midst of his people, and this will be accomplished in Christ at the end of the age. Hence the testimony of the progress of the judgments is interrupted after the first general statement, and in chapter 6 the prophet sees this glory. Yet its first effect is judicial, and operates to blind and condemn them. The previous judgment, chapter 5, had been in respect of the breaking of the law and the despising of the word of the Holy One of Israel. But with enmity against Christ and his rejection comes judicial blindness and the separation of a remnant. That it is the glory of Christ is taught us in chapter 12 of John's Gospel. The prophet feels at once the incompatibility of the people's condition with the manifestation of this glory. Unclean lips cannot celebrate it. But a live coal from the altar cleanses his own lips, and he consecrates himself to Jehovah's message, and to that which concerns the glory of Christ. The heart of the people is made fat until there is entire desolation. Nevertheless there shall be a remnant, a holy seed, which shall be like the sap of a tree that has lost its leaves. See note number 1. We have then in these last chapters the judgment of the people under two aspects. First, that of God's government. In this point of view the people, being altogether guilty, are given up to the Gentiles. Secondly, In view of the glory of Jehovah's presence at his coming according to his purposes of grace, for this the people were unfit. But here, as the purposes of God were in question, there is a remnant according to election in whom the glory shall be re-established. This distinction must be made when the government of God and his outward dealings are in question. In chapter 5, which speaks of the former character of judgment, there is no remnant. It is simply the public and complete judgment of the nation, for as to this all rested on their responsibility. In the Gospels this is looking for fruit. Christ might dig about it and dung it, but this was looking for fruit. Hence it is cursed and never to bear fruit. That is Israel, man, under the first covenant. In chapter 6 God acts within, in his own relationship with the people. Hence we find a remnant and the assured re-establishment of the people, for the gifts and calling of God are without repentance. Here also we find Christ. God could not cast off his people forever, and the prophetic faith is found which says, how long? As elsewhere it is said, there is none to say, how long? For when the Son of Man cometh, shall he find faith on earth? Note number 1. A more exact translation throws much light on this prophecy. Nevertheless there shall still be in it a tenth, and it shall return and shall be to be consumed, as the oak and the teil tree, which being cut down have still the trunk, or the rooted stump, thus the holy seed shall be their stock, Isa 1:9. That is, the remnant itself will undergo judgment and consumption at the time of their return, but there shall be a holy seed, from which life will spring as from a tree cut down. Isaiah chapter 7. The following commentary covers chapters 7, 8, and 9:1-7. But this requires further development, and it is given in a remarkable manner in the next prophecy, comprised in chapters 7, 8, 9 to the end of verse 7, Isa 9:1-7. Certain promises were attached to the family of David, in which as we saw when examining the books of Samuel God had renewed the hopes of Israel, when the links between himself and the people were broken by the taking of the ark. And he had forsaken his place at Shiloh. Now the house of David, the last sustainment of the people in responsibility, has also failed in faithfulness. Ahaz has forsaken Jehovah, and set up the altar of a strange god in the temple of Jehovah. In chapter 7 the Spirit of God directs the prophet to the king, and addresses him. Isaiah was to go and meet him, with Shear-Jashub his son, a symbolical child whose name signifies, the remnant shall return. But the Lord seeks first, as he did with respect to the people in chapter 1, to encourage this branch of David to act in faith, and thus to glorify God. He announces to the king that the designs of Rezin and Pekah shall come to naught, and even proposes to him to ask a sign. But Ahaz is too far from the Lord to avail himself of this, though he replies with forms of piety. And again, as he had done with respect to the people, Jehovah declares that which shall happen to the family of David, and to the people under their rule. The 2 points of this prophetic announcement are the gift of Emmanuel, the virgin son, and the complete desolation of the land by the Assyrian. These indeed are the keys to the whole prophecy of Isaiah. Nevertheless there shall be a remnant. Verse 16, Isa 7:16, refers to Shear-Jashub, but this prophecy goes farther. In chapter 8 the second prophetic child announces by his name the approaching appearance of this enemy and his ravages. And then, since the people despised the promises made to the family of David and rejoiced in the flesh, Jehovah would take the thing in hand. Consequently we have the whole sequel of the people's history, of the directions given to the remnant, and of God's intervention in power for the establishment of full blessing in the person of the Messiah. In chapter 7, where the responsibility of the family of David is the subject, Emmanuel is promised as a sign, but the success of the Assyrian is complete without any reverse. Emmanuel once brought in, all is changed, the land is his. The Assyrian reaches even to the neck, because the waters of Shiloah had been despised. But Emmanuel secured all. Thus the prophetic spirit passes on to the events of the last days, of which Sennacherib was but a type. He exhibits all the designs and confederacies of the nations brought to naught because of Emmanuel. God is with us. It is the complete deliverance of Israel in the last days, ISA 8:5-10. And as to the remnant, what course are they to follow? ISA 8:11, and following. They are not to be troubled by the fear of the people, nor to join them in their confederacies, but to sanctify Jehovah of hosts himself, and give him all his true importance in their hearts. He will be their sanctuary in the day of their trouble. But who then is this Emmanuel, this Jehovah of hosts? We well know. This brings in then the whole history of the rejection of Christ, and the position of the remnant and of the nation in consequence, and of the final intervention of the power of God. The passage is too clear to need much explanation. I will point out its principal subjects. Christ becomes personally a stumbling stone. See note number 1, in consequence of this the testimony of God is deposited exclusively in the hands and the hearts of his disciples, God's elect remnant. He hides his face from Jacob, but, according to the spirit of prophecy, this remnant waits for him and seeks him. Meanwhile Christ and the children whom Jehovah has given him are for signs to the two houses of Israel, compare Rom 11:1-8. Those, the nation, who reject the stone are in rebellion and anguish in Emmanuel's land, they are given up to desolation. Nevertheless this distress is not like the former ravages of the Assyrian, because the Messiah, having appeared, has taken in hand the cause of his people, according to the counsels of God. The spirit of prophecy passes at once, as is constantly the case, from his appearance as light, to the results of the deliverance which he will accomplish in the last days, from ISA 9:2-3. For the church was a mystery hid in God, and not the subject of prophecy or promise. The yoke of the Assyrian being broken, all the brightness of the glory of the divine person of the Messiah shines out in the blessing of his people. These two subjects, the Messiah and the Assyrian, form the basis of all the prophecy that speaks of Israel, when this people are the recognized object of God's dealings. It may be noticed that the Assyrian appears here twice the second time in connection with a gathering together of the nations. The first time, chapter 7, he is Jehovah's instrument for the chastisement of Israel, and he does his own will without any question of his being broken. The second time, chapter 8, he fills the land. But the assembly of the nations gathered together against Israel is broken and brought to nothing. This expectation of Jehovah's intervention, without sharing the fears of the world in the last days, or seeking that strength which the world think to find in confederation, but, on the contrary, resting absolutely on Jehovah alone, contains in principle a valuable instruction for the present day. Note, ISA 9:8-21 is discussed in the next chapter. Note number 1. The beginning of verse 17 is the passage quoted in Hebrews 2, along with verse 18, ISA 9:17-18, to prove the humanity of the Lord and his connection with the remnant. Isaiah chapter 10. The following commentary covers chapters 9:8-21, 10, 11, and 12. In ISA 9:8 the Spirit, having given the great leading facts as to Messiah, Emmanuel, resumes the general history of Israel without any special introduction of the Messiah till towards the end. This prophecy closes with chapter 12. Although the pride of Ephraim is mentioned, yet Jacob or Israel is looked at as a whole. The different phases of chastisement or of distress are in verses 8-12, ISA 9:8-12, 13-17, ISA 9:13-17, 18-21, ISA 9:18-21, and ISA 10:1-4. The Assyrian then reappears, as being properly the rod of Jehovah. And it is announced, that when God shall have accomplished all that he had determined with respect to Zion, an accomplishment not here revealed, he will break the rod that he has used, and then the remnant shall seek Jehovah, and shall stay upon him. This is the final act of the great drama of God's dealings with respect to Israel. There is a consumption decreed of God for the land. But when at length the Assyrian lifts up his hand, Jehovah comes in and smites him. And the indignation of Jehovah, and his anger against Israel, which till now had never been turned away, will come to an end in the destruction of this rod that magnified itself against the Lord who used it. Verse 25, ISA 10:25, is in contrast with ISA 9:12, ISA 9:17, ISA 9:21, and ISA 10:4. Sennacherib was a type of this. But it is a prophecy of the destruction of the Assyrian in the last days, when the indignation against Israel shall cease. Consequently we have, in chapters 11, 12, the Messiah and his reign, the source of the millennial blessing of the people of God. The first verses of chapter 11, ISA 11:1-5, give his character, afterwards it is the effect of his reign. Isaiah chapter 13. The following commentary covers chapters 13 and 14. With chapter 12 one division of the whole book closes. That which commences with chapter 13 continues to the end of chapter 27, which describes the same millennial condition, but in a more extended sphere, because the world of which these latter chapters speak is brought in. While chapters 5 to 12 were in a special connection with Israel. The chapters we are now considering connect events that were then at hand with the end of the age. It is only by thoroughly apprehending this that we can understand them. The reason of this is simple: the nations are looked at in reference to Israel. But time is not reckoned, with respect to Israel, from the Babylonish captivity until the last days. The introduction of the Messiah as a stone of stumbling, with which the special epoch of 70 weeks is noticed in Daniel, has been already considered. But this passage in the prophet of the times of the Gentiles shews only more distinctly that time is not reckoned afterwards to the close. 70 weeks go to the full restoration of Israel. The immense gap, which has now lasted more than 1800 years, is in no way taken into account. See note number 1. In the eyes of the prophet, Babylon, or more correctly its head, besides the idolatrous corruption, represents the imperial throne of the world in contrast with the throne of God at Jerusalem. See note number 2, Babylon will be overthrown, and God will again bless Israel. This will be the judgment of this present age of the world. It is represented here in that destruction of Babylon which was at hand. But this judgment will not be completed until, the times of the Gentiles being ended, Israel shall be delivered. The character of the king of Babylon is described here in very remarkable language, ISA 14:12-13. It is the spirit of Babylon, and still more especially in its last representative at the close, to which this prophecy in its full accomplishment refers. It was so even in Nebuchadnezzar himself, nay, even when they built the Tower of Babel. The destruction of the Assyrian then takes place in the earth. See note number 3, and, although the house of David had had its scepter broken, Philistia shall be judged and subdued, and Jehovah will found Zion, and the poor of his people will trust in him. This destruction of Babylon, and of the Assyrian after Babylon, necessary to the understanding of the whole scene, is a kind of scene apart, complete in chapters 13, 14. But in Israel's territory, or in connection with this people, some nations still remain, and God must dispose of these in order that Israel may enjoy the full blessing and the result of the promises. Babylon, being an immense system, which takes the place of the throne of David, is seen as a whole. The nations, whose judgments are here related, although there is allusion to events nearer the time of the prophecy, are looked at as in the last days, when God resumes his throne of judgment in order to re-establish his people. Thus Nebuchadnezzar had taken Tyre and subdued Egypt. The Assyrian had overthrown Damascus and led Ephraim captive. And these were events comparatively near at hand. But, as a whole, the events spoken of here are owned in the last days. Even in the preceding chapter the destruction of the Assyrian is placed after the fall of the king of Babylon. Yet historically the Assyrian had been subdued by Babylon, and the overthrow of Sennacherib had taken place many years before that epoch. But prophecy always looks to the accomplishment of God's purposes. Here there are generally no details with respect to the instruments employed by God. They are found elsewhere. Note number 1. The 70 weeks, or 490 years, include the great gap which has already lasted more than 1,800 years, these coming in between the end of the 483rd and the end of the 490th, only that Christians know that half the 70th week was really fulfilled in Christ's ministry. Therefore we get a half week in Daniel 7 and in the Revelation. Note number 2. Besides the fact of the captivity of God's people, Babylon has a very important position with respect to God's dealings. Until Nebuchadnezzar received power, the government of God, while centered in Israel, with respect to whom he had set the bounds of the peoples, took cognizance of the nations as dispersed at Babel. He allowed them indeed to follow their own ways. But before him every nation had an individual existence. The throne once taken from Jerusalem, from whence God governed the world with a view to his chosen people, the world is given up to the dominion of a single throne, which stands therefore before God as holding the scepter of it. 3 other powers followed in succession, the last of which was in existence when Christ came, but the tune of its judgment was not yet come. These 4 empires form the times of the Gentiles. God will resume his government, and again judge the nations in view of Israel, and Babylon, or the one universal empire, will be set aside in its rebel and apostate condition. But, while it lasts, the empire has its own peculiar and absolute position before God. Jerusalem, punished for its idolatry by the Babylonish captivity, subjection to idols, and the transfer of the throne from Jerusalem to the Gentiles, is so far owned in the remnant under the Gentiles that God in the prophetic books takes account of it, though not as then his people, till the second grand sin was perpetrated. The rejection of Christ, but this even was in the prophet when they were in captivity. Still they were partially preserved to present Christ the Lord to them, after that set aside till sovereign grace comes on them in the last week, for faith the latter half. Time begins to count again when that is come. Note number 3. A proof that the prophecy relates to the last days, for of old the Assyrian fell before Babylon, being conquered by it. It is to be remarked that the Assyrian, not the beast nor Antichrist, is the subject of this prophecy. Under the Assyrian Judah was not Lo-Ammi, nor is he in this prophecy. In Babylon Judah was captive, and Lo-Ammi written on the people. Hence we must not look for the beast. The Assyrian is the main enemy here. Isaiah chapter 15. The following commentary covers chapters 15, 16, 17, and 18. In chapters 15 and 16 Moab is judged. They are warned that the throne of David shall be established, and the oppressor consumed out of the land. In chapter 17 we have the invasion of armies from the north, the assembled nations. Damascus is overthrown. Israel shall be but as a few berries on the outmost branches. Nevertheless they shall look to their Maker, and the gathered nations shall perish before the manifested power of God. The outline of this last invasion of Israel gives rise to a brief but very clear prophecy of their condition in the last days, and which is contained in chapter 18. They shall be restored by means of some powerful nation, outside the limits, see note number 1, of their then national relationships, but Jehovah stands apart from his own relationship with them, though ordering all things. Then, when Israel shall begin to bud as a vine in the land, they shall be given up as a prey to the nations. Nevertheless in that time they shall be brought as an offering to Jehovah, and shall themselves bring an offering too. Note number 1. The rivers of Cush, Nile and Euphrates. Isaiah chapter 19. The following commentary covers chapters 19 through 23. In chapters 19 and 20 Egypt shall be smitten in that day, but Jehovah will heal it. Egypt, Assyria, and Israel shall together be blessed of Jehovah. Chapter 20 teaches us that it will be Assyria that leads Egypt captive, compare Daniel 11 at the end. It will be observed here, that, in general, from chapter 13 to 17 there is deliverance. The scepter of the wicked is broken, Isa 14:5. The throne of David will be established in mercy, Isa 16:5. The Assyrian is destroyed, the Philistines subdued, Zion founded by Jehovah, Damascus reduced. The latter event introduces the evils of the last days. Only, as we have remarked, the gathering of the nations is for their destruction, Micah 4:11-13. Chapter 18, resuming the subject of chapter 17, shews us Israel as they are to be in their land in the last days oppressed by the Gentiles, but in result brought back to God. The chapters following 18 do not, like the previous ones, tell of Israel's deliverance, but of the invasion and overrunning of the nations before mentioned the overflowing scourge. Egypt is overrun as well as Ethiopia, in which Israel had trusted. Babylon is overcome, Duma and Kedar destroy, Jerusalem is ravaged, Tyre falls. In short, it is a universal overthrow, the central scene of which is the land of Canaan, but in which the whole world is included, Isa 24:4. Even the powers of heaven are overturned, as well as the kings of the earth upon the earth, giving place to the establishment of Zion, the mountain of Jehovah, as the center of power and blessing, the power of the serpent. The dragon that is in the sea, being annihilated. After this outline, attention must be given to some details. It will be observed that Babylon and Jerusalem fall, chaps. 21, 22, one after the other, Jerusalem the last. Now it is quite evident that this connection of events is yet future. That which is said of Babylon and Jerusalem may have found its occasion in the capture of Babylon by Cyrus, and partly in the condition of Jerusalem when threatened by Sennacherib. But there was neither the connection nor the order of events noted in this prophecy. But Babylon is named in a manner that gives no clue whatever to its condition. The desert of the sea is a singular term to describe a city. But a dreadful invasion is before the prophet's eyes, and Babylon falls. It comes like a whirlwind of the south, and the power of Babylon is at an end, we are not told in what manner. Jerusalem, the valley of vision, is ravaged. The Persians and the Medes, who were the invaders of the preceding chapter, reappear here as attacking Jerusalem. There is no fighting outside, but, the city being taken, its inhabitants are bound or slain within it. Besides the prophetic revelations, this chapter contains also moral instruction of the deepest importance. In the first place, all the wisdom of man is insufficient to ward off evil, if not accompanied by the power of God. When the city of God is in question, this wisdom, exercised in forgetfulness of the God who built and founded the city of his holiness, is an unpardonable sin, Isa 22:11. Again, that which is related here was, historically speaking, done by Hezekiah, of whom it is said he prospered in all his works. Outward blessing attended his labors. But, at the same time, the condition of the people, even with respect to these labors, was such that God could not pardon it. This is often the case: outward faith in doing the work of God, blessed by him, corruption as to state of heart in the thing, which God will assuredly judge, and forgetfulness of God himself and of their belonging to him. This is when the people of God lean upon human means. We see also here one who held a settled office, according to man, in the government of the house of David, set aside with shame. And one chosen of God taking his place, all glory being given to him, a remarkable prefiguration of the setting aside of the false Christ, and the establishment of the true, in the last days. This prophecy gives room to suppose that the nations will attack Jerusalem when the Babylon of history is a desert. That which is Babylon in those days shall fall. Nevertheless Jerusalem, the object of the prophecies, shall be taken, its government changed, the usurper must yield his place to the chosen one of God. The burden of Tyre shews us all the pride of human glory stained, and all the honorable of the earth brought into contempt. The occasion is the capture of Tyre by Nebuchadnezzar, but the prophecy goes farther, even to the days when her merchandise shall be holiness to Jehovah, chapter 23. Isaiah chapter 24. Chapter 24 sets before us the overturning of everything in the earth. The land of Israel is first in view. But there all the elements of all the systems of this world will be gathered together and judged. We have already remarked that this extends to the judicial overthrow of the power of wickedness in the heavenlies, as well as of the kings of the earth upon the earth. The succeeding chapters shew us with what intent. Without it the evil would not be set aside and put a stop to. Hence when Christ rides into Jerusalem in Luke it is said, "Peace in heaven." For till the power of evil is set aside thus, any blessing established on the earth is soon corrupted and fades. Before examining them, let us retrace the objects of the judgments we have spoken of, let us retrace them in their moral order. We have Babylon, the power of organized corruption, where the people of God are captive, the public open enemy of God and his people the Assyrian. The inward enemy the Philistine, then Moab, the pride of man. Damascus is that which has been the enemy of God's people, but allied with the apostate part of that people against the faithful part. From all these the people are delivered. Afterwards we find, under judgment, Egypt, or the world in its state of nature, the wisdom of which is lost in confusion, Babylon, now desert in the midst of the nations, Duma, the liberty, the independence, of man. Jerusalem, the professing people, Tyre, the glory of the world, and, finally, all that is on the earth, and, to sum up all power, spiritual wickedness in the heavenly places, and the kings of the earth upon the earth. Isaiah chapter 25. The following commentary covers chapters 25 and 26. Chapters 25 and 26 take the form of a song, in which the effect of God's intervention is celebrated. Let us observe its principal subjects. God is faithful. He accomplishes his purposes. He has brought the city of human pride to naught through his power. All the strong organization of man's pride is destroyed. God has been the strength of the poor among his people in the day of their distress, and the power of the enemy has been brought low. He will execute justice in Zion for all people. He will take away the veil that is upon their heart. The resurrection of the faithful will have taken place. I say, the faithful, for it is death swallowed up in victory. Moreover, 1 Corinthians applies it thus. The rebuke of his people, Israel, shall be entirely taken away. The remnant, Isa 25:9-12, celebrate their deliverance. They had waited for God, and the power of Jehovah shall be displayed on their behalf. Moab, their haughty neighbor, shall be subdued. See note number 1. In chapter 26 the remnant sing in praise of the character of this deliverance. They have a strong city, but its bulwarks are the salvation of God. The strength of man has no place here. It is the foot of the poor that treads down the lofty city. It is the judgment that the righteous God executes himself. The remnant had waited for him in the way of his judgments. The long-suffering of grace was in vain. It is only when the judgments of God are in the earth, see note number 2, that the inhabitants of the world will learn righteousness. Even when the hand of Jehovah was lifted up to strike, they did not see. But they shall see, in spite of themselves, and they shall be ashamed. The fire of Jehovah's jealousy shall devour them, they shall not rise. But Israel shall be raised, as from the dead, by the power of Jehovah. Note number 1. Note, you have here all the results then of this judgment of God and what is connected with it. The saints are raised, the power of evil cast down from the heavens, the rebuke of Israel taken away, and the veil of the covering taken off the face of all peoples. Note number 2. I apprehend, the earth is a more contracted sphere than the world, the distinction especially lying in this, that it is the sphere in which the revealed ways and government of God have been brought before men. When this has been the case with the whole world, it becomes the earth. The word earth is used for the land of Israel and for the earth in the sense explained, and for the whole earth as a scene ordered of God. Hence, when the scene with which God has already dealt is judged, then it is that the wide world at large will learn righteousness, not, though it ought to have been carried there, while the present system of grace prevails. Isaiah chapter 27. Finally, Jehovah invites his people to hide themselves a little moment, while he comes out of his place to execute vengeance, chapter 27. The power of Satan in this world and among men shall be destroyed, Israel preserved and watered as the vine of Jehovah. He had smitten Israel, but only in measure. Nevertheless the people shall be fully judged, and then Jehovah will gather his dispersed, one by one. In the succeeding chapters we have the details of that which will happen to Israel in their own land, when invaded by the Gentiles in the last days, of which we have had but the general picture and results. We shall find a complete and glorious deliverance of the remnant amidst the most terrible judgments. Isaiah chapter 28. Chapter 28 sets before us the first elements of these final scenes in the history of this wonderful people. The scourge comes from the north. Ephraim is invaded as by an overflowing torrent, by a tempest of hail that smites and destroys, he is trodden under foot. But in that day Jehovah shall be for a crown of glory to the residue of his people. The people morally besotted, do not hear. And this is the judicial sentence of Jehovah who turns to Jerusalem in pronouncing it. There they had made a covenant with death and the powers of darkness, see note number 1, that they might escape the overflowing torrent. But the covenant shall be disannulled, the scourge shall overtake them. They shall be trodden down, and smitten by this terrible rod. We have then this revelation, that when Ephraim shall be invaded by this terrible scourge, the princes of Jerusalem will seek to preserve themselves from it by making a covenant with the power of evil. But it shall come to naught. The waters shall overflow and sweep away the refuge of lies. Jerusalem, as well as Ephraim, undergoes the consequences of the assault of the enemy. But the Messiah is the elect cornerstone, the sure foundation for the remnant. He that believes in him shall not be confounded. Thus Ephraim is invaded and Jerusalem taken. There is a consumption determined, see note number 2, by Jehovah upon the whole earth. Note number 1. They insolently say they have made a covenant with the power of evil, so that, when the scourge came, it would not come nigh them. Impossible to conceive a more open defiance of God and his judgments. Historically they will have done it in uniting with the man of sin, the Antichrist, whose coming is after the power of Satan, but here it is said in defiance of God. Note number 2. This expression is used elsewhere also, as in Daniel, as a kind of technical formula for the Lord's dealings in the last day, the finishing of the work and cutting it short in righteousness. He judges completely, fills it up, but cuts it short for the sparing of the remnant, the elect. Isaiah chapter 29. Jerusalem is reduced to the last extremity. But this time Jehovah appears for her deliverance, and the multitude of her enemies disappear as a dream of the night. Everything is dark and gloomy as to the people. All is morally overturned, and soon God will overturn everything by his power, and change the forest into Carmel, that is, a fruitful field. Henceforth Jacob shall no more be weak and feeble. The meek shall be blessed, the deaf shall hear the word. The terrible one and the blasphemer shall be consumed before Jehovah. There are 2 parts then in this history, 2 attacks. The first succeeds against Ephraim and against Jerusalem. The second does not succeed. Jerusalem is brought very low, but Jehovah appears and she is delivered. The spirit of scorn and unbelief was marked in chapter 28, the spirit of blindness in chapter 29. Isaiah chapter 30. The effect of this unbelief is manifested in chapter 30. The people put their trust in man, according to the wisdom of man. They look to Egypt for help, but in vain. This contempt of Jehovah, accompanied by an absolute refusal to hearken to his word, which called on the people to trust quietly in him, added yet more to their iniquity. God allows the evil, therefore, to go on to the full. But it is in order to give then free course to his grace. Verse 18, ISA 30:18, is a marvelous testimony to the ways of Jehovah. He allowed the chastisement to be fully accomplished, that nothing might be left for him but perfect grace. Grace and glory will abound, when Jehovah shall bind up the breach of his people and heal their wound. At the end of the chapter we have the intervention of Jehovah against this last instrument of his chastisements, the rod of chapter 10. The Assyrian is destroyed, and in the place where the rod should fall on him, there shall be only songs of triumph. But Tophet, the fire of Jehovah, was prepared for another also for the king. He who shall have assumed that title in Israel shall be consumed also by the indignation of Jehovah. Isaiah chapter 31. The folly of trusting in an arm of flesh is again pointed out, but only while dwelling on the true means of deliverance. Jehovah at Jerusalem would be in the midst of the nations as a lion among the shepherds, and would defend Jerusalem as birds hovering over it. His presence should overthrow the Assyrian, and cause him to flee. For the fire of Jehovah shall be in Zion, and his furnace in Jerusalem. Isaiah chapter 32. Then, in chapter 32, the Messiah should reign in righteousness and set everything morally in order. Zion would in fact be a wilderness until the Spirit was poured out from on high, and then it should become a Carmel, and that which before had passed for a Carmel should be counted comparatively but a wilderness. Righteousness should be established everywhere, and peace, the fruit of righteousness, when the hail should come down upon the lofty ones who bear no fruit, and the city, the organization of human pride, should be utterly abased. The last verse, Isa 32:20, appears to me to speak of the blessedness of full earthly peace. Isaiah chapter 33. The following commentary covers chapters 33 and 34. Chapters 33, 34 announce the last two great acts of judgment. At the moment when God establishes himself in Zion, and fills it with righteousness, a final and powerful enemy, whom I believe to be the same as the Gog of Ezekiel, who had come up to spoil the land, appears on the scene. But there are those who wait upon Jehovah, and he arises, and the enemy is put to flight. They gather the spoil of those who thought to despoil Israel. In verses 14, 15, Isa 33:14-15, the faithful remnant are distinguished. The Messiah appears in his beauty, and, all being at peace after the destruction of this enemy, the most distant parts of the land are open to the inhabitants of Zion, which is established in safety forever. Chapter 34 reveals the terrible judgments which will fall upon the other nations in Edom, compare chapter 63. See note number 1, here it is those who have oppressed Zion, and the vengeance that God takes on oppressors. Idumea is itself the particular object of this, but all the enemies of Israel, who were associated with Edom, the armies of the nations assembled against Jerusalem, will perish by the judgment of Jehovah in the land of Edom. Note number 1. Compare also Psalm 83 and Obadiah. Isaiah chapter 35. Chapter 35 gives a picture of the blessing that succeeds the judgment, the blessing even of the wilderness, which depends on that of Israel. The redeemed of Jehovah shall go up with joy in full security to Zion, and all mourning shall pass away forever. Isaiah chapter 36. The following commentary covers chapters 36, 37, 38, and 39. Chapters 36 to 39 relate the history of the invasion of Sennacherib, its result, and the sickness unto death of Hezekiah, which preceded it, an instruction for the remnant as to the manner in which the Lord should be waited on, this deliverance being. As to the substance of it, a figure of that which will take place with respect to the Assyrian in the last days. The sickness of Hezekiah furnishes us with a type of the Son of David as raised from the dead, the power of Christ, which shall be perfected in a nation raised also morally from the dead, all their sins being pardoned. It is the outward and inward deliverance of Israel, resurrection, as to its practical power, and deliverance from the Assyrian. Meanwhile, as a present thing, the captivity in Babylon is announced. Previously to this, we have rather had the outward history of Israel, but now we have their moral or inward history, in their place of testimony against idolatry, and in their relationship with Christ, and the separation of a remnant. See the next note further on. Isaiah chapter 40. The first part of that which might be called the second book of Isaiah extends from chapter 40 to the end of chapter 48. The Messiah is, comparatively speaking, but little introduced here. It is rather the great question between Jehovah and idols, answered first by the success of Cyrus and the capture of Babylon. For, though their glory cannot be separated, there is Jehovah and his anointed. This is evidently connected in grace with the deliverance of Israel, God's witness on the earth, unworthy, as the nation was, to be so. At the same time these ways of God shewed that there was no peace at all for the wicked in Israel. This great truth is repeated twice over, being applied to the two great controversies which God had with Israel. We will point out some details to make all this evident. The first 8 verses of chapter 40, Isa 40:1-8, express in a very remarkable manner the principles on which God acts, the grace flowing from his own heart, when his chastisements had been fully inflicted. God would comfort his people. And he speaks to the heart of Jerusalem, by telling her that her warfare is accomplished. The herald proclaims the coming of Jehovah. And here it is the fact, as deliverance, his rejection is not mentioned. It is spoken of later in chapters 51, 53. But with respect to the people, what must the prophet say? All flesh is grass. If all flesh is to see the glory of Jehovah, if he pleads in vengeance with all flesh, this is where the testimony must begin. All flesh is grass, Jehovah bloweth upon it. Is it thus with the Gentiles only? No, the people is grass. Comfort must begin with this. The grass withereth, who, then, can be trusted in? God has spoken. The word of our God, says the faith of the remnant, says the spirit of prophecy, shall stand forever. Then comes the prophetic testimony to the blessedness of ransomed Zion, who proclaims to the cities of Judah the presence of Jehovah the Saviour, whose tender care is then described in a touching manner. The glory of his divine majesty is contrasted with idols to verse 26, Isa 40:26. He then challenges Israel for their unbelief. He who is Jehovah fainteth not, neither is weary. The depths of his wisdom are unsearchable. But they that wait on him renew their strength, and shall not grow weary. Isaiah chapter 41. The following commentary covers chapters 41, 42, and 43. Chapter 41 begins the historical details which prove this. Who raised up Cyrus to overthrow idolatry? But in the midst of the havoc he made of it, Israel is the elect servant of God, the seed of Abraham. See note number 1, this title of servant is a key to the rest of the book. He is not to fear, God will uphold him, and they that strive with him shall perish. God will hearken to his poor, and minister to their need. The besotted idolaters of the nations know nothing of what God is about to do in judgment and for the deliverance of his people. But although Cyrus is Jehovah's instrument for inflicting judgment and for delivering his people, this is but a passing and partial thing. Above all this there is a servant of God, his elect, who will appear in humility and without pretension, but who shall not fail nor be discouraged, till he have set judgment in the earth, and the isles of the Gentiles shall receive his law. Chap. 42. This testimony was needful, and secures the blessing of Israel by the unfailing purpose and grace of God, but nothing more is said of the Messiah in this part of the prophecy. The result of bringing in the work of the Messiah is the glory of Jehovah, who alone in fact shall be glorified, and that unto the ends of the earth. In the manifestation of this glory he who had for a long time held his peace, will deliver his blind and deaf people Israel, who had not understood his ways. He will magnify his law. But why then are the people robbed and spoiled? Jehovah had given them up because of their disobedience. But now he delivers and saves them. Chapter 43. He created them for his glory. The blind have eyes, the deaf, ears, they are witnesses that Jehovah alone is God. The judgments on Babylon, the commencement and the figure of the final judgments, see note number 2, prove this. Jehovah had formed this people for himself, and the people had grown weary of their God. And, as it were, had made him to serve with their sins. But now he pardons it all for his own glory. Glorious and striking testimony of him who, in grace to the sinner when the sin becomes unbearable, puts away the sin instead of the sinner. This is what God has done through Christ. Note number 1. It will be remarked that, though there is the fullest discovery of Israel's sin, yet these chapters are the expression of grace and sovereign goodness, and a remnant preserved. Not the responsibility of the nation and judgment. Note number 2. That is, earthly judgments. Isaiah chapter 44. The following commentary covers chapters 44 and 45. Jehovah now reasons with his people whom he had formed from the womb, encourages them, promises them his spirit. Their children shall spring up as willows by the watercourses. They shall be witnesses for him, Jehovah, the King of Israel, and their Redeemer. He shews Israel the folly of idolatry, reminds him that he is Jehovah's servant, and that he will not forget them, and assures them of the entire pardon of all their sins, even Jehovah, who is the disposer of all things. And who calls Cyrus by name to rebuild Jerusalem. Chapter 45 enlarges upon the same subjects, dwelling on the deliverance of Israel as an everlasting deliverance, the result of which shall never be overthrown. Isaiah chapter 46. The following commentary covers chapters 46, 47, and 48. In chapters 46, 47, the application is made to Babylon and to her idols, but still as pleading for Israel as beloved of God, for governmental judgment is always the deliverance of the beloved righteous. Babylon with all her pride and all her idols must come down and sit in the dust. In chapter 48 Jehovah at length pleads with Israel. He specifies Israel, the name of relationship with himself, Jehovah, which those he is pleading with bear and claim, while noting that they were descended from Judah in a word, the Jews, who had the place of Israel and called upon the name of the God of Israel. But he declares their wickedness and obstinacy. He had told them many things long before, and had made new revelations to them, that they might know that Jehovah is God. But they hearkened not, they did not understand. Nevertheless for the glory of his name Jehovah would not cut them off, but would refine them as silver. He reminds them in an affecting manner of the blessing they would have enjoyed had they kept his commandments. Nevertheless it is even now declared unto them that Jehovah has redeemed his people. But as for the wicked, there is no peace unto them. This continual pleading against idolatry, whilst giving instruction for that day, seems to prove that, up to the end, the question of Israel's either testifying against idolatry or being defiled with it themselves will have a principal place. For the government of the world it is a primary question. The God of this world governs by means of idols, Jehovah, by his own name. Israel ought to have been the witness of this. They will be unfaithful to it in the last days. This is the reason why there is so much testimony here on the subject. Isaiah chapter 49. The Messiah is brought in, for it is he who delivers. But it is a question apart, so to say. The subject of Christ, and of the people's guilt with respect to him, begins with chapter 49, which, with the following to the end of chapter 57, forms a whole. And, if one may venture to say so, Christ takes the place of Israel as the true servant of God. As he declared, I am the true vine. See note number 1, this makes an apparent difficulty, but gives the true sense of chapter 49. Israel is the vessel of the glory of God on the earth, and the spirit of prophecy in Israel calls on the isles of the Gentiles to hearken, as being thus chosen of Jehovah. Thou art my servant, O Israel, in whom I will be glorified, Isa 49:3. Then Christ, by this same prophetic spirit, says, Then have I labored in vain. For we know that Israel rejected him. Verse 5, Isa 49:5, is the answer. He shall be glorious. It would be a light thing to restore the remnant of Israel. He shall be the salvation of Jehovah unto the ends of the earth. Here we find a principle that is applicable to the work of Christ, even in the days of the gospel. But for the fulfillment of the counsels of God the succeeding verses carry us on to the millennium. Verse 7, Isa 49:7, Christ is exalted. Verse 8, Isa 49:8, he is given for a covenant of the people, Israel, to secure the blessing of the land of Canaan, and the long desolate inheritance, and then the deliverance of the captives. At length God has comforted his people. Zion, apparently forsaken, must confess that Jehovah's faithfulness is greater than of a mother to her sucking child. Her destroyers are gone, her children flock in crowds to her and replenish her waste places, which regorge with an unlooked-for multitude before the eyes of the astonished mother, long time desolate. Kings shall be her nursing fathers, and shall bow down to her. And although she has been the captive of the mighty, she shall be delivered, and her oppressors trodden under foot. And all flesh shall know that Jehovah is her Saviour. This is the result and grace of the introduction of the true servant. Note number 1. So, I doubt not, in Matthew, I have called my son out of Egypt. Christ replaces the first Adam before God, though blessing in that new position many of his children. He takes the place of Israel also, though blessing the remnant and making it the nation. Isaiah chapter 50. Chapter 50 enters into the detail of the judgment which God brings upon Israel, and the true cause of their rejection. See note number 1, nothing can be more touching, more wonderful, than the manner in which the person and the first coming of the Lord are presented in this remarkable chapter, which requires not interpretation but devout study. Jehovah, who disposes of the heavens and the earth at his pleasure, has learned how to speak a word in season to the weary and heavy laden, taking the place himself of lowliness and humiliation. Men sad and dreadful truth seized the opportunity to insult and put him to shame. They would none of him. The heart pauses before such a truth, and judges itself. But soon also, thank God, it melts before that love which took occasion to introduce man into God's own perfection, and that of man in the divine counsels, and to adapt itself, at the same time, to all his need to make him feel that it had experienced all his misery. But, whatever the sorrows and trials attendant on such a service, the man, Christ, trusted in God throughout, and turned not away back. Here then is prophetically the cause of Israel's, or more specifically Judah's rejection. When Jehovah came, there was no man. But, at the same time, with the help of the New Testament, we find the Christian's place in the most clear and striking manner. It is the place of Christ himself. That which Christ says here the apostle adopts, and puts it into the mouth of the believer. See note number 2, Rom 8:33-34. He is identified with Jesus in his position before God. God, thus judges faith, acknowledges him whom the people have rejected and by so doing have, as it were, forced God to give them a bill of divorcement. Next, this is what distinguishes the remnant. A new and important principle: they hearken to the voice of the servant, the Messiah, to the prophetic word. We have seen the church hidden in the person of Christ himself. Here it is the faithful remnant of Israel in the latter day that are specified, Isa 50:10. The rest who seek resources in themselves, in man and in flesh, shall lie down in sorrow. Note number 1. It is affecting to remark how in both pleadings, as to idolatry, and as to the rejection of Christ, the love and faithfulness of Jehovah and its consequences are introduced before the pleadings of the Spirit of God with the people for their failure in these very points. The resulting blessing before the human evil, God before man. It was so in the counsels of God before the world. The full declaration of the blessing comes afterwards. Note number 2. These verses in Romans 8 should be divided thus. It is God that justifieth, who is he that condemneth? It is Christ that died, yea, rather that is risen again, etc., who shall separate us from the love of Christ? In his love he has gone through everything that could make us imagine it possible. They have become the proofs of his love. Moreover, it is the love of God. Creation cannot separate us from his. I add a brief synoptical view of all these chapters, to aid in seizing them as a whole. Chapters 40-48 treat the question of idolatry between God and Israel, 49-57 that of Christ. Chapter 49 gives an orderly view of the purposes and ways of God as to Israel and the Messiah. God will be glorified in Israel, Isa 50:1-3. Then Christ has labored in vain, yet his work is with God. First, he will be glorified in the eyes of Jehovah. Secondly, it is a light thing, the restoration of the preserved of Israel. He is salvation to the ends of the earth. Thirdly, heard in an acceptable time, he is set as a covenant of the people. Zion is restored. In chapter 50 Israel is divorced, because when Jehovah came, there was no man. He had come as man in humiliation in order to perfect sympathy with man in sorrow. Given up to shame, God justifies him, Isa 50:5-9. This, that is, Christ's justification, is the church's, as we have seen. In verses 10, 11, Isa 50:10-11, we have the Jewish remnant of the church. Chapter 50 gives us Christ's sufferings from man, in 53 it is atonement. Chapter 49 gives the glory resulting from Christ's taking the place of Israel, the fruit of his labor. Chapter 50 the consequence of his rejection by Israel, yet in grace as to the yet unrevealed church, and the remnant which is positively spoken of. Chapter 49 has more to do with the government of God. Isaiah chapter 51. The following commentary covers chapters 51 and 52. The application is found in chapters 51 and 52 to the end of verse 12, Isa 52:1-12, and that to the remnant of Israel. In Isa 51:13 a fresh division of the prophecy begins. The remnant in the last days are exhorted to have confidence. Those who follow after righteousness are a little flock, but God had called Abraham alone, and had blessed and increased him. He can do the same for the remnant. Compare Is 33:24, where we see in what manner carnal confidence, walking in unrighteousness, can imitate, to its own ruin, divine faith. Jehovah will comfort Zion. Isa 51:4 is the second exhortation. The remnant are acknowledged as Jehovah's nation. His righteousness was near, salvation and deliverance were already gone forth from him, and should be forever. In Isa 51:7 there is a further step. They are a people who know righteousness, who have the law in their heart. They are not to fear men who should be devoured by the judgments of God. But his righteousness and his salvation should be everlasting. The remnant, thus set in their place, are revealed by the spirit of prophecy as owned of Jehovah. The same spirit speaks by the mouth of the remnant, Isa 51:9, to implore his intervention in power, and to claim the perfect loving-kindness of Jehovah, and the assured salvation of his redeemed ones, as well as the re-establishment of Zion in everlasting joy. The remnant thus encouraged, the Spirit turns to Zion, and even as, awake. Awake, had been addressed to the arm of Jehovah, so is it now to Zion herself, oppressed and trodden under foot of strangers. As if to say it was Zion that had need to awake, not the Lord, for the salvation was there. The cup shall now be given to those that afflicted her again. Awake! Awake! Is once more addressed to her, that she may stand up and clothe herself in strength and glory. For Jehovah has made bare his holy arm in the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of Israel's God. This threefold repetition of hearken, Isa 51:1, Isa 51:4 and Isa 51:7, followed by the threefold repetition, awake. Awake, is extremely beautiful. The verses 11, 12 of chapter 52, Isa 52:11-12, shew that in those days Israel will be captive among apostate Gentiles, as in the days of Babylon. Isa 52:13 is closely connected with that which precedes. It is Christ's position in those times of glory and of deliverance wrought by Jehovah. Nevertheless it may be considered separately, and as beginning a new subject, because it forms a whole with respect to the Lord Jesus himself. Christ shall be very highly exalted in those days. But what had his position been? On this subject the spirit of prophecy enlarges. The king shall be astonished at his glory, his whose visage had been so marred, more than any man. Isaiah chapter 53. Chapter 53. Israel's unbelief is declared. The structure of this most interesting chapter is as follows. As we have seen, in the Psalms and elsewhere, the full repentance of Israel comes after their deliverance. That is, when, as judged of Jehovah, their chastening is over, the glorious manifestation of Christ as their deliverer produces the deep sense of their sin in having rejected him. This is Psalm 130. It is the affliction of the Day of Atonement. This chapter, 53, expresses it. After verse 1, Isa 53:1, the Spirit speaks by the mouth of the escaped remnant of Israel. They confess their sin in having despised him. Nevertheless there is faith now in the efficacy of his work, Isa 53:5. Verse 1, Isa 53:1, shews that the testimony of Christ, addressed to faith, had been rejected. They believe when they see him. I need not comment on this chapter, which is engraved on every true Christian's heart. We, by the work of the Holy Ghost sent down from heaven, have anticipated, and more than anticipated, their faith in the value of that work which is here spoken of. And their sin, which, as far as the nation was concerned in it, they here acknowledge. They had esteemed him smitten, rejected of God, but the meaning of this is now seen. In verse 11, Isa 53:11, it is my belief that the two parts of Christ's work are distinguished. By his knowledge he shall bring many to righteousness, or instruct many in righteousness, and he shall bear their iniquities. Isaiah chapter 54. Chapter 54 gives the result of these events to Jerusalem in those days. Jerusalem is looked at as barren and desolate, after having rejected him who came to be her husband. But now, through that grace which has made Jehovah to be her righteousness, she is called to enlarge the place of her tent, and spread forth the curtains of her habitation. That grace indeed reckons all gathered during her desolation as her children. Christ being owned as the son born to her, all came in under him, see PSA 87:5-6. For a little while God has treated her as a rejected wife, but has now comforted her with everlasting mercies. Isaiah chapter 55. The following commentary covers chapters 55, 56, and 57. Chapters 55, 56, 57 are exhortations given in view of these things. Chapter 55 is full free grace, which consequently embraces the Gentiles. For this reason it can be applied as a principle to the gospel. Its accomplishment will be in the time of blessings to the earth through the Lord's presence. Chapter 56 gives the moral character that is necessary to enjoy the blessing, which is no longer according to the narrow legal principles of former days. His house shall in fact be a house of prayer for all those whose hearts are truly turned unto the God of Israel, and they shall be joyful in it. Chapter 57 denounces, we may say, on the same principle, those even in Israel who morally walk contrary to the will of God. The righteous might perish. But it would only be taking them from the evil to come. But whether it were Israel or not, there would be no peace for the wicked. These 3 chapters then give the moral instruction that belongs to those days. The faithful shall be blessed, and the meek, be they who they may. The wicked shall be judged, whether of Israel or not. Thus closes, as I have said, with chapter 57 the second subdivision of this part of the prophecy. Isaiah chapter 58. The following commentary covers chapters 58 and 59. But these moral considerations rouse the indignation of the Spirit at the condition of Israel in the days of the prophecy, their sin and their hypocrisy in pretending to serve Jehovah. And in chapters 58, 59 he denounces their trust in outward forms, and places blessing on condition of obedience. It was not that the arm of Jehovah was shortened, or his ear grown heavy. But the iniquity of the people hindered blessing and would bring judgment upon them. Yet, when all had failed and there was no one to maintain righteousness, Jehovah himself would intervene in his sovereignty and might. He would crush his enemies and judge the isles, so that his name should be feared throughout the whole earth. The Redeemer should come to Zion and to those that turn from transgression in Jacob. Blessing should then be permanent, and the presence of the Holy Spirit abide with the seed of Jacob forever. Isaiah chapter 60. Chapter 60 gives us the condition and the glory of Jerusalem in that time of blessing. All of the people thus spared would be righteous. Isaiah chapter 61. The following commentary covers chapters 61 and 62. As chapters 50 to 53 presented Christ in his sufferings, chapter 61 exhibits him in the full grace of his person concerned in the blessing of Israel. The 3 preceding chapters had revealed the judgment and the intervention of Jehovah, at the same time pointing out the Redeemer. We have seen the same principle in the structure of the prophecy from chapter 40 to the end of chapter 48, as in the last series. Then in chapter 49 the Messiah is specially introduced. So he is here from the beginning of chapter 61 to verse 6 of chapter 63. But there is a progress necessarily accompanying the introduction, in the last series of chapters, of the person of Christ as the principal subject of Jehovah's pleadings. We see that it is Jehovah himself who is Christ, and Christ who is Jehovah. Wherefore, when I came, is the inquiry, was there no man? Hence also there is the difference between the moral sins of Israel against Jehovah, and the rejection of himself in the person of the Messiah, which we have seen so clearly pointed out in chapter 50. So also with respect to the repentance of the Jews. In the former chapters the law is written in their hearts, they turn away from iniquity, they trust in Jehovah, they hearken to the spirit of prophecy, to the servant of Jehovah. They are delivered. But when they shall see their Redeemer in glory, then it is that the true repentance, the deep affliction, shall take place at the sight of him whom they have despised and rejected, and who in his grace has borne their iniquities. Chapters 61, 62 appear to me too plain to need much remark. The manner in which the Lord stopped in the middle of verse 2, Isa 61:2, will be observed, the time for the fulfillment of the last part of the verse not being yet come. But he could set before them that which applied to his own person in grace. Isaiah chapter 63. Isa 63:1-6. We find again here the terrible judgment of chapter 34 executed by Jehovah, or rather having been already executed, for he returns from it. The result is the peace and blessing which we have just seen described in chapter 62. From verse 7 of chapter 63, Isa 63:7, we have the reasoning of the spirit of prophecy in the mouth of the remnant, or perhaps that of the prophet, putting himself in that position. And in chapters 65, 66 we find Jehovah's answer. Nothing can be more affecting than the way in which the Spirit lends himself to the expression of all the feelings of a faithful Israelite's heart. Or rather in which he gives a form to the sentiments of an afflicted but trusting heart, recalling past kindnesses, overwhelmed by the present distress, acknowledging the hard-heartedness and rebellion of which they had been guilty, but appealing to the unchangeable faithfulness of God's love against the judicial blinding and hardening which the people are under. If Abraham acknowledged them not, God was their father. Where was his strength, his tenderness? His mercies? Were they restrained? Faith recognizes through all things the link between the people and God. It acknowledges that God prepares for those that wait on him things beyond man's conception, see note number 1, that he meets those who walk uprightly. And it confesses that the state of Israel is quite different, that they are sinners, not even seeking his face. But the affliction of his people, the disastrous condition into which sin had brought them, is to faith a plea with God. Whatever had happened, the people were to faith as the clay, and Jehovah the potter. They were his people, their cities, the cities of Jehovah. The house in which their fathers had worshipped was burnt up, and all was laid waste. Note number 1. The difference between this and gospel knowledge as made by Paul, 1 Corinthians 2, is striking, often quoted for just the contrary. These things, he says, have not entered into man's heart, but God has revealed them unto us, Christians, by his Spirit, so at the end of the chapter, but we have the mind of Christ. Isaiah chapter 64. The following commentary covers chapters 64 and 65. The next two chapters give us a full revelation of the dealings of God in answer to this appeal. First of all, God, through his grace, had been sought after by others. He had made himself known to those who were not called by his name. The infinite and sovereign grace of God had sought out the poor Gentiles. At the same time, with infinite patience, he had stretched forth his hands to a people who would not have him, to a people who provoked him continually in the grossest manner. And now he declares his mind. The people that forsook him shall be judged, he will number them with the sword, they shall bow down to the slaughter. But there shall be an elect remnant in grace, the servants of Jehovah, who shall be spared and blessed. Isa 64:11-12, Isa 65:8-9. Isa 65:13, Isa 65:15. Jehovah would then introduce an entirely new order of things, in which the truth of his promises should be acknowledged, and the former things should be quite forgotten, new heavens and a new earth, not as yet with respect to the physical change, but the moral order of which should be entirely new. It should not be only a new order of things on the earth, which the power of evil in the heavens might spoil, as in former days, the state of the heavens themselves should be new. We learn elsewhere that Satan will have been cast out, and his power there gone forever. See note number 1, indeed, this would have been the occasion of the last terrible trials in Jerusalem. But now Jerusalem should be blessed in the earth, and her people should enjoy the gifts of Jehovah in as long a life as that of men before the flood. A man of 100 years old should be a child. And if anyone should die at that age, he must be looked upon as cut off by the curse of God. God would always grant the prayers of his people. Peace should be established, and there should be no evil in all his holy mountain. This is the millennial state of the Jews. Note number 1. Hence, when the Lord enters into Jerusalem as Jehovah Messiah, it is said, Luke 19 verse 38, peace in heaven. Isaiah chapter 66. Chapter 66 speaks of the judgment that introduces it, and consequently gives us more historical details. The temple is rebuilt in Jerusalem, Isa 66:6, but Jehovah does not own it, man alone being concerned in its building. Neither does he acknowledge the sacrifices offered in it. He looks to the meek and contrite spirit. There were some who mocked at the hopes of these, and said mockingly, let Jehovah display his glory. But he will appear to their confusion, and for the blessing of those who waited for him. Zion shall suddenly be as the mother of a people, blessed in Jehovah and comforted. The remnant is thus distinguished in these 2 chapters in the most explicit manner. Let us retrace here the use of the word servant. First of all it was Israel, then Christ himself, the only true servant amidst this people. Afterwards the remnant who hearken to his words as the servant, or spirit of prophecy. For the spirit of prophecy is the testimony of Jesus. The latter are called servants here, they shall be comforted in Jerusalem, as one whom his mother comforteth, and the hand of Jehovah shall be known toward his servants, and his indignation toward his enemies. For he shall come and execute judgment against all flesh. Salvation has been made known to all flesh. And now Jehovah shall plead in judgment with all flesh. The unbelieving and idolatrous Israelites shall be there, confounded with the nations, all of whom God will assemble, who shall come and see his glory. He will execute judgment on the multitude by fire and by his sword. But there shall be some who through grace will escape. God will send these to the distant nations who have never seen his glory nor heard his fame. There is no question here of the election by grace for heaven. They will declare, not that grace, but the glory which they have seen, and the nations will bring back the dispersed of Israel, as an offering to Jehovah in his holy mountain. And the seed of Jacob, and the priests whom Jehovah shall choose, shall be as the new heavens and the new earth before Jehovah, and all flesh shall come to worship before him. Those who have been the objects of Jehovah's judgments, who have transgressed against him, especially it seems to me the apostate Jews, shall be an abiding testimony of Jehovah's terrible judgment. For if the full blessing of his presence shall shine upon his people, it is the principle of judgment that brought it in and that maintains it. There remains a general remark to be made here. The sinful condition thus judged existed in the days of the prophet. The patience of God bore with it, but the principle that brought in judgment was there, witness chapter 6. Until the rejection of Christ, and in a certain sense until the reception of Antichrist coming in his own name, the evil is not fully consummated, nor the final judgment executed. But already in Ahaz the occasion had been given for pronouncing it. Thus, the occasion being in this manner given, the whole condition of Israel, the grace that received the Gentiles, the nothingness of forms and ceremonies in a word. All the great moral principles of truth are laid down in this part of the prophecy. And we see Stephen, Paul, the Lord himself, making use of passages that speak of these principles, applying them to the times in which they lived, the Lord, to the hardened state of the people. Stephen, to the unprofitableness of an already judged system, Paul, to the Jews' state of condemnation, and to the manifestation of grace to the Gentiles. What remains is the accomplishment of the great result, in which these things shall be demonstrated to the world by the judgment and the sovereign blessing of God. As to the coming of Jesus in humiliation, we have seen it as clearly revealed as his coming in glory. In short, all the ways of God in the government of his people, with respect to their conduct under the law, to the promises made to the house of David. And at last to their treatment of Christ Jehovah in humiliation amongst his people, the government, I repeat, and the ways of God towards Israel in all these respects, are developed in the clearest and most wonderful manner in the course of this prophecy. But the judgment pronounced now by the prophet, the patience of God suspended nearly 800 years. It was only accomplished when they rejected Christ. Jeremiah. Introduction to Jeremiah. The book of the prophet Jeremiah has a different character from that of Isaiah. It does not contain the same development of the counsels of God respecting this earth that Isaiah does. It is that we are told many things in it concerning the nations. But it is principally composed of testimony addressed immediately to the conscience of the people, on the subject of their moral condition at the time the prophet speaks, and with an eye to the judgment with which they were threatened. Judah had forsaken Jehovah, for their repentance under Josiah was but a fair appearance, and under the kings that succeeded him their degradation was complete. The prophet's heart was overwhelmed with grief, because of his love for the people. At the same time that he was filled with a deep sense of their relationship with the Lord. The sense of this produced a continual conflict in his soul between the thought of the value of the people as the people of God, and a holy jealousy for the glory of God and his rights over his people, rights which they were trampling under foot. This was an incurable wound to his heart. He had pleaded for the people, he had stood in the breach for them before Jehovah, but he saw that it was all in vain. The people rejected God and the testimony that he sent them. God himself would no longer hearken to prayer made for Israel. Jeremiah prophesies under this impression, a sorrowful task, indeed, and one which made the prophet truly a man of sorrow. And although he could always say that, if the people repented, they would be received in grace, he well knew that the people had even no thought of repenting. Two things sustained him in this painful service, for what could be more painful than to announce judgment for their iniquities, to a people beloved of God? First of all, the energy of the Spirit of God, which filled his heart and compelled him to announce the judgment of God, in spite of contradiction and persecution. And then the revelation of the people's final blessing according to the unchangeable counsels of God. After this brief notice of the spirit of the book of Jeremiah, the proofs and details of which we shall find in going through his prophecies, let us now examine these in succession. It is well known that the order of the prophecies in the Septuagint is different from that in the Hebrew Bible. But I see no reason for not receiving the latter. There is no doubt that it does not preserve the chronological order. The names of the kings, see note number 1, in the successive chapters clearly prove this. But it appears to me that, where there is chronological confusion, the subjects are classed, and that according to the mind of the Spirit. The first 24 chapters have rather a different character from those that follow. To the end of chapter 24 it is a reasoning, a moral pleading with the people. In chapter 25 there is a formal prophecy of judgment on diverse nations by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar. And afterwards we find prophecies much more distinct from each other, and connected with historical details. Chapters 30 to 33 contain promises of assured blessing for the last days. From chapter 39 it is the history of that which followed the taking of Jerusalem, and the judgment of Egypt and Babylon. We will now state the different distinct prophecies. Chapter 1, chapters 2 to 6, chapters 7 to 10, chapters 11 to 13, chapters 14, 15, chapters 16, 17, chapters 18 to 20, chapters 21 to 24, chapter 25, chapter 26, chapter 27, Je27:1, read Zedekiah instead of Jehoiakim, chapter 28, chapter 29, chapters 30, 31. Chapter 32, chapter 33, this last, however, is connected with the preceding one, chapter 34, chapter 35, chapter 36, chapters 37, 38, chapter 39, chapters 40 to 44, chapter 45, chapter 46, chapter 47, chapter 48, chapter 49, Je49:1-6, Je49:7-22. Je49:23-27, Je49:28, Je49:29, J 49:30-33. Chapters 50, 51. Chapter 52 was not written by Jeremiah. There can be nothing more striking in the way of deep affliction than that of the prophet. He is distressed, his heart is broken. One sees too that God has made choice of a naturally feeble heart, easily cast down and discouraged, even while filling it with his own strength, in order that the anguish, the complaints, the distress of soul, the indignation of a weak heart that resents oppression while unable to throw it off or overcome it, being all poured out before him, should bear testimony against the people whose inveterate wickedness called for his vengeance. The affliction of Christ, whose spirit wrought that of Jeremiah, was infinitely deeper. But his perfect communion with his Father caused all the anguish, that in Jeremiah's case broke out into complaints, to be in secret between Jesus and his Father. It is very rarely expressed in the Gospels. He is entirely for others in grace. See note number 2, in the Psalms we see more of his feelings. In Jeremiah's case, it was proper that the anguish of the faithful remnant should be expressed before God. The absolute perfection of the Lord Jesus, and the calmness which, through the presence of God, accompanies his perfection in all his ways, allowed of no complaint, whatever might be the inward anguish of his heart. He thanks in the same hour that he can justly upbraid. Sympathy for others became the position of Jesus. We see that our precious Lord never failed in this. But it was equally becoming that the outpouring of heart of the faithful, who needed this sympathy, should be expressed by the Holy Ghost. It is not that there was no weakness in the heart that poured itself out. But if the Spirit lays it open, it is evident that he must express it as it is, otherwise it were useless and false. Consequently Jeremiah enters much more personally into his prophecies than any other prophet. See note number 3, he represents the people in their true position before God such as God could recognize, as being before him in this character in order to see whether, receiving from God that which applied to this position, and expressing the sentiments inspired by such a position, it was possible to reach the conscience and win the heart of the people. Always remembering that these sentiments were expressed according to the Spirit, and accompanied by the most direct and positive prophecies of that which God would bring upon the people. It is to be observed also, that a great part of that which was written was not addressed in the first instance to the people, but to God. This position of Jeremiah's, as the representative before God of the true interests of the people, or of the remnant, causes him to be looked at sometimes as though he were Jerusalem itself, and, at other times, as a remnant separated from it and set apart for God. But these points will be better understood by examining the passages which bring them into notice. The period during which Jeremiah prophesied was of considerable length, and embraced the whole time of Israel's decline, from the year after that in which Josiah began to cleanse Jerusalem and all the land, until the final destruction of Jerusalem by the army of the Chaldeans. And even a little while after in Egypt, a period of more than 40 years, a period throughout of distress and anguish. For although Josiah was a godly king, the reformation of the people was only an outward one, as we shall see. So that the anguish of one who saw with God was so much the greater on account of this appearance of piety. And Jehovah was not turned away from his fierce anger, because of the sins of Manasseh. Nevertheless the prophet distinguishes between the two periods, that is, the reign of Josiah, and that of his successors. Excepting in chapters 21 to 24 there are no dates for the first 24 chapters. It is probable that they were mostly given under Josiah's reign. They contain moral arguments, the expression of the prophet's sorrow of heart, and solemn warnings of the coming invasion from the north. The 4 chapters one have specified have no chronological order, and are probably composed of prophecies given at different periods. They contain the judgment of the different branches of the house of David successively, as well as that of the false prophets who deceived the people. They end by declaring the fate of the captives in Babylon, and of those that remained with Zedekiah in Jerusalem, that two very different from each other. Note number 1. In chapter 27, Jehoiakim should be Zedekiah, J 27:12 and J 28:1. Note number 2. Compare Matthew 26 where this is brought out in the most striking way. It is very precious to see both this perfect result in Christ and at the same time all that he felt in his heart as man, both as sensible to circumstances without and so deeply exercised within. Perfect exercises within produce perfect quietness in walk without, for in both God is fully brought in. If we avoid the full dealing with the matter with God, the heart cannot act for him as if all were disposed of, and that is peace in action. Yet how precious to see the reality of Christ's human nature in all the intimate exercises of his Spirit. Note number 3. There is something analogous in Jonah. But there the circumstances of the prophet are an episode, and are not connected with the testimony he bore, unless by the single principle of grace. Jeremiah chapter 1. Jeremiah 1 verse 1. Jo 1:1. In chapter 1 the prophet is established in his office, to which he had been appointed by Jehovah, even before his birth, that he should carry his word unto the nations. But Jeremiah's fears are immediately manifested. The Lord encourages him by the assurance of his presence. He puts his words into his mouth, and appoints him as prophet over the nations to root out and to plant. 2 visions are shown him, which contain the summary of the prophetic charge communicated to him, and announce that Jerusalem shall soon be stricken by the kingdoms of the north. Under these circumstances Jeremiah is set before a rebellious people, who will strive against him. Nevertheless he must declare everything. And as the Lord had before encouraged the prophet, he now adds to the encouragement, in order to enforce it, a threat in case of disobedience. Namely, that, if through fear he drew back from his commission, the Lord would become a greater cause of fear, and would break him to pieces before those of whom he was afraid. But if he fulfilled his appointed task, Jehovah would be with him. Jo 1:6-8, Jo 1:17-18, shew the great fearfulness of the prophet's spirit, which needed to be thus strengthened by Jehovah. Jeremiah chapter 2. Chapter 2 contains a most touching appeal to the people at Jerusalem. It requires no explanation, but deserves the heart's serious attention. It testifies in the most striking manner to the kindness and tender love of the Lord. Only that we have here only the comparison of what they had originally been as planted by the Lord, and his ways of love, not any reference to the coming of the Lord. Christ is not in view nor the counsels of God as in Isaiah, though we shall find it further on. But their responsibility under God's touching ways of grace with them is much more fully brought out, and final blessing is spoken of in the following chapter. Jeremiah chapter 3. Chapter 3 has the same character. Indeed it is the continuation of the same address, but it contains details of Israel's and Judah's behavior, and proclaims the restoration of Israel by sovereign goodness, and the blessing of the last days on their return to God. Remark only that, before the pleading with Israel for their folly, what the Lord first notices is that there was no seeking himself, no longing after him, no people nor priest said, "Where is Jehovah?" For judgment being executed on Israel, God can allow his heart to flow out in the testimony of grace. This necessarily gives a place also to Judah, as the two are to be united. The end of the chapter enlarges, in a very affecting manner, on the spirit that grace will produce in Israel when they are brought back, and on the manner in which the Lord will receive them. In verses 23-25, Jah 3:23-25, the prophet confesses the people's condition at the time in which he spoke. It is in this chapter that we have the solemn revelation, that as far as the people were concerned, the Reformation under Josiah was but hypocrisy. These 2 chapters form a kind of general introduction, shewing the ways and judgment of Israel and Judah, and their restoration by grace. The first chapter had been the appointment of Jeremiah to the prophet's office. Jeremiah chapter 4. The following commentary covers chapters 4, 5, and 6. Chapter 4 resumes the subject of chapters 2, 3, and, applying it at that time to the people, tells them that, if they return, it must be unto the Lord himself, that neither forms nor half measures would be of any use. After verse 4, Jah 4:4, the prophet announces the certain judgment of God, which should come from the north, and fall upon Jerusalem in destruction. In chapter 5 the sin and iniquity are shown to be universal, rich and poor, all are alike. And shall not I visit for these things? Saith Jehovah. Nevertheless he will not destroy entirely. The source of evil, or, at least, that which maintains it, is pointed out. The prophets prophesy falsely, and the priests bear rule by their means. Chapter 6 continues the testimony, but gives also the position of Jeremiah in the midst of all this evil. In Je 6:11-26 the judgment is plainly announced. The conduct of the false prophets is again marked. In both these chapters the coming of Nebuchadnezzar in judgment is evidently declared. Jeremiah chapter 7. The following commentary covers chapters 7, 8, and 9. Chapter 7 begins a new prophecy, contemplating especially the temple, which, instead of being a protection, as the people, without conscience, would have it, was become a further demonstration of their iniquity. They were to remember Shiloh. For the house of God should likewise be overthrown. Judah should be cast off, as Ephraim had been, and God would hear no intercession for his people. He required obedience and not sacrifice, and if the people came into his house while they were practicing idolatry, they did but defile it. But Israel had less understanding than the birds of the heaven, which at least knew their appointed times, while Israel knew not the judgment of Jehovah. Chapter 8. From verse 18 to verse 2 of chapter 9 the prophet lays open the depth of his grief. From verse 3 of chapter 9, Je 9:3, he proclaims judgment, a judgment which shall also visit the nations around. And in view of these judgments he exhorts every man not to glory in man, but in the knowledge of Jehovah. Je 9:23-24. Jeremiah chapter 10. In chapter 10 the idols and the vanities of the nations are put in contrast with Jehovah. In verses 19 to 25, Je 10:19-25, we have the affliction of the prophet, speaking of the desolation of Jerusalem as though he were himself the desolate city, and praying to God that his dealings might be only chastisement, and not excision. The reader will do well to observe that the repetition of God's pleadings with Israel, although these pleadings, while varied in their character, need little remark to make them understood, is the most touching proof of the kindness of God, who multiplies his appeals to a rebellious and perverse people, rising up early, as he expresses it, to protest unto them. Jeremiah chapter 11. The following commentary covers chapters 11 and 12. Chapter 11 suggests some observations. God addresses himself again to Israel on the ground of their responsibility, reminding them of the call to obedience, which had been addressed to them ever since their coming out of Egypt. God was about to bring on the people the evil with which he had threatened them. Jeremiah is not to intercede for them. Nevertheless he still calls Israel his beloved, but, being corrupted, what had she to do in his house? Whatever she might have been to him, judgment was coming. At the end of the chapter Jeremiah takes the place of the faithful remnant who have the testimony of God. His position continually reminds us of the Psalms. We see the working of the Spirit of Christ often clearly expressed, but sometimes, it appears to me, in expressions more mingled with Jeremiah's personal position, and thereby less deep and less akin to the sentiments of Christ. Although the same in principle with the Psalms. Jeremiah, on account of his faithfulness and his testimony, was exposed to the machinations of the wicked. Jehovah reveals these things to him. And, according to the righteousness which characterizes the condition of the remnant, he calls for the vengeance of God. See note number 1, this will be the means of deliverance for the remnant. He announces the judgment of these wicked men by the word of Jehovah. In Psalm 83 the same principles will be found, and the same wickedness in God's enemies, only there, these enemies are Gentiles, and the range of thought is wider. Israel and the knowledge of Jehovah are the object of the prayer in that psalm. Compare also chapter 9 and Psalm 64. Here there is more intercession on Jeremiah's part, the psalm speaks of judgment. Compare also PSA 69:6-7, and JA 15:15. The words of the psalm being from the mouth of Christ himself, the request is for others and infinitely more touching. This comparison of passages will help in understanding the relationship between the position of Jeremiah and that of the remnant described in the Psalms. We may also compare Psalm 73 with the beginning of chapter 12. This last chapter forms a part of the same prophecy as the preceding one. Jeremiah pleads with God on the subject of these judgments, but in a humble and submissive manner, which God accepts by making him feel, a painful necessity, the evil of the people more deeply. At the same time he sustains the prophet's faith by the personal interest he manifests in him. God makes him understand that he has forsaken his inheritance. The state of things was therefore no longer to be wondered at. At the same time he reveals his purposes of blessing to his people, and even to the nations among whom they will be dispersed. See note number 2, if these nations would learn the ways of Jehovah. Note number 1. Righteousness characterizes the saint as well as love, and has its place where there are adversaries to that love and to the blessing of the loved people. It is the spirit of prophecy, not the gospel, no doubt because prophecy is connected with the government of God, not with his present dealings in sovereign grace. Hence in the revelation vengeance is called for by the saints. Note number 2. We see at the same time the unchangeable love of God for his people, and the bond of his faithfulness which cannot be broken. He calls the nations, that surround the inheritance he had given to his people, his neighbors. We see also the setting aside of all that national system of which he had made Israel the center, and which falls when Israel, the keystone of the arch, is taken away, Jah 12:14. Afterwards, these nations are re-established, as well as Israel, and blessed if they acknowledge the God of Israel. The Lord Christ will reunite the two things: the universal headship of man, and the union of nations round Israel as a center in his person. He will be the one man to whom the whole dominion is given. And Israel, as well as the various nations with their kings, shall be re-established, each in his own land and his own heritage, as before the time of Nebuchadnezzar, with the exception of Edom, Damascus, Hazor, and Babylon herself. That is to say, those nations which occupy Israel's territory, and Babylon which had absorbed and taken the place of all the others, and which must disappear by the judgment of God to give them their place again. Compare chapter 46 and the following chapters. Jeremiah chapter 13. Chapter 13, bringing to mind how God had bound Israel to his heart, announces the terrible judgment with which the people shall, as it were, be drunken. And, on the ground of this judgment, calls them to repentance. He relates their hopeless evil, and the unfeigned grief of the prophet at their obstinacy. Compare Luke 19 verse 41. This zeal for Jehovah's glory against the evil and the people who dishonored him, and touching affection to them as Jehovah's people, is everywhere a striking mark of the working of the Spirit of Christ. Compare Moses, Exo 32:27-28. Exo 32:31, and sequel, so Paul, Romans 9, th 12:15-16. Only here, under grace, there is no call for judgment, so even Christ himself, compare Matt 23:31-37. Jeremiah chapter 14. Chapter 14 refers to a famine which took place in the land. The desolation of Jerusalem by the sword and by famine is again declared. But observe here the touching intercession of Jah 14:7-9, and again in Jah 14:17-22, the deep affliction of the Spirit of Christ which expresses itself in the prophet's mouth. For in all their affliction he was afflicted. Observe also another element of their condition, pointed out by the Apostle Peter, and by the Lord himself, with reference to the last days, namely, false prophets. Jeremiah chapter 15. The beginning of chapter 15 is an answer to the close of chapter 14, but the instruction and the principles it contains are very remarkable. Jehovah declares that if Moses and Samuel, whose love for Israel, and faith and intercession for them, were unequaled among all the servants of God who had stood before him on their behalf, if these two beloved leaders of the people were there, yet God would not accept Israel. Who should have pity on them? Jehovah himself forsakes them. From verse 20, Jah 15:20, we find the true position of the remnant in such a case, a most touching instruction for ourselves. Poor Jeremiah complains of his lot, among a people whose sorrows he bore on his heart, while at the same time enduring their causeless hatred. We see in verses 11 to 13, Jah 15:11-13, that he represents the people before God, but yet that the faithful remnant are separated from the mass of the wicked. From verse is they present themselves in this separated position to God, bearing at the same time all the pain of the nation's wound, even while asking vengeance on the wicked, the adversaries of the truth. In reply, precise directions are given for the walk of one who is faithful in such a position. The word of God, eaten and digested in the heart, is the source of this position, Jah 15:16. Instead of sharing the spirit of the enemies and the mockers, who rejoiced in the abominable and hypocritical state of those who bore the name of God's people. The effect of the word in the heart was no doubt to separate from this condition of the people, but to isolate the godly one, as though he were himself the object of God's indignation, as being himself the people. The word, which revealed the relationship between God and the people, and shewed them their privileges and their duties, caused the faithful to judge the state of the people, and to feel all the consequences of this state as the judgment of Jehovah, a judgment so much the more terrible to his heart from his feeling how close a band of affection and blessing from God was the normal condition of the people. Thou hast filled me with indignation, Jah 15:17-18, is the prophet's language. In verses 19 to 21, Jah 15:19-21, the precise instructions of God with respect to this condition are given. God also addresses Jeremiah as though he were the people whom he thus represented in spirit before him, and, at the same time, according to his individual faith. He says, "First of all, if thou return, then I will bring thee again, and thou shalt stand before me." This open door open till man shuts it is always in the ways of God, although he well knows that man will not profit by it. Is this all that is to be done while it is called today and the door is open, to call on the rebellious people to return? No, there is something else for the faithful to do, and this is the second leading principle: if thou separate the precious from the vile, thou shalt be as my mouth. In the midst of the ruin caused by the rebellion of God's people, this is the especial work of one who is faithful, who is imbued with the word. The desire of his soul being the reproduction of this word, and of the affections of God revealed in it, can he reject the people in a mass as wicked? That cannot be. Can he accept them in a condition of rebellion, which is so much the worse because they belong to God? This he cannot do either. He must learn to do that which God does, take account of all that is good, and, if it is too late to preserve everything, never condemn that which is of God. The penetrating eye of God never loses sight of this. The affections of the prophet are fixed upon it also. But God has his own thoughts, and he acts according to his own will. He lays hold of that which is precious, owns it, and separates it from that which is vile. This is not precisely the judgment of God respecting evil. But when the judgment is imminent on account of the evil, the energy of the Spirit and the power of the Word lead us to attach ourselves to the good, to discern it, to separate it from the evil, before the judgment comes. If Satan can, he will mingle them together. Those who know how to separate them shall be as the mouth of God. God will do it in judgment by smiting the evil. In the faithful the Spirit of God does it by separating the precious from the vile. The third principle is, that, when once separated from the path of the rebellious by this spiritual intelligence, there must not be a moment's thought of returning to them. Let them return unto thee, but return not thou unto them. Finally, in this position, Jehovah will make the faithful like a wall of brass. The rebels, who boast of being called the people of God, fight against his faithful servant, but shall not prevail, because Jehovah is with him. Deliverance is promised to Jeremiah. All this, while having its immediate application to the prophet, is most valuable instruction for us in the principle which it contains, to direct us in similar times. Patience is required, but the path is clearly marked out. There is always an open door on God's part. The separation of the precious from the vile makes us like the mouth of God. A positive refusal, when thus placed, to return to the unfaithful, such are the principles that God has here established. The word received in the heart is their source. At the same time, the effect is very far from contempt of the fallen people. On the contrary, the heart of the faithful takes upon itself all the grief of the position in which the people of God, or those who publicly stand as such, are found. Jeremiah chapter 16. In chapter 16 Jehovah teaches Jeremiah to avoid all family relationships with this people, and to cease from all testimonies of interest in what was going on among them. For he himself had entirely broken off with them, and would cause all his testimonies to cease among them, and would drive them out of the land. But, after all, through the greatness of the evil which he would bring upon them, he would cause their deliverance out of Egypt to be forgotten in their yet greater deliverance from this evil. For at length God will pardon and comfort his people, but before this he will recompense their iniquity. Afterwards the Gentiles themselves shall come and acknowledge the true God, the God of Israel. Jeremiah chapter 17. The great thing, amidst all that was going on, was to trust in Jehovah. He who, failing in this, made flesh his arm, should not see when good came. Meantime the fire of God's anger was kindled and should not be quenched. How could a wicked and deceitful heart be trusted? The Lord searches it, to give every one according to his ways. The prophet, in the name of the people, casts himself upon Jehovah. And, on account of the wickedness of the adversaries who mocked at God's testimonies, he appeals to God. He had not desired the woeful day which he announced. Neither was it by his own choice that he forsook the peaceful duties he owed the people to follow God in this testimony. He entreats God, whose terrible judgments were to scatter the people, not to be a terror unto him. God was all his hope in the day of evil. What a picture of the condition of the remnant in the last days, and, at all times, of the portion of one who is faithful when the people of God will not hearken to his testimony. Nevertheless, it being still called today, God in his long-suffering opens the door of repentance to the people and to their king, if they have ears to hear. Jeremiah chapter 18. In chapter 18 this principle is fully demonstrated before the people, J 18:1-10. But the people in despair as to God, in the midst of their boldness in evil and in contempt of his marvelous patience, give themselves up to the iniquity by which Satan deprives them of their hope in God. God announces his judgment by the prophet, whose testimony provokes the expression of the confidence felt by a hardened conscience in the certainty and immutability of its privileges, and of the blessings attached to the ordinances with which God had endowed his people, and to which he had outwardly attached these blessings, which maintained their relationship with him. What a dreadful picture of blindness! Ecclesiastical influence is always greatest at the moment, and the conscience is hardened against the testimony of God. Because unbelief, which trembles after all, shelters itself behind the presumed stability of that which God had set up, and makes a wall of its apostate forms against the God whom they hide, attributing to these ordinances the stability of God himself. Conscience says too much to allow the unbeliever any hope of standing well with God, even when God opens his heart to him. There is no hope, he says, I will continue to do evil. Moreover the law shall not perish from the priest, nor counsel from the wise, nor, he adds, the false prophets having the ear of the people, the word from the prophet. The warning which this chapter contains appears to me very solemn. I can scarcely imagine a more terrible picture of the professing people's condition. The prophet asks for judgment upon them. This is in the spirit of the remnant trodden down by the wickedness of the Lord's enemies. Jeremiah chapter 19. The following commentary covers chapters 19 and 20. Chapters 19 and 20 shew us the judgment of Jerusalem announced in terms that require little explanation. And we have in chapter 20 a sample of the opposition of the priests, and of Jeremiah's sufferings. But this does not prevent Jeremiah's denouncing the priest himself, and repeating that which he had said of Jerusalem. Nevertheless we see the effect of these sufferings on his heart. He was compelled, as it were, by the Lord to bear this testimony. He has not, and it is the same with the remnant, the willing spirit that rejoices in tribulation by the power of the Holy Ghost. He was the subject of constant mockery. They watched for his halting, so that he would gladly have been silent. But the word of Jehovah was like fire in his bones. Alas! We understand all this, the deep iniquity of the men who are called the people of God, the way in which the feeble heart recoils before this iniquity, that has neither heart nor conscience. And how on these occasions the word is too strong in us to be shut up in our heart. Nevertheless, with all this fear he had also the consciousness that Jehovah was with him, and he again asks for vengeance, which, in fact, is deliverance, and the only deliverance of those who have the testimony of Christ in such a position. This deliverance is celebrated in verse 13, J 20:13, but in verses 14 to 18, J 20:14-18, we see to what a point personal grief may drive those who are subjected to such a trial as this. See the same thing in Job, a picture of the same condition, that is to say, of a soul tried by all the malice of Satan, without the full knowledge of grace, in the sense of its own nothingness, and in the forgetfulness of self. This will be precisely the state of the remnant in the last days. Christ is the model of perfection in what answered to these circumstances of trial, the reality of which he thoroughly experienced and felt, when he had yet to undergo for others what laid the foundation of grace for them. Jeremiah chapter 21. The following commentary covers chapters 21, 22, and 23. On the occasion of Zedekiah's request to Jeremiah to know if the Lord would interfere in favor of the people against Nebuchadnezzar. The Spirit of God has brought the testimonies together that were given with respect to all the members of David's family who presided, so to say, at the ruin of Jerusalem: Jehoahaz, J 22:10, Jehoiakim, J 22:13-19, Jeconiah, J 22:20-30. The judgment of Zedekiah had been pronounced, chapter 21, and after having declared, as we have seen, that the door was always open to repentance, and that blessing always attended a godly walk, J 21:12. J 22:1-5, judgment is again pronounced, and a sentence from God upon the different kings. Finally, chap. 23, the expression of Jehovah's indignation against these evil pastors gives rise to the declaration that he will raise up a shepherd after his own heart, namely, the true Son of David, the Messiah. The just indignation and the judgment of God are expressed in the strongest terms. Jeremiah chapter 24. Two things attract our attention in chapter 24. First, submission to the judgment of God when he executes it is the proof of intelligence in his word of real spirituality. Want of faith leans, not on the stability of the promises, but, under pretext of the promises, on that of the ordinances and of the men who enjoy them. Those who submit to this judgment of God upon the unfaithfulness of man, a judgment which leads to the enjoyment of these promises, and operates to the setting aside of ordinances, the stability of which God had not guaranteed, but in connection with which man would, if faithful, have enjoyed the promises, those, I repeat, who submit to this judgment, shall enjoy the full and entire effect of these promises, to which it is impossible that God should be unfaithful. The second thing to be remarked is that, when God would encourage the faith of those who submit to his judgment, being led by this submission to a holy conviction that man has deserved it, God stops at nothing short of the full and entire accomplishment of the promises, which depend on his faithfulness. Whatever may have been the unfaithfulness of man, an accomplishment which can and shall be enjoyed solely by means of a work of God in man, that will bring him into a condition suitable to this accomplishment, see J 24:6-7. The position of the people at the time of Jeremiah's prophecies furnished an evident opportunity for the development of these two principles, for the people and the house of David had entirely failed in their faithfulness to God. It is very afflicting, and very humbling, when we are obliged to confess that God's enemies are in the right. The only comfort is that God is in the right, E's 14:22-23, and that in the end he cannot fail to accomplish his gracious promises. Jeremiah chapter 25. Chapter 25 closes, so to say, this part of the prophecy with a general summary of God's judgments on the earth, giving it into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar. The immediate application to events already accomplished does not offer much difficulty, but we shall find a good deal, if we would bring in also an allusion to the last days. Israel, to whom the door had always been held open, is first judged. The chapter begins by announcing the judgment of God upon Jerusalem, because she had refused to hear the call to repentance which had been addressed to her during 23 years. And here let us notice the hardness of the people's heart, stubborn and evil, and refusing to bow the neck to God's testimony, in spite of all the pains God took, if we may so speak, to warn them. And indeed it is his own language, Jehovah hath sent unto you all his servants the prophets, rising early in sending them, but ye have not hearkened, chapter 236:15. Jehovah had always set before the people a full and abiding blessing, if they repented, but they would not. The prophet announces that Jehovah will bring all the families of the north under Nebuchadnezzar, against Jerusalem, and against the adjoining nations, all of whom should assuredly drink the cup of judgment that the Lord had mingled for them. Jerusalem shall serve the king of Babylon 70 years, and after that the king of Babylon himself should be judged and punished, according to the prophecy of Jeremiah against all the nations. For, having begun with Jerusalem, it should be a universal judgment. That which should immediately happen was the judgment of the nations around Palestine, and afterwards that of Babylon, which was the instrument of their judgment. But the fact that the city called by the name of Jehovah was to be laid waste implied the judgment of all the nations. Consequently, in the symbolical action of the prophecy, all the nations connected with Israel, all those of the world as then known, are forced to drink the cup. But this is expressed in terms that include the nations of the whole earth. The historical application of verse 26, J 25:26, does not go farther than that which happened by means of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Shishak, who should drink subsequently to the others. But a principle of universal judgment is comprised in this. The universal evil is developed, J 25:29-38. The only question that can be raised is whether, in this ulterior destruction of all the kingdoms of the earth, the expression, king of Shishak, has any application to one who shall possess the same territory, or if it is merely Nebuchadnezzar. I doubt its going farther. See note number 1, the picture of universal judgment ends the first division of the prophecy. That which follows gives details and particular cases. See note number 2. Note number 1. In either case the judgment does not appear to me to go farther than the oppression of the nations by the king of the Gentiles, who is raised up in place of the throne of God in Jerusalem, and his own destruction at the end of his wicked career. Note number 2. The destruction of Babylon had a peculiar importance, first, because it was substituted by God himself in place of his throne at Jerusalem. Secondly, because it was the only Gentile power directly set up by him, though all power be from him. The others replaced Babylon providentially. Hence, at the destruction of Babylon, Jerusalem is restored, however partially it shews the principle, and the power which judges Babylon is the setter up of God's people again in the holy city. Babylon, its setting up, its rule, and its destruction involved the whole of the direct dealings of God with the Gentiles, and with his people in power. All the rest came in merely as a prolonging by the by. Jeremiah chapter 26. Chapter 26 begins this series of details with a prophecy of the commencement of Jehoiakim's reign. The people are warned, as being already in sin, that if they repent, they shall escape. We have constantly seen this character attached to the prophecies of Jeremiah, as though God said, "Today, if ye will hear my voice." Circumstances rendered this appeal urgent, for in fact, if Israel did not repent, the house of Jehovah was to be like Shiloh. We find that of which God had warned the prophet. They strive against him. But, as Jehovah had promised, they gain no advantage over him. We see that it is the ecclesiastical party that excite the people against the testimony which God bears to them by the mouth of the prophet. But God turns the heart of the princes and of the people towards him. There were some also who regarded the ways of Jehovah. Their intelligence did not go far, but sufficiently so for deliverance, they feared God. We may remark here, that conscience laid hold of the word of God in its immediate application. No doubt the evil would go on increasing, and, when ripe, the judgment would be accomplished, for God does not strike before iniquity has come to its height, and then the prophecy would be fulfilled. But conscience, under the influence of the word, takes knowledge of principles which are judged by it, even when all is not yet ripe for judgment, and as yet consequently the judgment is not executed. J 26:18-19. Jeremiah chapter 27. The following commentary covers chapters 27 and 28. Chapters 27 and 28 go together. Their chief subject is the submission to the head of the Gentiles, which God requires of the Jews. But before dwelling on this, I would call attention to the care which God bestows on his people, warning them again at each new phase of their career towards judgment. We remember that Zedekiah brought down this judgment by rebelling against the king of Babylon. At the beginning of his reign the Lord sent his word by Jeremiah to warn all the kings around, as well as Zedekiah, that they must submit. If they submitted, they should dwell in their land in peace; if not, they should be driven out and perish. Let us now observe the place which, as creator of the earth, of man and beast, God gives to the king of Babylon. God has given the nations, and even the beasts of the field, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar for a certain time. God establishes the central and universal power, and the nation that refuses to submit to it would be in rebellion against himself, and should be consumed. Compare Dan 2:38, which adds the fowls of the heaven to his dominion. All on earth was subjected to this king of the earth, the imperial head taken from among the Gentiles. It was a government appointed of God, who had forsaken Jerusalem, and would no longer protect her unless she submitted to this government. It appears that the kings of the surrounding countries were plotting with Zedekiah to throw off the yoke of the king of Babylon, and that the mission of their ambassadors was the occasion on which this prophecy was given. God declaring that he would have all submit to this yoke, for it was he himself that imposed it. This fact that God has committed power in this world to a man is very remarkable. In the case of Israel, man had been tried on the ground of obedience to God, and had not been able to possess the blessing that should have resulted from it. Now God abandons this direct government of the world, while still the sovereign Lord above. And, casting off Israel whom he had chosen out from the nations, grouping the latter around the elect people and his own throne in Israel, he subjects the world to one head, and committing power unto man, he places him under a new trial. To prove whether he will own the God who gave him power, and make those happy who are subjected to him, when he can do whatever he will in this world. Do not enter here into the details of the history of this trial, they belong to the book of Daniel. We know that man failed in it. Senseless and presumptuous, he ravaged the world and oppressed the people of God, trod down his sanctuary, and prepared for himself a judgment so much the more terrible that Satan will induce him to resist it, and will aid him in his rebellion. Nebuchadnezzar alone answers in all points to that which we have just said. He is the head of gold. God had committed immediately to him the government of the world. Cyrus had personally a more peculiar place, and one more honorable in some respects. But as an empire, the Persians only took the place of one that already existed. And the sources and character of power continually deteriorated, in proportion as their distance from God and his gift increased. False prophets as well as false teachers oppose the truth in this very point on which God tries his people. They can use all other parts of truth in order to deceive, and appear to have increased faith in them. It is manifest that the secret of the Lord is never with them. But whatever appearances may be, they neither stop nor turn away God from the path he takes. Yet the true prophet's position is a painful one. He may seem for the time to be reduced to silence. For the popular falsehood possesses the hearts of the people. Jeremiah had to go away. Nevertheless, in the combat between truth and error, God often intervenes by a striking testimony, and so it was here. The function of the prophet, with respect to the government of the world and of the people's walk, is always a testimony to the judgment which hangs over unfaithfulness. Jeremiah chapter 29. On the other hand, the prophet comforts those who, by the judgment of God, were subjected to the yoke which he had imposed upon them. The Jews in Babylon should dwell in peace, quietly seeking the welfare of the city in which they were captives. The time of deliverance should come. The spirit of rebellion should be punished. Finally, having insisted on the people's submission to the judgment, God reveals his own thoughts of grace. This submission was necessary, because of Israel's sin. For God must maintain his own character, and not identify himself with the ways of a rebellious people. But he must needs manifest himself as he is in his grace. The execution of the judgment, and Israel's ruined condition, brought the truth and beauty of the grace of God into yet greater prominence. Jeremiah chapter 30. The day of Jacob's trouble, promised deliverance and sure judgment. Some details of the circumstances that accompany its exercise deserve our attention, as well as the character which God displays in it, and the extent of its effects. In chapter 30 God commands Jeremiah to write in a book all the words of the judgment which he had heard, for God would restore the people. Now this deliverance found Israel at the height of the distress. This is the first thing presented to the prophet. No day could be compared to this day of Jacob's trouble. It is the day spoken of in Matthew 24 and Mark 13. But in this extremity God comes to the help of his people, who shall be delivered. And now, God having executed his judgment and acted according to his own counsels in grace, this deliverance shall in consequence be full and complete. Israel shall serve Jehovah their God and David their king. The ruin, Jer 30:12, was complete, incurable, no remedy could heal it. It is God who had smitten his people for the multitude of their sins. Nevertheless he was with them to save them. And consequently all the nations who had availed themselves of God's anger to devour Israel should be themselves devoured. Zion should be rebuilt on her own foundation, joy and peace should be in her dwellings, the governors of the people should be of her children. Israel should be the people of Jehovah, and Jehovah should be their God. Finally, a principle which we have seen clearly explained is here announced, namely, that judgment should fall upon the wicked, that this judgment went forth to smite the people of God first, because they were wicked and must bear the consequence. But wherever the wicked might be, this judgment should reach them. Wheresoever the carcass might be, there should the eagles be gathered together. Jeremiah chapter 31. The following commentary covers chapters 31 and 32. But it would not be Judah only, to whom the prophecies of Jeremiah were addressed, that should be restored. All the families of Israel should enjoy this blessing. Jehovah should be their God, they should be his people. A few words will suffice to fix the reader's attention on this beautiful prophecy. All the tribes are there, but all in renewed relationship with Zion. It is a deliverance wrought by the Lord, and it is therefore complete. Its enjoyment is not hindered by weakness. It is a deliverance that melts the heart and produces tears and supplications, but which removes all cause for tears, excepting grace. They shall sorrow no more, their soul shall be as a watered garden. They shall be satisfied with goodness from Jehovah. Ephraim has repented, and God will cause him to feel that he has never forgotten him. The Lord has always remembered his erring child. Judah shall be the habitation of justice and the mountain of holiness. This shall be through a new covenant, not that which was made when they came out of Egypt. The law shall be written in their heart, they shall all know Jehovah. And none of their sins shall be remembered any more. If God should overthrow the ordinances of creation, then, saith he, shall Israel be cast off for all that they have done. Finally the Lord declares in detail the restoration of Jerusalem. I would add that in Jer 31:22 I see only weakness. Israel, feeble as a woman, shall possess and overcome all strength, seeing that strength manifests itself in that which is very weakness. These two chapters give in general the prophetic testimony to Israel's restoration. Chapter 32 applies it to the circumstances of the Jews besieged in Jerusalem. Taking occasion, from the ruin that evidently threatened them by the presence of Nebuchadnezzar, to announce the infallible counsels of God in grace towards them. Jeremiah had declared that the city should be taken, and Zedekiah led captive. But Jehovah had caused him to buy a field, in proof that the people should assuredly return. He points out the iniquity of the people and of the city from the beginning. But now that, in despair through sin, their ruin appeared to them inevitable, Jehovah declares not only a return from captivity, but the full efficacy of his grace. He would give oneness of heart to the people, that they may serve him forever. Their relationship to God as his people should be fully established according to the power of an everlasting covenant. Jehovah will rejoice in doing them good. He would plant them in the land with his whole heart and his whole soul. It was he who had brought all this evil in judgment, and it was he who would bring all the good which he had promised. Jeremiah chapter 33. Chapter 33 repeats with ample and rich abundance the testimony to these blessings, and dwells particularly on the presence of the Messiah. It announces that the branch of righteousness shall grow up unto David, executing judgment and righteousness in the land. Judah shall be saved and Jerusalem shall dwell safely. Her name shall be, Jehovah our righteousness. David shall never want a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel, not merely Judah, nor the tribe of Levi a priest. The Lord's covenant with the heavens and the earth shall fail, before this covenant with David shall be broken. However deeply sunk in despair the people might be, the Lord would never cast off Jacob, or his servant David, but would cause their captivity to return and would have mercy on them. The reader will remark how complete this revelation of deliverance is in its objects, first Judah, who was then particularly in question, then all Israel, then the land, then Messiah and the priesthood. Although, as a comfort to those in Babylon, the captive Jews are encouraged with a sure hope on their repentance, chapter 29, yet in general Judah is joined with Israel in the same deliverance. It is looked at as a whole. Indeed, after chapter 29, save Jah 31:23-24, where Ephraim had been already distinguished, and Jah 33:7, Jah 33:10. Jah 33:16, in present grace because of the siege, Israel is always put before Judah when both are named, and God glories in the name of the God of Israel. We do not get in Jeremiah the rejection of Messiah. His subject is present sins, and future purposes in which Messiah comes in. With this chapter the second part of the book closes, that is, the revelation of the full effect of God's grace towards ruined Israel, a result which should be according to his purposes of love, and perfect according to his counsels. Jeremiah chapter 34. On the occasion of renewed iniquity the prophet announces the certain ruin of the people. Nevertheless Zedekiah, though carried captive to Babylon, should die there in peace. See note number 1. In the succeeding chapters we have some details of the obstinate rebellion which led to the destruction of Jerusalem and of all Judah. Note number 1. God's ways in this are remarkable. He had broken the oath of Jehovah, and he is judged as profane. It was mainly through the influence of others, for he was disposed to listen to Jeremiah, and therefore mercy is extended to him. Jeremiah chapter 35. The obedience of the Rechabites is set forth in order to shew out more clearly the sin of Judah disobedient in spite of the remonstrances and the patience of God. God does not forget the obedience that glorifies his name. The family of the Rechabites shall never fail. Jeremiah chapter 36. Chapter 36 furnishes us with another example of the obstinacy with which the kings of Judah despised the call and the testimony of God. Jeremiah was shut up. But God can never fail in means to address his testimony to man, whatever efforts they may make to escape it. Baruch is employed to write the prophecies of Jeremiah, and to read them, first to the people, then to the princes, and at last to the king himself. But the latter, hardened in his evil ways, destroys the roll. Jeremiah, by God's direction, causes the same words to be written again, and others also, for he neglects no means to reach and lay hold afresh of the people's conscience. But all was useless. Jeremiah chapter 37. The following commentary covers chapters 37 and 38. Chapter 37 gives us Zedekiah in the same state of disobedience. A show of religion is kept up, and, having a moment of respite which excites some hope, the king seeks an answer from the Lord by his prophet. But the favorable circumstances, through which it might appear that the wicked may escape from judgment, do not alter the certainty of the word. Jeremiah sought to avail himself of the opportunity to avoid the judgment which was coming upon the rebellious city, but this only serves to manifest the hatred of the heart to God's testimony. And the princes of the people accusing Jeremiah of favoring the enemy, because he proclaimed the judgment that should fall on the people by their means, put him in prison. Zedekiah manifests some conscience by releasing him. In general, there is more conscience in Zedekiah personally than in some others of the last kings of Judah, see Jah 37:21, and chaps. 21, Jah 38:10, Jah 38:14, Jah 38:16. On this account, perhaps, were those few words of favor and mercy addressed to him in Jah 34:5. But he was too weak to allow his conscience to lead him in the path of obedience, compare Jah 38:2-12. This last chapter gives us the history of his weakness. Nevertheless, in the midst of all this scene of misery and iniquity, we find some rare examples of righteous men, and, however terrible his judgment may be, God remembers them. For his judgment is terrible because he is righteous. Ebed-melech, who delivered Jeremiah, is spared. Baruch also preserves his life. And even Zedekiah, as we have seen, is comforted by some words of encouragement, although he must undergo the consequences of his faults. The ways of God are always perfect, and if his judgments are like an overwhelming torrent as to man, still everything, even to the smallest detail, is directed by his hand, and the righteous are spared. The prison even becomes a place of safety for Jeremiah, and Jehovah deigns not only to spare Ebed-melech, but to send him a direct testimony of his favor by the mouth of Jeremiah, that he may understand the goodness of God in whom he had trusted. Jeremiah chapter 39. The following commentary covers chapters 39 through 44. After this, chapter 39 and the following chapters give us the history of the confusion and iniquity that reigned among the remnant who were not carried captive to Babylon, in order that they should be scattered. And that all should fully bear the judgment which God had pronounced. Nevertheless, if at this last hour this remnant had submitted to the yoke of Nebuchadnezzar, peace should have reigned in the land, and these few that remained should have possessed it. But some revolt, and the others fear the consequences of their folly. There is no idea of trusting in Jehovah. They consult Jeremiah, but refuse to obey the word of the Lord from his mouth. They take refuge in Egypt to escape Nebuchadnezzar, but only to fall under the sword which would have spared them in Judea, had they remained there in subjection to the king. In Egypt they give themselves up to idolatry, that the wrath of God might come upon them to the end. Nevertheless God would spare even a little remnant of these, but Pharaoh Hophra, in whom they trusted, should be given up into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar, as Zedekiah had been. Jeremiah chapter 45. The following commentary covers chapters 45 through 51. Chapter 45 gives us the prophecy with respect to Baruch, already mentioned. Chapter 46 and following chapters contain the prophecies against the Gentiles around Judea, and against Babylon herself. We shall find these special elements in the prophecies that refer to the nations. The judgments are not those of the last days, as in Isaiah, but, according to the general character of the book, refer to the destruction of the different nations, in order to make way for the dominion of one sole empire. It is thus that, in the case of Judea, the judgment is even now executed. But there is a difference with respect to the restoration of those nations in the last days. Egypt, Elam, Moab, Ammon, are restored in the last days, Edom, Damascus. Philistia, Hazor, are not. The reason of this is easily seen. Egypt and Elam form no part of the land of Israel. God in his goodness will have compassion on those countries, they shall be inhabited and blessed under his government. When the people of Israel entered Canaan, Ammon and Moab were to be spared. They were not Canaanites under the curse. And however deplorable their origin might be yet, being related to the family of Israel, their land was preserved to them, although to the 10th generation they could not be admitted into the congregation of Israel, do 23-3. And when God shall put an end to the dominion given to Nebuchadnezzar, and to the empire of the Gentiles, these nations shall again enter into the countries that were allotted them. But, although Edom had been spared, and were even to be received amongst Israel in their 3rd generation, yet as their hatred to Israel had been unbounded, they should be totally destroyed in the judgment of that day. Compare Obadiah throughout, especially in verse 18. Their land should form a part of Israel's territory, and was, in fact, a part of it, although they themselves were spared at the beginning as the brethren of Israel, but only, alas, to abuse this favor, so that the judgment would be more terrible upon them than upon the rest. Damascus, Hazor, and Philistia were a part of the land of Israel, properly so called. These nations disappear as distinct nations, as to their territory. At the close of the judgment on Egypt, God sends words of encouragement to Israel. Israel had lent on Pharaoh when Nebuchadnezzar had attacked Jerusalem. The Egyptian power appeared to be the only one capable of balancing that of Babylon. But God had ordained the fall of Egypt, who would willingly have taken the chief place. This was, however, appointed for Babylon. The country from which they were brought out, the world, considered as man in his natural independent character, organizing in his own strength, would like to prevail over idolatrous corruption and Babylonish principles. But these were to be in force until the time appointed by God, when God will judge them. Now Israel having lent upon Egypt, would apparently fall with Egypt. But God watched over them, and they were to return from their captivity and dwell in peace. The ways of God in government are well worthy of attention here. God would judge the nations, he would chastise Israel in measure. His people should not be condemned with the world. Grace abused brings down the most terrible judgments, thus it was with Edom. Babylon yet remains. But, in Jeremiah, all the judgments are contemplated in connection with the setting aside of the independent nations, and the establishment of the one empire of the Gentiles, the chief subject of this prophecy. Consequently the prophet is specially occupied with the historical fate of the empire, as established by God in the prophet's own days. It is Babylon and the land of the Chaldeans which are the subject of his prophecy. It is the judgment of this empire, to avenge the oppression of Israel by Nebuchadnezzar, who had broken his bones, Jer 50:17. Nevertheless, the deliverance of Israel, at the time of the destruction of Babylon, is given as a pledge and foretaste of their complete and final deliverance, Jer 50:4-19-20, Jer 50:34, see also Jer 51:19-21. For the destruction of Babylon was the judgment of that which God had himself established as the Gentile empire. This is the reason why, even historically, her judgment was accompanied by the deliverance of Israel and the destruction of idolatry, by a man raised up to execute the righteousness of God. It has not been at all the same thing with the other empires, although, no doubt, they were also set up by the providence of God. But in their case it was not the immediate establishment of the empire on God's part, placing man in it under responsibility. Man, thus placed, had completely failed. He has tyrannized over God's people, established a compulsory idolatry, and corrupted the world by its means. Looked at as having the dominion of the world, which had been committed to him, he has been judged, and Babylon is fallen. It is important thoroughly to apprehend this truth with respect to this first empire. In principle the deliverance of Israel results from it, whatever the subsequent dealings of God may have been. See also the character of this judgment, Jer 50:28. Jer 50:33-34. The next chapter furnishes us also with important principles in connection with this destruction of Babylon. Jer 51:6 reveals the unchangeable faithfulness of God to Israel, in spite of the people's sins. It was the time of the Lord's vengeance. When the time that God indicated should have arrived, a time to be known only by those whose spiritual discernment would enable them to apply the prophecy. The elements of which were given clearly enough in these two chapters, especially in the assaults of the nations, then those who had ears to hear were to leave the city. Moreover, the fall of Babylon was a judgment pronounced upon idolatry. The portion of Jacob Jehovah might chastise his people, but he was not like the vanities of the Gentiles. After having chastised them, he would bring forth his righteousness in contrast with the Gentiles, who oppressed them, and would, finally, use them as his weapons of war. From verse 25, Jer 51:25, we see that it is the Babylon of those days which is in question. From verse 29, J 51:29, the historical circumstances that are related give us a very especial proof of this. Jeremiah chapter 52. The last chapter forms no part of the book of Jeremiah, properly so called. We find in it events relative to the destruction of Jerusalem and of the temple. After the remarks we have made, that which is said in it of Babylon will be easily understood. I recapitulate here the principles of this book on account of their importance. The empire of Babylon, in consequence of the unfaithfulness of the house of David, was established by God himself, and entrusted with the government of the world. But Babylon not only oppressed Israel, but set up idolatry, and corrupted the world. He who should have been a worshipper of the true God, and an instrument of his power, established, as far as he could, the influence of the enemy. God has judged him. The empire which God himself established has been entirely overthrown. This judgment was executed against the pride of man, and against idolatry. At the same time it was the deliverance of Israel. This last consideration gave rise to a declaration on God's part of what Israel was to him, and what it shall be in the last days. But the subject treated of is the Babylon of that day. Since then God has permitted other powers to exist, governing the world with universal dominion, until the final accomplishment of all his purposes. These empires have subsisted according to his will, have been raised up or cast down as he saw good. But neither of them has held precisely the same place as Babylon. None of them have been formally established in the place of Israel, nor has the destruction of any of them been the occasion of Israel's restoration. The word of prophecy assures us that at the end of the days, the judgment of the last empire will have this effect. The judgment of Babylon has, in a manner, foreshadowed it. As its moral character commenced the sad history of these monarchies, and served as a model to them in many respects as to the evil that should be developed until the end. But to understand the fundamental principles of this history, and the dealings of God, the place which this first empire held in these dealings must be clearly and distinctly kept in mind. Besides the immense fact of the substitution of empire in man's hand, for the immediate exercise of God's government on the earth, the diligent testimony which God sent, and the warnings to king after king, to people and to priests, is very striking in this book, the patience of God's love and interest. Lamentations. Introduction to Lamentations. The Lamentations of Jeremiah, a touching expression of the interest which God feels in the afflictions which his people undergo on account of their sins, will not require much explanation as to the general meaning of the book. A few remarks may be useful, to shew the true character of this book, and its connection with the dealings of God, as revealed to us elsewhere. The first interesting point to which I have already alluded is that the affliction of his people does not escape the eye of God. He is afflicted in their affliction, his spirit takes knowledge of it. And, acting in the heart of those whose mouth he uses, gives expression to the feelings he has produced there. Thus Christ wept over the hard-heartedness of Jerusalem, and invited its inhabitants to do so likewise. And here also his Spirit not only reproves and reveals things to come, he gives a form to the grief of those who love what God loves, and furnishes the expression of it himself. Lamentations chapter 1. Lamentations 1 verse 1. Lam 1:1. There is nothing more affecting than the sentiments produced in the heart by the conviction that the subject of affliction is beloved of God, that he loves that which he is obliged to smite, and is obliged to smite that which he loves. The prophet, while laying open the affliction of Jerusalem, acknowledges that the sin of the people had caused it. Could that diminish the sorrow of his heart? If on the one hand it was a consolation, on the other it humbled and made him hide his face. The pride of the enemy, and their joy in seeing the affliction of the beloved of God, give occasion to sue for compassion on behalf of the afflicted, and judgment on the malice of the enemy. At the end of chapter 1, after full confession that it was Judah's sin that had brought the evil upon them, and that Jehovah was righteous, the people call on the eye of Jehovah to look on their sorrow, and judge those by whose wickedness they were punished. Lamentations chapter 2. The second chapter is a very deep and touching appeal. The desolation of Jerusalem is looked at as Jehovah's own work, on what was his own, and not as that of the enemy. Never had there been such sorrow. Not only had he polluted the kingdom and its princes, and had been as an enemy against Jerusalem, and all that was goodly in it, but he had cast down his altar, abhorred his sanctuary. He no longer respected what he had himself set up. Only we must remember that it was when the relationships of Jehovah with his people depended, however long God's patience, on the faithfulness of the people's obedience to Jehovah, on the Old Covenant. But this consideration gives room for appealing to himself. Still it is a solemn thing when Jehovah is forced to reject that which he acknowledges to be his own. But it must be so if the association of his name is only a means of falsifying the testimony of what he is, Lam 2:6-7. And this brings before us the amazingly important principle contained in the ministry of Jeremiah, not merely the substitution of Babylon and the Gentile empire for Jerusalem and God's government in Israel, but the setting this last aside in itself. The ground of God's relationship with man where it subsisted, as that which could not subsist when put to the test. Lamentations chapter 3. In chapter 3 we find the language of faith, of sorrowing faith, of the Spirit of Christ in the remnant, on the occasion of the judgment of Jerusalem in which God had dwelt. Before, the prophet, or the Spirit of Christ in him, spoke in the name of Jerusalem, deploring her sufferings and confessing her sin, while appealing to Jehovah against her enemies, relating what he had done in forsaking his sanctuary. And, from Lam 2:11, expressing the depth of her affliction at the sight of the evil. But in chapter 3 he places himself in the midst of the evil to express the sentiments of the Spirit of Christ. Not, it is true, in an absolute manner, according to the perfection of Christ himself, but as acting in the heart of the prophet, as is generally the case in Jeremiah, expressing his personal distress, a distress produced by the Spirit. But clothed in the feelings of the prophet's own heart to bring out that which practically was going on in the heart of a faithful Israelite, the reality of that which was most elevated in that day of anguish and affliction, in which alas, there was no more hope from the people's side than from that of the enemies who attacked them, and in which the heart of the faithful suffered without hope of remedy, yet much more on account of a people who hearkened not to the voice of Jehovah, than on account of enemies raised up in judgment. What has Christ not suffered? That which his Spirit produces in the midst of human weakness, he has himself undergone and felt in its full extent, only that he was perfect in all that his heart went through in his affliction. In chapter 3 the prophet expresses then in his own person, by the Spirit of Christ, all that he felt as sharing the affliction of Israel, and being at the same time the object of their enmity, a position remarkably analogous to that of Christ. What suffering can be like that of one who shares the suffering of God's people without being able to turn away the evil, because they refuse to hear God's message, like that of one who bears this affliction on his heart with the feeling that, if this foolish people would but have hearkened, the wrath of God should have been turned away. It was the lamentation of Christ himself, "Oh, if thou hadst known," etc. In the main Jeremiah partook of the same feelings. But we see him more as being of the people, and participating in his own person in the consequences of the evil, seeing himself under these consequences with the people, because they had rejected his testimony. This may be said of the Lord at the close of his life, or on the cross. But we see that this sentiment, a little known in the case of Job, takes here the form of a personal prayer, complaining of personal suffering. Jeremiah suffers for the testimony, and for the rejection of the testimony. The first 19 verses of chapter 3, Lam 3:1-19, contain the expression of this state. It is altogether the spirit of the remnant. And, with the exception of the sentiment I have just mentioned, it is that expressed in many of the Psalms. Into it all indeed, if we go on to the cross, see note number 1, Christ himself entered. The prophet speaks as having borne in his own heart the deep grief of that which Jehovah had brought upon Jerusalem, but feeling it as one who knew God to be his God, so that he could experience what it was to be the object of the wrath of God. He suffered with Jerusalem, and he suffered for Jerusalem. But the truth of this relation with Jehovah, while making him feel the affliction more deeply, sustained him also, Lam 3:22. He begins to feel that, after all, it is better to have to do with Jehovah, although, in another point of view, this made it all the more painful. He feels that it is good to be afflicted, and to wait upon Jehovah who smites, for he will not cast off forever. He does not afflict willingly, but from necessity. Why complain of the chastening of sin? It were better to turn unto Jehovah. See note number 2, he encourages Israel to do so, and while remembering the affliction of his weeping people, faith is an exercise until Jehovah shall interpose. It is well that an affliction like this should be felt. The only harm is when it is allowed to weaken confidence in the Lord. The prophet calls to mind the affliction of Jerusalem, and, remembering the way which he had been succored himself, he makes use of the kindness he had experienced to confirm his assurance that God would shew the same kindness to the people. But with respect to the proud and careless who reject the truth, their enmity against God, manifesting itself in their enmity against those who were the bearers of his word, he asks for the judgment of God upon them. See note number 3, thus relieved in spirit, and his heart filled with the sentiment that, since the evil came from Jehovah, that which gave so much depth to the sorrow was also a comfort to the heart, he can return to the affliction itself. Measuring its whole extent, which the anguish of his soul prevented his apprehending till he had been able to arrive at its true source. Now he can enter into details, although with deep grief, yet with more calmness because his heart is with God. The sense of trouble and distress at the thought of God's judgment falling on those whom he loves is not sinful, although in Jeremiah's case his heart sometimes failed him. It is right to be troubled, and, as it were, overwhelmed, at God's breaking, not perhaps the relationship, but his present connection with that which was the object of his favor, that which bore the name and the testimony of God. Christ felt this for himself, though in him distress went much farther. Now is my soul troubled, and what shall I say? Father, save me from this hour. Only in Christ all is perfect. And if he feels in perfection the profound distress of the object of God's love becoming the object of his judgment, a feeling of unparalleled grief, seeing it at the same time according to the perfection of God's ways, he can say, For this cause came I unto this hour. Father, glorify thy name. He was himself the necessary object of all God's affection, and consequently, if the judgment was to glorify God, the object also of a perfect judgment, that is, of a complete forsaking on God's part. That which is dreadful in this thought is, that the change of relative position was absolute and perfect in his case according to the very perfection of the relationship. He suffered the forsaking of God, instead of enjoying infinite favor which he knew. There was something similar in the case of Jerusalem. And Jeremiah, feeling by the Spirit of Christ the preciousness of this relationship, and entering into it as sharing it, he suffers with that which was thus judged of God. Only, although moved by the Spirit of Christ, he must find the equilibrium of his thoughts, he must seek Jehovah to bring him into the affliction, amidst all his personal grief. And the true but human workings of a heart that was shaken and cast down by the circumstances. He attached himself to Jerusalem, as resting on her position before God, and not solely and absolutely for God, and as God himself, as did our blessed Lord. There was an object between his soul and God, an object beloved also by God, and it was not loved absolutely in God, and with the affection of God, and hence the affliction had to reach this object, he being in it and of it. Reach his heart in this place and then God draw it to himself, so that he may look at all from Jehovah's view of it. But Christ was himself absolutely in the place, for God's glory and the salvation of others. The judged thing from which he was infinitely far, even as man, he was to be before God. Ever perfect, he learned to the absolute fullness what it was to be this before God, and glorified God there. But this, though we know it true, none can fathom. There was in Jeremiah the right foundation, and he finds Jehovah, first of all in spite of the affliction, but soon in the affliction itself, and he recovers himself immediately, not from the affliction, but in the affliction, by the power of God. Christ can say, How often would I have gathered, etc. This was the affection of God. Jeremiah confesses sin, and ought to confess it, as himself in the place, though a testimony of God in it. But this thought changes so far the character of the feeling, see Lam 1:19-20. Christ sought for nothing as a resource, as if self were concerned in it. His affliction was unmixed and absolute to himself alone, more profound, for who could share it, but perfect as being his alone. Thus, in John 12, when it is himself personally, for this gospel sets the old vine aside as rejected, he cannot desire that the hour of God's forsaking should come, he ought to fear and be troubled, and he was therefore heard. But it is between God and himself alone. No other thought comes in between, it is wholly with God. Alas! Had it been possible, all was lost. But no. It is the absolute submission of the perfect man, who seeks, and seeks nothing else, that the name of God may be glorified according to God's perfection, that at all cost to himself God's name may be glorified. Not now as God, who must necessarily maintain its glory, but as one who submits to everything, who sacrifices himself, in order that God may glorify his name. For this cause he has been supremely glorified as man, a glorious mystery, in which the glory of God will shine forth throughout eternity. Note number 1. I add, if we go on to the cross, because, though Christ may have felt much of it in his sorrow as he approached the cross, there are expressions which apply to him only as suffering there. The direct proper application is to the remnant, as is the case with the Psalms, and to Jeremiah in particular. Note number 2. We have here a principle of the deepest interest, and most instructive. I will follow it out with a little more detail. The principles are in the text. Jehovah smiting his own altar and all the holy things, having been set up by himself in the midst of his people as marking them as his and the formal link with them as their God, their destruction which broke that formal link. As far as God's own ordinances went, put an end to the connection. And this, as one of that people and living in that bond, had been the deepest distress to the true-hearted Jeremiah. But while this, because they were of God, pressed upon his heart, it led him, when he had got to the depth of the feeling, to the Jehovah whose ordinances they were. Jehovah known in his heart takes then the place of the ordinances which bound the people to him, and his soul is drawn out in confidence to him who was within and beyond all those links. He feels and speaks from the place of affliction, but his soul is humbled in him when personally thus in intercourse with Jehovah, and so has hope. And this is a sure and immovable anchor of faith when God our Father is truly known, see Lam 3:22-26. He is brought quite low and subdued in spirit, but Jehovah is before his soul unknown, though he must wait for him, Lam 3:27-30, but Jehovah rises up before him. He does not afflict willingly. And now he turns in greater calmness of spirit to try his own ways, Lam 3:39-42. Yet he looks fully at all the sorrow, Lam 3:42-49. But now Jehovah is in his heart, and the till, Lam 3:50, the full assurance of which flows from his very nature, for personally, when at the lowest, he had called and Jehovah had drawn near to him, and pleaded the cause of his soul. And he looks for Jehovah's judgment on his relentless and causeless enemies. No doubt the call for judgment is characteristic of Jehovah's relationship with Israel. Still, there will be such on all the open enemies of the Lord. Note number 3. In all this the spirit of these passages is wonderfully in accordance with that of the Psalms, as indeed is very natural. The way in which Christ entered into it is spoken of in what is said on the book of Psalms. Christ passed, in grace, through all exercises as to it in perfectness Jeremiah and the remnant, that they might be perfected in their own state and feeling as to it. See what follows in the text. Lamentations chapter 4. Jeremiah, having now found Jehovah in the affliction, tranquilly measures its whole extent. But this is itself a consolation. For after all Jehovah who changes not is there to comfort the heart. This is chapter 4. He calls the whole to mind, and contrasts that which Jerusalem was, when under the blessing of Jehovah, with that which his anger has produced. It is no longer only the overwhelming circumstances of the present scene, but what it was before God. The Nazarites pass before his thoughts, that which Jerusalem, as the city of the great king, had been even in the eyes of her enemies. The anointed of Jehovah, under whose shadow the people might have lived, as we have already seen, although the Gentiles ruled, the anointed of Jehovah had been taken in their pits, like the prey of the hunter. But the afflicted spirit of God's servant, who bears the burden of his people, can now estimate not only the affliction that overwhelms them, but the position of the enemies of Jerusalem, and that of the beloved city. Nay, he who would have one run to and fro through the streets of Jerusalem to find a just one, now sees the enemies have slain the just in her midst, see Lam 4:13 and J 5:1. The cup of God's wrath shall pass through unto Edom, who was rejoicing in the ruin of the city of Jehovah, and as to Zion, she has doubtless drunk this cup to the dregs, but if she has done so, it was in order that she might drink of it no more. The punishment of her iniquity is accomplished, she shall no more be carried into captivity. All was finished for her, she had drunk the cup which she confessed she had deserved, see Lam 4:11, Lam 1:18-20. But the sin of haughty Edom should be laid bare. God would visit her iniquity. Lamentations chapter 5. The prophet can now present the whole affliction of the people to God, as an object of compassion and mercy. This is an onward step in the path of these deep exercises of heart. He is at peace with God, he is in his presence, it is no longer a heart struggling with inward misery. All is confessed before Jehovah, who is faithful to his people, so that he can call on God to consider the affliction in order that he may remember his suffering people according to the greatness of his compassions. For Jehovah changes not, Lam 5:19-21. The sense of the affliction remains in full, but God is brought in, and everything having been recalled and judged before him, all that had happened being cleared up to the heart. Jeremiah can rest in the proper and eternal relations between God and his beloved people. And, shutting himself into his direct relations with his God, he avails himself of his goodness, as being in those relations, to find in the affliction of the beloved people an opportunity for calling his attention to them. This is the true position of faith, that which it attains as the result of its exercises before God at the sight of the affliction of his people, an affliction so much the deeper from its being caused by sin. Summary to Lamentations. This book of Lamentations is remarkable because we see in it the expression of the thoughts of the Spirit of God, that is, those produced in persons under his influence, the vessels of his testimony. When God was forced to set aside that which he had established in the world as his own. There is nothing similar in the whole circle of the revelations and of the affections of God. He says himself, how could he treat them as Admah and Zeboim? Christ went through it in its fullest extent. But he went through it in his own perfection with God. He acted thus with regard to Jerusalem, and wept over it. But here man is found to have lost the hope of God's interposing on his people's behalf. God would not abandon a man who was one of this people, who loved them, who understood that God loved them, that they were the object of his affection. He was one of them. How could he bear the idea that God had cast them off? No doubt God would re-establish them. But in the place where God had set them, all hope was lost forever. In the Lord's own presence it is never lost. It is in view of this that all these exercises of heart are gone through, until the heart can fully enter into the mind and affections of God himself. Indeed, this is always true. The Spirit gives us here a picture of all these exercises. How gracious! To see the Spirit of God enter into all these details, not only of the ways of God, but of that also which passes through a heart in which the judgment of God is felt by grace, until all is set right in the presence of God himself. Inspiration gives us, not only the perfect thoughts of God, and Christ the perfection of man before God, but also all the exercises produced in our poor hearts, when the perfect Spirit acts in them, so far as these thoughts, all mingled as they are, refer in the main to God, or are produced by him. So truly cares he for us. He hearkens to our sighs, although much of imperfection and of that which belongs to our own heart is mixed with them. It is this that we see in the book of Lamentations, in the Psalms, and elsewhere, and abundantly, though in another manner, in the New Testament. Ezekiel. Introduction to Ezekiel. In the prophecy of Ezekiel we have left the touching ground we were on in Jeremiah. He was within with the judgment hanging over the guilty city, and under the oppressive sense of the evil which brought on the ruin, bearing a testimony which, as to apparent result, was of no avail, though it maintained, in personal sorrow of heart according to human measure, the glory of God. Ezekiel had been carried into captivity with the king Jehoiakim. At least, he was one of those made captive at that time, and he habitually dates his prophecies from that period. An important thing to remark that we may understand the revelations made to him. For himself there is no more question either of dates or of kings, of Judah or of Israel. The people of God are in captivity among the Gentiles. Israel is looked at as a whole, the interests of the whole nation are before the eye of the prophet. At the same time the capture of Jerusalem under Zedekiah had not yet taken place. This occasions the revelation of that king's iniquity, the measure of which was filled up by his rebellion. For Nebuchadnezzar attached value to the oath made in the name of Jehovah. He counted upon the respect due to that name, and Zedekiah had not respected it. The first 23 chapters contain testimonies from God against Israel in general, and against Jerusalem in particular. After that the surrounding nations are judged. And then, beginning with chapter 33, the prophet resumes the subject of Israel, announcing their restoration as well as their judgment. Finally from chapter 40 to the end we have the description of the temple and of the division of the land. Ezekiel chapter 1. Ezekiel 1 verse 1. Es 1:1. In chapter 1 we find a date which refers to the year of Josiah's Passover, but with what intent I do not know. It has been thought that the 30 years relate to the Jubilee. On this point I cannot speak with confidence. But other circumstances are very important. Ed. Note, W. Kelly has a helpful comment here. The 30th year, Es 1:1, has greatly perplexed the learned. But it seems plain that the starting point is the era of Nabopolassar, father of Nebuchadnezzar, who became king of Babylon, B.C. 625, about the date when Hilkiah found the book of the law in the temple so pregnant with blessing to Josiah and the righteous in Judah. This last is referred to in the Calvi paraphrase of Jonathan ben Uzziel. Ezekiel, in loco. The throne of God is not seen in Jerusalem, but unconnected with this city, and outside. It is the universal sovereign throne of God. God judges the city itself from this throne. The prophecy commences with the description of the throne. We have the attributes of God as the supporters of his throne, under the likeness of the four categories of created beings on earth, the four being united in one, at least the four heads of these categories. These symbols are nearly the same as those used by the pagan inventors of idolatry to represent their gods. Formal idolatry began with a figurative personification of the attributes of God. These attributes became their gods, men being impelled to worship them by demons who governed them by this means. So that it was these demons whom men worshipped that soon degenerated so far that they set up gods wherever there was anything to desire or to fear. Or that answered to the lusts which inspired these desires or these fears, sentiments which the demon cultivated also, in order to appropriate to himself the worship due to God alone. Now these attributes belonged to the only God, the Creator, and the head of all creation, but, whatever their power and glory might be in action, they were but the supporters of the throne on which the God of truth is seated, see note number 1. Whatever instruments he may employ, it is the mighty energy of God that manifests itself. Intelligence, strength, stability, and swiftness in judgment, and, withal, the movement of the whole course of earthly events, depended on the throne. This living energy animated the whole. The cherubic supporters of the throne, full of eyes themselves, moved by it, the wheels of God's government moved by the same Spirit, and went straight forward. All was subservient to the will and purpose of him who sat on the throne judging right. Majesty, government, and providence, united to form the throne of his glory. But all the instruments of his glory were below the firmament. He whom they glorified was above. It is he whom the heathen knew not. This throne of the supreme and sovereign Lord God is seen in Chaldea, see note number 2, in the place where the prophet then was among the Gentiles. It is no longer seen at Jerusalem in connection with the land, nor have we any law embodied, so to speak, in the throne, according to which an immediate government was exercised. Consequently the voice of God speaks to Ezekiel as to a Son of Man, a title that suited the testimony of a God who spoke outside of his people, as being no longer in their midst, but on the contrary was judging them from the throne of his sovereignty. It is Christ's own title, looked at as rejected and outside of Israel, although he never ceases to think of the blessing of the people in grace. This puts the prophet in connection with the position of Christ himself. He would not, thus rejected, allow his disciples to announce him as the Christ, Luke 9, for the Son of Man was to suffer, see note number 3. Note number 1. Wise infidels, always petty in their conceptions because they know not God, have seen in the winged human-headed bulls and lions of Nineveh the origin of Ezekiel's vision. They betray themselves. They do not see or know him who sat above them. I do not doubt a moment that these images represented the same thing essentially as the cherubim. But these poor pagans, misled by Satan, like these infidels in their wisdom, worshipped what was below the firmament. In Ezekiel's vision they were merely symbolic attributes, and he who was worshipped was above the firmament. It is just the difference in this respect between idolatry and the revelation of God. Note number 2. I mean merely in the limits of the empire of the Chaldeans. It was by the river Chebar, which was more to the northwest. Note number 3. This distinction is always carefully maintained, based on Psalms 2 and 8. Compare Nathaniel, John 1. Ezekiel chapter 2. In testimony and example, as to his prophetic relation, the same thing happens in Ezekiel's case. God is rejected. His prophet takes this place, with the throne, to judge the whole nation, and especially Jerusalem, announcing at the same time, to faith, their re-establishment in grace. He is sent from Jehovah to a rebellious people, to say, Jehovah has spoken, whether they would hear or not. The judgment would make it known that a prophet had been among them. His first testimony is composed of lamentations, and mourning, and woe. Nevertheless the communication of the Word of God is always full of sweetness, looked at as a revelation from him, and as taking place between God and man, chapter 2. Some important principles in the relations of God with Israel are developed in chapter 3. But we have yet to notice a feature that characterizes the book of Ezekiel, comparing it with that of Jeremiah. The latter addresses himself immediately to his contemporaries, that is to say, to the people of God, in a testimony which, making its way through the bruised and wounded heart of the prophet, exhibits the marvelous patience of God, who, up to the last moment, invites his people to repentance. It is not thus with Ezekiel. He announces that which necessitates the judgment. He is sent indeed to Israel, but to Israel in a hardened condition. His mouth is shut as to the people, he is not to rebuke them. He may communicate to them certain declarations of Jehovah at a suitable time, when Jehovah opens his mouth to make them understand that there is a prophet among them. But he does not address himself directly and morally to the people, as being still the object of God's dealings. Jehovah reveals to him the iniquities that oblige him to cast off his people, and no longer to act towards them on principles of government established by himself, as with a people whom he acknowledged. It is, on God's part, a setting forth of Israel's conduct as the occasion of the rupture of his relations with them. At the same time certain new principles of conduct are revealed. I speak of that part of the prophecy which relates to Israel. For there are also sundry judgments upon the Gentiles, and a description of the future state of the land, as well as of the temporal state which the prophet was to communicate to Israel in case they should repent. Ezekiel chapter 3. The Lord testifies that Israel is even more hardened than any of the heathen nations. The people are impudent and hard-hearted. It needed that Ezekiel should have his forehead made as hard as adamant to speak to them the word which he had to declare, saying, whether they will hear, or whether they will forbear. The prophet is carried away by the power of the Spirit into the midst of the captives at Tel Abib. Although the house of Israel was hardened, God distinguished a remnant, and in this manner. The prophet was to warn individuals, it was to this work he was appointed. If his word was received, he who hearkened should be spared. Ezekiel should be responsible for the fulfillment of this duty, but each one should bear the consequences of his own conduct, after he had heard the word. Thus the people are no longer judged as a whole, as was the case when all depended on the public conduct of the nation or of the king. Israel had revolted, but still he that hearkened to the word should live. God was acting in accordance with his long-suffering grace. The prophet again sees the glory of Jehovah by himself, and the Spirit announces to him that he is not to go out among the people, but that he shall be a prisoner in his house, and that God will make his tongue cleave to the roof of his mouth. For they were a rebellious people, and, as a people, the warning was not to be given them. God, when he pleased, would open the mouth of the prophet, and he should speak peremptorily to the people, declaring the word of Jehovah. Let him hear that Jehovah would no longer plead in love, as he had done. Ezekiel chapter 4. Besides the general judgment that God pronounced upon the condition of Israel, Jerusalem on whom lay all the iniquity of the people now come to its height appears before God whom she had despised. The prophet, in representing the siege of Jerusalem, was also to point out the years of iniquity that had led to this judgment, for Israel in general, 390, for Judah, 40. It is certain that these dates do not refer to the duration of the kingdom of Israel apart from Judah, nor to that of Judah, because the kingdom of Israel only lasted about 254 years. While that of Judah continued about 134 years after the fall of Samaria. It would appear that the longer period mentioned is reckoned from the separation of the 10 tribes under Rehoboam, counting the years as those of Israel, because from that moment Israel had a separate existence, and comprised the great body of the nation. While Judah was everything during the reign of Solomon, which lasted 40 years. After his reign Judah would be comprised in the general name of Israel according to Ezekiel's usual habit, although on certain occasions he distinguishes them on account of the position of Zedekiah and of God's future dealings. The reason for using this name of Israel for the whole is plain enough, namely, that the captivity had placed the whole nation in the same condition and under one common judgment, and Israel was the name of the whole people. The entire nation was now set aside, and a Gentile kingdom established. Judah is sometimes distinguished, because there was still a remnant at Jerusalem judged indeed yet more severely than the mass, but which nevertheless existed, and which will have distinct circumstances in their history until the last days. The same thing happens in the New Testament. In the language of the apostles the 12 tribes are blended. Nevertheless, as a matter of history, the Jews, that is to say, those of Judah, are always distinct. In the main, Ezekiel prophesied under the same circumstances. Hence, in part, as we have said, his title of Son of Man, given also to Daniel, as well as that of Man greatly beloved. The man of power was Nebuchadnezzar. But he who represented the race before God was an Ezekiel, as the man of desire was a Daniel, a man beloved of God. With respect to the date, it is certain that the 390 years are almost exactly the time of Israel's duration from the death of Solomon to the destruction of the temple. Some persons have wished to reckon the 40 years of Judah from Josiah's Passover down to the same period, supposing that the destruction of the temple by Nebuchadnezzar took place 4 or 5 years after the captivity of Zedekiah. But this was not the case. It was a month later in the same year. Jehoiakim was carried into captivity in the 8th year of Nebuchadnezzar, KG 2 hours 12. Zedekiah reigned 11 years, J 52:1. In the 19th year of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuzaradan burnt the house of Jehovah, and, reading from Es 4:6, we see that it was a month after in the same year. In taking the 40 years of Judah to be the reign of Solomon, it would be saying that Israel had done nothing but sin ever since the establishment of the kingdom, for it was only in the days of Solomon that there was a peaceful reign. David founded the kingdom. The responsibility of his family began with Solomon, 2 Samuel 7. Ezekiel chapter 5. The following commentary covers chapters 5 and 6. In the revelation given to Ezekiel, Jerusalem is taken, and its population almost entirely destroyed. The dispersed remnant are pursued by the sword, and a portion only of this remnant is spared. There would be some even of this portion cast into the fire, see note number 1. And this fire should reach to the whole house of Israel. That is to say, the judgment that should fall upon the remnant who do not perish in the city should represent the position of all Israel. It is thus that the prophet is constantly led to speak of the whole nation. For, as long as there was a remnant at Jerusalem, the nation had a place on the earth. But when the iniquitous rebellion of Zedekiah had led to the destruction of Jerusalem, this was no longer the case. But this judgment of Jerusalem contains very important elements for the understanding of all this part of the history of the people and of the dealings of God. This is Jerusalem, saith the Lord Jehovah. I have set it in the midst of the nations and countries round about her. And instead of being a testimony in the midst of the nations, so that the house of Jehovah should have attracted them, or at least have placed them under responsibility by a true testimony to God who dwelt there instead of this. Her inhabitants had even gone beyond the idolatrous nations in wickedness. Therefore God would execute judgments upon her in the sight of all the nations, a just retribution for her sins. She should also be laid waste and made a reproach among the nations round about her. And, chap. 6. The judgment should not be confined to Jerusalem, it should be executed on all the high places, on all the mountains of Israel. Every city should be desolate, all their idols destroyed, and the people scattered. They should know that the Lord had not threatened them in vain with his judgments. The fire should reach those that were afar off as well as those that were in the land. And the land should be laid waste, and the worshippers of idols slain around their infamous gods. Nevertheless God would remember mercy in the midst of judgment. He would spare a little remnant of those who were scattered, and those who should escape should loathe themselves for the abominations they had committed. Thus Jerusalem was judged as well as the mountains of Israel, which were but too notorious for their idols and their high places. Note number 1. It is thus that I understand this passage. We should imagine, from our translation, that it was some of the hairs that were cast into the fire. But in the Hebrew the pronoun is in the singular, and it is masculine as well as feminine. Ezekiel chapter 6. The following commentary covers chapters 5 and 6. In the revelation given to Ezekiel, Jerusalem is taken, and its population almost entirely destroyed. The dispersed remnant are pursued by the sword, and a portion only of this remnant is spared. There would be some even of this portion cast into the fire, see note number 1. And this fire should reach to the whole house of Israel. That is to say, the judgment that should fall upon the remnant who do not perish in the city should represent the position of all Israel. It is thus that the prophet is constantly led to speak of the whole nation. For, as long as there was a remnant at Jerusalem, the nation had a place on the earth. But when the iniquitous rebellion of Zedekiah had led to the destruction of Jerusalem, this was no longer the case. But this judgment of Jerusalem contains very important elements for the understanding of all this part of the history of the people and of the dealings of God. This is Jerusalem, saith the Lord Jehovah. I have set it in the midst of the nations and countries round about her. And instead of being a testimony in the midst of the nations, so that the house of Jehovah should have attracted them, or at least have placed them under responsibility by a true testimony to God who dwelt there instead of this. Her inhabitants had even gone beyond the idolatrous nations in wickedness. Therefore God would execute judgments upon her in the sight of all the nations, a just retribution for her sins. She should also be laid waste and made a reproach among the nations round about her. And, chap. 6. The judgment should not be confined to Jerusalem, it should be executed on all the high places, on all the mountains of Israel. Every city should be desolate, all their idols destroyed, and the people scattered. They should know that the Lord had not threatened them in vain with his judgments. The fire should reach those that were afar off as well as those that were in the land. And the land should be laid waste, and the worshippers of idols slain around their infamous gods. Nevertheless God would remember mercy in the midst of judgment. He would spare a little remnant of those who were scattered, and those who should escape should loathe themselves for the abominations they had committed. Thus Jerusalem was judged as well as the mountains of Israel, which were but too notorious for their idols and their high places. Note number 1. It is thus that I understand this passage. We should imagine, from our translation, that it was some of the hairs that were cast into the fire. But in the Hebrew the pronoun is in the singular, and it is masculine as well as feminine. Ezekiel chapter 7. Finally, chap. 7. The whole land of Israel is under the sentence of God, the four corners of the land. Those who escape the general judgment mourn alone upon the mountains, having forsaken all in despair, having no power for resistance. The worst of the heathen should possess the land. And the ornament of the majesty of Jehovah, which he had established in glory, having been profaned by their abominations, should be given up into the hands of strangers to be profaned by them. The secret place of his holiness should be polluted. Mischief should come upon mischief, and there should be no remedy. Jehovah would judge the people according to their deserts. Solemn judgment was thus pronounced on the whole nation. All is desolate, and with respect to the relations of Israel with God, whether on the part of the people themselves, or by means of the house of David which was responsible for the maintenance of these relations, all was finally lost. Grace may act. But the people and the house of David had totally failed. The name of God had been blasphemed through his people, instead of being glorified. The execution of judgment is now the only testimony rendered to him. The judgment is complete, it has fallen on the four corners of the land, and Israel is no longer a nation. What a solemn thought it is, that judgment should be the only testimony that can be given to God. Chapter 7 closes this first prophecy, which is one of vast importance, as declaring the judgment to be fully executed upon the people of God on earth. Ezekiel chapter 8. Chapter 8 begins a new prophecy, which comprises several distinct revelations, and extends to the close of chapter 19, from the 8th to the end of the 11th being connected. Judah still existed at Jerusalem, although many of them had already been carried into captivity with Jehoiakim. It was not till 5 years later that the temple was destroyed. It is the state of things at Jerusalem which is judged in these chapters. The elders of Judah presented themselves before the prophet, and Jehovah took this opportunity to shew him all the enormities that would bring down judgment on the people. In the prophecy of the preceding year, God, by the mouth of the prophet, had threatened Israel with the giving up of his sanctuary to the profane, Es 7:20-22. Here Jehovah exhibits in detail the cause of this judgment. The glory of Jehovah appeared to the prophet, and he was taken in the visions of God to Jerusalem, and there in the courts and the chambers, and in the gates. He was shown every form of hateful and defiling idolatry practiced in Jehovah's own house by the elders and others of Israel. If we compare the history of Jeremiah, and the outward profession that was made the pretension that the law should not perish from the priest, we shall understand the excessive iniquity of the Jews and their hypocrisy. Ezekiel chapter 9. The glory of Jehovah visits the temple. He takes his place on the side that looked towards the city, and, after having shown the prophet the heinous sins committed there, he gives command to execute the deserved vengeance, but to spare the remnant who mourned over all these abominations. That which declares morally the state of heart of the wicked, and which made them give the loose rein to their iniquity, is that the absence of Jehovah's intervention on account of their sins, had so acted on their belief as to make them say, Jehovah hath forsaken the earth and Jehovah seeth not. This was obduracy of heart. Ezekiel chapter 10. In chapter 10 the whole city is given up to be consumed. The glory of Jehovah presides over the judgment and commands it. He stands upon the threshold of his house which he fills with his glory in judgment, as he had formerly done in blessing. The throne of Jehovah was apart. We have a renewed description of all its parts. Jehovah left his throne and stood on the threshold of the house. This is an interesting element of this judgment. The cherubim and the terrible wheels instinct with living energy and full of eyes could have accomplished all. But Jehovah leads the prophet to take personal cognizance of the various and abominable sins and idolatries by which they profaned his sanctuary. No doubt his providential government wrought in power to carry out his judgment, but it was the Jehovah of the defiled house who stood personally on its threshold to direct the judgment of the city. And personally have a mark put on the godly and secure them in the hastening judgment, Es 9:3-4, following, and from beginning of chap. 8. This personal intervention of Jehovah, both to shew the evil well known to him, to mark and spare the mourners, and to direct the judgment, is full of interest. Ezekiel chapter 11. In chapter 11 God judges the leaders of iniquity, who comforted themselves in the thought that the city was impregnable, see note number 1. They should be brought out from the midst thereof and be judged in the border of Israel. One of these wicked men dies in the presence of the prophet, which brings out the sorrow of his heart and his intercession for Israel. In reply, God distinguishes those in Jerusalem from the captives. As to the latter, God had been a sanctuary to them wherever they were. He would restore them, and give them back the land. He would purify them, and give them a new heart. They should be his people, and he would be their God. But as for those who walked after their abominations, their ways should be visited upon them in judgment. The remnant are always distinguished, and individual conduct is the condition of blessing, save that they, the faithful, are established as the people of God at the end. The glory of Jehovah then forsakes the city and stands upon the Mount of Olives, from which Jesus ascended, and to which he will again descend for Israel's glory. This part of the prophecy ends here. Note number 1. Jeremiah's exhortations will be remembered to submit themselves to Nebuchadnezzar, and even to quit the city and go forth unto him. Ezekiel chapter 12. Chapter 12 announces the fight and the capture of Zedekiah, who would be carried to Babylon though he would not see it. All the force of Judah would be dispersed, and the land laid desolate. A small remnant of captives would declare among the heathen the abominations which had brought the judgment. And the judgment was soon to come, for God's patience with his people had led to the unbelieving comment that God would not interfere, but now the effect of his words would not be delayed. Ezekiel chapter 13. The following commentary covers chapters 13 and 14. Chapter 13 judges the prophets who deceived the people in Jerusalem by their pretended visions of peace. In chapter 14 the elders of Israel come and sit before the prophet. Here God sets distinctly before Israel the new principles on which he would govern them. These elders had put their abominations before their eyes. God himself will judge them according to their transgressions. As a nation they were all alike. Jehovah could only say to them, "Repent ye." The prophets and the people should be punished together. Even if the most excellent of the earth should be found in a land which Jehovah judged, they would not hinder the execution of the judgment, they would only save their own lives by their righteousness. God did not own a nation, the only one he had now rejected, he did, the individually righteous, compare Gen 18. Now God was bringing all his judgments upon Jerusalem. Nevertheless, a remnant should be spared. And the proofs they would give of the abominations committed in the city would comfort the prophet with respect to the judgments accomplished on it. And so it is, the judgment of God, who gives his people up to their enemies, is a burden to the heart of one who loves the people. But when the manner in which the name of God had been dishonored is seen, the necessity of the judgment is understood and felt. Ezekiel chapter 15. Chapter 15 shews that the vine utterly useless if it bore no fruit was fit only for fuel, and to be consumed. Thus should it be with the inhabitants of Jerusalem, a striking picture of this destruction, and of the condition of Jerusalem, which was worth nothing more. Ezekiel chapter 16. In reading chapter 16 it must be remembered that Jerusalem is the subject, and not Israel. Moreover, the subject treated of is not redemption, but God's dealings. He had caused to live, he had cleansed, ornamented, and anointed, that which was in misery and devoid of beauty. But Jerusalem had used all that Jehovah had given her in the service of her idols, and also to purchase the succor and the favor of the Egyptians and the Assyrians. She has had no idea of independence and of standing alone, leaning on Jehovah. She should be judged as an adulterous woman. Jehovah would bring against her those whom she had sought. Nevertheless, filled with pride, she would hear nothing of Samaria or of Sodom, names which Jehovah now uses to humble her. She was even more worthless than those whom she must own for her sisters, in spite of her pride. Jerusalem being thus justly condemned and humbled, God will yet act in full grace towards her, and will re-establish her, remembering his love and his covenant. She will never be restored on the former ground, any more than Samaria or Sodom. And the grace that will be exercised towards her shall suffice to bring them back also, namely, the sovereign grace of redemption and pardon, which is by no means the covenant of Jerusalem under the law. With Jerusalem Jehovah will also establish a special covenant, and her 2 sisters shall be given her for daughters. Her mouth shall be shut at the thought of all the grace of God who shall have pardoned her. The 55th verse, E 1655, is absolute and perpetual. The promise, in verse 60, E 16 hours 60 minutes, is on entirely new ground. Samaria, Sodom, Jerusalem, go together in judgment. But sovereign grace has its own way and time, and thus all 3 might be and would be restored, but Jehovah would establish his covenant with Jerusalem. The free unconditional covenant of promise would be made good to Jerusalem, E 16:8. Ezekiel chapter 17. Chapter 17 present the judgment of Zedekiah for despising the oath that Nebuchadnezzar made him take in the name of Jehovah. Israel not having been able to stand in integrity before God, Jehovah had committed the kingdom to the head of the Gentiles, whom he had raised up. This was his determinate purpose. But he had disposed the heart of Nebuchadnezzar to respect the name of Jehovah, and Judah might still have remained the center of religious blessing, and the lamp of David might still have given light there. Although the royalty had been subjected to the head of the Gentiles, until the time should come for the result of the judgment and dealings of God. The covenant between Nebuchadnezzar and Zedekiah was made on this ground, and the name of Jehovah was brought in to confirm it. It was not the Gentile who broke the covenant. Zedekiah added to his other sins that of rendering impossible the existence of a people and a kingdom that belonged to God. The name of Jehovah was more despised and trampled under foot by him than by the Gentile king. He intrigues with Egypt to escape from the dominion of Nebuchadnezzar, whom God himself, in judgment, had set up as supreme. This filled up the measure of iniquity, and brought on the final judgment. But it left room for the sovereignty of God, who would bring down the high tree and exalt the low tree, who would dry up the green tree and make the dry tree to flourish. His grace would take the little forgotten branch of the house of David and raise it up in Israel upon the mountain of his power, where he would cause it to become a goodly cedar, bearing fruit, and sheltering all that would seek the protection of its shadow. All the powers of the earth should know the word and the works of Jehovah. Ezekiel chapter 18. The following commentary covers chapters 18 and 19. Chapter 18 contains an important principle of the dealings of God, unfolded at that period. God would judge the individual according to his own conduct. The wicked nation was judged as such. Neither was it, in fact, judged for the iniquity of the fathers. The present iniquities of the people made the judgment which their fathers had merited suitable to their own actions. But now, with respect to his land of Israel, the principle of government laid down in Exodus 34:7 was set aside, and souls belonging, as they did individually, to Jehovah, would individually bear the judgment of their own sins. God would pardon the repenting sinner. For he has no pleasure in the sinner's death. The government of Israel on earth is still the subject. Every one shall be judged according to his ways, see note number 1. Chapter 19 describes the captivity of Jehoiakim, afterwards that of Jeconiah, and finally the complete decay of the house of David. Note number 1. It is important to remark that it is temporal judgment in death which is spoken of here. The question treated of is the allegation of Israel that they, according to the principle laid down in Exodus, were suffering for their fathers' sins. The prophet declares that this principle is not that on which God will act with them, that the soul or life of every one belonged to God, one as another, and that in judgment he would deal with each for his own sins, not the son for the father's. And then proceeds to lay down the principles on which he would deal in mercy and judgment, but the judgments are temporal judgments, and the death physical death in this world. If the wicked turn from his ways, He would live and not die, not be cut off for the sins he repented of, so of the wicked, he shall surely die, his blood shall be upon him. So the soul that sinneth, it shall die. It is not the father, nor the son because of a father's sins, the soul or person himself that sins shall die, each for his own. The emphasis is on it. Ezekiel chapter 20. The following commentary covers chapters 20 and 21. Chapter 20 begins a new prophecy, which, with its subdivisions, continues to the end of chapter 23. It will have been remarked that the general divisions are made by years. Chapter 20 is important. The preceding chapters had spoken of the sin of Jerusalem. Here the Spirit retraces the sin, and especially the idolatry of Israel, that is to say, of the people, as a people, from the time of their sojourn in Egypt. Then already they had begun with their idolatry. For his own name's sake God had brought them up from thence, and given them his statutes and his Sabbaths, the latter two in token of the covenant between God and the people. But Israel had rebelled against God in the wilderness, and even then he had thought to destroy them. But he spared them, warning at the same time their children also, who nevertheless followed their fathers' ways. Still, for his name's sake, God withdrew his hand on account of the heathen in whose sight he had brought the people up from Egypt. But in the wilderness he had already warned them that he would scatter them among the nations, Leviticus 26, Deuteronomy 32. And as they had polluted the Sabbaths of Jehovah and gone after the idols of their fathers, they should be polluted in their own gifts, and be slaves to the idols they had loved, that they might be made desolate by the Lord. For, having been brought into the promised land, they had forsaken Jehovah for the high places. He would no longer be inquired of by them, but would rule over them with fury and with an outstretched arm. He had already in the wilderness threatened the people with dispersion among the heathen, and now, having brought them into the land for the glory of his great name, Israel had only dishonored him. He, therefore, executes the judgment with which he had threatened them. Israel, always ready to forsake Jehovah, would have profited by this to become like the heathen. But God comes in at the end in his own ways. He keeps the people separate in spite of themselves, and he will gather them out from among the nations and bring them into the wilderness, as when he led them out of Egypt, and there he will cut off the rebels, sparing a remnant. Who alone shall enter the land? For it is there that Jehovah shall be worshipped by his people, when he shall have gathered them out from all the countries where they have been scattered, and Jehovah himself shall be sanctified in Israel before the heathen. Israel shall know that he is Jehovah, when he shall have accomplished all these things according to his promises. They shall loathe themselves, and shall understand that Jehovah has wrought for the glory of his name, and not according to their wicked ways. This is the general judgment of the nation, and in fact of the 10 tribes as distinct from Judah. They, as a body, were not guilty of the rejection of the blessed Lord. They had been long scattered for their rebellion against Jehovah. They will be brought back, but passed as a flock under the rod of the covenant, the rebels purged out, and only the spared remnant enter the land. They will not thus be in the special tribulation of the last half-week, nor under Antichrist. They are dealt with in the national government of God. Judah will of course be in verse 40, Es 20:40, but the object is to shew it is not simply Judah, the Jews as we say. Israel in the land, the whole people will enjoy the blessings once promised. But this brings out some important principles. Though the original promises are referred to and exist for the full blessing, yet the dealings of Jehovah begin with the land of Egypt. Next there is an accumulation of sin. The Lord's sparing mercy, when it only made them go on in greater oblivion of his goodness, only aggravated and accumulated the evil, as the Lord speaks, from Abel to Zacharias. Thus the people are judged in view of their conduct, from the time of their departure from Egypt. Their idolatrous spirit was manifested even in Egypt itself, compare Amos 5:25-26, Acts 7. Jehovah had indeed spared the people for the glory of his name, but the sin was still there. Israel as a nation is therefore scattered, and then placed anew under the rod of the covenant, and God distinguishes the remnant, and acts for the sure accomplishment in sovereign grace of that of which the people were incapable as placed under their own responsibility. Israel, as a whole, as a nation, is distinguished from Judah, which continues in a particular position. With regard to the nation, as such, the rebels are cut off and do not enter the land. In the land 2/3 are cut off at the end, Zach 13:8-9. But in this latter case, it is the Jews who were guilty of the rejection and death of Jesus who are judged. Here it is the dealings of God with the nation guilty from the time of Egypt. There it is the chastisement of the enemies and murderers of Christ. Grace is shown in both cases to the remnant. From verse 45, Es 20:45, it is another prophecy, which contains the application of the threats in the preceding prophecy to the circumstances through which it will be fulfilled, by the invasion of Nebuchadnezzar, as unfolded in chapter 21. Jehovah had unsheathed and sharpened his sword to return it no more to its sheath, it was prepared for the slaughter. The prophet sees Nebuchadnezzar at the head of the two roads to Jerusalem and to Ammon. Jerusalem would treat that which he was doing as a false divination, but she would be overtaken by the judgment of Jehovah. Their conduct had brought their whole sinful course to mind, and the profane Zedekiah, who had filled up the iniquity by despising the oath which he had taken in Jehovah's name, should come to his end when the iniquity was judged. For he had filled up its measure. Moreover, it was now a definitive judgment, and not a chastisement which would allow the unsheathed sword to return to its scabbard, as for his name's sake they had been so often spared as we have seen rehearsed in the chapter. In fact it was a revolution in God's ways, a taking his throne from the earth and the beginning of the times of the Gentiles. Jehovah overturned everything until he should come, to whom in right it all belonged, and to whom the kingdom should be given, that is to say, until Christ. Ammon likewise should be destroyed. The more these prophecies of Ezekiel and Jeremiah are considered, the more striking do they appear. First of all, they establish the very important fact with respect to the government of the world, namely, that the throne of God has been removed from the earth, and the government of the world entrusted to man under the form of an empire among the Gentiles. In the second place, the veil is also withdrawn as to the government of God in Israel. This test, to which man had been subjected, in order to see if he were capable of being blessed, has only proved the entire vanity of his nature, his rebellion, the folly of his will, so that he is radically evil. Even from Egypt it was a spirit of rebellion, idolatry, and unbelief, which preferred anything in the world, an idol, or the Assyrian, to Jehovah the true God. Constant in their sin, neither deliverance nor judgment, neither blessing nor experience of their folly, changed the heart of the people or the propensity of their nature. The idolatry that began in Egypt, and their contempt of the word of Jehovah, were not altered by their enjoyment of the promises, but characterized this people until their rejection of Jehovah. But on God's part we see a patience that never belies itself, the most tender care, the most touching appeals, everything that could tend to bring their hearts back to Jehovah. Interventions in grace, to lift them out of their misery, and bless them when in a state of faithfulness produced by this grace, through the means of such or such a king, rising up early to send them prophets, until there was no remedy. But they gave themselves up to evil, and, as shown by Ezekiel and Stephen, the Spirit of God returns to the first manifestations of their heart, of which all that followed was but the proof and the expression. And the judgment is executed on account of that which the people have been from the beginning. After the full manifestation of that which the people were, God changes his plan of government, and reserves for sovereign grace the re-establishment of Israel according to his promises, which he would fulfill by his means who could maintain blessing by his power, and govern the people in peace. It is not uninteresting to recall, that sovereign grace, which blesses Israel at last and after all, when responsible human nature has been fully tried, is though we come to it, where real, through definite conviction of our sins and sinfulness as to God's ways, the starting point of our path and what belongs to us. Hence the necessity of a new nature, and God's love in giving his Son, are the opening of all to us. The cross for both secures the righteousness through which grace reigns. Ezekiel chapter 22. The following commentary covers chapters 22 and 23. Chapter 22 recapitulates the sin of Jerusalem, of her prophets, her priests, and her princes. The eye of God sought for someone to stand in the gap before him, and found none. His indignation should consume them. What force the prophecies give to those words of the Lord, how often would I have gathered thy children, as a hen gathers her chickens under her wings, and ye would not. In chapter 23 Jehovah justifies himself for judging Jerusalem by the iniquity and unfaithfulness of her walk. Her whoredom with the Gentiles brought her early course to mind. The same conduct shewed the same nature. She has ended as she began, because at heart she was the same. Samaria's lot should be hers. The latter is called a tent or tabernacle, and Jerusalem, my tabernacle in her. Ezekiel chapter 24. In chapter 24 definitive judgment is pronounced against Jerusalem, who was not even ashamed of her sins. The day that Nebuchadnezzar lays siege to Jerusalem, the wife of the prophet dies. And, although she was the dearest object of his affections, Ezekiel was not to mourn. Under the figure of his wife's death he is instructed to refrain his heart before the judgment of Jehovah. The judgment once executed, the mouth of the prophet would be opened, and the word of Jehovah openly addressed to the remnant, so that Jehovah should be known to them. Jerusalem should be set as a cauldron on the fire to melt and consume the whole. God had purged her, but she was not purged, and now he causes his fury to rest upon her. Ezekiel chapter 25. Chapter 25 has an especial character. The nations that surrounded and that were within the territory of Israel rejoiced at the destruction of Jerusalem, and of the sanctuary. Therefore God would execute judgment upon them. Ammon, Moab, Edom, and the Philistines are the objects of this prophecy. The testimony of God against Edom is yet more developed in Obadiah. Thus, by the judgment that should fall upon them, should these nations know that, although Jerusalem had not been a faithful witness, Jehovah alone is God. Chapters 24 and 25 go together. Chapter 25 anticipates, although the date is similar, the events which gave rise to the manifestations of hatred that are the occasion of the judgments pronounced. But the Spirit had shown itself in these tribes or nations from the commencement of the desolations of Judah and Jerusalem. Their introduction here is easily to be understood, for these nations were to share the same fate, and are included in this judgment, because they are all upon Israel's territory. Another remarkable element, found also in other prophecies on Edom, and giving a wider meaning to the one we are considering, is, that it declares that the judgment which shall fall on Edom in the end shall be executed by the hand of Israel. Compare Obadiah 1:17-18 with verse 14 of this chapter Es 25:14. Ezekiel chapter 26. The following commentary covers chapters 26, 27, and 28. Although in a certain sense upon Israel's territory, Tyre has another character, and is the subject of a separate prophecy, chaps. 26-28, because it represents the world and its riches, in contrast with Israel as the people of God. And rejoices, not like the others from personal hatred, but because, having opposite interests, the destruction of that which restrained its career gave free course to its natural selfishness. It is worthy of remark in these prophecies, how God lays open all the thoughts of man with respect to his people and that which they have been towards him. In chapter 27, Tyre is judged for its ill will to the people and the city of God. It is overthrown as a worldly system, and all that formed its glory disappears before the breath of Jehovah. In chapter 28 it is the prince and the king of Tyre that are judged for their pride. Verses 1-10, Es 28:1-10, set before us the prince of this world's glory as a man, exalting himself and seeking to present himself as a god, having acquired riches and glory by his wisdom. Verses 11-19, Es 28:11-19, while continuing to speak of Tyre, go, I think, much farther, and disclose, though darkly, the fall and the ways of Satan, become through our sin the prince and god of this world. The prince of Tyre represents Tyre and the spirit of Tyre. The verses which follow, Es 28:11-19, are much more personal. I do not doubt that, historically, Tyre itself is referred to, verses 16-19, Es 28:16-9, prove it. But, I repeat, the mind of the Spirit goes much farther. The world and its kings are presented as the garden of Jehovah on account of the advantages they enjoy. The outward government of God is in question, which till then had recognized the different nations around Israel. This however applies more especially to Tyre, which was situated in the territory of Israel, in Emmanuel's land, and which, in the person of Hiram, had been allied with Solomon, and had even helped to build the temple. Its guilt was proportionate. It is the world in relation with God, and if the prince of Tyre represents this state of things as being the world, and a world that has been highly exalted in its capabilities by this position and exaltation of which it boasts in deifying itself. The king represents the position itself in which, under this aspect, the world has been placed, and the forsaking of which gives it the character of apostasy. It is this character which gives occasion for the declaration of the enemy's apostasy contained in these verses. He had been where the plants of God flourished, see note number 1, he had been covered with precious stones, that is to say, with all the variety of beauty and perfection, in which the light of God is reflected and transformed when manifested in. And with respect to creation. Here the varied reflection of these perfections had been in the creature, a creature was the means of their manifestation. It was not light, properly so called. God is light. Christ is the light here below, and so far as he lives in us, we are light in him. It was the effect of light acting in the creature, like a sunbeam in a prism. It is a development of its beauty, which is not its essential perfection, but which proceeds from it. The following are the features of the king of Tyre's character, or that of the enemy of God, the prince of this world. He is the anointed cherub, he is covered with precious stones, he has been in Eden, the paradise of God, upon the mountain of God he walked in the midst of the stones of fire, he was perfect in his ways until iniquity was found in him. He is cast out of the mountain of God on account of his iniquities, his heart was lifted up because of his beauty, and he corrupted himself. Farther, we find that which, as to the creature, is most exalted. He acts in the judicial government of God according to the intelligence of God, this is the character of the anointed cherub. He is clothed with the moral beauty that variously reflects the character of God as light, see note number 2. He is recognized among the plants of God, in which God displayed his wisdom and his power in creation, according to his good pleasure, as creator. He had been there also where the authority of God was exercised on the mountain of God. He walked where the moral perfections of God were displayed in their glory, a glory before which evil could not stand. The stones of fire. His ways had been perfect. But all these advantages were the occasion of his fall, and characterized it. For the privileges we enjoy always characterize our fall. Whence have we fallen? Is the question, for it is the having failed there, when we possessed it, that degrades our condition. Moreover, it is not an outward temptation, as in man's case a circumstance which did not indeed take away man's guilt, but which modified its character. Thy heart was lifted up because of thy beauty. He exalted himself against God, and he was cast out as profane from the mountain of God. His spirit, independent in security, was humbled when he was cast to the ground. His nakedness is manifested to all. His folly shall in the end be apparent to all. The judgment of Sidon is added. And then, all hope having been taken from Israel, when the judgment of the nations is accomplished, God gathers them and causes them to dwell in their land in peace forever. Note number 1. We may see, E's 31:8-9. E's 31:16, that this is a description of the kings of the earth, at least before Nebuchadnezzar, who first substituted one sole dominion given by God, for the many kings of the nations recognized by God as the result of Babel. And in the center of which his people were placed, to make the government of God known through their means. The special relation of Tyre with Israel added something to the position of the merchant city, and gave room also for the use made here of the history of its king as a type or figure of the prince of this world. Note number 2. Observe that this takes place in the creature. In the case of Aaron, the type of Christ as priest, it exists in the absolute perfection of grace, which presents us to God according to his perfection in the light. It is afterward seen in the glory as the foundation of the city, the bride, the Lamb's wife, in the Revelation. That is, these stones present the fruit of perfect light, what God is in his nature shining in and through the creature, in creation, grace, and glory. Ezekiel chapter 29. The following commentary covers chapters 29, 30, 31, and 32. Chapters 29 to 32 contain the judgment of Egypt. Egypt sought, in the self-will of man, to take the place which God had in fact given to Nebuchadnezzar. All must submit. The mighty empire of Ashur had already fallen. Pharaoh, whatever his pretensions and his ambition might be, was no better. We see this judgment of the Assyrian, the chief of all the nations, as to his power, in Es 31:10-11. Where the mighty one of the heathen is distinctly brought out falling before this decree of God. Pharaoh would be consoled by seeing all the great ones of the earth overthrown like himself. Already fallen like the uncircumcised, that is, like people who were not owned of God, nor consequently upheld by him, all must give place to this new power in the hands of Nebuchadnezzar. That which characterized Egypt was the pride of nature, which would follow its own will, and own no God, Es 29:9. Such a principle shall no longer be the confidence of God's people, Es 29:16. Egypt should have her place, but should no longer rule. The judgment of Egypt should be the occasion of Israel's blessing. This reaches to the end. In the destruction of the Assyrian, God had shown that he would not allow a nation to exalt itself in this manner. The will of man in Pharaoh did not alter his judgment. In Nebuchadnezzar, as we have seen, a new principle was introduced by God himself into the world. Observe that in Es 32:27 Meshech and Tubal are distinguished from the rest of the nations. This prophecy concerning Egypt has particular importance. It is composed of three distinct prophecies. The first, chaps 29, 30, is subdivided, the second, chapter 31, the third, chapter 32. But this last extends to the end of chapter 39, and embraces several subjects in connection with the fate of Israel in the last days. Observe that Es 29:17-21 is a prophecy of a very different date, introduced here on account of its relation to that which precedes it in the same chapter. Es 30:20-26 is also a distinct prophecy as to its date. Until chapter 25 we principally found moral arguments with respect to the state of Israel. From thence to the end of chapter 32 it is rather the execution of the judgment. But the prophecy that announces this execution is remarkable in more than one respect. Nebuchadnezzar is looked at as executing the judgment of God, whose servant he is for the purpose of doing so on Jerusalem, now become preeminently the seat of iniquity although the sanctuary of God. At the same time God sets his land free, by these very judgments from all the nations that wrongfully possessed it. He brings to naught the haughty power of man in which Israel had trusted, that is, Egypt, which shall never rise again as a ruling nation. But it was the day of all nations. The result of these judgments, whether on rebellious Jerusalem or on the nations, should be at the same time the re-establishment of Israel according to promise and by the power of God and grace. The snares which had led them into evil were taken away, see Es 26:16-21, Es 27:34-36. Thus, although these events have had their historical accomplishment by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the ways of God in view of the re-establishment of Israel have been manifested, as far as regards the judgments to be executed, judgment through which all the nations, as well as Israel, who was their center, disappear from the scene as nations. The Spirit, while recounting the execution of the judgments that were to fall on Ashur, Elam, and Meshech, gives details of those that had invaded the land or been snares to Israel. So that the prophetic recital of these very judgments contains in itself the assured hope granted to Israel by the efficacious grace of the Lord. I cannot doubt that all this prophecy of judgment relates in a perspective brought nigh by the energy of the Spirit to the events of the last days, which will be the complete fulfillment of these purposes and intentions of God. In Es 30:3, we see that it is universal, see note number 1. I have already quoted the passages which shew that for Israel it is the deliverance from their former snares. The pretensions of man are overthrown, E's 29:3-9, the spirit of dominion, E's 31:10-14. The nothingness of the glory of man is shown at the end of chapter 31, and of each judgment of chapter 32. We have already seen that the fate of Meshech is mentioned separately, perhaps in view of that which will happen to it in the last days, and which is announced farther on, E's 39:5. It is important to remark one point in this series of prophecies, which commences with the judgment of Jerusalem, the center of the former system of nations. They are executed with the object of making them all know Jehovah. Only in Israel's case there is, besides this, the understanding in the special verification of prophecy. See E's 24:24-27, Israel, E's 25:5, E's 25:7, E's 25:11, Ammon and Moab. E's 25:15-17, a special vengeance on the Philistines, chapter 26, Tyre, E's 28:22, Sidon, E's 29:19, Egypt, as also E's 30:26, E's 32:15. With respect to Edom, E's 25:14, it is only said that Edom shall know the vengeance of Jehovah by means of Israel, a further proof that in certain respects this prophecy extends to the last days. These prophecies, then, furnish us in general with the manifestation of Jehovah's power, so as to make him known to all by the judgments which he executed. Already partially realized in the conquests of Nebuchadnezzar, but to be fully accomplished by and by in favor of Israel. It will be remarked that, in verse 12 of chapter 35, E's 35:12, when Edom is again judged, it is only said, "Thou shalt know that I Jehovah have heard all thy blasphemies." But in verses 4, 9, E's 35:4. E's 35:9, it is said of Edom, "Thou shalt know," or, "Ye shall know that I am Jehovah." So that this knowledge of Jehovah is by the judgment itself, not by any resulting spiritual knowledge of him. For, when all the earth shall rejoice, Edom shall be made desolate. It will be through judgment that all the nations shall know that Jehovah is God. But when the judgment has been executed and all the earth shall rejoice in blessing, Edom will have only judgment. Compare Obadiah. Edom undergoes judgment by means of the mighty among the nations, but Israel himself shall strike the final blow. We may see the two means of making Jehovah known in the case of Israel, E's 24:24-27, E's 28:26, E's 34:27, E's 36:11. In the other cases it is by judgment. We have yet to observe that in the case of Tyre, commercial glory, and in the case of Egypt, governmental pride founded on power, are absolutely judged, cast down and destroyed without remedy, E's 26:21, E's 27:36, E's 31:18. Compare E's 32:32. This has been literally fulfilled with respect to the continental Tyre, and the Egypt of the Pharaohs. We have seen a total destruction of Edom announced by Jehovah. That which characterized Edom was its implacable hatred to the people of God. Note number 1. It will be remembered that with Nebuchadnezzar God set aside the order he had previously established in the world, revealed in Deuteronomy 32, namely, of nations and peoples arranged around Israel as a center. He owns Israel no longer as his people. Thus order then falls of itself, and Babel of old, the place of dispersion, becomes the center of one absorbing empire. In connection with the fact that Israel is no longer owned as a people, being judged as such, God addresses himself to individual conscience in the midst of the nation. But this was the judgment of the nations, and the call of a remnant. And this is why the prophecy reaches in its full bearing to the final judgment of the earth, when that judgment and call are to be fully accomplished. God consequently himself delivers and saves his people, judging between sheep, and executing wrath against all those who have trodden them underfoot. The judgment of the one absorbing empire does not form part of the prophecies of Ezekiel. This is found in Daniel, save so far as every oppressor and evil shepherd is judged, chapter 34. The connection of this empire with Israel in the last days will not be immediate. It will politically favor the Jews who do not own the Lord. What I here notice forms the key of the prophecy. Ezekiel speaks from the midst of Israel captive, and does not occupy himself with Judah, owned by itself in the land under the power of the Gentiles. Ezekiel chapter 33. In chapter 33, in view of these judgments, which put his people on entirely new ground, for they were judged as lomi, with the nations, and this is why the prophecy can look on to the last days. Although the judgments had been but partial, in view then of these judgments, God establishes an entirely new principle, namely, individual conduct as the ground of the dealings of God. In contrast with the consequences of national sin, Es 33:10-11. Thus the door was still fully open to individual repentance founded on a testimony that applied individually, whatever the national judgment might be. The end to which the judgment applies is in contrast with the effect to be produced by it on the individual, and that in order to confirm the principles. Faith would not be shown now by reckoning on the promises to Israel, or on the intervention of God in behalf of his people as in possession of his promises, for the people were judged. And the very thing that would have been faith, had it been the time of the promises, and that hereafter also will be faith, is but hardness of heart in the time of judgment, Es 33:24. Compare Isa 51:2, a passage often entirely misapplied. The little remnant in the latter days may trust in a God who had called out one man alone and had multiplied him. But such a thought on the part of the people, when God was cutting off the multitude of them because of their iniquities, would only cause the judgment to be more keenly felt. In this way of judgment on the iniquities of which they had been nationally guilty, and not by a blessing which presumption would snatch from God, they should know that Jehovah was God. Ezekiel chapter 34. The end of Jeremiah has given us an account of the fulfillment of Ezekiel's words, but all these judgments give room for the intervention of God in behalf of his people by means of sovereign grace accomplished in the Messiah. Still the evil lay in the shepherds, that is, in the kings and princes of Israel, who were not true shepherds, indeed there were none true, and the flock, diseased, scattered, afflicted, and ill-treated, were a prey to their enemies. The shepherds devoured them, and neither protected nor cared for them. But Jehovah now points it out in order to say that he himself would seek out his poor sheep, and would judge between sheep, and would deliver them from the mouth of those that devoured them, see note number 1. And that he would feed them upon the mountains of Israel, and in fat pastures. He would raise up the true and only shepherd, David, that is, the well-beloved Messiah. Jehovah should be their God, and his servant David their prince. The covenant of peace should be re-established. Full and secure blessing should be the abiding portion of the people of God, the house of Israel. There should be no more famine in their land, and the nations should no more devour them. Observe here the way in which Jehovah himself delivers his sheep, without calling himself their shepherd, and then raises up a plant of renown, the true David, as their shepherd. Note number 1. The 33rd chapter having stated the great principles of God's dealings in the last days, namely, individual condition before God. Chapter 34 exhibits the conduct of their leaders. Jehovah judges the latter as having misled and oppressed his people. He discerns himself between cattle and cattle. Then in chapter 35 Edom is judged, compare Isaiah 34. Here, in general, it is the effect, relating to all Israel, these two countries. In chapter 36 is the moral renewing of all Israel, that they may judge their ways. In chapter 37, the restoration of the people, as quickened by God in national resurrection, and at last, chaps. 38 and 39, the judgment of the enemies of the people thus restored in peace, or rather, of the enemy, that is, Gog. All these things are connected with the relationship between Jehovah and his people. Although he gives David as king, yet the Messiah is not named as having had relations with the people, for in fact this was only true of Judah. It is a general picture of the last days in their great results and their events, everything having its place in reference to all Israel, without giving a history of details. Ezekiel chapter 35. In chapter 35 God decides the controversy between Edom and Israel, and condemns Mount Seir to perpetual desolation, because of the inveterate hatred of that people to Israel. And instead of delivering up Israel to Edom in the day that he chastises his people, it is Edom that shall bear the punishment of this hatred, when the whole earth shall rejoice. When God chastises his people, the world thinks to possess everything. Whereas that chastisement is but the precursor of the world's judgment. Ezekiel chapter 36. Chapter 36 continues the same subject with reference to the blessing of Israel. The nations insulted Israel as a land whose ancient high places were their prey, and as the spies had said, a land that devoured its inhabitants. God takes occasion from this to shew that he favors his people, and Jehovah declares that he will restore peace and prosperity to the land and take away their reproach. Israel had defiled the land and profaned the name of Jehovah, and Jehovah had scattered them among the heathen. And even in this his name would be profaned through their vileness, because the heathen would say, "These are the people of Jehovah, and are gone forth out of his land." But Jehovah would intervene and sanctify his great name before the heathen, by bringing his people back from among them, and cleansing them from all their filthiness. Taking away the hardness of their hearts, giving them his Spirit, causing them to walk in his statutes, planting them in the land which he had given to their fathers, owning them as his people, and being himself their God. The reproach that the land devoured its inhabitants would then be evidently without foundation. God would multiply earthly blessings to his people. Jehovah's work should be evident to all men. It is principally to this passage, although not exclusively, that the Lord Jesus alludes in John 3, telling Nicodemus that he had spoken of earthly things, and that, as a master of Israel, he ought to have understood that this renewing of heart was necessary to the blessing of Israel in the earth. The truth of this, with regard to a Jew, ought not to surprise him, since it was a work of sovereignty in whomsoever should be born of God. And if Nicodemus did not understand the declaration of the prophets, with respect to the necessity of being born again for Israel's enjoyment of earthly things, how could he understand if Jesus spoke to him of heavenly things? For the introduction of which the death of the Son of Man, his rejection by the Jews, was absolutely necessary. We may remark that this prophet speaks of the dealings of God with respect to Israel as a nation responsible to Jehovah, and never says anything of the first coming of Christ or of Israel's responsibility with regard to him. This took place under the dominion of the Gentiles. Here Nebuchadnezzar is but a rod in the hand of Jehovah, and the times of the Gentiles are not considered. This is the reason why we find the judgment of the nations by Nebuchadnezzar connected with the events of the last days. The rejection of Christ by the Jews is therefore not mentioned here. It is Israel before Jehovah. This remark is important in order to understand Ezekiel, see preceding note. Ezekiel chapter 37. Chapter 37 reveals the definitive blessing of the people as a fact, without entering into any details of the events that terminate in this blessing. The dry bones of Israel, of the nation as a whole, are gathered together by the power of God. God accomplishes this work by his Spirit. But by his Spirit acting in power on his people to produce certain effects rather than in giving spiritual life, although it is not to be doubted that those who are blessed among the Jews will be spiritually quickened. The result of this intervention of God is that the dispersed of Israel, hitherto divided into two peoples, are gathered together in the earth, reunited under one head, as one nation. It is the resurrection of the nation, which was really dead and buried. But God opens their graves, and places them again in their land restored to life as a nation. The fact of their division before this operation of God is recognized. But the result of the operation is Israel in their unity as a people. One king should reign over them. This, under God's hand, is the result of all their iniquity, and of the devices of the enemies who had carried them into captivity. David, that is, Christ, should be their king. They should be thoroughly cleansed by God himself. They should walk in his statutes and his judgments, and dwell forever in their land. The sanctuary of God should be in their midst forevermore. His tabernacle, his dwelling place, should be among them, he their God and they his people. The heathen should know that Jehovah sanctified Israel, when his sanctuary should be there forever. It is the full national blessing of Israel from the Lord Jehovah. Ezekiel chapter 38. The following commentary covers chapters 38 and 39. Gog, not fearing Jehovah, seeks to take possession of the land. He has no thought that Jehovah is there. His pride blinds him. It is very important to remark that Ezekiel speaks neither of the first or the second coming of Christ, nor of the circumstances of the Jews in connection with the empire of the Gentiles. The latter only appear as instruments performing the will of God. The prophet brings Jehovah and Israel into the scene. He presents Christ indeed, but as being there already and in the character of David. Jehovah raises up for them a plant of renown. His coming is not the question. The judgments of Jehovah upon the earth make him known to the nations and to Israel, to the latter his blessings also. The nations learn through these, a point of capital importance in God's ways, that Israel went into captivity because of their sins, and not because their God was like the idols of the heathen. But in all the ways of God thus presented, not only is the coming of Christ not mentioned, but it has even no place. It belongs to another series of thoughts and revelations of the Spirit of God, another order of events. It is well also to observe that chapters 36 and 37, and the two following ones taken together, are not consecutive. But each of the first two by itself, and the last two, taken together as a whole, treat of distinct subjects, each subject being complete, and presenting the introduction of Israel's blessing in connection with the subject treated. And closing with the assurance that it will be final and perpetual. The subject of all these prophecies is the land, and the blessings of God upon the land of Israel. This land, which belonged to Jehovah, he would not have defiled. He drives out Israel from it in judgment. And when he has cleansed the people, he makes the nations, as well as Israel, understand his ways in this respect. He acts in full grace towards his people. He makes it known that they are his people, that he will be sanctified, and that he is sanctified, in their midst. I think, then, that Gog is the end of all the dealings of God with respect to Israel, and that God brings up this haughty power in order to manifest on earth, by a final judgment, his dealings with Israel and with the Gentiles. And to plant his blessing, his sanctuary, and his glory in the midst of Israel, none of the people being henceforth left in exile afar from their land. Besides the numerous verses in which it is said, "And they shall know that I am Jehovah," the following passages may be referred to, which will shew the leading thought in those declarations and judgments of God, namely, the manifestation of his government on the earth, a government making manifest the true character of God in his rule, and securing its demonstration in the world, in spite of the unfaithfulness of his people. And that, in grace as well as in holiness, Es 36:19-23, Es 36:36, Es 39:7, Es 39:23-24, Es 39:28. With respect to Israel, see Es 34:30, to the enemy, Es 35:12 and Es 37:28. That which I have just said of Gog supposes that all the events which relate to the coming of the Son of Man are omitted in the writings of this prophet, which I believe to be the case. The book treats only of the governmental ways of God on the earth, of Jehovah in Israel. The power designated by Gog is that of the north, outside of the territory of the beasts in Daniel. I doubt not that the right translation would be, Prince of Rosh, Meshech, and Tubal, as learned men have remarked. Cush and Phut were on the Euphrates, as well as on the Nile. Persia is known. Togarmah is the northeast of Asia Minor. The audaciousness of this king causes the wrath of Jehovah to break forth. I will add, in order to facilitate the establishment of the connection of this with other passages, that I doubt not Jesus will reign in the character of David before assuming that of Solomon. He suffered as David, driven away by the jealousy of Saul. The remnant will pass through this in principle. This is the key to the book of Psalms. He will reign as David, Israel being blessed and accepted, but all their enemies not yet destroyed. And, finally, he will reign as Solomon, that is to say, as Prince of Peace. Many passages, such as Micah 5, several chapters in Zechariah, J 51:20-21. Es 25:14, speak of this time, in which Israel, already reconciled and acknowledged and at peace within, shall be the instrument for executing Jehovah's judgments without, compare Isa 11:10-14. All, then, that related to the destruction of the empires which are the subject of Daniel's prophecies has no place in the prophecies of Ezekiel, nor that which takes place in order to put Israel again in relation with God. Nor the consequences to the Jews of their rejection of Christ. These subjects will be found elsewhere, as in Daniel, Zechariah, and more generally in Isaiah. Here God makes himself known in Israel. Gog, the prince of Rosh, Meshech, and Tubal, falls upon the mountains of Israel, and Jehovah makes himself known in the eyes of many nations, Es 38:21-23. The judgment shall reach the land of Gog and the isles, Es 39:6. The name of Jehovah shall be known in Israel, and the heathen shall know that Jehovah, the Holy One, is in Israel, Es 39:7. And, the glory of Jehovah being thus manifested in the midst of the nations, Israel from this day forth shall know that it is Jehovah himself who is their God. And the nations shall know that it was the iniquity of Israel that brought judgment upon them, and not that Jehovah had failed either in power or in the stability of his counsels, Es 39:22-24. In a word, Jehovah and his government should be fully known in Israel, and by means of this people in the world, and from that time God would no more hide his face from them. His Spirit should be poured out upon his people. Verses 25-29, Es 39:25-29, recapitulate the dealings of God towards them for the establishment of his government, and to make himself known among them. Ezekiel chapter 40. The following commentary covers chapters 40, 41, 42, and 43. The remaining part of the prophecy is the establishment of his sanctuary in the midst of his people. The reader will perceive that we find in these last chapters a revelation of the same kind as that given to Moses for the tabernacle, and to David for the temple, only that in this case the details are preserved in the writings given to the people by inspiration, as a testimony for the time to come, and to conscience in all times. God takes an interest in his people. He will re-establish his sanctuary among men. Meantime the testimony of this has been given to the people to bring them under the responsibility which this goodwill of God towards them involved. For the prophet was commanded to tell the house of Israel all that he had seen, and he did so. When the dimensions of the different parts of the house have been given, the glory of Jehovah fills the house, in the vision, as happened historically at the dedication of the tabernacle and of the temple. Es 43:7 proclaims that the house, which is the throne and the footstool of Jehovah, should no more be defiled by profane things. The prophet was then to declare that, if Israel renounced their unfaithfulness, Jehovah would return to dwell there. Thus the people are placed at all times under this responsibility. The prophet was to shew the house to Israel that they might repent, and, if they repented, he was to explain it to them in detail. And it is this which takes place at the end. The ordinances of the house were to be shown them, if they humbled themselves. And in view of this the prophet announces all that was to be done for the cleansing and the consecration of the altar, in order that the regular service might be performed. Ezekiel chapter 44. Chapter 44 makes known the fact that Jehovah is returned to his house, and the memorial of his having done so is preserved in that the door by which he entered is to remain forever shut. The prince alone, for God will raise up a prince in Israel, is to enter through it to sit before Jehovah. We have seen that this prophet always contemplates Israel on their own ground, as an earthly people in relation with the throne of God on the earth, compare Zach 12:7-8, Zach 12:10. Finally God maintains the holiness of his house against all strangers, and even against the Levites who had forsaken it. The family of Zadok is established in the priesthood, and directions are given to keep it from all profanation. Ezekiel chapter 45. The following commentary covers chapters 45 and 46. The portion of the priests in the land is assigned them close to that of the sanctuary. The portion of the Levites was to adjoin that of the priests, and then came the possession of the city and its suburbs. That which remained of the breadth of the land was for the prince and for the inheritance of his children, in order that the people should no longer be oppressed. All the rest of the land was for the people. Provision is also made for the daily offerings, and for those of the Sabbath. The other appointed offerings were to be made by the prince. Some details require one or two remarks. The cleansing of the sanctuary commences the year. It is no longer an atonement at the end of 7 months to take away the defilements that have been accumulating. The year opens with an already accomplished cleansing. Afterwards, in order that all may have communion with the sufferings of the Paschal Lamb, an offering is made on the 7th day of the month for every one that erreth, and every one that is simple, E's 45:20. During the feast they offered 7 bullocks instead of 2. The character of worship will be perfect. The sense of Christ's acceptance as the burnt offering will be perfect in that day. The Feast of Pentecost is omitted, a circumstance of great significance, for this feast characterizes our present position. Not that the Spirit will not be given in the world to come, when Christ shall establish his kingdom. But this gift is not that which, connecting us with a heavenly Christ and the Father in Christ's absence, characterizes that period as it does the present time. For Christ will be present. We have observed that the prophet sees everything in a point of view connected with Israel. Thus the remembrance of redemption, the Passover, the basis of all, and the enjoyment of rest celebrated at the Feast of the Tabernacles, will characterize the position of Israel before God. The two feasts are celebrated in the recognition of the full value of the burnt offering presented to God. Another circumstance which distinguishes the worship of this millennial day is, that the two feasts which are types of that period are marked out in the worship, the Sabbath, and the new moon, rest and re-establishment. Israel appearing anew in the world. The inner gate on the side of the east was open on that day, and the prince worshipped at the very threshold of the gate and the people before the gate, chapter 46. The other days it was shut. They stood thus before Jehovah in the consciousness of the rest which God had given to Israel and of his grace in again manifesting his people in the light. Nevertheless it still remains true that neither the people nor the prince entered within. Those who are the most blessed on the earth in that day of blessing will never have that access into God's presence which we have, by the Spirit, through the veil. Pentecost belongs to, and links itself with, the rending of the veil. And gives us to walk in all liberty in the light, as God himself is in the light, having entered into the holy place by the new and living way which he has consecrated for us, through the veil, that is to say, his flesh. The prince entered by the outer door on the side of the east, and he went out by the same door. In the solemn feasts, the people went in by the north gate and came out by the south gate, and the prince in their midst. When he went in alone, as a voluntary worshipper, he entered and retired again by the eastern gate. These ordinances, while giving remarkable honor to the prince, in connection with the glory of God, who gave him his place among the people, equally secured that which follows, E's 46:16-18, of the brotherly and benevolent relations between him and the people of God, and took away all opportunities of oppression. Ezekiel chapter 47. The following commentary covers chapters 47 and 48. The last two chapters do not require any lengthened remarks. The waters that issue from the sanctuary represent the life-giving power that proceeds from the throne of God, flowing through his temple, and healing the Dead Sea, the abiding token of judgment. The waters abound in fish, the trees that grow beside them are filled with fruit, the marshes alone remain under the curse, they are given to salt. The blessing of that day is real and abundant, but not complete. The land is divided between the tribes in a new manner, by straight lines drawn from east to west. The portion for the sanctuary and for the city, or the 25,000 square reeds, are situated next to the seventh tribe, beginning from the north. The name of the city thenceforth shall be, Jehovah is there. Compare, for the waters that flow from the temple, Joe 3:18, Zach 14:8, passages that refer to the same period. It appears that the two places pointed out to the fishermen as a boundary were the two extremities of the Dead Sea, we may compare Gen 14:7, chapter 220:2, and ISA 15:8. The main features in the whole passage are the re-establishment of Israel, but on new grounds and blessing, analogous to that of paradise, an image borrowed from this prophecy in the Apocalypse, see note number 1. But, after all, with the reserve that this blessing did not absolutely remove all evil, as will be the case in the eternal ages. There is a powerful and abiding source of blessing which greatly surmounts the evil, and almost effaces it. Nevertheless, it is not entirely taken away. Still, the name of the city, of the seat of power, that which characterizes it, is Jehovah is there, Jehovah, that great King, the Creator of all things, and the head of his people Israel. Note number 1. When I say, borrowed, it is not that the Spirit of God has not given us an original image in the Apocalypse, one has but to read it to be convinced of the contrary. But Old Testament imagery is constantly employed in the descriptions there given only in such a manner as to apply it to heavenly things. A circumstance that makes it much easier to understand the book by helping us to enter into its real character through its analogy with the Old Testament. Daniel. Introduction to Daniel. In the book of Ezekiel we have seen the government of God on earth fully developed in connection with Israel. Whether in condemning the sin which occasioned the judgment of that people, or in their restoration under the authority of Christ, the branch that should spring from the house of David, and who, in the book of that prophet, bears even the name of David, as the true, beloved, of God, the description of the temple, with its whole organization, being given at the end. In this development we have found Nebuchadnezzar, the head of the Gentiles, introduced as Jehovah's servant, Dan 29:20, Dan 30:24, for the judgment of sinful Israel, who were rebellious and even apostate, worshipping false gods. God had made Israel the center of a system of nations, peoples, and languages, that had arisen in consequence of the judgment on Babel, and existed before God independently of each other. The nation of Israel was doubtless very distinct from all that surrounded it, whether as a people to whom the true God was known, or as having in their midst the temple and the throne of God. But, whatever the contrast might be between the condition of Israel as a nation, and that of the other nations, still Israel formed a part of that system of nations before God, do 32:8. In executing the judgment of God on Israel, Nebuchadnezzar set aside this whole system at once, and took its place in the absolute and universal dominion which he had received from God. It is of this order of things and of its consequences of this dominion of the head of the Gentiles, and of the Gentile kings, in the successive phases that characterized their history that the book of Daniel treats. Bringing into notice a remnant of Israel, in the midst of this system, and subject to this dominion. The king of Judah having been given up into the hands of the head of the Gentiles, the royal seed is found in the same position. The remnant becomes the especial object of the thoughts of God revealed by his Spirit in this book. Besides the testimony rendered to Jehovah by the fact of the faithfulness of the remnant in the midst of the idolatrous Gentiles, two important things characterize their history as developed in this book. The first is that the spirit of prophecy and of understanding in the ways of God is found in this remnant. We have seen this raised up in Samuel, when all Israel had failed, and subsist through their whole history under the shadow of royalty. The spirit of prophecy now again becomes the link of the people with God, and the only resting place for their faith, amid the ruin which the just judgment of God had brought upon them. The second circumstance that characterizes the dealings of God with regard to this remnant is, that, preserved by God through all the misfortunes into which the sins of the people had cast them, this remnant will assuredly share the portion which God bestows on his people according to his government and according to the faithfulness of his promises. We find these in the first and last chapters of the book we are considering. This book is divided into two parts, which are easily distinguished. The first ends with chapter 6, and the second with the close of the book, the first and last chapters having nevertheless a separate character, as an introduction and a conclusion, respectively making known the position of the remnant, to whom, as we have said, the testimony of God was confided at the beginning and at the end. The two great divisions have also a distinct character. The first sets before us the picture of the dominion of the Gentiles, and the different positions it would assume before God according to the human pride which would be its animating principle. This picture contains historical features which plainly indicate the spirit that will animate the ruling power in its different phases, and then the judgment of God. This division is not composed of direct revelations to Daniel, except for the purpose of recalling Nebuchadnezzar's dream. It is the heads of the Gentiles that are presented. It is the external and general history of the monarchies that were to succeed each other, or the different and successive features that would characterize them, and their final judgment, and the substitution of the kingdom of Christ. And especially, the course and judgment of the one which God had himself established, and which represents all the others, as being invested with this character of divine appointment. The others did but inherit providentially the throne which God had committed to the first. It was a question between God and Israel that gave this monarchy its supremacy. It is the spirit of presumptuous idolatry, and of blasphemy against the God of Israel that leads to its destruction. Chapter 6 does not give the iniquity of the king, except as submitting to the influence of others. It is the princes of the people who will have none but the king acknowledged as God, and who undergo the same punishment that they sought to inflict on those who were faithful to the Lord. The second part of the book, which consists of communications made by God to Daniel himself, exhibits the character of the heads of the Gentiles in relation to the earth, and their conduct towards those who shall acknowledge God. And at last the establishment of the divine kingdom in the person of the Son of Man, a kingdom possessed by the saints. The details of God's dealings with his people at the end are given in the last chapter. We may also remark that chapter 7 gives essentially the history of the Western power, chapter 8 that of the Eastern, the two horns. Chapter 9, although especially regarding Jerusalem and the people the moral center of these questions, is connected on that very account with the Western power that invaded them. From chapter 10 to the end of chapter 11 we are again in the East, closing in with the judgment of the nations there, and the establishment of the remnant of Israel in blessing. Let us now examine these chapters consecutively. Daniel chapter 1. Daniel 1 verse 1. Dan 1:1. Chapter 1 sets before us the royalty of Judah, formerly established by God over his people in the person of David, falling under the power of Nebuchadnezzar. And the king, Jehovah's anointed, given up by Jehovah into the hands of the head of the Gentiles, on whom God now bestowed dominion. That which was announced by Isaiah, Dan 39:7, falls upon the children of the royal seed. But God watches over them and brings them into favor with those that kept them. This was especially the case with respect to Daniel. The two characteristics of the faithful remnant in captivity are prominently marked in this chapter. Firstly, faithful to the will of God, although at a distance from his temple, they do not defile themselves among the Gentiles. Secondly, their prayer being granted, understanding is given them, as we see in chapter 2 in Daniel's case, even the knowledge of that which God alone can reveal, as well as his purpose in that revelation. They alone possess this understanding, a token of divine favor and the fruit of their faithfulness through grace. This is the case with Daniel in particular, whose faith and earnest fidelity marks out the path of faith for his companions. This did not interfere with their subjection to the Gentiles, whose power was the ordinance of God for the time being. But this is a most important element, the place of true knowledge, of intelligence of the divine mind, what is called the secret of the Lord, in the days of Babylonish corruption and power. Is the thorough keeping oneself undefiled by the smallest contact with what it gives, with the meat with which it would feed us. Daniel chapter 2. On the other hand, we see in the second chapter the mighty King of the Gentiles made the depositary of the history of the Gentiles, and of God's entire plan, as the recipient of these divine communications. Yet in such a manner as to exhibit Daniel, the captive child of Israel, the faithful one who kept himself separate in Babylon as the one whom the Lord acknowledged, and who enjoyed his favor. But the details of this chapter, as a general picture of Gentile power, beginning with the dominion bestowed on Nebuchadnezzar, must be considered more attentively. We may first observe that the Gentile kingdoms are seen as a whole. It is neither historical succession nor moral features with respect to God and man, but the kingdoms altogether forming, as it were, a personage before God. The man of the earth in the eye of God, glorious and terrible in his public splendor in the eyes of men. For imperial powers were to succeed each other, as the great head of which God had set up Nebuchadnezzar himself. There should be in certain respects a progressive deterioration. And at length the God of heaven would raise up another power that would execute judgment on that which still existed, and cause the image to disappear from off the earth, setting up in its place a kingdom that should never be overthrown. In the progressive decline in principle and character of imperial power there would be no diminution of material strength. Iron, that breaks in pieces and crushes all things, characterizes the fourth power. The peculiar excellency of the head of gold appears to me to consist in its having received authority immediately from God himself. In fact, the absolute authority of the first power was founded on the gift of the God of heaven. The others succeeded by providential principles. But God, known as supreme, bestowing authority on the head, replacing his own authority on the earth by that of the head of the Gentiles, was not the immediate source of authority to the others. Babylon was the authority established of God. And therefore we found in Ezekiel, and the same thing is seen elsewhere, that the judgment of Babylon is connected with the restoration of Israel and of the throne of God. Observe, nevertheless, that God does not here present himself as God of earth, but of heaven. In Israel he was God of the earth. He will be so again at the restitution of all things. Here he acts in sovereignty as God of heaven, setting up man, in a certain sense, in his place on the earth, see Dan 2:37-38. Although more limited, it is a dominion characterized by the same features as that of Adam. It differs in that men are placed under his power, it is more limited, for the sea is not included in his sovereignty, but it reaches to every place where the beasts of the field and the fowls of the heaven exist. Human strength is found at the end of its history, but the subsisting power is much more remote from the ancient relationship of God with the world. The mixture of iron and of potter's clay is a change wrought in the primitive character of the imperial Roman power. Another element is introduced into it, the character remains in part, but another element is added. The energetic will of man is not there in an absolute manner. It is the introduction into the imperial Roman power of an element distinct from that which constituted its imperial strength, namely, the will of man devoid of conscience. Military and popular power concentrated in one individual without conscience. There are two causes here of weakness: division and the want of coherence between the elements. The kingdom, Dan 2:41, shall be divided, and, Dan 2:42, it shall be partly strong and partly brittle. The seed of men is, I think, something outside of that which characterizes the proper strength of the kingdom. But these two elements will never combine. It appears to me that the barbaric or Teutonic element is probably here pointed out as added to that which originally constituted the Roman Empire. The fact of a subdivision is seen in Dan 2:43. It is then announced that, in the days of these last kings, he who rules from heaven will set up a kingdom that cannot be shaken, and that shall never pass into other hands. This is properly the only kingdom that, on God's part, takes the place of the kingdom of Babylon. The God of heaven had established Nebuchadnezzar in his kingdom, and had given him power, and strength, and glory, making all men subject to him. Doubtless the three others had followed, according to the will of him who orders all things. But it is only with respect to the kingdom of Dan 2:44, that it is once more said, the God of heaven shall set up a kingdom. The character, and some leading features in the history, of the last four of the kingdoms are given. Nothing but the existence of the two preceding ones is stated, except the inferiority of the latter of the two to the first. So that the Spirit of God gives us the divine establishment of the first, the character of the fourth, and the divine establishment of the fifth or final kingdom. We will now observe the manner in which this last kingdom is established. And we see that it is accomplished by means of a judicial and destructive act which reduces the image to powder, bringing about its complete dissolution, so that no traces of it are left, Dan 2:34-35. The instrument of this destruction was not formed by the wisdom or the schemes of man. It is cut out without hands. It does not act by a moral influence that changes the character of the object on which it acts. It destroys that object by force. It is God who establishes it and gives it that force. The stone does not gradually increase in size to displace the image. Before it extends itself, it destroys the image. When it has become great, it is not merely a right given by God over men, it fills the whole earth. It is the exalted seat of a universal authority. It is on the last form of power, exhibited in the image, that the stone falls with destructive force when the empire is divided and is partly strong and partly weak on account of the elements of which its members are composed. We may observe, that it is not God destroying the image in another way to establish the kingdom. The kingdom which he is establishing smites the feet of the image as its first act. It is the outward and general history of that which, by God's appointment, took the place of his throne and his government in Jerusalem, and which had gradually degenerated in its public character with respect to God. And which at length comes to its end by the judgment executed by the kingdom established of God without human agency. The kingdom of Christ, which falls on the last form of the monarchy formerly established by God, destroys the whole form of its existence, and itself fills the world. I have nothing particular to say on the four monarchies. We find Babylon, Persia, and Greece named in the book, as being already known to the Jews, and the Romans introduced by the name which their territory bore, the coasts of Chittim. So that I receive, without further question, the four great empires ordinarily recognized by every one as pointed out in this prophecy. It does not appear to me that these prophecies leave room for any doubt on the subject. The effect of the communication, which proves that God is with the remnant who alone understand his mind, is that the haughty Gentile acknowledges the God of Israel as supreme in heaven and on earth. That which characterizes the remnant here is that God reveals to them his mind. Daniel chapter 3. After this general picture, we have, historically, the characteristic features of these empires, marking the condition into which they fall, through their departure from God primarily and principally Babylon. In chapter 3 we have the first characteristic feature of man invested with imperial power, but whose heart is afar from God, a distance augmented by the very possession of power. He will have a God of his own, a God dependent on the will of man. And, in this case, dependent on the depositary of the imperial power. This is man's wisdom. The religious instincts of men are gratified in connection with the supreme power. And the influences of religion are exercised in binding all the members of the empire in one blended mass around the head, by the strongest bond, without any appearance of authority. For the religious wants of man are thus connected with his own will, and his will is unconsciously subject to the center of power. Otherwise religion, the most powerful motive of the heart, becomes a dissolvent in the empire. But the will of man cannot make a true God, and consequently Nebuchadnezzar, although he had confessed that there was none like the God of the Jews, forsakes him and makes a God for himself. The Gentile government rejects God, the source of its power, and the true God is only acknowledged by a faithful and suffering remnant. The empire is idolatrous. This is the first great feature that characterizes the dominion of Babylon. But the faithfulness that opposes this wise system which binds the most powerful motive of the whole people to the will of their head, uniting them in worship around that which he presents to them, faithfulness like this touches the mainspring of the whole movement. The idol is not God at all, and, however powerful man may be, he cannot create a God. The man of faith, subject indeed to the king, as we have seen, because appointed of God, is not subject to the false god which the king sets up, denying the true God who gave him his authority, and who is still acknowledged by the man of faith. But power is in the king's hands, and he will have it known that his will is supreme. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego are cast into the fiery furnace. But it is in the sufferings of his people that God in the end appears as God. He allows their faithfulness to be tried in the place where evil exists, that they may be with him in the enjoyment of happiness in the place where his character and his power are fully manifested, whether on this earth, or in a yet more excellent manner in heaven. We may observe that faith and obedience are as absolute as the will of the king. Nothing can be finer and more calm than the answer of the three believers. God is able to deliver, and he will deliver. But, happen what may, they will not forsake him. The king in his fury defies God. Who is that God that shall deliver you out of my hands? God allows him to take his own way. The effect of his headlong rage is that the instruments of his vengeance are destroyed by the fierce flames prepared for the faithful Hebrews. The latter are cast into the furnace, and, outwardly, the king's will is accomplished. But this is only to manifest more brightly the power and the faithfulness of God, who comes, even into the midst of the fire, to prove the interest he takes in the fidelity of his servants. The effect, to them, of the fire is that their bands are consumed, and that they have his presence whose form is like the Son of God, even in the eyes of the king who denied his almighty power. The result is a decree forbidding the whole world to speak against the God of the Jews, the glory of that weak and captive people. Remark here that the remnant are characterized by their faithfulness and obedience. They manifest their faithfulness by refusing to have any God but their own God. No concession it would be to deny him. For, to acknowledge the true God, he alone must be acknowledged. Truth is but the full revelation of him and can only recognize itself. To put itself on a level with falsehood would be saying it was not truth. We find three principles marked out with respect to the remnant. They do not defile themselves by partaking of that which the world bestows the king's meat. They have understanding in the mind and revelations of God. They are faithful in refusing absolutely to acknowledge any God but their own, who is the true God. The first principle is common to them all. The second is the spirit of prophecy, of which Daniel is here the vessel. The third is the portion of every believer, although there may be no spirit of prophecy. The nearer we are to the power of the world, the more likelihood there is of suffering if we are faithful. It must be observed that all this is connected with the position and the principles of the Jews. Remark also that the Gentile will and power recognize God in two ways, and by different means, both being the privileges granted to the remnant. The first of these privileges is having the mind of Jehovah, the revelation of his thoughts and counsels. This leads the Gentile to own the God of Daniel as God of gods and Lord of kings. That is his position in respect of all that was exalted above the earth. He was supreme in heaven and earth. The second is that he interests himself in the poor remnant of his people, and has power to deliver them in the tribulation into which rebellious and idolatrous, and thus apostate, power has thrown them. The result here is that he is acknowledged, and his faithful ones are delivered and exalted. The first is more general and Gentile, the Gentiles' own recognition of God; the second, the effect of deliverance for this Jewish remnant. The establishment of idolatrous unity in religion, and the pride of human power, are the characteristics here given of Babylon. This folly, which does not know God, fills the whole course of time allotted to this power 7 times. At the end the Gentile owns for himself and praises and blesses the Most High. This chapter then gives the Gentile power's own relationship with God, not merely his connection with the God and people of the Jews. Hence the title of God, in chapter 4, is the Most High that ruleth in the kingdom of men; in chapter 3 it was our God for the heart of the faithful remnant, and the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, for the world that saw the deliverance. Daniel chapter 4. In chapter 4 we see the manifestation of human pride. The king glories in the work of his hands, as though he had created his own greatness. This pride brings judgment. Power is reduced to the condition of the beasts that know not God, and are devoid of man's understanding. The only true privilege of man, that which ennobles him, is that he can look up to God and acknowledge him. Without this he looks downward. He cannot suffice to himself, he is degraded. Dependence is his glory, for it sets him before God, gives him to know God, and his mind, associated with God, receives from him its measure and its knowledge. Pride and independence separate man from God; he becomes a beast, devoid of real intelligence. Now this condition depicts that of the kingdoms of which the prophet speaks, looked at as a whole before God, and represented by the head established by God, Nebuchadnezzar. 7 times, or 7 years, pass over the head of Nebuchadnezzar deprived of his reason. He had exalted himself, he had been humbled. The times of the Gentiles are characterized by the absence of all such understanding as would put governmental power in connection with God. To make idols, to build Babylon, and not to know God. Such were the moral characteristics of a power that God had established in place of his own throne at Jerusalem. Such is the moral capacity of man in possession of that power which has been committed to him, see note number 1. But the scene closes with testimony to the glory of the Most High God, the King of Heaven. Nebuchadnezzar recognizes his majesty and blesses him, now that his judgment is removed. He acknowledges him as him who liveth forever, who abases and exalts whom he will, doing according to his will in heaven and on earth, all men being but vanity before his power and majesty. Here it is not the deliverance of the faithful which produces its effect, but the judgment that fell on the Gentiles themselves, who, after the judgment, are delivered, and understanding given them with respect to Jehovah. And that in connection with the testimony committed to the Jews by the spirit of prophecy which God had bestowed on the remnant. The king lifts up his eyes to heaven, instead of being only a beast that looks down upon the earth. He becomes intelligent and submissive, and joyfully blesses the Most High God. We may remark this title of Most High. It is the name given to Jehovah in the interview between Melchizedek and Abraham, in which is added thereto, possessor of heaven and earth. This is, in fact, the character that God will assume when he shall gather together in one all things in Christ, both which are in heaven and which are on earth, and Christ shall be the true Melchizedek. The Gentiles shall be fully subjected to God. This will be the time of the restitution of all things spoken of by the prophets. There are yet some detailed observations to be made. It is judgment, followed by deliverance, which produces this result. We may notice the force of this symbol of a great tree. It is a mighty one of the earth, capable of taking others under its protection. In this case it was one in the highest position possible for man. The fowls of the heaven had their habitation in it, that is to say, that all classes of persons sought shelter and protection in it. We learn also that God takes knowledge of the principles that guide the governments of the earth, considered as the depositaries of the power which they hold from God. Although it is not, as in Israel, his throne on the earth, God watches over all, and judges that to which he has committed authority. He does not rule immediately. But he holds responsible him to whom he has entrusted the rule, in order that he might own the authority of God as supreme in this world. With respect to the term watcher, I do not think that intelligence as to who it was that brought the decree of judgment goes beyond Nebuchadnezzar's religious condition. Daniel ascribes it immediately to the Most High. That angels may be its intelligent instruments, and that its administration may be in some sort committed to them, presents no difficulty, and the Epistle to the Hebrews, as well as other scriptures, teaches us that angels are thus employed. The world to come will not be thus subjected to them. We see, in verse 27, Dan 4:27, that Daniel sets his responsibility before Nebuchadnezzar, exhorting him to alter his conduct. We may also remark here, that it is the King of Heaven whom Nebuchadnezzar acknowledges. This was necessarily his place. The God of the earth had his throne at Jerusalem. But then Nebuchadnezzar would have had no place there. We never find the throne at Jerusalem in Daniel, either morally or prophetically. His prophecies always stop short of that. He is a captive among the Gentiles, faithful to God there, and taught of him. But God cannot be to him the God of the earth, see note number 2. It is the God of heaven, ruling everywhere and over all things, doing according to his will in heaven and on earth, but not yet reigning over the earth as the king of the earth. On the contrary, he had just renounced this, and had committed the power to Nebuchadnezzar, while he withdrew from the presence of his earthly people's iniquity to shut himself up in his supreme and immutable power. The results of which would not be shown till afterwards, but according to which he even then governed, although hidden from the eyes of men. The reader may perhaps expect more detail. It will be found in the communications made immediately to Daniel. But those who have laid hold of the principles we have been establishing, and the great object of these chapters is to present them, will possess elements of the greatest importance for understanding all the prophecies of this book. And without these principles the meaning of its revelations will never be clearly apprehended. It must be remembered that we are on the ground here of the Jews in captivity among the Gentiles, understanding God's dealings with them, and his judgment of their condition while the power had been left in their hands. Note number 1. David's throne had been characterized by power and obedience, the king having to write out a copy of the law and observe it. Nebuchadnezzar's throne is one of absolute power, man supreme in the exercise of his own will, the twofold way of testing man in the place of authority. Note number 2. The seed of David will not be in captivity at Babylon when God takes his place as the God of the earth. Daniel chapter 5. In chapter 5 the iniquity of the head of the Gentiles with respect to the God of Israel reaches the highest point, and assumes that character of insolence and contempt which is but the effort of weakness to conceal itself. In the midst of the orgies of a great feast to his lords and courtiers Belshazzar causes the vessels of the temple of God, which Nebuchadnezzar had taken away from Jerusalem, to be brought, that he and his guests might drink therein. And he praises the gods of gold and of silver and of stone. The madness of the king puts the question between the false gods and Jehovah the God of Israel. Jehovah decides the question that very night by the destruction of the king and of all his glory. The warning which God gives him is interpreted by Daniel. But, although subject to the king, Daniel does not treat him with the same respect that he had for Nebuchadnezzar. Belshazzar had taken the place of an insolent enemy to Jehovah, and Daniel answers him according to God's revelations of his doom, and to the ostentatious manifestation which the king made of his iniquity, magnifying his own gods and insulting Jehovah. Accordingly the warning was no longer remedial and left no room for repentance. It announced judgment, and the very annunciation sufficed to destroy all the insolence of the impious king. For he had neglected the warning given him by the history of Nebuchadnezzar. This narrative gives us the last character of the iniquity of the sovereign power of the Gentiles, in opposition to the God of Israel, and the judgment which falls in consequence upon the monarchy of which Babylon was the head, and to which Babylon had given its own character. For, whatever may have been the long-suffering of God, and his dealings in other respects towards the monarchy of the Gentiles, as the power to which he committed authority in the world, all was already lost for these empires, even in the days of Babylon. Daniel chapter 6. Another form of iniquity appears besides that of Babylon, chapter 6. Cyrus, personally, had better thoughts. And God, from whom they came, made use of him for the temporary re-establishment of his people, in order that the Messiah should come and present himself to them the last trial of his beloved people. It is not Cyrus, therefore, whom we find here the instrument of the iniquity which sought to destroy Daniel of that human will which can never endure faithfulness to God. Here it is not idolatry, nor is it insult offered to Jehovah, but the exaltation of man himself, who would shut out all idea of God, who would have no God. This is one of the features that characterized the depths of the human heart. Man in general is well pleased with a God who will help him to satisfy his passions and his desires, a God who suits his purpose for the unity of his empire and the consolidation of his power. The religious part of man's nature is satisfied with gods of this kind, and worships them willingly, though he who establishes them imperially may do it only politically. Poor world! The true God suits neither their conscience nor their lusts. The enemy of our souls is well pleased to cultivate in this manner the religiousness of our nature. False religion sets up gods that correspond to the desires of the natural heart, whatever they may be, but which never call into communion and never act upon the conscience. They may impose ceremonies and observances, for these suit man, but they can never bring an awakened conscience into relationship with themselves. That which man fears, and that which man desires, is the sphere of their influence. They produce nothing in the heart beyond the action of natural joys and fears. But, on the other hand, the pride of man sometimes assumes a character that changes everything in this respect. Man will himself be God and act according to his own will, and shut out a rivalship which his pride cannot endure. A superiority which cannot be disputed, if God exists, is insupportable to one who would stand alone. God must be got rid of. The enemies of the faithful avail themselves of this disposition. Cruelty is less inventive, save that its subtlety is shown in this, that, in flattering the higher power, it does not appear to blame any except those who disobey and despise his word. The contest being with God himself, the question with men is decided with more carelessness and less passion as to them. Passion allies itself less with the pride than with the will of man. Man, whatever his position, is the slave of those who pay him the tribute of their flattery. Self-will is more its own master. In this case, deceived by his vanity, the king finds himself bound by laws, apparently instituted to guard his subjects from his caprices. Under color of attributing the character of immutability to his will and to his wisdom, a character that belongs to God alone, Daniel is cast into the lion's den. God preserves him. He will do the same for the remnant of Israel at the end of the age. The judgment, which the enemies of Israel sought to bring upon those who were faithful among that people, is executed upon themselves. But the effect of this judgment extends farther than in the former cases. Nebuchadnezzar forbade any evil being spoken of the God of Israel, and he extolled the King of heaven by whom he had been humbled. But Darius commands that in every place the God of Daniel and of Israel should be acknowledged, the only living God, whose kingdom is everlasting, and who had indeed delivered the man that trusted in him. Historically, it appears that Darius had some feelings of respect for God and for Daniel's piety. It was not his God, but the God of Daniel, still he honors him, and even calls him the living God. Thus we see that idolatry, impiety, the pride that exalts itself above everything, are the characteristics of the great empires which Daniel sets before us, and the causes of their judgment. The judgment results in owning the God of the Jews as the living and delivering God and the Most High that ruleth in the kingdom of men. The same features will be found in the last days. This terminates the first part of the book. Daniel chapter 7. We come now to the communications made to Daniel himself, which contain not merely general principles, but details relative to God's people, and the Gentiles who oppressed them, historical details. Though given beforehand prophetically. The chief object of chapter 7 is the history of the fourth beast, or the last form of the Gentile empire, which commenced at Babylon, the great Western power, in which was to be developed all that man in possession of power would become with respect to God and to the faithful. And with that its relation with the saints is given in the interpretation. But the introduction of this Western beast is briefly given. For beasts come up from the sea, that is to say, from the waves of human population. These powers are not looked at here as established by God, but in their purely historical character. We have seen the empire established immediately by God in the person of Nebuchadnezzar. But here, although every existing power is established by God, they are seen in their historical aspect. The beasts come up out of the sea. The prophet first sees them all at once arising out of the agitation of the nations. This part of the vision contains characteristic features, but gives no date. In verse 4, Dan 7:4, we have Babylon in power and then abased and subdued. The body of a lion with eagle's wings. That which, humanly speaking, was most noble and energetic in strength, that which hovered over the nations with the highest and most rapid flight, characterized this first energy of the human mind, when the will of God had committed to it the empire of the world. This place it loses. The second beast devoured much, but had neither the energy nor the rapid flight of the first. It appropriated other kingdoms to itself rather than created an empire. Twofold in its strength at first, it raised itself up more on one side than on the other. It is ferocious, but comparatively unwieldy. It is the Medo-Persian Empire. This chapter says but little of the third. Lightness and activity characterize it, and dominion was given to it. It is the empire founded by Alexander. The fourth is the subject of a separate vision. It will be well to remark, in passing, that the chapter is divided into three visions, followed by the interpretation given to the prophet. The first vision comprises the four beasts seen together, and the character of the first three slightly sketched. The second vision contains that of the fourth beast with much more detail. The third vision presents the appearing of one like the Son of Man before the Ancient of Days. They commence respectively at the 1st, 7th, and 13th verses. The interpretation occupies the remainder of the chapter from Dan 7:15. The features of the fourth beast are clearly drawn. It is strong exceedingly, it devours and breaks in pieces, and tramples the residue underfoot. It has not the same character as the preceding monarchies. It has 10 horns. That is to say, its strength was to be divided into 10 distinct powers. Strength and rapacity, which spare and respect nothing, appropriating everything, or trampling it underfoot without regard to conscience. Such are morally the characteristics of the fourth beast. Its division into 10 kingdoms distinguishes it as to its form. The uniform simplicity of the other empires will be lacking to it. But this is not all. Another very distinctive and special element attracted the particular attention of the prophet. While considering the horns, he saw another little horn come up among them. 3 of the first fell before it. It possessed the penetration and intelligence of man, its pretensions were very great. Such was its character. A power rises among the 10 by which 3 of them are overthrown. This power is clear-sighted and penetrating in its intelligence. It not only possesses strength, but it has thoughts and plans besides those of ambition and government. It is a beast that works morally, that occupies itself with knowledge, and sets itself up with pretensions full of pride and daring. It has a character of intelligence, moral and systematic, in evil, and not merely the strength of a conqueror. This horn has the eyes of a man. Afterwards the thrones are set, see note number 1, and the Ancient of Days sits. It is a session of judgment, the throne of Jehovah's judgment. It is not said where, but its effect is on earth. The words of the little horn are the occasion of the execution of judgment. It is executed on the beast, which is destroyed, and its body given to the flames. With respect to the other beasts, their dominion had been taken away, but their lives prolonged. The fourth loses its life with its dominion. The scene of judgment forms a part of the vision of the fourth beast, and especially relates to it. In Dan 7:13 there is another vision. One like the Son of Man is brought to the Ancient of Days, and receives the kingdom and universal dominion, the rule of Jehovah entrusted to man in the person of Christ, and substituted for the kingdom of the beast. Observe that this is not the execution of the judgment that had been spoken of, but the reception of the earthly kingdom, for, in all this, the government of the earth is the subject. There are 2 parts in the interpretation. Verses 17, 18, Dan 7:17-18, are general, and then, with reference to the fourth beast, Dan 7:19-28, there is more of detail. The general part declares that these 4 beasts are 4 kings, or kingdoms, that shall arise out of the earth, but that the saints of the high places shall take the kingdom, and possess it forever. These are the 2 great facts brought out in this history, the earthly empire, and that of the saints of the high places, the first being composed of 4 kingdoms. We are then given some details with respect to the fourth of these. It will be noticed here, that, in the interpretation, an element of the highest interest is added, which was not in the vision to which the interpretation belongs, namely, that which relates to the saints. In communicating to the prophet the meaning of the vision, God could not omit them. Verse 18, Dan 7:18, already presents them in contrast with the empires of the earth. These empires were seen to arise in the vision according to their public or external character. Here the Spirit of God tells of that which made their conduct a subject of interest even to the heart of God, who would testify this interest to the prophet. The saints are immediately brought into view, but in a suffering condition, Dan 7:21. This is the first characteristic of the little horn, when his actions are in question. But verses 21, 22, Dan 7:21-22, demand a few more remarks. The little horn not only makes war with the saints, but prevails against them up to a certain time, that is, until the coming of the Ancient of Days. Something more definite is given here than the fact that God will judge the audacity of man. We are no longer occupied with the public history and with general principles, but with explanations for the saints in the person of the prophet. It is the coming of the Ancient of Days that puts an end to the power of the little horn over the saints. Other important events are the result of this great change, of this intervention of God. First, judgment is given to the saints of the high places, and, second, the saints take the kingdom. Observe here the especial title, of the high places. The little horn persecutes the saints on earth, and prevails against them until the Ancient of Days comes. But it is only to the saints of the high places that judgment is given. Know ye not, says the Apostle, that the saints shall judge the world? Nevertheless we must not go beyond that which is here written. It is not said, to the assembly, an idea not found in these passages. It is the saints who are linked with the Most High, see note number 2, God in heaven, while the earth is in the hands of those who do not acknowledge him, and while his government is not exercised to preserve them from suffering and from the malice of the wicked. This applies in principle to all times since the fall, until the Ancient of Days comes. But there is a period especially characterized by this spirit of rebellion, namely, that of the power of the little horn. There is another class of persons spoken of farther on, the people of the saints of the high places. The kingdom is given to them. But in this case the Spirit does not say, the judgment. Thus, in verse 22, Dan 7:22, when the kingdom is mentioned, it is not said, the saints of the high places, but simply, the saints possessed the kingdom. We have thus the power of the little horn exercised against the saints, and prevailing against them, put an end to by the Ancient of Days, the earth being the scene of that which is taking place. This event is accompanied by two other events, which result from it, and which change the whole aspect of the world. Judgment is given to the heavenly saints, and the kingdom is given to the saints. The first of these two events is confined to the heavenly saints. The second is more general, the saints on earth sharing it according to their condition, without excluding the saints in heaven according to their condition. It will be remarked that there is no question at all here of the assembly, except in such general terms as must apply to any saints whatever on the earth who looked up higher. It is well also to observe, that it is not the saints, as has been thought, who are given into the hand of the little horn, but the forms of the Jewish religion. God may will and permit, for the good of the saints, that there should be persecution. But he never gives up his saints to their enemies. He could not do it. He cannot leave and forsake his own. In a word, whatever may be the general principles capable of application during the course of the ages, this prophecy, as an especial and definite revelation, refers, like the whole book, to the earth, of which the assembly is not, and to the Jews, with respect to whom God exercises his government on the earth. This, understood, throws light on the three characteristics of the little horn. He rebels against the Most High. He speaks great words against God, and against all the saints who, rising in spirit above the earth, acknowledge the Most High God in heaven, and expect deliverance at his hand. Whose hearts take refuge in him, when the earth is given up, as it were, into the hands of the wicked. All those who thus maintain a true testimony against the man who arrogates to himself every prerogative on earth, and will have nothing to do with heaven, are persecuted by him. At length, the Jews having re-established their regular feasts and ordinances, his tyranny, which allows no power but his own, destroys all traces of these ordinances, which, however vain, as restored in unbelief, were nevertheless a testimony to the existence of a God of the earth. But the judgment sits to take cognizance of all this pride. The dominion of the little horn is consumed and destroyed. We may notice here that it is in fact the little horn that in the end wields the supreme power. It is his dominion which is destroyed. Afterwards the kingdom and the dominion under the whole heaven is given to the people of the saints of the high places. It appears to me that the meaning of this expression, remarkable as it is yet sufficiently plain. The Most High reigns, but he reigns in connection with the system which makes it manifest that the heavens rule, as it is said on this subject in the case of Nebuchadnezzar. The man of the earth would reign, and he defies heaven. And, withdrawing the earth from the government of him who dwells in heaven, he would possess it independently of God. But the judgment proves his folly, and the Most High reigns forevermore. The saints who have acknowledged him are given the judgment and the glory, and the people who belong to them on the earth have the supremacy and reign. These are the Jews. But, definitely, it is God who reigns. There are two words translated Most High, the one singular and the other plural. The latter signifies the high places. I do not doubt that this word gave rise to the expression heavenly places in the epistle to the Ephesians, which however goes much farther in the revelation there made. For here government only is the subject, and in the Ephesians it is the things that belong to the heavenly places, or that are in them. This distinction enables us to understand the difference between the assembly, or even Christians, and the saints of the high places in Daniel 7. With respect to the Christians, it is those who enjoy in spirit at least the blessings of the heavenly places, sitting there in Christ and wrestling against the spiritual wickedness that is there. Here, on the contrary, it is the government which belongs of right to the heavens and to him that reigns there which is to be recognized, in the presence of a power that denies and sets itself up against this, choosing to own no other power than itself on the earth. The meaning of the prophecy is plain and easily understood. To recognize the right of government in the heavenly places, and to be sitting there in the enjoyment of the blessings proper to them, are two very different things. Everything has its own place in the mind of God, where perfect order reigns. In some we have, besides the power of the four beasts in general, the western power divided among 10, and at last the empire in the hands of the little horn, which subdues 3 of the 10 horns, and sets itself up against God in heaven. Persecutes and prevails against the saints, destroying by its persecutions those who identify themselves with the God of heaven, abolishing all the Jewish ordinances, and finally is itself destroyed. This abolition of the Jewish system continues for 3 years and a half, or 1,260 days, which period of time belongs only to this last point. All the others are characteristic and not chronological. The government of the earth, formerly given to man in the person of Nebuchadnezzar, is not again established as it had been at Jerusalem in a merely earthly throne. During the interval, in the presence of the rebellion of the earthly power against the Most High, the saints have assumed a character which is the result of their looking to heaven and to him who reigns there, God. With respect to his government of the earth, having taken the name of the God of heaven, a very intelligible position, seeing that he had forsaken Jerusalem. It is the saints of the high places who will take the kingdom, but after the judgment of the rebellious horn, the earthly people possess the dominion under the whole heaven, in dependence on those who are seated in heaven. So that we have 3 clear and important elements in the dealings of God. Firstly, the earthly throne at Jerusalem is forsaken, the Gentile throne established by the authority of God, the God of heaven. The rebellion of this Gentile power against him that had given it authority. Secondly, the saints are distinguished by their acknowledgement of that God whom the earthly power denied. They are of the heavens, where God had now his place and his throne, being no longer on earth at Jerusalem. Thirdly, we have, then, judgment executed on the rebellious power, judgment given to these saints of the high places. The earthly people established in the kingdom under the heavens, in connection with them. This was the dominion of the God of heaven which should not pass away. In connection with this is the character given to him that preeminently receives the kingdom. It is not now the Messiah, owned as king in Zion, but one in the form of the Son of Man, a title of far greater and more wide significance. It is the change from Psalm 2 to Psalm 8, see note number 3. Nor this only. For, when the events are accomplished, we find that it is the Ancient of Days himself who comes and puts an end to the power which afflicted the saints, that Christ, as the Psalms so largely shew and the Gospels too, is Jehovah. We have here the great picture of man's government coming into all its characteristic development at the end, and its setting aside by the government of God, which establishes the faithful in authority, and, above all, the Son of Man himself, and his people on the earth. The saints of the high places would be thus those who, when the assembly, not noticed here, is gone, look up and own power there, and, if put to death by power in rebellion, have their place above. We find them again in Revelation, specially in chapter 20, and their 2 classes. The people of the saints are the spared remnant on earth. Note number 1. This translation is almost universally considered to be correct. Note number 2. There are 4 names of relationship which God has taken with men: Almighty, Gen 17, with the patriarchs, Jehovah with Israel, X 6, Father, with Christians, John 17, and Most High, in the Millennium, Gen 14, and here in Daniel. Compare Psalm Go. The name of Father makes a difference in the whole position, associating us with Christ, the Son in whom he is revealed. John's Gospel specially brings out this. Note number 3. Brought about by the rejection of the Messiah. Daniel chapter 8. Chapter 8 gives details of that which takes place from another side of Judea, with reference to the Jews. The 2 empires of Persia and Greece, or of the East, which succeeded that of Babylon under which the prophecy was given, are only introduced to point out the countries in which these events are to take place, and to bring them before us in their historical order. The Persian Empire is overthrown by the king of Greece, whose empire is afterwards divided into 4 kingdoms, from one of which a power arises that forms the main subject of the prophecy. In the interpretation, we find the positive declaration that the events here related happen in the last end of the indignation. Now it is the indignation against Israel that is here meant, Dan 11:36. This time of indignation is spoken of in Isa 10:25, it ends with the destruction of the Assyrian, who, Dan 8:5, is its principal instrument. All these passages shew us, especially in studying their context, that it will be in the last days that the events of these prophecies will be fulfilled. It will be the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be delivered out of it. The Lord himself alludes to this period, Matt 24, calling his disciples' attention to that which Daniel says respecting it, compare Dan 12:1-11 with the Lord's words. It appears to me that the prophecy in our chapter does not relate so absolutely to the last days as the interpretation does, see note number 1. The thing spoken of in the prophecy is not the last end of the indignation, but the fact that a little horn arises out of one of the 4 kingdoms, which had succeeded Alexander. Nevertheless, the grand object of the Spirit is to reveal that which will happen at the time of the end, Dan 8:17. Let us examine the principal feature of the little horn. The power designated by the little horn enlarges its territory towards the east, and towards the pleasant land, or ornament, of the earth, that is to say, as it appears to me, towards Jerusalem or Zion. This horn exalts itself against the host of heaven, and casts down some of the host and of the stars to the ground, and tramples on them. Who are the persons intended by this expression the host of heaven and the stars? Let us remember, that it is the Jewish system that is before us. When once we have got hold of this, the application of the passage is not difficult. The expression applies to those who, professedly at least, surround the throne of God, and particularly those who shine eminent among them. It is not the faithful who look towards heaven, of which chapter 7 speaks. To be the host of heaven describes a position and not a moral state, compare Dan 8:24. But this passage assumes that the Jews are again in this position before God, even although it would be but for judgment. That is to say, they are again under the eye of God as in relation with him, as an object about which he concerns himself, as a people still responsible for their former relationship with him, although the Gentile power still exists. Now, if their condition does not answer to the position they reassume in his presence, they are, by the very fact of this position, the object of God's judgments. Observe here, moreover, that transgression is the thing spoken of, and not the abomination which some one sets up, and which makes desolate, and in the interpretation also, the transgression is come to its height. This horn is, then, the instrument of chastisement on the Jews, who have returned as to profession into relationship with Jehovah, and into their land, assuming the character of his people, yet carrying transgression against him to the highest point. The horn completely destroys some of them. But this is not all, for the word is no longer it, in agreement with the word horn perhaps changed to designate the king in person, magnifies himself even against the prince of the host. He carries his pretensions so far as to oppose himself to him, to set himself against Christ in his character of Prince of Israel, against the Judge who comes, the Head of Israel, who is Jehovah himself, for it is the Ancient of Days who comes. Here, however, all is looked at in a Jewish aspect. He is the Prince of Israel. We see that it is Jehovah, because it is his sacrifice that has taken away his sanctuary that is cast down, but he is presented as the Prince of the host, see note number 2. The daily sacrifice is taken away from him, not by him. See note number 3, the Jewish worship rendered to Jehovah is suppressed, his sanctuary cast down, and a time of distress appointed for the daily sacrifice. It is thus that I understand the verse, on account of transgression. And the little horn, see note number 4, for here the it, agreeing with horn, is again used, casts down the truth, practices and prospers. The duration of the whole vision, with a special reference to the transgression which occasions it, and, it may be, comprising also the duration of the transgression that mocketh desolate. In a word, the whole scene of transgression, and consequent desolation, the sanctuary and the host being trodden under foot, continues for 2,300 evenings and mornings. In verse 19, Dan 8:19, we see that the interpretation relates to the time of the end, a very important notice for the understanding of the passage, see note number 5. And this is what shall happen in the last end of the indignation, upon Israel, when the transgression of the Jews is at its height. A king of fierce countenance, who understands dark sentences, shall arise. A kind of teacher or rabbi, but proud, and audacious in appearance. He will be mighty, but not by his own power. He will make great havoc, will prosper and practice, destroying the mighty, or a great multitude of persons, and especially, the people of the holy ones, that is, the Jews, Dan 7:27. He is subtle, and his craftiness is successful. He will magnify himself in his heart, and will destroy many by means of a false and irreligious security. At length, he will stand up against the Prince of Princes. He will then be destroyed without human intervention. That is to say that at the time of the end, when the purposes of God will be unfolded, when his indignation against Israel draws to an end, the transgression of this people being already at its height. A king shall arise in one part of the former Grecian Empire, whose power will be characterized by its increase towards the east and south, and towards Jerusalem. That is, it will be established in the present Turkey in Asia, Jerusalem being the point it aims at. This power will cause much destruction, and its strength will be great, yet, properly speaking, it will not be its own strength. The king will be dependent on some other power. He will also destroy the Jewish people. But there is something more than destructive power, there is a character of wisdom resembling that of Solomon in some respects. He is very subtle, and succeeds in destroying the Jews, by lulling them into a security in which they forget Jehovah. We see him then occupying himself about the Jews, not only as a conqueror, but as a teacher, by craft and by a deceptive peace. At length he stands up against Christ in his character of the Prince of Princes or Kings of the earth, that is, in his character of earthly supremacy. He is destroyed by divine power, without the hand of man. This king is distinct from the little horn of chapter 7, who rules the great western beast. He is a king of the east, who arises, not from the Roman Empire, but from the former Grecian Empire established in Syria, and the adjacent countries, who derives his strength from elsewhere, and not from his own resources. He will interfere, in his own way, with the religious affairs of the Jews. But it seems to me that that which is said of him is more characteristic of the desolator, whom God allows the enemy to raise up on account of the transgressions of his people, than of the one who makes a covenant with them for a time, in order to ruin and drag them afterwards into the depths of apostasy. It is one who will oppress them, having his seat of action in the east, as the little horn of chapter 7 rules in the west, see note number 6. The desolation is brought before us on the occasion of this little horn. Verse 11, see note number 7, Dan 8:11, is a kind of parenthesis which relates entirely to the Prince of the host. And the two last things it mentions, namely, that the sacrifice is taken away from him and his sanctuary cast down, are introduced in connection with the prince of the host, as a part of the desolation of Israel, to complete its description. Without, as it appears to me, pointing out who it is that does these things. They are not spoken of in the king's own history, at the end of the chapter. They form a part of the desolation of the days alluded to in verse 11, Dan 8:11. Note number 1. This appears to me to be the case, because events that took place under the successors of Seleucus, the first king of the north, have served as a type, or partial and anticipative fulfillment, of that which will happen in the last days. In chapter 11 and here, there is a description of, or a strong allusion to, that which Antiochus Epiphanes did. The 11th chapter relates it, I think, historically. The object of God in the prophecy is found in the events of the last days. And this is all that is given in the interpretation. It is well to observe, that no interpretation of a parable or obscure prophecy, either in the Old or New Testament, is simply an interpretation. It adds that which reveals by the result the meaning of the ways of God, or facts described in what is obscure, either by outward judgments which justify the spiritual judgment of his people when faith only would discern God's mind, or by some new features that give the true import of the events for the saints. Actual judgment makes openly plain what spiritual judgment alone discerned before, and thus is an interpretation. But other circumstances may be added in order to show the mind of God in the matter. In a word, it is God who communicates to his people that which gives its true value to that which precedes, or who directs them in their thoughts as to what has been said, by the revelation of his judgments. It is this which practically confirms them in his thoughts. Note number 2. I have questioned a little whether the host of heaven may not mean the powers of the earth, the Jews only taking their place in it because they ought to be under the government of God, and are so to the spirit of prophecy. I do not reject this idea, but it appears certain that the Spirit has the Jews especially in view, see Dan 8:13. Verse 24, Dan 8:24, might lead us to believe that he destroys others beside the Jews. Christ, exalted to the right hand of God, is the head of all power. But he is especially the head of the Jews. If any would even apply the title, Prince of Princes, to this supremacy, the analogy of the word would justify the application. The connection between the host and the sanctuary in verse 13, Dan 8:11, is masculine, while at the end of verse 12, Dan 8:12, the word, it cast down, is feminine, agreeing with horn, which in Hebrew is a feminine noun. Note number 5. The vision speaks particularly of the Seleucidae, or Asiatic successors of Alexander. And their acts, I doubt not, particularly those of Antiochus Epiphanes, are referred to in the vision, though verse 11 and the first half of 12, Dan 8:11-12, as noticed, are distinct. Thus the 2,300 evenings and mornings are not necessarily applicable to anything beyond the acts of the Seleucidae, and verse 26, Dan 8:26, confirms this. The interpretation, Dan 8:23-25, applies only to the latter days. The sanctuary is not spoken of, but the destroying the people of the saints, the Jews, and standing up against the Prince of Princes. In verse 26, Dan 8:26, read, and thou, shut up the vision, not, wherefore. Note number 6. Chapter 7 gives the power or horn of the west, chapter 8 that of the east, chapter 9 gives the state of Jerusalem under the power of the west, chapter 10:11 the state under the powers of the east, including the willful king. Note number 7. The first half of the 12th, closing with the word, transgression, forms indeed part of this parenthesis. The 2,300 days refer thus to the historical times. All we have of them, in the interpretation which unfolds what is yet to come, is that the vision is true. The parenthesis is from, Dan 8:12, connected with, he, not with, it. Daniel chapter 9. Chapter 9 gives us a vision concerning the people in the holy city, consequent on Daniel's confession and intercession. It is, as has been remarked, in connection with the oppression of the Western power. Indeed, the details relate to oppression. The prophet had understood, not by a direct revelation, but by the study of Jeremiah's prophecy, by the use of those ordinary means that are within the reach of the spiritual man, that the captivity, the duration of which Jeremiah had announced, was near its end. The effect on Daniel's mind, true sign of a prophet of God, was to produce an ardent intercession on behalf of the desolate sanctuary, and the city which Jehovah loved. He pours out his heart in confession before God, acknowledging the sin of the people and of their kings, the hardness of their hearts, and the righteousness of God in bringing evil upon them. He pleads the mercies of God, and demands favor for Jehovah's own sake. The prophecy is God's answer to his prayer. 70 weeks are determined upon the people of Daniel and upon his holy city. Jehovah does not yet acknowledge them definitely for his own, but he accepts the intercession of the prophet, as he had formerly done that of Moses, by saying to Daniel, "Thy people and thy city." Daniel stands in the place of mediator. He has the mind of God his words, and thus he can intercede. Compare on this deeply interesting point, Gen 20:7, J 27:18, John 15 verse 7. At the end of these 70 weeks, separated from among the ages, the time should come, decreed of God, to finish the transgression, to seal up, that is, to make an end of sin, and to put it away. To pardon iniquity and bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal up all vision and prophecy, and to anoint the Holy of Holies, this, observe, with respect to the people of Israel and to the city. It is the entire re-establishment of the people, and of the city, in grace. This period of 70 weeks is divided into 3 parts: 7, 62, and 1. During the first part, or the 7 weeks, the desolate city and its overthrown walls would be rebuilt in troublous times, or in the strait of times. After 62 weeks, that is, after 69 altogether, the Messiah should be cut off, and should have nothing. This is the true sense of the words. He to whom the kingdom and the glory belonged, instead of receiving them, should be cut off and have nothing. But after this event the city and the sanctuary, which had been rebuilt, should be destroyed, and the end should be like a desolating flood, and there should be an ordinance, or determinate decree, of desolation until the end of the war. This is, in general, the complete history of the desolations. 69 weeks have been accomplished. After that, the Messiah is cut off, but the precise moment at which this takes place is not indicated. The course of the 70 weeks is thus entirely interrupted. The cutting off of the Messiah was not the moment of the re-establishment of the people and of the city. The result is plainly announced: a period of desolation until the end. Its duration is not given. We shall find in chapter 11 the same manner of treating an analogous period. The people of a prince who was yet to come should destroy the city. After this, the Spirit of God takes up the 70th week, the details of which were not yet unfolded. The prince that shall come confirms a covenant with the mass of the Jews. The form of the word many, see note number 1, indicates the mass of the people. This is the first thing that characterizes the week. The Jews form an alliance with the head, at that day, of the people who had formerly overthrown their city and their sanctuary. They form an alliance with the head of the Roman Empire. This refers to the week as a whole. But, the half of the week spent, see note number 2, things assume another aspect. This head causes the sacrifice and the oblation to cease, and on account of the protection of idols, there is a desolator. And until the consummation that is determined, see note number 3, there shall be poured, judgment, upon the desolate. That which is here announced, then, is, that 70 weeks are set apart for the history of the city and people of Daniel. During these 70 weeks, God is in relationship with Israel, see note number 4. Nevertheless, not immediately so, but in connection with the faith of the believing remnant, of a Daniel, of an intercession which, linking itself with the existence of a remnant, serves as a bond between God and the people, an intercession without which the people would be rejected. It is the same principle as that which governed the relations between God and the people by means of Moses, after the golden calf, the people being called the people of Daniel, as formerly the people of Moses. This position is remarkable, as taking place after the establishment of the authority of the Gentiles. The Jews are at Jerusalem, but the Gentiles reign, although the empire of Babylon is overthrown. In this anomalous position prophetic faith seeks the complete re-establishment of the city, the seat of government of God and of his people. It is to this that the answer of God refers. A brief but complete history is given of the period which should elapse until the judgment upon the Jews was accomplished and passed. A new element of great importance is also introduced: the Messiah should be cut off. He would have nothing of that which in right belonged to him. The consequence of this would be the destruction of the city and of the sanctuary, desolation and war. It would be the prince of another empire, not yet in existence, who should thus destroy the city and the sanctuary. The relations between God and the people were now completely broken off for the time, even as regarded a believing remnant. The faith of Daniel was rejected in the person of Christ as the prophet, and in the denial of Christ expressed by the declaration that they would have no king but Caesar, and the people and the city were given up to desolation. But there remained 1 week yet unaccomplished with this faithless and perverse, but yet beloved, race, before their iniquity should be pardoned, and everlasting righteousness brought in, and the vision and the prophecy closed by their fulfillment. This week should be distinguished by a covenant which the prince or leader would make with the Jewish people, with the exception of the remnant, and then by the compulsory cessation of their worship through the intervention of this prince. After that, the Jews, having placed themselves under the protection of idols, this unclean spirit, long driven out of the people, having again entered into them with 7 others worse than himself, the desolator comes. And the final judgments are inflicted on the people, terrible judgments, but the extent of which is definitely fixed by God when their measure shall be full. Thus we find a very precise answer is given to the prophet's request. An answer which very distinctly unfolds the consequences of the connection of Daniel's people with the Gentile power. Their position is very clearly set forth, while the relationship with God, by means of the prophet's intercession, still exists. The prophecy announces at the same time the general fact of the people's desolation after the 69th week was passed, and, with a seeming lull from the favor of the beast, on to the end of the 70th. Occasioned by their rejection of the Messiah, which took place at the very time when the promise attached to the prophecy should have been on the point of fulfillment. And the rejection of whom, coming in the name of his Father, has led to the long dispersion of the Jews, which will continue until the time of their being gathered, a prey to the iniquity of the head of the Gentiles. The time, in fact, of their falling into the hands of the one who should come in his own name. A sorrowful condition developed during the last week, but to which God has set a limit, and beyond that, no malice of the enemy can reach. Note number 1. The word many has an article prefixed to it in the Hebrew. The same thing is the case in other parts of Daniel, to which we shall draw the reader's attention, and which clearly prove that the mass of the people are in question. The many. The same form of phrase is found in Greek. Co 22:6, Co 29:2. Note number 2. We may observe that the Lord only speaks expressly of the last half-week, of the time of tribulation which follows the setting up of the idol that mocketh desolate in the holy place. Some have thought that there would be only this half-week to come, Christ having been cut off in the midst of the week. Others have thought that the 70th week had entirely elapsed before the Lord's death, but that it is not reckoned, Jesus having been rejected, and that this week is found again at the time of the Jews' connection with the wicked one. What the passage tells us is this: first, the prince, the head that is of the Roman Empire, in the latter days makes a covenant referring to 1 whole week. On the other hand, the Lord speaks of the last half of the week as being to take place immediately before his coming, as the time of unequal tribulation that precedes it. If this were all, the foregoing history of the prince to come, who makes a covenant, would fall into the general history of the state of things. The question whether 1 or 2 half-weeks remain to be fulfilled, and in what way, during the manifestation of the power of evil, I reserve, as to its full development, for the book of Revelation. Remarking only that Messiah is cut off after the end of 69 weeks. We know from the New Testament that his ministry lasted just half the week. Of this clearly the prince or Jews, with whom he makes alliance, would make no account. The interpretation of this passage is clear. The covenant for a week with the prince to come, as if 69 weeks alone were run out, Messiah and his cutting off being ignored, and a half-week of utter oppression because of idols, till the consummation decreed. Note number 3. This is an expression constantly used for the last judgments that shall fall upon the Jews, see Isa 10:22, Isa 28:22. The second verse of this last chapter, Isa 28:2, compares the desolator to a flood, as in verse 26, Dan 9:26, of the chapter we are considering. The attentive reader will observe that these passages refer also to the events of the last days. Remark also the covenant in Isa 28:15 and Isa 28:18. Some doubts might be thrown upon the translation, the desolate. Some render it, the desolator, and, until the destruction that is decreed there shall be poured, judgment, upon the desolator, or rather, until the destruction decreed shall be poured upon the desolator. To anyone that is not very familiar with the word, this seems to end the sentence better. But it appears to me that those who are conversant with the whole contents of the Bible and with its phraseology will allow that the reading I have given is its truer meaning. The import of the prophecy is the same in either case. The one translation says that the desolation shall continue until the end of judgment, foreordained by God, the other, that it shall not cease until the destruction of the desolator, which comes to the same thing. The translation I have given appears to me more exact, more in accordance with the word. Our English translation reads, desolate, giving, desolator, in the margin. But the word has not the same form as that which is translated, desolator, in other places where the meaning is certain. The previous clause I have rendered, on account of the protection of idols. The word is literally, wing, upon, or on the account of, the wing of abominations. And we know that the word wing is habitually employed for protection. Note number 4. The power of the Gentiles existing at the same time. We know from Scripture that the restoration of Jerusalem took place under the reign of the Gentiles, as well as the whole course of the 69 weeks which have assuredly passed away. The 70 have all the same character in this respect. It is only at the end of the 70 that pardon is granted. Whoever may be the instrument of establishing the covenant, the fourth beast will be at that time the ruling power of the Gentiles, to whom God has committed authority. It is very important, if we would understand the 70 weeks, to remark this state of things: the Jews restored, the city rebuilt, but the Gentiles still occupying the throne of the world. The 70 weeks have their course only under these conditions. It must be well understood that it is the people of Daniel who are meant, and his city, which are to be re-established in their former favor with God. The long-suffering of God still now waits. The Gentile power has already failed in faithfulness, Babylon has been overthrown, by means of intercession, the Jews provisionally restored, and the temple rebuilt. The 70 weeks had very nearly elapsed when Christ came. If the Jews, and Jerusalem in that her day, had repented, all was ready for her re-establishment in glory. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob could have been raised up, as Lazarus had been. But she knew not the day of her visitation, and the fulfilling of the 70 weeks, as well as the blessing that should follow, had necessarily to be postponed. Through grace we know that God had yet more excellent thoughts and purposes, and that man's state was such that this could not have been, as the event proved. Accordingly all is here announced beforehand. Compare Isa 49:4-6. Daniel chapter 10. The following commentary covers chapters 10 and 11. In chapter 10 we return to the east, see note number 1. Chapters 10, 11 and 12 form but one prophecy. Only chapter 11 closes the history of the Gentiles, and chapter 12, as we remarked at the beginning, is occupied with the condition of the remnant during the last period of the Gentile power. And with their deliverance, concluding thus the revelation of God's mind with respect to the remnant who are preserved in the midst of the Gentiles. Daniel, ever intent on the welfare of his people, made supplication, Dan 10:2-3, Dan 10:12, to God, with a renewed and a persevering desire to understand his dealings. After 3 weeks of fasting and prayer an angel is sent to him, revealing the opposition of the enemies of God's glory to the accomplishment of his purposes of favor to his people, and to the communication of these purposes for their encouragement. But if faith is exercised, God is faithful. And the perseverance of Daniel puts him morally in a condition to appreciate the communications of God, being a proof of his fitness to receive them. The angel informs him that the vision has reference to the Jews, and that it belongs to the latter days, Dan 10:14. The strength which is given him enables him to receive the communication. The kings of Persia, under whose reign he received the vision, are enumerated, and the attack on Greece by one amongst them is announced. This gives rise to an attack on Persia by Greece, and the Greek Empire is established. But it is afterwards divided into 4 parts. 2 of these 4 monarchies shall be more powerful than the others. They are also territorially in relation with the Jews. It is on the territory of the latter that their wars are carried on. The history of the kings of these 2 monarchies, thus in conflict on the territory of Israel, is given with considerable detail under the names of King of the North and King of the South. I do not enter into these details. The history is carried on until the intervention of the Romans, the ships from the coast of Chittim, see note number 2, and the attack upon the Jews, and the temple, and the Holy Covenant. The king of the north allies himself with the apostate Jews. He pollutes the sanctuary, and sets up an idol, he takes away the daily sacrifice, he leads the wicked into apostasy. This is the force of the expression in Dan 10:32. But they who know God shall be strong, and shall act with energy. They who understand, being taught of God, shall instruct the many. Thus far is the succession of the first kings, and the history of the Maccabees, and of Antiochus Epiphanes. The result, on to the end, is then given in general terms, the last part of the preceding history being a type of what shall happen in the last days. The people again fall for a time under the hands of their enemies. They shall be helped a little, some shall cleave to them with flatteries. A few even of those who understand, who might have been expected to be preserved providentially by God, will also fall by violence, to try the faith of all, and purge them, until the time of the end. For this state of things is to continue until the period appointed by God. It is the condition of the Jews, especially in those days, that is, of the Seleucidae and Lagida, kings of north and south, and in general, until the last days. Some observations on the details may here be of use to the reader. In Dan 9:27, Dan 11:33, Dan 12:3, the word translated many has the article in Hebrew, and signifies the mass of the people, which makes the force of these verses much more simple. The reader will also remark, in contrast with the masses, Dan 11:33, the masculine, a word found in the titles of many of the Psalms. They that understand, they that are taught of God, shall instruct the many. There will be the activity of love for the truth in these times of trial. In Dan 12:3, we have again those that understand associated with those that instruct the many in righteousness. Compare Dan 11:33. They become victims, in Dan 11:35, to violence. This last verse reaches, as we have seen, to the end of this people's history, while under the dominion of the Gentiles. But more positive details are given with respect to the end. The king, see note number 3, is introduced, the wicked one who will exercise power in Judea at the end of the age, and will prosper until the indignation comes to an end, a period of which we have already spoken. It is a king who acts in the land of Judea. One of an impious character, and who follows his own unbridled will, exalting himself above all, forsaking the religion of his fathers, regarding neither Christ nor any God, blaspheming the God of heaven, and establishing idolatry. But in a way of his own, he shall cause them to rule over the many, and shall divide the land for a reward. It is rather difficult to say who these are that he will cause to rule. I apprehend his followers. But the general character of this self-willed, impious, and idolatrous king who magnifies himself above all, is sufficiently plain. We find, as the chapter goes on, that the king of the south pushes at him, and the king of the north comes against him like a whirlwind, overflows and passes over and enters into the land of delight, Judea. But Edom, Moab, and Ammon escape his power, being reserved, Isa 11:14, to be subdued by Israel itself. But he stretches out his hand over the countries and pillages them. Egypt does not escape, and they who dwell in Africa are at his feet. But, disturbed by tidings from the east and north, he sets up his tabernacles between Jerusalem, see note number 4, and the sea, and comes to his end, with none to help him. The end of the king is not given here. It is the end of the king of the north, the subject here being the nations and the land of Israel, and that which shall happen to the people of Daniel in the last days. In the land there will be the wicked and impious king, who shall be attacked by the king of the south. The king of the north then pillages all the countries round, with the exception of 3, and he perishes in the land of Israel. Note number 1. It may be remarked that in both cases the revelation given to Daniel, as to his people, is in reply to his exercises of heart in intercession or fasting. The revelations in chapters 7, 8 as to the western or eastern destroying powers are not. They are given when God pleases. These were in the time of Belshazzar. The two former, after Babylon was taken, the Jews were then really in a new position till Christ was rejected, and then the great forsaking came, when time does not count till they are in their own land, and God begins to deal with them again. Then, after the display of their unbelief in receiving the power of evil and in idolatry, the last grand tribulation comes, and then judgment in the person of the Lord from heaven. Note number 2. The intervention of these in favor of the young king of Egypt, whom Antiochus Epiphanes had conquered, led to his going back and raging against the Jews, profaning the temple, and forbidding Jewish worship. Note number 3. Compare Isa 30:33, reading, for the king also, and Isa 57:9. He has the tide of the king in the eyes of the Jews, a title which of right belongs only to Jesus, the true Messiah and King of Israel. Note number 4. This is the regular meaning of the Hebrew. Daniel chapter 12. Chapter 12 gives us more of Israel's own history. In the midst of all these events, Michael, the archangel, stands up in behalf of the people of Daniel. There is a time of trouble, such as never has been nor will be. Nevertheless the people shall be delivered, that is to say, those who are written in the book, the remnant belonging to God. Jeremiah has already spoken to us of this period, and of the deliverance, Jer 30:7. The Lord speaks of it also in Matthew 24, drawing the attention of his disciples to the abomination of desolation here mentioned, shewing clearly that he speaks of Jerusalem, the Jews, and the last days, when the Jews shall be delivered. He also points out the way in which the faithful are to escape, while the tribulation continues. Taking these passages together makes it easy to understand them both. The second verse, Dan 12:2, extends beyond the land of Israel, which had been the scene of the prophecy until this. But their condition is stated in a way not to own the countries of their dispersion. Many of the race of Israel arise from their long abasement, some to everlasting life, but others to everlasting shame. They that understand shall shine as the firmament. They who have instructed the many in righteousness shall shine as the stars. Compare the host of heaven in stars, chapter 8. God will clothe with the brightness of his favor those who will have been faithful during this period of rebellion and distress. After this, one of God's messengers inquires of the man clothed in linen, who is upon the waters of the river, how long it should be to the end of the wonders, that is, of the tribulation, by the intervention of God in deliverance for Israel. The answer is, 3 years and a half, or 1,260 days, and that, when God should have put an end to the dispersion of the holy people, all these things should be finished. Daniel asks for a fuller revelation with respect to the end. But the oracle is sealed till the time of the end. Many shall be tried and purified and made white, but the wicked shall do wickedly. Alas! This must be expected. None of the wicked shall understand, but the wise shall understand these, masculine, whom the Spirit of God has mentioned. Now, from the time that the daily sacrifice shall be taken away, and the abomination that mocketh desolate set up, there shall be 1,290 days. But the accomplishment of 1335, see note number 1, days has still to be waited for. There shall be full blessing to him that waits and arrives at their fulfillment. Daniel himself shall have his part in this time of glory. It is to be observed, that Daniel never describes the period that succeeds to the times of the Gentiles. He gives the history of those monarchies, the oppressors and seducers of the Jews in the latter days, and the deliverance of the people, but there he stops. He is the prophet of the times of the Gentiles until the deliverance. Note number 1. I have thought it possible that this computation may arise from this. An intercalary month to the 1260 days, or 3 years and a half, and then 45 days, if the years were ecclesiastical years, would bring up to the Feast of Tabernacles, but I offer no judgment on it. At any rate, the statement is clear that then the sanctuary of God will be cleansed in Jerusalem. Conclusion to Daniel. One thing may here occur to the reader as desirable for the understanding of the whole, that is, to combine the agency of those instruments, which the prophecy of Daniel presents as acting in the land of Israel during the latter days, and to identify them if it may be done with those that are mentioned in other prophets. But this would be to make a system of prophecy, and not to explain Daniel. The Spirit of God has not done so in this prophet, which is our present subject. I will, therefore, only allude to some striking points. Chapter 7 gives the character of the Roman Empire, especially under its last head. It is the close of the history of the Gentile power. Chapter 8, although I have often thought that the king, who is described there, might be the instrument in Israel of the Western Empire, gives to the horn it speaks of a different character as it appears to me. In carefully weighing the passage from that which constitutes the Western power, see note number 1, whether as a little horn, or exercised in some local instrument. It is an Eastern power arising out of one of the 4 kingdoms into which Alexander's empire was broken up. His power, however, is derived from another, it is a separate power acting in Syria. In chapter 9 we find the one who acts among the Jews in Jerusalem itself, in connection with the Roman Empire, be the instrument employed who he may. It may be the king of chapter 11 who finds himself between the kings of the south and of the north. But it is very possible that the little horn of chapter 7 acts itself. Still there is another power dependent upon it, who acts at least religiously upon the Jews, and leads them into apostasy, one who comes in his own name, and does not regard the God of his fathers. The king of chapter 11 is a king in Judea, despising the religion of his fathers, and acting in that country in a way morally unbridled, re-establishing idolatry, and dividing the territory among those in favor. The kings of the south and north are Egypt and Assyria in the latter days, who attack the king who has established himself in the Holy Land. I suppose that the king answers to the second beast of Revelation, though in another aspect, as the first does to the little horn of chapter 7. Note number 1. We may compare Psalms 74 and 83, which confirm the idea that there will be a destruction in Jerusalem, as well as the compelled cessation of the daily sacrifice accomplished in a religious way by the prince who is to come. The Roman of chapter 9, who will be among the Jews, and who had professed himself to be their friend. Hosea. Introduction to Hosea. The prophet Hosea prophesied during the same period of time as Isaiah, but he is more occupied with the existing condition of the people, and especially of Israel, although he often speaks of Judah likewise. His prophecy is more simple in its character than that of Isaiah. His style, on the contrary, is extremely energetic, and full of abrupt transitions. The reign of that king of Israel, which is given as a date to the prophecy, was outwardly a moment of prosperity to that portion of the land. The prophecy itself will inform us of its moral condition. The patience of God bore long with the rebellion of his people, taking pity on their affliction, see 2 Kings 17, even as long as this patience could be a testimony to the real character of the God who exercised it. And did not deny holiness and righteousness, nor give a sanction to sin, so that it was still possible to bless the people, without sacrificing all true testimony, even in the eyes of the heathen, to what God is in a word. Until there was no remedy. Jeroboam reigned during a period which commenced some years before the reigns of Uzziah, etc., kings of Judah. Uzziah began his reign 14 years before the end of Jeroboam's reign. He reigned 52 years, Jotham reigned 16 years. Ahaz, 16 years, Hezekiah, 29 years. So that Hosea prophesied over 50 years, see note number 1, and perhaps longer. Being a witness, during those long years, to Israel's rebellion against Jehovah, his heart grieved and broken by the iniquity of a people whom he loved, and whose happiness, as being the people of Jehovah, he had at heart. The prophecy of Hosea is divided into two parts, the revelation of God's purposes with respect to Israel, and the remonstrances which the prophet addresses to the people in the name of Jehovah. In this latter part he frequently speaks of Israel as a whole, frequently also he distinguishes between Israel or Ephraim and Judah. But I do not see that he addresses himself directly to Ephraim, that is, to the 10 tribes. He speaks of Ephraim, but not to Ephraim. Moreover, this is the general character of his prophecy, a kind of prolonged lamentation, expressing his anguish at the people's condition, while unfolding all the dealings of God towards them, except chapter 14. In which he calls Israel to such a repentance as shall take place in the last days. Note number 1. The reign of Jotham was as to some part, possibly the most of it, coincident with that of Uzziah, who was put aside as a leper. Hosea chapter 1. Hosea 1 verse 1. Hos 1:1. The first 3 chapters compose the first part, or the revelations of God's purposes with respect to Israel. From the outset Israel is treated as being in a state of rebellion against God. The prophet was to unite himself to a corrupt woman, prophetic type, I doubt not, whose conduct was the expression of that of the people. The son to whom she gives birth is a sign, by means of the name which the prophet is to give him, of the judgment of God on the house of Jehu, and on the kingdom of Israel, which should cease to exist. In fact, after the extinction of Jehu's family, although there were several kings, all was confusion in the kingdom of Israel. The kingdom was lost. It is evident that, although the zeal of Jehu was energetic in extirpating idolatry, so that in his outward government God could sanction and reward it, and, as testimony, must needs do so, yet the motives that governed him were far from pure. God, therefore, while in his public government blessing Jehu, shews here, where he reveals his thoughts and his real estimate of the work, that he judges righteously and holily. And that which man brings in of ambition, of cruelty, and even of that false zeal which is but hypocrisy, concealing the gratification of its own will under the name of zeal for Jehovah all, in a word, which is of self, is not hidden from his eyes, and meets with its just reward, and so much the more from its being masked under the great name of Jehovah. Jezreel, formerly a witness of the execution of God's judgment on the house of Ahab, should be so now of the ruin of all Israel. A daughter is afterwards born to the woman whom the prophet has taken. God commands the prophet to call her Lo Ruhama, that is, no more mercy. Not only was judgment executed upon Israel, but apart from sovereign grace, the exercise of which was reserved for the last days, this judgment was final. There was no longer any room for the long-suffering of God towards the kingdom of Israel. Judah should yet be preserved by the power of God. A second son is named Lo-Ammi, that is, not my people, for now Jehovah no more acknowledged the people to be his. Judah, who for a time maintained this position, although the 10 tribes were lost, has at length by her unfaithfulness plunged the whole nation under the terrible judgment of being no longer the people of God, and Jehovah being no longer their God. God, having thus briefly but clearly pronounced the judgment of the people, immediately announces, with equal clearness, his sovereign grace towards them. Nevertheless, saith he, by the mouth of the prophet, the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered. But this grace opens the door to others besides the Jews. In the place where it was said, Ye are not my people, there shall they be called the sons of the living God. See note number 1, the application of this passage to the Gentiles is stated by the Apostle in Rom 9:24-26. Where he quotes the end of chapter 2 in our prophet, as expressing grace towards the Jews, and the verse we are now considering towards the Gentiles, while Peter, p. 1-10, who speaks only to converted Jews, quotes the end of chapter 2 only. There is no doubt that the Jews will come in, according to this principle in the last days. But the Holy Ghost expresses himself here as he has done in a multitude of passages quoted by the Apostle, so as to adapt himself to the admission of the Gentiles, when the time, foreseen of God, should come. But here he goes farther, and announces the return of the children of Judah and of the 10 tribes, reunited, and subject to one head, in the great day of the seed of God. See note number 2, it is said, they shall come up out of the land. And this has been supposed to mean their return from a foreign land, but I have an idea that it is rather that they all come up as one people in their solemn feasts. Thus the judgment of a corrupt and faithless people, and grace towards the Gentiles, and afterwards towards Israel as a nation, are very plainly announced, in words which, although but few, embrace the whole series of God's dealings. Note number 1. We may observe that it is not said, they shall be my people, an expression less suitable to Gentiles, but, the sons of the living God. Which is precisely the privilege bestowed by grace on those who are brought to know the Lord since the resurrection of Christ. Note number 2. This is the meaning of Jezreel, or, more exactly, God will so. Hosea chapter 2. Chapter 2 introduces some new elements of exceeding interest, and, at the same time, a magnificent revelation of the dealings of God in grace, towards Israel. The opening words of the chapter appear to me to recognize the principle of a remnant, acknowledged by the heart of God as a people, and an object of mercy, while the nation, as a body, is rejected by the Lord. But the thought of Israel's restoration, announced in the last verse of chapter 1, Hos 1:11, gives the remnant its value and its place, according to the counsels of God. God has not cast off his people whom he foreknew. Nevertheless, Jehovah says by the Holy Ghost to the prophet, not, I have married thy mother, and I will not put her away, but, say unto your brethren, Ami, my people, and to your sisters, Ruhamah, received in mercy. That is to say, to those who, acted upon by the Spirit of God, really enter in heart into the mind of the prophet, those who possess the character which made Jesus say, these are my brethren and my sisters. Such a position, in the eyes of the prophet, have the people and the beloved of God. It is thus that Peter applies Hos 2:23 to the remnant, that Paul reasons in Romans 9, and that the Lord himself can take the name of the true vine. The prophet, then, he alone could do it, was to acknowledge his brothers and sisters as in relation with God, according to the whole effect of the promise, although that effect was not yet accomplished. But, in fact, with respect to God's dealings, God had to plead with the mother with Israel, looked at as a whole. God could not own her as married to him, he would not be her husband. She must repent, if she would not be punished and made bare before the world. Neither would Jehovah have pity on her children, for they were born while she was going after false gods. Israel ascribed all the blessings that Jehovah had poured upon her to the favor of false gods. Therefore Jehovah had forcibly turned her back in her path. And since she knew not that it was Jehovah who filled her with this abundance, he would take it from her, and leave her naked and destitute, and visit upon her all the days of Baalim, during which Israel had served them and had forgotten Jehovah. But having brought this unfaithful woman into the wilderness, where she must learn that these false gods could not enrich her, Jehovah himself, having allured her into it, would speak to her heart in grace. There it should be, when she had understood where her sin had brought her and was alone with Jehovah in the wilderness to which he had allured her, that he would comfort her. And give her entrance through grace into the power of those blessings which he alone could bestow. The circumstance by which God expresses this return to grace is of touching interest. The valley of Acre should be her door of hope. There, where the judgment of God began to fall on the unfaithful people after their entrance into the land, when God acted according to the responsibility of the people, there would he now shew that grace abounded over all their sin. The joy of their first deliverance and redemption should be restored to them. It should be a recommencement of their history in grace, only it should be an assured blessing. The principle of the relationship of Israel with Jehovah should be changed. He would not be as a master, Baal, to whom she was responsible, but as a husband who had espoused her. The Baalim should be entirely forgotten. He would take every kind of enemy out of their land, whether wild beast or wicked man, and he would betroth her unto him in righteousness and in judgment, in loving kindness, in mercies, and in faithfulness. She should know that it was Jehovah. Israel being thus betrothed in faithfulness to Jehovah, and such being the assured principles of his relationship with her, the chain of blessing between Jehovah and his people on earth should be secured and uninterrupted. Jehovah should be in connection with the heavens with the earth should yield her blessings, and these should meet all the wants of Israel, the seed of God. And he would sow Israel unto himself in the earth, and her name should be Ruhamah, that is, received in mercy or grace, Ami, that is, my people, and Israel should say, Thou art my God. In a word, there should be an entire restoration of blessing, but on the ground of grace and of the faithfulness of God. Hosea chapter 3. Chapter 3 reveals another detail of the people's history during the time of their rejection, a rejection followed by their return to God. Israel should remain for a long time apart to wait for their God. They should have neither true God nor false God, neither king, nor priest, nor sacrifice, but afterwards they should return, and should seek Jehovah their God, and David their king. That is to say, all Israel should seek the true royalty originally bestowed by God, of which Christ is the fulfillment. They should bow their heart before Jehovah and his goodness in the latter days. Hosea chapter 4. The following commentary covers chapters 4 and 5. In chapter 4 we see that the prophet addresses the whole people together. In verse 15, Hos 4:15, he distinguishes Judah from Israel, warning the former not to follow the apostasy of the latter. He dwells upon the sins, Hos 4:2, of which the people were guilty. Israel is rejected from being a nation of priests unto Jehovah a glory which had been promised them, Exodus 19. This introduces the judgments of the priests, properly so called, who took pleasure in the sins of the people, that they might enrich themselves with their sacrifices. The proverb, like people, like priest, was exemplified in them. Whoredom and wine took all sound judgment from the heart, and the people of God asked counsel of their stocks and of their staff, sacrificed in the high places, and committed whoredom there. God would give them up to the fruits of their iniquity. It is then that God exhorts Judah not to follow this course. Nevertheless, the Spirit of the Lord, in unfolding all the iniquity of Ephraim committed in his sight, shews that Judah also was guilty before him, Hos 5:10, Hos 5:13. Priests, people, king, all are addressed as objects of the judgment, all had given themselves up to violence. Although God had rebuked them, they would not return to him. Afterwards they should seek him and not find him. He would have withdrawn himself from them. Another sin is imputed to them both. Ephraim had perceived his weakness, the consequence of his sin, and Judah his wound, but they had gone too far from Jehovah to have recourse unto him. They had sought help from the Assyrian. Could he deliver the sinful people from the judgment of Jehovah? Surely not. God would be to them as a lion that rends its prey. And then he would go and return to his place, until they should acknowledge their offense. In their affliction they would diligently seek him. Hosea chapter 6. The following commentary covers chapters 6 and 7. Chapter 6 calls forth a touching address from the prophet, in which he entreats the people to return to Jehovah. Faith has always this resource, because it sees the hand of God, its God, in the chastisement, and can appeal to the mercy of a well-known God. In Hos 6:, for the Spirit expresses the loving kindness of God towards his rebellious children, and his readiness to meet the smallest movement in their heart towards good. Therefore had God sent unto them the testimony of the prophets an extraordinary means, as we have seen, for maintaining in grace the relationship of the people with God, and that morally and in reality. In the heart and mind of God it was not a question of outward forms, the moral relationship with God had failed. He had raised up prophets, as a means of relationship with himself, to bring back the hearts of the people. But, as Adam, see note number 1, did in the Garden of Eden, they had broken the covenant on which the enjoyment of the blessings God had heaped upon them depended. They had acted treacherously towards him. Jehovah their God was ready to raise them up from their ruin, but if he came in, his presence brought to light that iniquity which formed a moral barrier to this restoration. Thereupon the heart of the prophet overflows anew in lamentation over their iniquity. The prophecy of Hosea is important in this respect, that it furnishes us with the moral picture of the people whom God has judged, the condition of this people which made the judgment inevitable. There is nothing more affecting than this mixture, on God's part, of reproaches, of loving kindness, of appeal, of reference to happier moments. But all was in vain. He must needs judge, and have recourse to his sovereign grace, which would bring Israel back to repentance and to him. They encouraged the king and the princes in their wickedness. Already the fruit of Israel's iniquity was seen in the weakness of the people, strangers also devoured them, yet, for all this they did not return to Jehovah. If at times, under the sense of their misery, they howled upon their beds, they did not cry unto God. What a picture of man under the effect of sin, who will not turn to the Lord. Note number 1. It should be read, but they, like Adam, have transgressed the covenant. Adam, in Hebrew, is a proper name and a generic name, but the latter generally with the article, the Adam, as in Gen 1:27. It is to this passage Paul refers in Rom 5:14. Hosea chapter 8. In chapter 8 it is especially the daring and continual violation of the law of their God, with which Israel is openly reproached, and which would bring judgment, with eagle swiftness, upon them. Observe here that the devastation with which Israel is threatened reaches even to the temple of Jehovah. Israel had forsaken the Lord to make altars of their own, and Judah had leant upon an arm of flesh. We may remark here, that the prophecy presents Ephraim, as having entirely forsaken God, and as being plunged in iniquity, and under impending judgment, Judah, as being yet faithful outwardly, although at heart unfaithful too, see Hos 6:11. Hos 8:14, Hos 11:12. Judgment should fall upon them both. Hosea chapter 9. The following commentary covers chapters 9, 10, and 11. In chapter 9 we have here that touching mixture of affection and judgment which we find again and again in this prophet. Ephraim should not remain in the land which was Jehovah's, for God would not abandon his rights. Whatever might be the iniquity of the people, they should go into captivity, and come no more into the house of Jehovah. The prophet and the spiritual man should no longer be a link between them and Jehovah. God would confound them by means of that which should have enlightened and guided them. The prophet should even be a snare to their soul, although formerly a watchman from God. The corruption of Ephraim was as deep as in the days of Gibeah, the history of which is related at the end of the book of Judges, and they should be visited. God had chosen Israel from among the nations to be his delight, and they had gone after Baal-peor, even before they came into the land. If God is long-suffering, he yet takes knowledge of everything. Ephraim should now be a wanderer among the nations. At the end of chapter 9 and in chapter 10 the Spirit reproaches Israel with their altars and their golden calves. They should be carried into captivity. Judah should also bear the yoke. The Assyrian should carry away these calves in which Israel had trusted. After all, chapter 11, God still remembers his early love for Jacob. He puts them in mind of all his loving kindness, his goodness, his care for them. They should not return to their former condition in Egypt. Assyria should be the place of their captivity. But, however great the sin of Israel, the heart of their God cannot forsake his people, he will not destroy them, he is God, and not man. And, finally, he will place the people, trembling now and submissive, once more in their dwellings. Hosea chapter 12. The Spirit presents another aspect of the relationship of Israel with God. He would punish Ephraim, and the sins of Judah should be remembered. But he reminds them, that there was a time when Jacob could wrestle with his God, and make supplication to him, and prevail. That afterwards he found him in Bethel, and their God, even Jehovah, spake to him, and revealed to him his name, which, in fact, he had not done in Peniel. Take notice here of the way in which God enters into all the details of his moral relationship with Israel, in order that the force, the meaning, and the righteousness of the Lo-Ruhamah, which he pronounces on his people, may be understood. His love for them at first, his tender care, the manner in which he had already been requited at Baal-peor, the horrible iniquity of Gibeah now renewed, their corruption, their idolatry, their refusal to hearken, all is recounted. And finally, the way in which Jacob had formerly succeeded in turning away wrath, and how God had then revealed himself to him. Now, the name which he had proclaimed on that occasion was his memorial forever. Let them then return unto God, and wait on him continually. But no, all is corruption, and Ephraim will not even confess his sin. He who had brought them up out of Egypt would make them dwell again in tents without a country. God had constantly spoken to them by his prophets, but the iniquity was there. Israel had already been poor, a fugitive and a wanderer. And God had interposed in sovereignty by a messenger of deliverance, when there was no covenant in force on which the people could reckon to deliver them. Hosea chapter 13. Chapter 13 is the perpetual conflict of the affections and the judgment of God. The thought of their sin calls forth the announcement of the necessary and inevitable judgment. As soon as the judgment is pronounced, the heart of God returns to his own thoughts of grace, see, and the last two of the chapter. Nothing can be finer than this intermingling of the moral necessity for judgment, the just indignation of God at such sin, pleading to induce Israel to forsake their evil ways and seek Jehovah, who would assuredly have compassion. Then God's recurrence to the eternal counsels of his own grace, to secure unto the people whom he loved that of which their iniquity deprived them, and, at the same time, the touching remembrance of former relationship with his beloved people. What condescension, and what grace, on the part of their God! Well had Israel deserved the sentence, I will no more have mercy, painful and terrible as it was, in exact proportion to all that God had shown himself to be for Israel. Well can the Lord Jesus say, how often would I have gathered thy children, as a hen gathers her chickens under her wings, and thou wouldest not. The manner also in which God deduces the history of Israel's iniquity, ever since they came into the wilderness, and presents the means they had enjoyed for returning to him. The way in which he sets forth his dealings when he had to resist the unfaithful Jacob, yet had blessed him when he wrestled in faith, he who never changes, and who was still the same for Israel. The whole behavior of Israel being marked by God, borne in mind, and brought forward for the instruction of the people, if by any means it might be possible to spare them, the whole of this picture, in a word, drawn by God himself, ministers profound instruction to us, teaching us to cleave closely to him who, however great his patience may be, takes knowledge of all our ways, and has ordained that we should reap that which we have sown. Nothing also exhibits more fully the prolonged and marvelous patience of the love of God. It is the special object of this prophecy to set forth the moral condition of the people which led to the sentence of Lo-Ruhamah, and then to that of Lo-Ammi. Unfolded in the summary of God's ways with the people given in chapters 1 to 3, the relationship that exists between the moral dealings of God and his unchangeable counsels, the connection between these counsels and the affections according to which God accomplishes them, the ingratitude of man in his behavior with respect to these affections, the long-suffering, which the love of God causes him to exercise towards his ungrateful people at last. That withdrawal on God's part which left his people a prey to their own corruption, and to the snares of the enemy. The result is, that the condition of his people obliges God to bring the judgment upon them which their sin called for, when all the warnings of God by his messengers had been unavailing. But this gives place to the accomplishment of the counsels of God, who brings his people to repentance, after having long given them up to the fruits of their own doings, and thus enables them to enjoy the effects of his counsels. Hosea chapter 14. Chapter 14. It is this last work that we find in chapter 14 of the prophet. Israel, returning to Jehovah, acknowledges his iniquity, and addresses himself to the grace of his God. Thus only could he render him acceptable worship. His heart, instructed now and cleansed, refuses the help of Ashur, whom he had sought in his unbelief, when he rejected his God who searched his ways. He will no longer lean upon an arm of flesh, nor on carnal strength, and he casts off the false gods to whom he had bowed the knee. His refuge should be with him in whom the fatherless find mercy. God, therefore, who only waited for the return of his people, a return which he had wrought in their hearts by his grace, when the chastisement, necessary to his moral glory, and to the good of the people, was ended, God himself would heal their backsliding. He would love them freely. His anger was turned away from his people. His blessing and grace should be as the dew unto them. Divine fertility and beauty should again be seen in Israel, his people. I would read thus, Ephraim shall say, what have I to do with idols? Jehovah says, I have heard him and observed him. Then Ephraim, I am like a green fir tree. And Jehovah answers, from me is thy fruit found. There is repentance, which Jehovah acknowledges, and the joyful consciousness of blessing, which God causes to be felt, proceeds from himself, who both secures and augments it. The last verse, Hos 14:9, teaches us that which we have already endeavored to point out, namely, that this history makes known the ways of God, which the wise divinely taught in heart will readily understand. For the ways of Jehovah are right. His path of action is straight onwards, however great his mercy may be. The just, sustained and helped by the strength of God, can walk there, but the transgressors, through the very power that is present, shall fall therein. There is indeed no prophet who gives the dealings of God, as a whole, so completely as Hosea. Joel. Introduction to Joel. The import of the book of Joel is sufficiently plain, although a few passages may be obscure. Joel chapter 1. Joel 1 verse 1. Joel 1:1. The Spirit of God takes the opportunity afforded by an unparalleled scarcity, caused by the invasion of innumerable armies of insects, to rouse the attention of the people with respect to the day of Jehovah. That great and terrible day which was to come, and in which his power should be manifested in judgment, in which he, who had shown long patience, would at length interpose to vindicate the glory of his name, and deliver it from the reproach cast thereon by the sin of his people, and to take vengeance on all that magnified itself against him. That which is here presented to us as the rod of Jehovah is the northern army, the same that we so often find in the prophets the Assyrian. But, in the end, it is God himself who, after having chastised his people by means of this enemy, intervenes for his destruction, and for the judgment of all the nations gathered round Jerusalem. In examining the prophecy, the reader may observe that it distinguishes between the famine that ushered in the day of Jehovah, and that day itself. We have only to compare Joel 1:15, and Joel 2:1, Joel 2:11. The state of famine and desolation, interpreted by the spirit of prophecy, calls on the people to present themselves before Jehovah, because the day of Jehovah was at hand. Joel chapter 2. Joel 2:1 sounds the alarm, because the day is near. The day is then described as the invasion of a people, the like of whom had never been seen by Israel or the land. It was, in fact, the army of Jehovah. His power was with it as his rod. The voice of Jehovah was heard before it. The day of Jehovah announced itself as there, Joel 2:11. We find an instance here of that which is usual in prophetic teaching, some event which should act on the conscience of the people, taken up by the spirit of prophecy, no doubt, to awaken their conscience at the very time of the event. But far more with the purpose of using it as a picture of some event in the last days of much greater moment. The judgment of God, already deserved by the people, and suspended by his long-suffering over their heads, awaits the hour in which this long-suffering will have no more effect, will become thenceforward useless, and in which the counsels of his wisdom shall have arrived at their development. The Spirit of God warns the people of this judgment. They should have given heed to it at that very time, but he describes for future days the instruments of God's vengeance, when he shall actually execute the judgment. Thus chapter 1 of Joel takes up the ravages of these insects, which, it seems, had caused a frightful scarcity, to act upon the conscience of the people at the time of the prophecy. But from the beginning of chapter 2 the prophecy throws itself into the future, and introduces a people, who, in their turn, will ravage the land of Israel in the last days. Yet, at the commencement of the chapter, it is only the alarm that is sounded, but with the announcement that the day is nigh at hand. We are reminded here of the ordinance in Numbers 10, in verse 9 of which, number 10:9, it is commanded to sound an alarm, or blow loudly with the trumpets, when the enemy should be in the land, and Jehovah would remember the people. In verse 7, Job 2:7, if the congregation was to be gathered together, they were to blow the trumpet, but not to sound an alarm. Thus, in Job 2:1, an alarm is sounded in Zion. A great and strong people, who devour the earth, are in the land. There is but one thing that gives hope, and that one is in itself the most terrible thing of all: Jehovah conducts this devouring people. It is his army. Faith takes hope from this. He who has recognized the trumpet of God, he who, awakened by the spirit of prophecy when it sounded an alarm, and described this terrible evil beforehand, and it is the Spirit alone who does so, in its true colors, as Jehovah's doing, he who has understood that it is God's judgment, that Jehovah is in it, can come before Jehovah according to his own ways, and plead with Jehovah according to his love for his people. This is the true character of faith in all times. It is the especial position of the remnant in the last days. The day of Jehovah actually impending, and its true meaning understood, through the intelligence given by the spirit of prophecy, is a call to repentance at the moment when repentance is necessary. At the moment ordained of God for his immediate intervention on behalf of his people. These are the ways of God. He to whom the moment is known acts outwardly to force his people to take heed, and he acts in testimony to direct their hearts. It was the same thing in the days of Jesus. The testimony of God was there before the terrible judgment which soon fell upon the people. He who had ears to hear profited by it, and enjoyed the effect of God's intervention in a deliverance which he has proffered, yet better, though of another character, than that which Israel shall enjoy in the last days. The Lord added daily to the assembly such as should be saved. Job 2:12-14 give us the prophet's testimony, calling them to repentance, in view of the chastisements that were hanging over the people. In verse 15, Job 2:15, the trumpet is sounded on God's part to gather the people together, according to number 10:7, to plead with him that he would turn away his wrath, to address themselves to him. As one whose judgments were necessarily directed by himself. Oh! How good it is to have to do with God, and to see him in the judgment, although he is a consuming fire. It was thus David judged when he had numbered the people. The humiliation, we perceive, was to be universal and complete, for the priests themselves are called to stand outside the sanctuary, to cry with the people unto Jehovah, appealing to his faithfulness, that the heathen might not say, "Where is their God?" As the Jews said to Jesus. Jehovah would hear his people thus humbled. He would fill their land with plenty, and they should no longer be a reproach among the heathen. The northern army, which had devoured the land like locusts, should be driven out by the way of the east, judged on account of their pride, because they magnified themselves to do great things. But it should be Jehovah who would do great things, delivering them thus from all their fears. A full and abundant blessing should be poured upon the land of Israel. The children of Zion should rejoice in Jehovah their God. The people of Jehovah should never again be ashamed. They should receive the abundance of all the years which had failed. They should know assuredly that Jehovah was among them, he, Jehovah, their God, and not another. And they should never be ashamed. The blessing, and he who bestowed the blessing, should thus secure them from being a reproach among the nations. But this was not all. This was temporal blessing, the re-establishment of Israel in the blessing of former days, on the ground of grace, which would prevent their losing it. But there was a new thing to be bestowed upon them. God would pour out his Spirit upon all flesh. The young men and the old men of the people should have visions and dreams, even on the servants and the handmaidens should this rain from heaven descend. Job 2:30, see note number 1, resumes the subject in another aspect, and does not follow in direct succession. Before the great and terrible day of Jehovah there should be signs and wonders in the heavens, and on earth the terror of Jehovah should be felt, and whosoever should call on the name of Jehovah should be saved. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem should be deliverance, as Jehovah had said, and in the remnant whom Jehovah should call. These, then, are the principal events of the last days, briefly but clearly set forth, a powerful enemy coming from the north, as the instrument of Jehovah's judgment, ravaging the whole land. Judgment upon the people as an earthly people, according to their former position of temporal blessing in relationship with God, the people being called to repentance, by the spirit of prophecy, in order that God might turn away this scourge. On their repentance God would restore temporal blessing, and drive away the northern army and destroy it. The reproach that rested on the people because of their sins should cease forever. A double order of events is then announced, giving a precise statement with regard to the immediate relationship between God and the people, and that in two respects. First, the temporal blessing, granted to the people now restored to the favor of God, should be accompanied by a gift yet more excellent, and more expressive of His love. The Holy Spirit should be abundantly poured out. The most simple and the most humble should partake of it. But, in the second place, see note number 2, before the coming of the great day of Jehovah He would send marvelous signs, and whosoever should call on His name should be saved. It would be the returning in heart to Jehovah which He would own, for in that dreadful day of the wrath of God there should be deliverance in Zion, and in Jerusalem His chosen city. It is He who intervenes in judgment. He would remember mercy, there should be a remnant called by His grace. The accomplishment of all this is evidently in the last days, when the mystery of God shall be finished, and He will manifest His government in righteousness and in goodness on the earth. Though the repentant remnant get the spiritual blessing in a Christian way, as in like manner that of the new covenant. The whole tenor of the prophecy, I think, makes it plain that Joel does not speak of the beast and Antichrist, but of the powers of the heathen from outside the apostate system. It will be remembered that it is said in Daniel 9 that because of the protection of idols there will be a desolator. Joel thus speaks, not of him who makes a covenant with Israel, but of this desolator. Hence Jehovah roars out of Zion and utters His voice from Jerusalem. The judgment is not from heaven against the beast and his armies, but from Jerusalem against the enemies and desolators of Israel. But there is still something to be pointed out here. The Spirit of God has taken care entirely to finish His subject. In Job 2:27 the deliverance from the northern army is complete, and temporal blessing is so bestowed that Israel may enjoy it permanently, under grace. Jehovah is there, and His people shall never be ashamed. From verse 28 to 32, Job 2:28-32, is quite apart, and this for every important reasons. On the repentance of the people the Holy Spirit should be bestowed. And, before the execution of the judgment, whosoever called on the name of Jehovah should be saved. Now the rejection of the Messiah necessarily brought in judgment on the Jew, although other counsels of God were to be accomplished with respect to the assembly, outside the Jewish system. Their temple has been given up to the power of the enemy, who, as the army of Jehovah was to destroy these murderers, and to burn up their city. The last days therefore are come, the end of the age, with respect to the Jews, although it is all to resume its course for a little season for the definitive judgment, when the counsels of God with regard to the assembly are fulfilled. But if judgment thus hasted, mercy could not delay in coming and anticipating it. The Holy Ghost was given, according to this promise, to the remnant who in those days hearkened to the call of Jehovah, and it was poured out upon all flesh. Deliverance was found in Zion, although the redeemed, those who were to be saved, were translated into the assembly. The time for resuming the government of God not being yet come, the time when He to whom it was given should associate those with Himself who should have learned to suffer with Him, that they might also be glorified together. Then the final accomplishment of all this mystery should take place, the great and terrible day of Jehovah. Christ should take His great power, and should reign. What we have been saying will explain the true importance of the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans, and the place which that destruction holds in the development of God's dealings. And the connection, with respect to His dealings on earth, between this destruction and that which took place on the day of Pentecost. There is yet one thing to be remarked here, namely, that in view of the counsels of grace towards the Gentiles, the Spirit of God makes use of language that leaves the door open to them. The Spirit is poured out on all flesh, and whosoever shall call on the name of Jehovah shall be saved. The Apostle Paul frequently employs this last expression in this sense. It is interesting to recall here the different occasions on which the expression, all flesh, is used. It implies, as to its full accomplishment, the important fact that will take place at the end of this age, namely, that God will come out of the narrow circle of Jewish ordinances to act with regard to all mankind upon the earth. This is already true morally by means of the gospel. But it will be true as to the government of God at the end. Christ, in coming down to the earth, came into the narrow fold, although his work, as well as his personal presence, had a much wider extent, and he led his sheep out of it. And called other sheep also to form them into one flock, saved, set free, and finding pasture. The gospel afterwards was sent out into the whole world. In connection with Jerusalem or Galilee, I refer to its administration by means of the 12, see note number 3, and in connection with heaven by means of Paul. God will, in fact, deal at length with all flesh in his governmental power. Isa 40:5. The glory of Jehovah shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. Here the mind of the Spirit goes forward to the last days when Christ shall be revealed. But Jehovah, who was to bless, is come, and the divine testimony in the wilderness has been borne, even as the blood of the new covenant has been shed, although Israel, as yet, has not acknowledged it. Isa 40:6-7. All flesh, even the people is as grass. Israel has not yet learned this, but the remnant have been blessed. In Isa 66:16, God pleads, by fire and by his sword with all flesh. It is the judgment that extends to all. Here, in Joel, it is the Spirit poured out upon all flesh, to manifest the presence of God, and the blessing that rests upon all men, and is no longer confined to the Jews. We may compare the warning in Zach 2:13. The millennial song of Christ, PSA 145:21, let all flesh bless his holy name forever and ever, the judgment of the apostates, ISA 66:24, they shall be an abhorring unto all flesh. See also Gen 6:12. Note number 1. Verses 28-29, Joe 2:28-29, are a short independent prophecy, and so are the verses from 30 to the end of the chapter Joe 2:30-32, and still more so. Verses 28-29, Joe 2:28-29, promise the outpouring of the Holy Spirit consequent on the repentance of the nation, which was also accompanied by temporal blessings. The repentance is the point of departure for both. So the partial fulfillment of Acts 2 was on those who repented, though the temporal blessings could not come on the nation. Thus, though there was that which was analogous in the destruction of Jerusalem already accomplished, signs and wonders will come before the great and notable day of Jehovah yet to come. The blood of the new covenant was shed and all things ready. But the nation would not repent and could not get the blessing. The remnant got the spiritual part of it with all flesh. The Jews will, all, when they say, Blessed be he that cometh in the name of Jehovah. The Holy Spirit, who foresaw all this, has ordered accordingly the structure of the prophecy. Note number 2. This is an entirely distinct prophecy, which goes by itself, preceding the day of Jehovah, as indeed is clearly stated, which day ushers in the blessing previously spoken of. The order in the last days will be repentance, deliverance by the day of Jehovah, temporal blessing, the Holy Ghost. Before the day of Jehovah signs will take place. This last stands therefore necessarily apart, as the calling on the name of Jehovah of course precedes the deliverance. Note number 3. As to this mission we have only the general statement of Mark, that they went everywhere, Mar 16:20. In verse 15, Joe 2:15, they are told to go into all the world. In Matthew 28 they are told in Galilee to disciple all nations, all the Gentiles, but this is another mission. As regards the passage in Mark, the reader will remark that the question passage, from verse 9, Matt 28:9, begins with Jerusalem and the ascension, as in Luke, in verse 7, Matt 28:7, they are told to go into Galilee, as in Matthew. These are distinct missions. In point of fact, wherever they went, the mission to the Gentiles, Gal. 2, was given up to Paul and Barnabas, who had already been on it. So far, the Matthew commission dropped. Mark's is individual, and a question of salvation, Matthew's is not. Luke's is carried out by the apostles, as the speeches shew throughout the Acts, only the Gentile part was given up to Paul. Joel chapter 3. In Joel 3 the Spirit develops, with more detail, the circumstances of the last days, those days, in which God would bring back the captives of Judah and Jerusalem. This epoch precedes the time of peace and blessing, in which the curse shall be entirely taken away. It is the judgment of the nations, a judgment necessary for the vindication of the rights of God, with respect to his oppressed people, and for the manifestation, in the sight of the nations, of that which he is in his government of the earth. The 10 tribes are not here in question, nor the general restoration of Israel. Before the full blessing of his people, God must resume his immediate government of them, in the same place where he had given it up, again taking possession of the seat of that government, a seat which he had chosen himself. There will he plead in his power with all the nations that dispute his rights, manifesting himself in the midst of his people, and acting as dwelling with them, maintaining their rights as belonging to himself. Israel is his inheritance. The word Jehoshaphat means the judgment, or the scepter, of Jehovah or Jah. There, in judgment, he pleads with the nations for his people, whom they had scattered, and for his land, which they had parted. He recounts all the grievances of his people, as done to himself. By their means the same evils should be recompensed in judgment upon the nations that inflicted them. The nations are called upon to prepare for war, they are all to assemble, they are to wake up, quitting their peaceful occupations, and come to the valley of Jehoshaphat. There Jehovah will sit to judge all the heathen round about. And if the Gentiles are to awaken all their mighty men for the day of God, God on his part will cause his mighty ones to come down, Job 3:11. But, however great the pride of the men of war, it was, after all, the judgment of God, the sickle of God reaping the earth. His press should be full, his vats should overflow, for the iniquity was great. In the Apocalypse the harvest is distinguished from the vintage, the first being the judgment that separates the good from the wicked and vice versa, the second, the execution of vengeance. Here it appears to me that the two together present the general idea of the execution of the judgment, although the symbol of the winepress is the more forcible. What multitudes in that day should learn the consequences of their contempt of the word of grace, and of the pride that raised them up in rebellion against Jehovah of hosts. All governmental order, its grandeur and its power, should disappear before the judgment of God. But Jehovah himself should resume the reins of government on earth, and cause his voice to be heard from Jerusalem. The heavens and earth should tremble at his intervention. But if this intervention was the judgment of the rebellious, he who intervened, Jehovah, would be the hope of his people, himself the strength of the children of Israel. And thus should they know him to be Jehovah their God, dwelling in Zion, his holy mountain. Jerusalem should be holy, strangers should no more pass through it, profaning it as their prey. Nor this alone. But there should be abundant blessing on the land of his people, wine should flow down from their mountains, and milk from their hills. The rivers of Judah should flow with waters, and a fountain should come forth of the house of Jehovah, and water the valley of Shittim, compare Ezekiel 47 and Zach 14:8. Egypt and Edom should be made desolate. But Judah and Jerusalem should dwell in everlasting blessing, for Jehovah should have cleansed them. We perceive that it is effectual and sovereign grace. It will be remarked also, that this prophecy does not go beyond the blessing of Judah and Jerusalem. That the scene of the judgment of the nations refers to the judgment accomplished in the land of Judea, where their armies will be assembled, accomplished to put Jehovah in possession of his throne upon earth. Or rather, he takes possession of his throne by the execution of this judgment, and afterwards he bestows blessing on the people whom, in grace, he has cleansed. One devastating army is especially pointed out, that which comes from the north. It appears also that the desolation of the land, before the intervention of Jehovah, will be very great, so that the people will be a reproach among the nations, but woe unto those who should despise the people of God. If this army announces the day of Jehovah, Jehovah himself will interpose, that it may be in truth his own, and, in interposing, he he delivers the people whom he loves. Amos. Introduction to Amos. The prophecy of Amos is one of those that speak of the moral condition of the people, and especially of Israel, who, as we have already seen in the historical books, represents more particularly the people as such. While Judah was but as an appanage of the house of David, although containing always a remnant of the people. This prophecy, which does not extend so far down in the history of Israel as that of Hosea, is less fervent than the latter. Sin is not pursued with that consuming fire of jealousy and of moral revenge, which characterizes the burning and broken style of the prophet Hosea. Nothing, doubtless, can be more decided against evil than Amos. But, although very simple, he speaks, as it were, from higher ground. In Hosea we see the anguish of heart produced by the Holy Ghost, in a man who could not endure evil in the people whom he loved as being the people of God. While in Amos there is more of the calmness of God's own judgment. There is much less detail with respect to sin. Certain prominent transgressions of a special character are pointed out, and the most complete and absolute judgment is proclaimed. Amos chapter 1. Amos 1 verse 1. Amos 1:1. The following commentary covers chapters 1 and 2. In the outset Jehovah, proclaiming his own rights from the place of his own throne, roars from Zion and utters his voice from Jerusalem. Afterwards, quite at the end, the restoration of the house of David and of Israel likewise is announced. We may remark that, before the judgment of Israel and Judah is declared, that also of the surrounding nations is pronounced. And this, on account of their hostile and cruel behavior to the people of Israel, and on account of that also which was essentially cruel in them, and opposed even to the sentiments of humanity, for God takes cognizance of all these things. Syria is to be carried away captive into Assyria. The means employed for the judgment of the others is not mentioned. Gaza and the Philistines, Tyre, Edom, Ammon, Moab, pass successively in review, and, finally, Judah and Israel. God enters into much more detail with respect to the sins of his people. He had indeed specified that which characterized each nation judged, but with Israel he goes into detail. We may here again remark that which we have seen elsewhere, that these judgments of Jehovah fall upon the nations that are established on the territory promised to Abraham, and belonging, according to this gift of God, to the people of Israel. God purges his land of that which defiles it, and consequently alas, of Judah and Israel likewise, but at the same time asserting and retaining his own rights, which he will exercise in grace on Israel's behalf in the last days. We see here the folly of the hope entertained by the enemies of the people, in seeking their ruin with the idea of finding their own advantage in it. Doubtless God can chastise his people, for he must make his own character manifest. But the malice of their enemies brings his judgment upon them also. With respect to Judah, Jehovah especially points out their contempt of the law and disobedience of his commandments. In Israel the sin specified has a character more independent of the law, the reason of which is easily understood, if we consider the condition of that people, and connect it with that departure from the fear of God, which allows man to give way to the selfishness of his own heart, and to oppress those whom God regards. They sell the righteous for silver, and the poor for a pair of shoes. They care not for the sufferings of the poor. But even at the altar supposed, at least, to be that of Jehovah they lie down upon garments pledged through poverty, and make merry with the fines inflicted for transgressions. Nevertheless God had brought them up out of Egypt, had destroyed their enemies to put them in possession of their lands, and had given them the tokens of an especial relationship with himself, whether by persons set apart for himself, or by those whom he had sent as messengers to them. But they had caused the former to defile themselves, and had commanded the latter not to prophesy in the name of Jehovah. The heart of God was crushed, as it were, by their sins, and his judgment should overtake them. The charge of despising the poor is often repeated in this prophecy, Amos 2:7, Amos 4:1, Amos 5:11, Amos 8:6, and this in special connection with Israel. Amos chapter 3. After having specified each one of the nations that were found on the territory promised to Abraham, God addresses Judah and Israel together, the whole family whom he had brought up from Egypt. These only had Jehovah known of all the families of the earth, therefore would he punish them for their iniquities, a solemn but very simple principle. If we are in the place of testimony to God, it is needful that this testimony should be in accordance with the heart and the principles of God, that it should not falsify his character, that our walk should agree with our position. And the more immediate this testimony is, the more jealous will God be with respect to his glory and our faithfulness. Judgment begins at his house. If there was evil in the city, it was that Jehovah had interfered in judgment. Two cannot walk together except they are agreed. Two important declarations are attached to this principle. On the one hand, if God intervene and make his great and terrible voice to be heard, there is a cause; on the other hand, God would not act without warning his people. He would do nothing without revealing it to his servants the prophets. But the lion had roared, should they not tremble? Jehovah had spoken, the prophet could not be silent. This was the condition of Israel. It is this latter kingdom that, for the moment, the Spirit of God particularly addresses. There should be left but a few little fragments of them, even like the morsels of a lamb that might be taken out of the lion's mouth after he had devoured it. Finally, in speaking here of Israel, Jehovah specifies their idolatrous altars, and declares that all the glory of the people shall perish. We may again remark, here, the way in which the kingdom of Israel is taken for the whole people, although Judah is spoken of and judged in its turn, see Amos 3:9, Amos 3:12-14. See note number 1, with the exception of the first two chapters, which go together, each chapter in Amos is a distinct prophecy. Note number 1. Though some take it as moral evil which would lead Jehovah to interfere, then shall Jehovah do nothing. Amos chapter 4. Chapter 4 presents the oppression of the poor, and the worship which the children of Israel rendered at will in the places they had chosen. God also would act as he saw fit. He had indeed already done so. Nevertheless they had not returned unto him. He had repeated his chastisements in the most significant manner, but in vain. Therefore he calls on Israel to prepare to meet himself. Amos chapter 5. After having deplored the ruin of Israel, he contrasts the places of their false worship with Jehovah, the Creator, and exhorts them to come unto him and live. But Israel put off the thought of the evil day. Evil had the upper hand. The wise man kept silence, for it was an evil day. Nevertheless the Spirit calls to repentance. It might be that Jehovah would have compassion on the affliction of Joseph. Yet there were those in the midst of all this iniquity who professed to desire the day of Jehovah. The prophet tells them that it should be a day of terror and of judgment, of darkness and not of light. They should fall from one disaster into another. Jehovah took no pleasure in their offerings and sacrifices, he could not bear with their solemn feasts, he desired judgment and righteousness. But the people had been the same from the beginning, it was not himself that they worshipped in the wilderness, but their Moloch and their Remphan, which they had made to themselves. And they should be carried away captive, beyond even the land that was now the object of their dread. This last appeal of the prophet involves deeply important instruction. The evil principle which was their ruin had been amongst them from the beginning, the interposition of God's power had checked it, and had turned aside its effect. But there it was, and with the decline of faith and godliness, when human interests no longer restrained it, the same evil had reappeared. The calves of Dan and Bethel were but a renewal of the calf they made in the wilderness. The people of Israel shewed themselves in their true character, notwithstanding all the long-suffering of God, and the judgment dates from the first act that displayed what they had in their heart. Here again we see all Israel looked at morally as one, when the 10 tribes are spoken of. But this is made evident in a clear and striking manner by the whole prophecy. Amos chapter 6. Chapter 6 dwells upon the false confidence that deceived the heads of Israel. A similar judgment to that of Calneh and Hamath might fall upon Israel. Their chief men gave themselves up to luxury, as though all were prosperity. They had no sense of the affliction of Joseph. They should be the first to go into captivity. Jehovah would give up Israel to desolation. He would abhor the excellency of Jacob. For they trusted in that which was but vanity, in their golden calf. But he whom they despised would raise up an enemy that should afflict them from Hamath to the borders of Egypt. Amos chapter 7. God had long waited patiently. More than once he had been on the point of giving Israel up to judgment. The intercession of the prophet, that is to say, of the Spirit of Christ which wrought in the prophets, an intercession, indeed, that owed its efficacy to his sufferings, see Psalm 18, had arrested the scourge. But now Jehovah would arise to judgment, with the measuring line in his hand, and nothing should turn him aside. With the house of Jehu Israel should fall. In fact, this is what took place. It may be that the preceding judgments apply to the downfall of the family of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and to that of the family of Ahab. Israel had been raised up again after each of those events, but not so after the house of Jehu had fallen. A prophecy like this was out of place in the king's chapel. A religion, arranged by the policy of man without the fear of God, cannot endure the testimony of truth. Bethel was the house of the kingdom. The priest reports it all to the king. Let the prophet go away to Judah. There Judah was owned, and the truth might be proclaimed, but this was not the place for such unpalatable truths. The king was the ruler in all religious matters, man was master. But Jehovah does not renounce his own rights. Amos was neither a prophet nor the son of a prophet. He had not this function from man, nor from the desire of his own heart. Jehovah, in his sovereign will, had appointed him, and his word was the word of Jehovah. The priest, who opposed it, should suffer the consequences of his rashness, and Israel should surely go into captivity. Amos chapter 8. Chapter 8 renews the declaration, that the end of Israel was come on account of their iniquity. God would no longer pass it over. The prophet announces likewise the distress the people should come into from being deprived of all guidance from Jehovah. They who trusted in the vanities that Israel had set up for themselves should fall, and never rise again. Amos chapter 9. Chapter 9 presents Jehovah himself as directing the judgment in such a manner that Israel should in no wise escape it, God treating them as he would the nations that were strangers to him, as the Philistines or the Syrians, whom, in his providence, he had brought from other lands. Nevertheless God did not forget Israel. He executed the judgment himself, so that, while Israel should be sifted among all the nations, not one grain should be lost. The wicked who did not believe in the judgment should be overtaken by it. In that day, that is, in the day of Jehovah's final judgment, he would not raise up the tabernacle of Jeroboam's and of Jehu's, although he had given them a place for a time during his long-suffering government. But, fulfilling his own purposes of grace, he would raise up the tabernacle of David his elect, and rebuild it in its glory. He would raise it entirely from its ruins, that his seed might possess the remnant of Edom and of all the heathen that are brought to know the name of Jehovah. See note number 1, at that time Jehovah would also bring Israel back from their captivity, and re-establish them in full blessing. They should enjoy the fruits of their land. Jehovah would plant his people upon their land, and they should be no more pulled up. It was the land which he himself had given them. Thus we find, in the prophet Amos, the judgment of the kingdom of Israel. But this judgment applied to the whole of Israel as a nation, and their assured restoration, in connection with the re-establishment of the house of David in the last days, a re-establishment accomplished by God, which nothing should again overthrow. He would plant them, and none should pluck them up, a testimony which assuredly has never been fulfilled, and as assuredly will be, Israel shall be in their own land and never again removed. In general, then, this prophet sets before us, not great public events in the government of God, but the ways of God with his people, in view of their moral condition. The 10 tribes, or the kingdom of Israel, being looked at as representing all Israel as a responsible nation, the link of their condition at that time with their original position, when, through the grace and power of Jehovah, they had come up out of Egypt, being the golden calves of Sinai and of Bethel. The prophecy closes, as we have seen, with the re-establishment in blessing of the whole people, under the house of David, according to the sovereign grace of God who changes not. It should be, for the whole nation, the sure mercies of David. Note number 1. This passage is quoted by the Apostle James in Acts 15. Here, in Amos, it is quite clear that it applies to the last days, and it has sometimes been attempted to apply it to the same period in Acts also, laying stress on the words, after this. But I am persuaded that those who do so have not rightly apprehended the meaning of the Apostle's argument. He quotes this passage for one expression alone, without dwelling on the remainder. And this is the reason, I doubt not, that he is satisfied with the translation of the Septuagint. This expression is, all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called. The question was, whether Gentiles could be received without becoming Jews. After having affirmed this principle, he shews that the prophets agreed with his declaration. He does not speak at all of the fulfillment of the prophecy. He only shews that the prophets sanction the principle, that Gentiles should bear the name of Jehovah — all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called. There would then be such. God knew all his works from the beginning of the world, whatever might be the time of their manifestation.